As the new year approached, Jiang Chuan, persistently urged by his parents to marry, found himself bound to the Supreme Rich System. Each second, he earned a staggering 100 yuan, raking in a jaw-dropping 8,640,000 yuan daily. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your breakfast expenditure of 15 yuan has triggered a critical rebate. 70 shares of Ding Sheng Group. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your 2 yuan purchase of water has triggered a critical rebate. 500 million. Ding! The system is upgradable after the upgrade. You will earn 1,000 yuan per second. Ding! The system is upgradable after the upgrade. You will earn 10,000 yuan per second. Gradually, Jiang Chuan came to grasp two immutable truths. First, 99.9999 of life's troubles stem from poverty. Second, wealth truly affords one the freedom to act as one wishes. Chapter 1. The Supreme Rich System is bound. The year 2024. The beginning of the 12th lunar month. Though the winter in Lehigh City rarely sees snow, the temperature is as frigid as a mother-in-law demanding a bride price. The streets shimmer with brilliant lights, thronged with crowds bearing weary expressions, yet moving with hurried urgency, akin to little ants scurrying desperately in search of sustenance. Jiang Chuan was one of these ants, concluding a long day at work, dragging his exhausted body towards his rented room like a soulless entity. Ding-ling-ling, the notification sound from WeChat suddenly rang out, prompting Jiang Chuan to retrieve his phone for a glance. It was a group message from his department, and he had been tagged. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Upon opening the voice message, the tone of his supervisor, Huang Zicheng, filled his ears. Shout, Jiang. There's an important proposal that needs to be completed tomorrow. Your rest is canceled. Come in for overtime. His tone was haughty, as if issuing commands from a throne. Damn that Huang. I curse your ancestors. Rage surged from the depths of Jiang Chuan's heart, and he erupted in a torrent of expletives. He had not had a day off the previous week, and now, yet another sudden overtime shift? He had been working for 15 consecutive days. Even a laboring ox would not be subjected to such relentless demands. 3 minutes later, Jiang Chuan responded in the chat with a resigned, smiley face. This smile was one of helplessness, a capitulation to life's whims. 3 years ago, on the day he graduated from university and stepped out his home, he was filled with ambition, joyfully waving goodbye to his parents, confidently proclaiming, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, in 3 years, I will surely achieve great things and return home in glory." Yet reality had wielded its merciless blades, leaving him battered and bruised. 3 years had passed, during which he toiled at the most arduous jobs for a pitiful salary. To date, his bank account balance barely scraped 5 digits. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chuan regained his composure, loosening his grip on the phone to check. Thankfully, it was intact. Otherwise, he would have to spend another 1,000 to replace it. Reassuring himself, he trudged once more, like a living corpse, towards his rented room. The room was a mere 10 square meters, furnished with a single bed, a writing desk and chair, and a kitchen that was as basic as could be. The bathroom and shower were located at the farthest corner, shared with others. Another day survived. Living truly is not easy, he mused, lying on his bed, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Exhaustion was bearable, but despair was a far more daunting foe. The dreams he had during university were vibrant, yet the reality post-graduation was piercingly harsh. The lofty aspirations and ambitions of yesteryear had long been ground down by the relentless grind of the 996 work culture. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, his phone rang again. Jiang Chuan checked the screen. It was a video call from his mother. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked to answer. Mom, that a smile forced its way onto Jiang Chuan's face as he strove to conceal his darker emotions from his closest kin. Xiao Chuan, have you eaten yet? Came the gentle voice of Xiao Xiaohong. I have, Mom. I just went for hot pot with my colleagues, and have just returned to my dorm. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Observing her son's grin, Xiao Xiaohong fell silent for a moment. Mom, is something wrong? Is the connection bad? Seeing his mother's silence, Jiang Chuan inquired. No, it's not bad. Xiao Xiaohong managed a tender smile, quickly shaking her head. Xiao Chuan, please take good care of yourself out there, but if you have any worries, do share them with your father and me. If you're feeling overwhelmed, come home for a while. As long as your parents are here, home will always be your safe haven. The bond between mother and son was palpable. Xiao Xiaohong could naturally sense Jiang Chuan's discontent. Yet, fearing they would worry, he buried his troubles deep within. Hearing his mother's heartfelt words nearly brought tears to Jiang Chuan's eyes. That he fought back the tears, forcing a smile as he reassured her, I'm fine, Mom. My boss appreciates me, and my colleagues like me. I just miss you both. You little rascal. If you miss us, hurry back to see us. The new year is almost here. If you don't return this year, they'll come to Lehigh City and drag you back myself. His father's voice, Jiang Haitao, boomed through the phone. Though his tone was loud, Jiang Chuan could detect the longing and concern within it. All right, Dad, we'll do my best to come home for the new year. Jiang Chuan secretly wiped his nose, feeling a pang of discomfort. They say whether rich or poor, one should return home for the new year. But returning home without having earned money brings a suffocating feeling akin to being surrounded by friends and family, scrutinized like a criminal only those who have experience can truly understand. Even his parents would bear the brunt of ridicule and scorn. Little rascal, don't talk to me about trying, you must come back. This isn't up for negotiation. Don't think I was joking earlier. If you don't return this year, your mother and I will come to Lehigh City to fetch you. Jiang Haitao's tone was serious. Why are you shouting so loudly? Speak softly when talking to the child. A reprimanding voice from his mother echoed through the call. Duppy, by the way, Xiao Chuan, your mother has recently found a match for you. She's 2 years younger than you and is supposed to be quite a lovely girl. She'll be back in a couple of days. You should meet her when you return. The lifelong matters of child are likely the most significant concerns for any parent. It's not that they wish to burden their children, rather, in their minds, witnessing their child marry and start a family is the fulfillment of their duties as parents. I understand, Mom. We'll try to take leave. How have you and Dad been lately? Everyone at home is well, don't worry. If you can get leave, do come back. Your father and I, we miss you. Little rascal, if you run into difficulties or run out of money, you must tell us, all right? Never shoulder everything alone. Got it, Dad. After chatting with his parents for half an hour, Jiang Chuan finally hung up the phone, but a profound sense of guilt and helplessness weighed heavily on him, leaving him feeling utterly drained as he lay in bed. Just as he was about to scroll through a live stream to alleviate his fatigue, WeChat video rang once more. The contact displayed Red Mengmeng Baobei. Wu Mengmeng was Jiang Chuan's girlfriend of 5 years. They had confirmed their relationship in their sophomore year, and Jiang Chuan had been quite the campus star back then, handsome, academically gifted, and athletically accomplished. Wu Mengmeng was also one of the school's beauties, and together they were recognized as a golden couple, envied by many. However, after graduation, the harshness of reality had gradually faded their relationship, leading to dwindling communication over time. Hey, Mengmeng, what's up? Jiang Chuan answered the video call, fatigue evident in his voice. Darling, I recently spotted a handbag that I absolutely adore. You should buy it for me. It's only 38,000 yuan. As soon as she opened her mouth, Wu Mengmeng unabashedly revealed her vampiric fangs. Indeed, Jiang Chuan let out a self-deprecating smile. It seems I'm only remembered when money is involved, isn't it? After 3 years of labor, his bank balance barely reached 4 digits, largely due to the financial drain that was supporting the vampire known as Wu Mengmeng. Jiang Chuan, what's with your attitude? Are you blaming me for not reaching out to you? Can't you, as a man, be a bit less petty? Setting aside the reality of the situation, are you truly without fault? If I don't contact you, can't you take the initiative as well? Wu Mengmeng, seizing the moment, raised her voice in a shrill shout. An uninformed listener, one might think she was a victim of grave injustice. Seemingly unsatisfied, she continued, moreover, as long as I, Wu Mengmeng, merely beckon with my finger, there would be a line of men clamoring to buy me handbags, stretching all the way to France. With such an opportunity laid before you, you should be reveling in it. Jiang Chuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. He had never realized just how repugnant Wu Mengmeng could be. How blind had he been to have ever been enamored by such a woman? How foolish to be ensnared in her web. Noting Jiang Chuan's silence, Wu Mengmeng's icy voice threatened. Jiang Chuan, are you going to buy it or not? If not, we shall. Let's break up. Those words escaped Jiang Chuan's lips, devoid of hysteria or shouting, but delivered with an uncanny calmness. Why, what did you say? Wu Mengmeng across from him looked utterly bewildered, her face a portrait of disbelief. The usually compliant and submissive Jiang Chuan had the audacity to suggest breaking up? It must be an illusion, surely. It was a mere figment of her imagination. I said, I've had enough of your foolishness. Get out of my life with that. Jiang Chuan abruptly hung up the phone. He then proceeded to block and delete all means of contact with Wu Mengmeng in one fell swoop. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation, as though he had shed a burden he had carried for years. Before long, Jiang Chuan fell into a deep slumber. In a hazy state, he seemed to hear a crisp, synthetic voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Supreme Godly Wealth System has been successfully bound. System commencing operations. Chapter 2. 8 million in a day, soaring to great heights. At this moment, in a private apartment located in the coastal city of Linghai, Wu Mingming appeared to be in a state of shock, unable to fully comprehend the events that had just transpired. That worthless Jiang Chuan. How dare he end our video call? He actually had the audacity to break up with me first. Worthless fool, does he still think he is the campus heartthrob? He is merely a penniless wretch with a monthly salary of 5,000, a pathetic loser. What gives him the right to propose a breakup? Once she regained her composure, Wu Mingming began to frantically smash objects in her room, unleashing a torrent of curses and wails. Her fury was not rooted in any affection for Jiang Chuan, her so-called boyfriend, but rather in the sheer audacity of that spineless wretch daring to suggest a breakup. If anything, she should have been the one to kick him to the curb. Mingming, what on earth is wrong with you? Why are you acting so crazily at this hour? At that moment, Lin Xiu, hearing the commotion, entered the room to inquire. The two had been inseparable friends since their university days and had successfully settled in Linghai City after graduation, sharing this very apartment. Xiu, that good-for-nothing Jiang Chuan just had the nerve to break up with me, and he even called me a big fool. While upon seeing her friend, Wu Mingming instantly burst into tears, cradling Lin Xiu in a fit of emotional distress. Her expression was so dramatic that one might think Jiang Chuan had brutally assaulted her. What? You can't be serious. Are you certain it was Jiang Chuan who broke up with you, and not the other way around? Lin Xiu asked incredulously, clearly struggling to believe the situation. As Wu Mingming's closest confidant, she understood better than anyone how much Jiang Chuan cared for her. Throughout their university years and the subsequent years in society, Jiang Chuan had practically laid bare his heart for Wu Mingming. There was no way he would initiate a breakup. Honestly, that bastard Jiang Chuan, that scoundrel, that irresponsible beast, I will never forgive him. Wu Mingming wept even harder. Lin Xiu cast a glance at her friend, exasperated. She knew her friend all too well. In front of Jiang Chuan, she was more dramatic than any other. Lin Xiu even thought that aside from Jiang Chuan, no other man would tolerate Wu Mingming's unreasonable antics. However, as a supportive friend, she quickly offered words of consolation. Stop crying, Mingming. That coward Jiang Chuan must be out of his mind to even think about breaking up with someone as exceptional as you. Tomorrow, he will surely come crawling back, begging for your forgiveness like a stray dog. Lin Xiu's assertion was not unfounded. In the past, during their disputes, it was always Jiang Chuan who softened first and apologized. Akin to an adhesive plaster that refused to detach. It was likely that this time would be no exception. Dream on, Wu Mingming replied darkly. Unless he is kneeling at my door by 6 tomorrow morning to apologize and buys me 10 of those bags I was eyeing yesterday, I will never forgive him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu quickly chimed in, exactly. That is absolutely necessary. But how will 10 bags teach him a lesson? Haven't you always had your eye on that McLaren supercar? Hee. The following day, at 6 in the morning, Jiang Chuan was jolted awake by his alarm clock. Oh, did I hear something strange last night, while half asleep? Rubbing his head, Jiang Chuan suddenly remembered a peculiar voice that had echoed in his mind just as he was drifting off. The system. Yes, it was definitely the system. As a devoted reader of novels, Jiang Chuan was no stranger to the concept of a system. It was a quintessential feature for every reincarnator and time traveler. But how could he, who had neither reincarnated nor traversed time, possibly have a system? Perhaps he was simply too fixated on making money that he conjured up such an absurd dream. While he pondered this ludicrous notion, a familiar mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding. Host, you are not dreaming. This system is indeed real and has already bound itself to you. Wait, what? There really is a system? Startled awake, the realization dawned on him that he was the protagonist of this tale. Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, dispelling all remnants of sleep. Suppressing his exhilaration, he eagerly requested, System, please introduce yourself properly. This system is called the Supreme Rich System. As the name suggests, it is designed to elevate the host into the universe's foremost supreme magnate. The universe's foremost supreme magnate. Jiang Chuan exclaimed, his excitement mounting. Listening to the system's introduction, he felt elated, springing from his bed in a fit of glee. And what are its functions? Function 1. The host earns 100 dragon coins every second. Function 2. Any amount spent by the host has a chance to trigger a critical reward. Function 3. The system mall is now open, allowing the host to purchase all necessary items at a 40% discount. Note, the system is exceptionally powerful, so the host need not worry about the legitimacy of the rewards. Spend freely and without restraint. Additionally, the system can be upgraded. Details on upgrades can be viewed in the instructions. As the synthesized voice of the system echoed again, a blue virtual panel appeared before Jiang Chuan. Wow, this is incredible. Earning 100 coins every second means I'd accumulate 64 million in a day. Overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Chuan glanced at his personal attributes panel. Currently, his bank account displayed a balance of 400 dragon coins, with a red 100 appearing every second beside the amount. At that moment, his heart raced faster than the increasing digits in his account. Earning 64 million by merely lying around for a day was more exhilarating than the income of any tax-evading superstar from years past. This was his ticket to soaring success. And with each significant expenditure, there was a chance for critical rewards. How delightful! Jiang Chuan exuberantly threw a series of punches into the air, attempting to contain his excitement. After suppressing his thrill, he examined the system further. The system mall offered an extensive array of goods, from everyday essentials to luxury sports cars and villas, even the latest cutting-edge technology, all at significantly reduced prices. Moreover, he discovered that upgrading the system was quite simple. By spending over 10 billion, excluding gifts, he could upgrade the system. At that point, his rewards would increase to 1,000 coins per second, with an even higher chance of critical rewards. The discounts in the system mall would also be further reduced. In essence, upgrading the system would bring numerous benefits. After thoroughly researching the system, he noticed that it was already 7:50 a.m. The regular work hours commenced at 8 a.m. But that scoundrel Huang Ziqing had mandated that everyone in their department arrive half an hour early, or else face penalties for tardiness. But now work? Lying in bed for a day was already tantamount to being a multimillionaire. What on earth was the point of going to work? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Jiang Chuan's phone erupted with a barrage of notifications. Picking it up, he found a slew of messages from the department group chat, all sent by Huang Ziqing himself. Jiang Chuan, where the hell are you? Do you even know what time it is? Jiang Chuan, you are already half an hour late. Consider today an unauthorized absence. Jiang Chuan, damn it. Do you think this is a joke? If you can't do your job, just pack your things and leave. Jiang Chuan, you have 5 minutes until 8 a.m. If you don't show up, don't bother coming back. What a piece of work, acting like a lord here. Reading through the barrage of messages, Jiang Chuan clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. After being exploited by that scoundrel for 3 years, Jiang Chuan felt his anger surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head in an instant. That wretched man, in the past, had made Jiang Chuan live like a dog, submissively bowing to survive. Today, if he didn't make him rue the day, Jiang Chuan would write his name backward. A glint of unyielding frost flickered in Jiang Chuan's gaze. Having been chosen as the fated protagonist by the system, how could one continue to be bullied by such a minor character? Chapter 3. You do not deserve. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Chuan, as per his usual custom, purchased 3 braised pork buns with preserved vegetables and a cup of soybean milk from the bun shop downstairs. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have spent 15 yuan. And as a result, you have received a critical reward of 70 shares in the Dingxing Group, valued at 10 billion, making you the new chairman of the Dingxing Group. Just as Jiang Chuan completed his WeChat payment, the mechanical synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Chuan's body trembled with excitement. Shares in the Dingxing Group, worth 10 billion? And he was to become the chairman of the Dingxing Group. This was absolutely incredible. He never imagined that a mere breakfast would yield such a monumental reward. Moreover, the Dingxing Group's branch in Linhai City was precisely the company he had devoted himself to for the past 3 years. Xiao Chuan, are you all right? Why are you trembling? The shop owner exclaimed, noticing Jiang Chuan's quaking form. These buns are made from authentic pork belly, not from inferior cuts. In the past year, the reputation of braised pork with preserved vegetables had suffered. It was all due to those unscrupulous manufacturers and dishonest streamers who had turned something once esteemed into a mere buzzword. Don't worry, Wang Ani. I just suddenly recalled some delightful matters. I'm off now. Jiang Chuan collected himself and strutted out of the breakfast shop. At 8:30 a.m., outside the Dingxing Company in Linhai City, 100 employees, ranging from the general manager to janitors and security guards, stood in neat rows, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Just moments ago, everyone in the company had received a notification from the general manager, stating that a new chairman would soon arrive to oversee and guide the company. The news came as a shock, with even General Manager Li Ligua learning of it only 10 minutes prior. Everyone was abuzz with speculation. What kind of person could this new chairman be? I've never heard of them before, one employee whispered. Who knows? Even our supervisor seemed to just find out. Others replied, shaking their heads in confusion. It goes without saying, they must be an exceptionally formidable individual. My uncle is the deputy general manager, Huang Xinguang. He just discreetly informed me that this new chairman is quite impressive, holding a substantial portion of shares in the Dingxing Group. The planning department supervisor, Huang Ziqing, murmured. Though he praised the new chairman, his words seemed to convey to those around him, my uncle is the deputy general, you all better show me some respect. Upon hearing this, some cast disdainful glances at Huang Ziqing. What a sycophant. Others fawned, as expected of Supervisor Huang. You have access to such privileged information. Indeed, Supervisor Huang is truly young and accomplished. With your abilities, you should become a manager soon. At just 28, you could be the manager of the Dingxing Group's branch. Huang Ge, you are the epitome of youthful success. Clearly pleased by the flattery, Huang Ziqing basked in their admiration. However, some inwardly scoffed at his arrogance, thinking, is having a deputy general manager for an uncle really that impressive? What is there to boast about? Without connections, you're just a pretender. As the murmurs continued, a figure approached leisurely, stepping before the crowd. This newcomer was none other than Jiang Chuan, the one appointed as the new chairman. Jiang Chuan. That guy just arrived now. I thought he would have the guts to not show up today. Damn, I overestimated him. It's pathetic that he had to come in on his day off. The planning department staff felt a twinge of sympathy as they observed Jiang Chuan's arrival. Over the years at the company, Jiang Chuan, despite his handsome looks and considerable abilities, had often been suppressed by Huang Ziqing. Otherwise, with his talents, he would have climbed to a supervisory position long ago. Jiang Chuan, didn't I tell you in the group that you need not come in after 8? What do you think your eyes are for, to vent your frustrations? And how dare you treat my words as mere nonsense? Huang Ziqing glared at Jiang Chuan, his face dark with anger. He had sent numerous messages in the group just moments ago, and now this brat stood before him with such audacity, which made him feel utterly humiliated. A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd as they heard Huang Ziqing's outburst. He even knows he is talking nonsense. Their sympathetic gazes turned towards Jiang Chuan, realizing that even if he managed to stay today, he would likely face even harsher oppression in the future. Get lost, you sycophant. Don't push me to slap you in front of everyone. Jiang Chuan shot a disdainful glance at Huang Ziqing, his tone icy. What did you just say? Huang Ziqing paused, seemingly in disbelief as if he had heard the most incredulous statement ever. He questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. How could this typically subservient Jiang Chuan speak so boldly to him? Wow, Jiang Chuan has grown some backbone. I've wanted to say that for ages. The onlookers began to murmur. While they admired Jiang Chuan's newfound assertiveness and relished in his words, they also considered his actions reckless. Offending Huang Ziqing would likely result in dire consequences at Dingxing Group. Moreover, employees dismissed from Dingxing Group would struggle to find employment elsewhere. You worthless fool. What did you just say? If you have the guts, repeat those words. Do you believe I want to ruin you? Huang Ziqing's face flushed with rage as he regained his composure. Being humiliated by someone he deemed insignificant was unbearable for him. Slap. But the response was a resounding slap across his face. How dare you hit me? You worthless worm. Huang Ziqing yelled, his rage boiling over. You're finished. Your future is gone. I will see to it that you regret this. Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Huang Ziqing spiraled into madness. Slap. A second sharp slap sent Huang Ziqing sprawling to the ground. You barking mutt only knows how to yap. I'm right here. Come and try to kill me. Jiang Chuan sneered, gazing down at the incredulous Huang Ziqing. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was left in utter shock, especially those from the planning department. They understood Jiang Chuan better than anyone. Though he was handsome and capable, he was typically meek and gentle. Never had he dared to strike back at Huang Ziqing, let alone slap him. Had he suddenly grown a spine? This was no mere resignation. It could lead to a lawsuit. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the company leaders nearby. Huang Xingwang shot a cold glare at Jiang Chuan and demanded, Ziqing, what just happened? Who is this person, daring to strike my nephew right under my nose? Unquestionably, this was a slap in his face. Uncle, this pathetic loser from our planning department just slapped me. Do you know how deeply that has wounded my spirit? I must make him pay. Huang Ziqing raged, emboldened by his uncle's backing, having never been struck before. Bang! Jiang Chuan delivered a heavy kick to Huang Ziqing's stomach. Huang Ziqing writhed on the ground, clutching his belly in agony. Perhaps the kick had been too forceful, as he felt a sudden release, leaving him utterly incapacitated. In the next moment, a foul stench assailed the senses. The surrounding crowd was utterly bewildered. How could this young rascal, Jiang Chuan, be so audacious? He had the audacity to violently assault Huang Ziqing right in front of Huang Xingwang, even to the point of causing an embarrassing scene. Was he courting death? You little punk, your arrogance will cost you dearly. Huang Xingwang seethed, his teeth clenched, his gaze icy to the core. If looks could kill, Jiang Chuan would have been riddled with wounds by now. You are unworthy. Jiang Chuan disdainfully cast a glance at Huang Xingwang, enunciating each word with precision. Chapter 4. Apologies, Chairman, for my tardiness. Observing Jiang Chuan's arrogant demeanor, Huang Xingwang was infuriated, his face contorted with rage. However, considering that the new chairman was about to arrive, he dared not cause a scene. After all, leaving a poor impression on the new chairman would be a grave mistake. Nevertheless, once this matter concluded, he would ensure this arrogant little wretch deeply regretted his existence. At that moment, General Manager Li Ligua coldly interjected, "Enough, everyone. Do you not realize the significance of today? If the chairman arrives and witnesses this chaos, what a disgrace it would be." He then cast a pointed glance at Jiang Chuan and Huang Xinguang. "Your grievances should be resolved privately, with the general manager's authority." Even Huang Ziqing and Huang Xinguang had no choice but to temporarily set aside their conflict. The onlookers directed sympathetic and pitying gazes towards Jiang Chuan. Having offended both Huang Ziqing and his uncle, it was evident that Jiang Chuan would lose his job. Moreover, having struck Huang Ziqing, he was likely facing potential imprisonment as well. "Alas, the youth is too impulsive," lamented an older employee, shaking his head in dismay. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as a Maserati roared into view, raising a cloud of dust. "Everyone, straighten up," Li Ligua quickly commanded. This was Secretary Su's car, and they all perked up. Secretary Su was the personal secretary to the chairman and a representative from the headquarters. It was she who had delivered the news regarding the new branch chairman's appointment. The weight of her position was undeniable. All employees stood at attention, eagerly awaiting to glimpse the new chairman. Jiang Chuan, too, turned his gaze towards the approaching Maserati. 20 minutes prior, Secretary Su had called him. She had a melodious voice, but he was yet to discover her appearance. The Maserati halted 3 meters before the crowd, and the door swung open. A pair of flawlessly shaped legs, clad in black stockings and adorned in high heels, stepped out first. Jiang Chuan squinted, taking in the woman. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Su Qingya. She stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, elegantly attired in a black fitted dress. Her long, flowing hair was elegantly styled atop her head. Her almond-shaped eyes, delicate nose, and cherry-red lips composed a visage that could make flowers shy and moons pale. Her porcelain skin was flawless, accentuating her exquisite features, a true beauty that could captivate even the most discerning eye. Simultaneously, her figure was simply sublime. While her curves were not overwhelmingly voluptuous, they were perfectly outlined, particularly when complemented by her slim waist and legs encased in black stockings, rendering her an epitome of human perfection, devoid of any flaw. Yet, amid this beauty was an air of commanding elegance. She resembled a pristine Tianshan snow lotus, one that could only be admired from afar, forbidding any base thoughts. What was this? Not merely a secretary, but rather a cherished jewel from a prominent family, experiencing life in the corporate realm. Gulping audibly, Jiang Chuan could distinctly hear the sound of his colleagues swallowing hard. It was no wonder. He too had been momentarily entranced. Li Ligua and Huang Xinguang promptly approached. "Hello, Secretary Su," they greeted. However, Su Qingya merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, leaving them awkwardly retracting their hands. They understood that Su Qingya was dispatched from the headquarters, her stature likely surpassing even that of the chairman. Thus, it was no surprise she would look down upon them. "Is our new chairman in the car?" Huang Xinguang transformed into a sycophant, grinning widely. "Hasn't the chairman already arrived?" Su Qingya replied nonchalantly, her gaze scanning the crowd. "What? The chairman has already arrived?" Huang Xinguang's expression turned blank. They had yet to even catch a glimpse of the chairman. Li Ligua, equally perplexed, exclaimed, "No, that cannot be. You must be mistaken. We are all employees here, and none of us have seen the chairman. If we had, we would have rushed to show our respect." Su Qingya shot them a cold glance. To not even know the chairman has arrived, such lack of perception proves why you can only remain as a branch general manager. She then disregarded their presence entirely, striding purposefully towards Jiang Chuan. Upon receiving the news of the personnel changes that morning, she had reviewed the new chairman's information. What astonished her even further was that this new chairman not only held the title of chairman, but also possessed a staggering 70 of the shares in Huading Group, making him the absolute controlling shareholder. Such an individual was indeed a remarkable presence, even within the entirety of the southern province. Yet, when she beheld his youthful, handsome visage, her shock intensified exponentially. At merely 25 years of age, possessing such striking features, he commanded a staggering 70% ownership of the entire flourishing group. No matter how steadfast her composure, waves of surprise surged within her. All eyes shifted in tandem with Su Qingya's approach. "Oh my goodness! Secretary Su is coming towards Jiang Chuan. Could it be?" Nervous murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Please, don't tell me Jiang Chuan is our new chairman." "Huh. I believe my chances of being chairman are greater than his, considering I'm just a team leader. Is it possible that Jiang Chuan is actually a scion from a prominent family, merely here for experience? Are you implying that the time has come for the prodigal son to return?" Haha. Good grief. You all must have watched too many mindless dramas. Prodigal son? Do you think this is a film? The employees began to chatter animatedly. Some grew tense as they noticed Su Qingya approaching them. After all, her beauty was striking, and her presence exuded undeniable authority. Ultimately, under the gaze of over 100 individuals, Su Qingya halted before Jiang Chuan. Parting her lips, her voice, as melodious as a celestial hymn, broke the silence. Apologies, Chairman, I was delayed by traffic. At her words, the crowd fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. A moment later, a thunderous gasp erupted from the crowd, sending shivers down everyone's spines. No way. So it's true. He really is the Dragon King. Wang Defa. So Jiang Chuan truly is the new chairman? I always felt Jiang Chuan was exceptionally gifted, with a noble bearing that suggested he was destined for greatness. Indeed, from the moment I laid eyes on him, I suspected he hailed from wealth. How could this be? Who is he really? What qualifies him to be the new chairman? Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Is he an employee of our company? Look at his attire, worth less than $100. How could this country bumpkin possibly be associated with the chairman? Surely, it cannot be Secretary Su who has erred. How could he possibly be anything more than a somewhat handsome young man with a superficial charm? Chapter 5. He has not offended me, thus I shall not dismiss him. How could this be? That brat is merely a lowly employee of the company. How could he possibly be the newly appointed chairman? General Manager Li Ligua stood in a state of bewilderment, his face etched with terror as he gazed at Jiang Chuan. Just a minute ago, this individual appeared to him as insignificant as an ant, utterly beneath his notice. Yet now, he had ascended to become his superior? In that instant, a cold sweat broke out upon him, and he felt as though the sky were about to collapse. Moments prior, when the chairman was bullied by Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng, he had stood idly by, saying nothing. Clearly, this was not the demeanor or method of a competent general manager. With this realization, Li Ligua glared fiercely at Huang Xingwang, wishing he could leap forward and silence this despicable uncle and nephew duo who had brought him to ruin. Meanwhile, Huang Xingwang was utterly paralyzed with fear, his soul seemingly drained, muttering to himself in disbelief. He is actually the new chairman? I just threatened to have him imprisoned for life. It's over. This is truly the end. With that, he collapsed onto the floor. As merely the vice president of the company, the chairman could easily dismiss him. Moreover, if the chairman truly sought to target him, there would be no refuge for him in the entire city of Linhai. At this thought, Huang Xingwang shot a murderous glare at Huang Zicheng. That wretched fool, always stirring up trouble, and of all people, he had provoked this terrifying presence. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. You must be mistaken. Jiang Chuan is merely a pathetic otaku, a complete and utter failure, a destitute nobody. How could he possibly be the chairman? Huang Zicheng, in a fit of madness, began to roar at Su Qingya, clearly overwhelmed by the shocking news that was far too difficult for him to accept. A person who had been a useless underling for 3 years suddenly transforming into the chairman of the company was something anyone would struggle to comprehend. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed once more. Huang Zicheng found himself once again knocked to the ground. But this time it was not Jiang Chuan who had struck him, but the coldly composed Su Qingya. Her icy gaze bore into Huang Zicheng as her disdainful voice slowly cut through the air. What do you think you are? Daring to question my words and the identity of the chairman? Jiang Chuan looked at Su Qingya in astonishment. This secretary was evidently more formidable than he had initially imagined. She clearly held Huang Xingwang, that so-called vice president, in utter contempt. All the surrounding employees gasped, their sympathetic gazes shifting to Huang Zicheng. It seemed today, Huang Zicheng had truly kicked a 24K titanium alloy plate. Simultaneously, they silently rejoiced that they had not further antagonized the new chairman. Nor had they resorted to humiliating him like the cannon fodder characters in novels. Otherwise, their futures would be bleak. Chairman, it seems this individual is also an employee of the company. How do you intend to handle this? Su Qingya turned her beautiful eyes towards Jiang Chuan, inquiring. Jiang Chuan did not hold back. After all, the memories of Huang Zicheng's exploitation over the past 3 years ignited a fury within him. He understood the simple truth that showing mercy to one's enemies is tantamount to cruelty to oneself. He spoke coldly. Gather evidence of all the illegal activities these two have engaged in within the company over the years and have the legal team submit it to the police. My request is simple. Ensure they serve their full term in prison. Hiss. At these words, the surrounding employees collectively inhaled sharply. A simple request to have them imprisoned for life? It seemed this newly appointed chairman, though perhaps slightly less handsome than some of the others, was not to be trifled with. Yes, I understand. Chairman, Su Qingya replied solemnly. For a colossal entity like the Dingxing Group, ensuring those two faced the full force of the law would be a mere trifle. Having said that, the two made their way towards the company, while the employees hastily cleared a wide path. Behind them, the voices of Huang Zicheng and Huang Xingwang echoed. Jiang Chuan, you poor loser. I will not let you off the hook. I will make you pay. Chairman, I was wrong. Please, hear my defense, ugh. Let me explain. I am not close to Huang Zicheng at all. Inside the chairman's office, Jiang Chuan sat at the helm, gently tapping his fingers on the desk. He had to admit, This leather sofa was quite comfortable. Su Qingya stood to his right, her expression icy as she stared at Li Ligua. Meanwhile, Li Ligua, now the general manager, was trembling with fear, cold sweat pouring down his back, terrified that he might share the same fate as Huang Xingwang. Anyone who had ever held the position of general manager knew that those who reached such heights could not guarantee their own innocence, nor withstand scrutiny. His earlier inaction had clearly infuriated the chairman. It was over. The probability of being targeted was too great. At that moment, a young woman in business attire entered, carrying a tray with hot coffee. "Chairman, your coffee." She placed the coffee before Jiang Chuan and discreetly glanced at him, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson before she hastily exited the office. Outside, voices could be heard fading away. "Wow, the chairman is so young and handsome. He is like my Prince Charming. Don't be foolish. The chairman is accomplished and not someone we mere employees can covet. I know, but he is truly handsome." Jiang Chuan found himself at a loss for words. But such is the nature of society. If you possess wealth, you can connect with anyone, while without it, even a dog would turn its back. With sufficient riches, even a toad could transform into a Prince Charming in the eyes of many gold diggers. "Chairman, I was indeed blind, failing to recognize your esteemed self. I hope you will forgive my transgressions. A magnanimous heart can endure much, so please grant me this one reprieve." Trembling with fear, Li Ligua looked at Jiang Chuan as though he were a child caught in wrongdoing, breaking the silence. By this point, his back was drenched in sweat. Should Jiang Chuan pursue accountability, it would not merely result in dismissal. He might find himself sharing a cell with Huang Xingwang. From Su Qingya's respectful demeanor towards Jiang Chuan, it was clear he likely came from an influential family, someone he could not afford to offend. Jiang Chuan replied coldly, "You are indeed blind, and your previous inaction has left me quite disappointed." Upon hearing this, Li Ligua jolted in fear, sweat pouring from his forehead. Observing the terror on Li Ligua's face, Jiang Chuan recognized that his intimidation had been effective and shifted his tone. "However, you have contributed to the company, so I shall take that into account this time. If you disappoint me again, you should be well aware of the consequences." Naturally, if his future performance met his expectations, his achievements would not merely be limited to that of a branch manager. The balance of reward and punishment is always the best way to win loyalty. Li Ligua had demonstrated competence in his role, and for the time being, finding a suitable replacement would be challenging. "Yes, I understand, Chairman. Thank you for your leniency. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to the company, willing to go through fire and water for it." Li Ligua, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death, was on the verge of tears, repeatedly bowing in gratitude towards Jiang Chuan. "You may leave," Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you." Li Ligua hastily exited the office. To be candid, the sensation of being in such a lofty position was utterly exhilarating. This was the confidence and assurance bestowed by wealth and power. It is no wonder that throughout history, countless individuals have risked everything to engage in corruption and seek authority, striving relentlessly to ascend to the pinnacle of power, akin to the infamous Zhao Gao. As the saying goes, money is the hero's courage, gold is the man's support. And indeed, this holds true. At this moment, Su Qingya, standing nearby, gazed at Jiang Chuan in puzzlement. When he had dealt with Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng, he had shown no mercy. She had anticipated that he would similarly handle Li Ligua, yet he had unexpectedly let him off the hook. Confused, she inquired, "Chairman, Li Ligua has embezzled far more from the company over the years than Huang Xingwang. Are you truly prepared to retain him?" She believed that a new official typically made a strong impression, and even if Jiang Chuan did not imprison Li Ligua, he would surely not allow him to continue in the position of general manager, serving as a deterrent to other employees and a warning to the rest. Jiang Chuan nodded. "I do not quite comprehend," Su Qingya continued. "In terms of both sentiment and reason, dismissing Li Ligua would be the wisest decision. Firstly, his work capability is satisfactory, and he has contributed to the company in some measure. Secondly, firing too many employees at once could easily incite unrest within the company. Most importantly, he has not offended me." With that, Jiang Chuan smiled. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Qingya suddenly understood. The first and second points seemed entirely superfluous. The real concern lay in having offended him. Chapter 6. Come, let me upgrade to a Supreme membership. "Chairman, today marks your first day in office, and I would like to treat you to a meal to celebrate. May I inquire if you have the time to grace me with your presence?" Su Qingya's sweet voice asked. Her curiosity about the young chairman, who had suddenly acquired 70 of the shares of the Dingxing Group, was insatiable. Thus, driven by a woman's inquisitiveness, she yearned for a profound and multifaceted dialogue with Jiang Chuan. How could one refuse such an invitation from a beauty? Of course, that would be delightful, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. In the past, being invited by a stunning woman like Su Qingya was something he could scarcely have imagined. "Shall we leave now?" I know a Western restaurant renowned for its delectable dishes, Su Qingyak cheerfully suggested. Not just yet. I have a few matters to attend to first. Afterward, we can head over. In the planning department of the company, astonishment rippled through as they realized Jiang Chuan was an undisputed giant in disguise. Indeed, had I known Jiang Chuan had such an impressive background, I would have gladly been his lackey long ago. Alas, it is too late now. I have lost a potentially wealthy brother. If that were the case, I would have titled my project proposal my chairman. The adopted father. I have long recognized the chairman's extraordinary intellect and striking features. He is undoubtedly a dragon among men. But Jiang Chuan is not even here. Who are you flattering? Everyone, hurry and focus on your work. Enough gossip about the chairman. You've seen what happened to Huang Zicheng. Yes, back to work. Let's refrain from discussing the chairman in the future. In a corner, a solitary figure bore a grave expression, burdened by unspoken thoughts. A nearby colleague, evidently sensing his distress, maliciously remarked, Li Feng, I recall that besides Huang Pizzi, you were the one who clashed most with Chairman Jiang. Now that he has become chairman, I fear for your career. Upon hearing his colleague's words, Li Feng's countenance grew even more somber. The thought of Huang Zicheng's fate instilled genuine fear within him. He desperately needed this job to support his family. Losing it would be catastrophic, especially with his father's illness. Resolutely, Li Feng retorted, do not compare me to Huang Zicheng. My disagreements with Jiang Chuan were merely professional differences. I believe he is not the petty type. Though he spoke bravely, his heart was filled with trepidation, especially recalling how mercilessly Jiang Chuan had dealt with Huang Zicheng. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Jiang Chuan entered, accompanied by Su Qingya and Li Ligua. The employees gasped, quickly rising to their feet, respectfully greeting, Good day, Chairman. Good day, Secretary Su. Good day, General Manager Li. Please, take your seats. Observing the heavy expressions of his colleagues, Jiang Chuan gestured for them to relax. Do not be so tense. I am still the same Jiang Chuan, your good colleague. A wave of disbelief swept through the room. How could he still be the same after becoming our chairman? It was indeed infuriating how leaders spoke. Jiang Chuan continued, I have two main points for today. First, I wish to express my gratitude for the concern and assistance you have all shown me over the past 3 years. I am eternally grateful. Second, I recognize each of your remarkable capabilities, and thus I have decided to grant each of you a bonus of 50,000 yuan, along with a 2,000 yuan increase in your salaries. As Jiang Chuan concluded, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, breaths quickened in excitement. 50,000 yuan in bonuses and an increase in salary. This was a windfall. Thank you, Chairman. Long live the Chairman. Someone shouted excitedly, and the rest quickly echoed the sentiment. Wow, the Chairman is truly magnificent. You are so impressive. Chairman, I love you. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of joy upon hearing their cheers. He could fully empathize with their feelings, having once eagerly anticipated salary increases and bonuses himself. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan approached the corner where Li Feng sat. All eyes turned toward him, a mixture of sympathy, pity, relief, and schadenfreude reflected in their gazes. It was evident that Jiang Chuan would not tolerate someone who frequently opposed him. Li Feng, at that moment, was as tense as a coiled spring, sitting on pins and needles, unable to meet Jiang Chuan's gaze. Observing the anxious Li Feng, Jiang Chuan was reminded of his former self, capable and diligent, yet oppressed. Gently placing a hand on his shoulder, Jiang Chuan said, Do not be so anxious. I am not that petty. Our disagreements were merely professional. It is quite normal. As we all strive for the company's success, I recognize your strong capabilities and admire your character and work ethic. Therefore, effective immediately, you will replace Huang Zicheng as the head of the planning department. Harness your talents and do not let me down. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Li Feng abruptly raised his head, disbelief washing over him, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Chairman, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. He had never anticipated that the chairman would not only spare him, but also fully acknowledge his abilities and promote him. This recognition and kindness would remain etched in his heart forever. The sudden turn of events elicited envious glances from the others toward Li Feng. After leaving the company, Jiang Chuan made his way to a small supermarket downstairs, purchasing 2 bottles of Waham mineral water. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing 2 bottles of Waham mineral water. Total expenditure, 2 yuan. Triggering critical hit rebate, 500,000,000 dragon coins. Just as he completed the transaction, Jiang Chuan heard the mechanical voice of the system. 500 million. Astounding. A mere 2 bottles of mineral water yielded a critical hit rebate of 500 million. The system was incredible. Today, he had received 2 such rebates. Jiang Chuan was ecstatic. He then bought some snacks at the supermarket, but did not trigger any further critical hit rebates. Nevertheless, he felt no disappointment. In just one day, he had not only acquired shares worth 10 billion, but had also been rewarded with 500 million in cash, solidifying his status as a billionaire. He then boarded Su Qingya's Maserati, heading toward the restaurant. Under the guidance of Su Qingya, the car came to a halt in front of a restaurant named Marriott Western Restaurant. "Chairman, please go in first." "I will park the car," Su Qingya said. "All right. I will wait for you upstairs." Jiang Chuan nodded and then exited the vehicle. The restaurant's decor was not as opulent as one might imagine. The ambience was pleasant yet somewhat dim, imparting a bar-like atmosphere. As soon as he stepped inside, a tall, attractive waitress approached him. She scrutinized Jiang Chuan from head to toe and, in a flat tone, inquired, "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" Although the young man before her was extraordinarily handsome, his attire was exceedingly simple, likely amounting to no more than 300 yuan altogether. Thus, with just a glance, she categorized him among the common populace. Having worked in a high-end Western restaurant for several years and encountered various wealthy patrons, she subconsciously regarded herself as part of the elite, leading her to look down upon someone like Jiang Chuan, who appeared so ordinary. Jiang Chuan noticed the waitress's tall stature and striking features, yet the hint of disdain in her eyes left him somewhat displeased. However, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, she typically catered to a different clientele. He replied nonchalantly, "I came to the restaurant naturally to dine. Then please follow me." While the waitress's demeanor was rather indifferent, she gestured for him to proceed. However, instead of leading him directly to a table, she brought him to the front desk, where several other waitstaff stood, each around 175 meters tall, fair-skinned, and leggy, resembling flight attendants. Another staff member asked, "Sir, do you have a reservation or a membership card?" No, Jiang Chuan shook his head. This was his first time entering such a prestigious establishment, and he obviously did not possess a membership card. "Understood, sir. Our restaurant exclusively uses the freshest imported ingredients, and any surplus from the day is discarded, resulting in higher costs. Therefore, diners must hold a reservation or a membership card. If you do not have either, I sincerely apologize." The waitress wore a professional smile, her tone courteous yet lacking warmth. Such is society. Attire often dictates first impressions, and the more upscale the venue, the more pronounced this judgment becomes. "How does one obtain a membership card?" Jiang Chuan inquired calmly. Upon hearing this, several waitstaff exchanged bewildered glances. They had anticipated that this seemingly impoverished individual would retreat after hearing their explanation, yet here he was, asking about the price. "Sir, a regular membership requires a recharge of 1 million yuan, a golden membership 2 million, a diamond membership 500,000, and a supreme membership 10 million. Despite knowing that this young man likely could not muster even 10,000 yuan, Zhang Ting elaborated. The surrounding staff regarded Jiang Chuan with expressions of mockery, their thoughts rife with derision. He sensed their disdainful stares, familiar with such scrutiny from his past experiences, yet he remained unperturbed. Jiang Chuan produced a black bank card and stated coolly, "Very well. Then I shall recharge for a supreme membership." Chapter 7. Money Can Move Mountains. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Zhang Ting's face transformed into one of astonishment and disbelief, her mouth agape, as if it could swallow a deep-fried dough stick. To recharge for a supreme membership? That required a staggering 10 million dragon coins. There were plenty of wealthy patrons dining in their restaurant, many of whom had membership cards, yet she had never encountered anyone who would directly recharge for a supreme membership on their first visit. Could it be that this seemingly down-and-out, somewhat rustic-looking handsome young man was, in fact, a top-tier wealthy heir playing the part of an underdog? "Sir, are you serious? Do you truly wish to recharge for a supreme membership card? That would be 10 million dragon coins." Zhang Ting stared at Jiang Chuan incredulously, her voice faltering. If this individual truly recharged 10 million at their restaurant, she would receive a substantial performance bonus. The other waitstaff watched with eager anticipation, secretly wishing to say, "Hey, if you can produce 10,000 yuan, I'll perform a striptease right in front of you." Some even mused. Could it be that the 10 million he speaks of is merely a fantasy? Yet such words remained unspoken, for they were bound by their roles as waitstaff and their professional decorum. Just as Jiang Chuan prepared to speak, a crisp voice interrupted. "What are you all doing huddled together? Don't you have work to attend to?" The voice belonged to a striking woman, also tall and fair-skinned, appearing to be in her 30s, exuding a certain managerial poise. Her most notable feature was her ample bosom, which seemed almost exaggerated, a striking contrast to her otherwise graceful demeanor. Jiang Chuan glanced at her name tag, Meng Yurong, the restaurant manager. Indeed, her ample proportions were well-deserved, he mused. Zhang Ting recounted the recent events to Meng Yurong succinctly. Meng Yurong approached Jiang Chuan, a professional smile adorning her face. "Sir, I completely understand your desire to invite friends for a joyous meal, but are you certain you wish to spend 10 million to recharge for our restaurant's supreme membership?" Her tone was polite, markedly more intelligent than that of the surrounding waitstaff. She expressed surprise without a trace of disdain, a testament to her status as manager. Why not? Are you worried I lack the funds? Or that your restaurant cannot process 10 million? Jiang Chuan smiled, inquiring. No, 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 I merely wish to confirm. Please hold on for a moment. Meng Yurong regarded the composed Jiang Chuan, gritted her teeth, and input a series of numbers. She then swiped the bank card on the POS machine. Payment successful. Card charged with 10 million yuan. With the mechanical voice signaling success, Meng Yurong and Zhang Ting stood frozen in shock, as though struck by lightning, their minds reeling. He truly possesses 10 million? Zhang Ting's face was a mask of disbelief. Soon, that shock morphed into profound regret and despair. If only she had attempted to process the payment earlier. That substantial bonus would have been hers. Meng Yurong was the first to recover from her astonishment, hastily addressing Jiang Chuan with utmost respect. Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate dining experience you encountered earlier. I would like to personally offer you 2 bottles of our restaurant's exquisite vintage red wine as an apology. Please forgive our inability to recognize your stature. Meng Yurong beamed at Jiang Chuan, her face practically alight with joy. Her ample bosom seemed to bounce with excitement, animated by her enthusiasm. Not a problem, Jiang Chuan replied, nodding indifferently. He had to admit that Meng Yurong was quite adept at handling situations. Now, please arrange a place for me to dine. However, he couldn't shake the puzzlement regarding why his previous high spending had not triggered a critical rebate. He had initially assumed that higher expenditures would correlate with a greater likelihood of bonuses, yet that was evidently not the case. Of course, young Master Jiang. Please come this way. Meng Yurong bowed and nodded, her demeanor exceedingly humble. Jiang Chuan sensed that even if he were to request Meng Yurong to perform some outrageous task, she would comply without hesitation. Indeed, the adage that money can move mountains held true. Money. It truly is a remarkable thing. As Jiang Chuan and Meng Yurong entered the private dining room, Zhang Ting and the other waitstaff felt a wave of regret wash over them, wishing they could turn back time. If it had been them receiving the guests just now, wouldn't this extravagant fortune have fallen into their laps? Even if it didn't directly benefit them, at the very least it wouldn't have left a poor impression on that handsome gentleman from earlier. To casually recharge 10 million in a restaurant undoubtedly signifies the presence of a true elite. Should any connection arise, the rewards could be monumental. However, now that the events have transpired, their regret is futile. After all, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Such is fate, utterly beyond our control. It's time to get back to work. The next time we encounter such distinguished patrons, let us keep our eyes wide open and not peer through the cracks of the door. Zhang Ting sighed in exasperation, addressing everyone with resignation. Jiang Chuan was soon escorted to the so-called Supreme private room, at which point Su Qingya made her entrance. Jiang Xiao, may we begin ordering? Meng Yurong inquired respectfully. Stealing a glance at Su Qingya beside Jiang Chuan, she felt a pang of disappointment. She had initially hoped to engage Jiang Xiao in a profound discussion of the intricacies of human nature after his meal, but with such a stunning beauty by his side, her chances seemed dashed. That will suffice. Jiang Chuan nodded, then pointed at the menu. Let us skip these 3. Serve everything else. After all, every passing second was an opportunity for profit. As the system would say, it was time to spend liberally and indulge. Understood. Please hold on. It will be ready shortly. Meng Yurong cheerfully dashed out of the room. Seated opposite, Su Qingya propped her chin on her hands, her gaze like flowing water fixated on Jiang Chuan. Feeling somewhat bashful under her scrutiny, he asked, "Do you think I resemble a nouveau riche?" Indeed, he perceived himself as one who, upon sudden wealth, indulged in a spree of extravagant consumption. Not at all, Su Qingya replied with a sweet smile. The chairman embodies an unorthodox spirit. I didn't realize you possessed such a talent for flattery. Jiang Chuan chuckled. The first time he laid eyes on Su Qingya, she exuded an aura of aloofness, completely devoid of any smile in the presence of others. He never expected her to display such a delightful smile while alone with him. Could it be that his commanding presence had captivated her so swiftly, bending her to his will in just a day? Of course, I am not an unfeeling automaton. Su Qingya continued, smiling. Chapter 8. Su Qingya. How did I get myself involved in this dinner? Meanwhile, in a private villa on the outskirts of Lehigh City, Huang Zicheng was furiously smashing furniture in the living room. Damn it, that worthless country bumpkin. I refuse to accept this humiliation. He could hardly believe he had been so thoroughly trampled and disgraced by that incompetent fool. More critically, he and his uncle might soon face dire legal consequences. Uncle, please say something. What should we do now? After exhausting himself with his rage, Huang Zicheng turned to his uncle, Huang Xingwang, whose face was twisted in resentment. Fear not, Zicheng. If I do not avenge this insult today, I, Huang Xingwang, shall not be worthy of being called a man. A mere inexperienced brat thinks he can bring me down? It will not be so easy. Huang Xingwang's eyes gleamed with malice. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the business world for decades, he was no easy target to overthrow. But that fool is now the chairman of the Dingsheng Group. We are no match for him. Huang Zicheng, though still furious, regained a modicum of rationality. They had both been dismissed and were utterly powerless against Jiang Chuan. Moreover, should the evidence he collected be handed over to the legal department, they would soon find themselves imprisoned. And that day was undoubtedly approaching swiftly. If we cannot confront him openly, we shall resort to underhanded tactics, Huang Xingwang declared with a chilling smile, his grin unsettling. Seeing his uncle's confident demeanor, Huang Zicheng quickly inquired, "Uncle, have you devised a countermeasure?" "Good boy, just the two of us now. Call me Daddy." Huang Xingwang affectionately ruffled Huang Zicheng's hair. "I remember 29 years ago, on a dark and stormy night, when my elder brother went out to work, I took on the duties of a husband. The following year, Zicheng was born. Dad, please tell me, what is the plan?" Huang Zicheng pressed, eager to know how to eliminate that worthless Jiang Chuan. "I've already paid off some thugs. They will incapacitate that fool tonight. Afterwards, I'll provide them with some money to flee abroad and lay low. And this matter will soon blow over," Huang Xingwang stated with firm confidence. Though he could not confront Jiang Chuan openly, when it came to subterfuge, he was far more seasoned. "You're brilliant, Dad. Once that fool is turned into a vegetable, I doubt he'll dare oppose me again." With that thought, a sinister grin spread across Huang Zicheng's face. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Marriott restaurant, Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya had nearly finished their meal. He had just transferred 1 million to his father. In the past, he lacked the means to improve his parents' lives, but now that he had wealth, it was only natural to ensure they enjoyed a better standard of living. The essence of returning home in glory might be to bring smiles to his parents' faces, reducing their embarrassment in front of relatives and friends while earning them respect. Although he wished to transfer 10 million directly to his father, he feared the sum might overwhelm them. Ding ding ding. Just a minute after the transfer, a video call from his father came through, as he had anticipated, and he promptly answered. "Hello, you little rascal. Why did you transfer me such a large sum? You'd better confess, did you rob a bank? If you've done something illegal, we should turn ourselves in and seek leniency." Jiang Haitao's voice boomed, causing Jiang Chuan's ears to ring. It was evident that his father was still quite vigorous. Huffed. Su Qingya couldn't help but chuckle at the humorous tone of the chairman's father. "Dad, do you really think so little of me? Even if I were to starve, I would never resort to illegal activities." Jiang Chuan responded with a wry smile. "Xiao Chuan, your mother and I trust you won't engage in anything unlawful, but this 1 million is simply too much," his mother, Xiao Xiaohong, interjected. Her tone was not one of joy, but rather filled with concern. "Mom, this money is earned legally and is intended as a token of filial piety. So please spend it without any burden on your hearts," Jiang Chuan replied earnestly. "Is this truly money you earned?" Jiang Haitao still seemed skeptical. He hadn't seen his son in years, which suggested that life outside had not been particularly kind to him. When he spoke with him on the phone yesterday, he could sense his son's low spirits. So how had he suddenly come into 1 million today, while he believed his son would never engage in illegal activities? That sum was staggering for someone from their rural background. "Well, I actually started a company. Business was tough for the past couple of years. But today I landed a big order and made a few million," Jiang Chuan offered, merely skimming the surface of the truth. After all, he could never disclose the system's existence, not even to his own parents. "I see. That makes sense." Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong accepted Jiang Chuan's explanation. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xiaohong's voice came through again. "Son, while we're glad you're doing well and have earned money, you should keep it for yourself. There's no need to send it to us. Your company needs funds for operations, and we hardly require much money back home." "It's fine, Mom. Think of this money as being saved for you. You know how young people can be with money. If I keep it in my account, it might be gone before I know it," Jiang Chuan said with a reassuring smile. "Well, if you say so. Well, your father and I will save this money for you, to use when you get married. By the way, son, how is your leave of absence going? That spirited young lady I mentioned has just returned to the village. You should come back soon. There are quite a few single young men in the village these days. I heard that those hoping to court her are already queuing up at the eastern end of the village. It would be troublesome if someone else catches her eye." Clearly, compared to 1 million, Xiao Xiaohong is far more concerned about securing that spirited daughter-in-law. Jiang Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Su Qingya beside him could not help but chuckle. Jiang Chuan shot her an annoyed glare, but then a clever idea struck him. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Upon catching his gaze, Su Qingya ceased her laughter, sensing that something was amiss. Before she could speak, Jiang Chuan beamed and declared, "Mom, actually, I already have a girlfriend. In fact, I'm dining with her right now. So that spirited young lady can be left for the other young men. What? Is that true? You really have a girlfriend? Exclaimed his mother. This little rascal is making progress. How could you keep such a big secret from us? Let us see her. The moment the two elders heard this, they became visibly agitated. Could it be that the girlfriend you mentioned is me? Su Qingya stared at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. How did this dinner turn into a personal affair? Cough, cough. Could you lend me a hand? My family is pushing me hard. If you don't help, I'll have to seek out Meng Yurong. Jiang Chuan pleaded earnestly with Su Qingya. He was quite resistant to the idea of blind dates because the prospect of sitting with a complete stranger, devoid of common interests beyond material possessions, was unappealing. Moreover, he had seen some bizarre blind date videos over the years, which had left him with a lasting aversion to the concept. Su Qingya rolled her eyes, softly responding, "Remember, you owe me a favor." Chapter 9. The Reward of Brutal Combat Skills. Jiang Chuan's parents were growing increasingly anxious. This rascal wouldn't be trying to avoid blind dates by bringing any random girl to trick us, would he? Zhang Haitao anxiously rubbed his hands while staring at his phone's black screen, feeling more anxious than he had during his own blind dates. No way. I know our son well, Xiao Xiaohong confidently stated. At that moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up. A stunningly beautiful visage appeared on the screen. Long, dark hair elegantly swept up, long lashes framing her fair, flawless complexion, a perfectly sculpted nose, and delicate cherry lips gracing her charming oval face, all composed a breathtakingly beautiful countenance. What a lovely girl. More spirited than the one from the neighboring village. She's simply star-like. Xiao Xiaohong exclaimed in awe. Initially, she thought the actresses on television were stunning, but this woman on the phone surpassed them all. She exuded an elegant, classical aura that those actresses utterly lacked. Indeed, indeed. No wonder he is my son. He has inherited my discerning eye, Jiang Haitao remarked, rubbing his hands in satisfaction. With just one statement, he had managed to compliment all four of them. It must be said that eloquence is truly an art. Just then, Su Qingya spoke up. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Jiang Chuan's girlfriend, Su Qingya. It's a pleasure to meet you. After uttering this line, even with her temperament, a hint of blush quickly crept across her cheeks. Ah, wonderful, splendid. Qingya, what a lovely name. You truly embody its essence. The two elders were so excited they could barely contain themselves. With such a beautiful daughter-in-law. If Jiang Chuan were to bring her home, the neighboring aunties would surely be envious. Su Qingya found herself at a loss for words. After all, pretending to be someone's girlfriend was a first for her in her 20 years of life. She had little experience in such matters. Qingya, are you truly Jiang Chuan's girlfriend? Xiao Xiaohong asked, recovering from her surprise to confirm. Though she believed her son to be handsome and exceptional, Su Qingya appeared to be an equally stunning and accomplished young woman, resembling the wealthy heiresses seen on television, a type that typically had high standards for partners. Yes, aunt. I am indeed Jiang Chuan's girlfriend, Su Qingya replied shyly. Ah, our family is blessed by the spirits of our ancestors. Having such an outstanding girlfriend is a great fortune for us. The wrinkles on the elders' faces unfurled in delight. As the saying goes, joy brings a refreshing spirit. They felt years younger in an instant. This barrage of compliments made Su Qingya's face redden even further. Hey, you little rascal. You must bring Qingya home for the new year this year, or else I'll make you eat stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork and cold mixed seven wolf. Zhang Haitao's jovial voice rang out once more, causing Jiang Chuan to wear a pained smile. Yes, yes, Qingya, you must come and visit uncle and aunt this year. If you don't, your uncle and I will be terribly upset. Xiao Xiaohong added enthusiastically. Rest assured, aunt, if I have the time, I will certainly come to see you. Su Qingya nodded with a smile. That smile captivated Jiang Chuan, leaving him somewhat entranced. Su Qingya was indeed a rare beauty, and her smile was truly enchanting, rivaling that of the most exquisite women. After chatting for over 40 minutes, Xiao Xiaohong reluctantly ended the video call. Thank you, Jiang Chuan said awkwardly. Although he felt a bit shy at the beginning of the conversation, he noticed that Su Qingya seemed to enjoy the chat as it progressed. No need to thank me. I quite like uncle and aunt as well. But you haven't been home for 2 years. You will return this year, right? Su Qingya inquired. She had learned from the elders that Jiang Chuan had not returned home for 2 years, and she found it puzzling as to why someone so affluent would not make the trip home. Isn't it every man's dream to return home in glory? Of course. I have to go back. Didn't you hear my dad say that if I don't bring you back this year, he'll make me eat stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork? Jiang Chuan replied with a grin. You really do consider me your girlfriend, huh? Su Qingya pouted, seemingly unperturbed. Jiang Chuan continued to smile. Whether I see you as my girlfriend is insignificant. However, my parents seem to have already accepted you as their daughter-in-law. Su Qingya's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. It was clear that uncle and aunt seemed to like her quite a bit. However, Her lifelong commitment was not something she could decide on her own. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Jiang Chuan called out casually. Meng Yurong entered. A fawning smile plastered on her face. "Young Master Jiang, would you like to add a few more dishes? No matter what, today." She had to ensure that this esteemed young master was well taken care of. Whether she could ascend to greater heights in life depended on her ability to attach herself to such a formidable figure. "No need, just bring the bill." Jiang Chuan shook his head. Although the Western cuisine was exquisitely prepared, he found little interest in it. Especially the sashimi and bloody steaks, he simply could not adapt. He would much prefer a hearty bowl of braised beef with potatoes. "All right, young Master Jiang, excluding the complimentary bottle of red wine, your total is 328,888. As a first-class member, you are entitled to a 50% discount, so it comes to 164 for 144. I'll round it down for you. You can settle it for 160,000. Meng Yurong maintained a very humble demeanor, fearful that this generous patron would be dissatisfied. "No discounts. I'm not short on cash. Just charge me the full amount." Jiang Chuan waved his hand grandly. "Jokingly, I could easily earn 8 million by merely lying around all day. Thus, the mere thousands he mentioned hardly concern me. Moreover, my expenditures are directly linked to critical hit rewards. If I were to miss out on a critical rebate opportunity for the sake of a trivial discount, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. A true tycoon. This is the quintessence of a real tycoon." Meng Yurong gazed at Jiang Chuan with wide eyes filled with admiration, her gaze beginning to linger on another aspect. And she quickly nodded. "All right, Mr. Jiang. Ding. Congratulations, host, on dining expenditure of 328,888, triggering a critical rebate. Reward, king-level free fighting skills." Wow, indeed. The critical hit reward was triggered. Thankfully, she did not miss the discount. Jiang Chuan's face was alight with excitement. He never anticipated that critical hit rewards would encompass not just shares and cash, but also fighting techniques. This system is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya ascended the elevator to the underground parking lot. Just as Chairman Su Qingya began to speak, Jiang Chuan interrupted her. "Please refrain from calling me chairman in the future. If we are to be friends, simply call me Jiang Chuan. It sounds more pleasant to my ears." Jiang Chuan. Although she had called him Jiang Chuan quite effortlessly during the video call with her uncle and aunt, it now felt somewhat awkward with just the two of them. "By the way, what were you about to say?" Jiang Chuan inquired. Su Qingya's expression turned serious as she spoke, regarding Huang Xingwang. "I know him to be a cunning and vengeful individual. Today, not only did you dismiss him, but you're also sending him to work as a seamstress. I am concerned." Noticing Su Qingya's slightly furrowed brows, Jiang Chuan teased, "Are you worried about me?" "Indeed." Su Qingya responded with remarkable directness, meeting Jiang Chuan's gaze. "You are the chairman of the company. If anything were to happen to you, who would I turn to for my salary?" Jiang Chuan understood that Su Qingya was joking, and with confidence, he reassured her, "Don't worry. They no longer possess the means to contend with me." This confidence stemmed from his current financial resources and the recently acquired king-level free fighting skills. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot. The lighting was bright, nearly indistinguishable from the outside. However, the parking area was eerily silent, the stillness lending an air of unease. Both Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya furrowed their brows slightly. The atmosphere felt decidedly off. Su Qingya cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Her feminine intuition warned her that something was amiss. "Ah, I seem to sense a whiff of danger." Jiang Chuan calmly nodded. Perhaps it was the recent acquisition of king-level free fighting skills that had heightened his sense of impending peril. Chapter 10, 1 against 6, effortlessly. Swish. Swish, swish. Almost instantly after Jiang Chuan's words fell, several figures suddenly darted out from behind the cars ahead. Upon closer inspection, there were 6 individuals, each bearing a ruffian-esque visage, clad in black vests that exposed their muscular arms, wielding steel pipes. With one hand gripping the pipe, they rhythmically tapped it against the other hand. At first glance, they resembled the thuggish characters often depicted in television dramas. As if the words "we are mere hoodlums" were emblazoned across their foreheads. "See, I told you Huang Xingwang is insidious and will undoubtedly seek revenge," Su Qingya whispered. Her brow slightly knitted. She hadn't anticipated Huang Xingwang's retaliation would come so swiftly. Just this morning, he was dismissed, and by afternoon, he had already summoned these ruffians for retribution. "It appears you truly understand Huang Xingwang," Jiang Chuan remarked with a smirk. "However, given that he dares to undertake such foolish actions, it seems he is destined to face dire consequences." The calmness in Jiang Chuan's demeanor suggested he held no regard for the thugs before them, which left Su Qingya in a state of astonishment. Jiang Chuan appeared rather slender, unmistakably someone who typically lacked time for exercise. Yet, to maintain such composure in front of these ferocious ruffians was remarkable. There was no trace of panic or fear on his face. This level of courage certainly surpassed that of his peers. This fellow possesses more masculine spirit than I initially perceived, Su Qingya mused inwardly. Nevertheless, the current situation demanded her immediate focus. For now, don't dwell on whether Huang Xingwang will face severe repercussions. We must consider how to deal with this situation. She continued, I have practiced taekwondo and basic martial arts. I should be able to hold off 2 or 3 of them. Beyond that, I am powerless. Given the current circumstances, even if they were to call the police, it would be too late. Jiang Chuan was taken aback, realizing Su Qingya was quite the martial artist. With newfound confidence, he replied, leave the rest to me. It's the perfect opportunity to test the king-level free fighting skills I just received from the system. If the system produced it, it surely won't disappoint. Moreover, a genuine free fighting champion should find it as easy to handle a few punks as a university student would find dealing with kindergarten children. You? Su Qingya was momentarily stunned, her brows knitting once more. Are you certain? Clearly, she held skepticism regarding Jiang Chuan's abilities, given his frail physique. She doubted he could withstand even a single blow from the adversaries. Don't underestimate me. My fighting prowess is at the king level. I can dispatch these small fry with a single punch, Jiang Chuan asserted confidently. At that moment, the leader of the thugs, a scarred man, spoke up. Evidently the ringleader of the group. Brothers, let us get to work. According to our employer's instructions, let us incapacitate that man so he can't fend for himself. Once we complete this job, we can wash our hands clean and enjoy life abroad. The scarred man uttered no further words, clearly aware of the age-old adage that villains perish due to excessive chatter. After nodding in agreement, the other thugs brandished their steel pipes and charged toward Jiang Chuan. They're after you. If the opportunity arises, make a swift escape. Su Qingya warned Jiang Chuan in a hushed tone before shedding her high heels. With a graceful spinning kick, she struck the chin of the thug at the forefront, sending him crashing to the ground. Utilizing the momentum, Su Qingya executed a backflip and landed firmly. Wow, she is truly formidable, Jiang Chuan thought. This strike surpassed the so-called exciting punches demonstrated by online influencers. His astonishment was fleeting. With a gaze as cold as a serpent, Jiang Chuan focused on the scarred thug. Capture the leader first, he resolved internally, charging toward the scarred man. Whether it was due to the system's recent reward or a surge of latent potential in the face of danger, he felt his speed had significantly increased. Little punk, you dare make me your target? The scarred thug chuckled derisively, clearly underestimating Jiang Chuan. After all, he had been part of the thug world for several years, and his fighting skills were honed through real combat. A mere bag of bones like Jiang Chuan could easily be dispatched with a single slap. As Jiang Chuan closed the distance to 5 meters, the scarred thug tightened his grip on the steel pipe, sneering, you've chosen the wrong target. Yet, before he could finish, Jiang Chuan was already within 2 meters of him. In an instant, Jiang Chuan leaped into the air, executing a perfect flying knee aimed squarely at the thug's chin. The chin is a relatively vulnerable area of the human body, which is why boxers favor uppercuts. The action unfolded in a matter of seconds, and the scarred thug had no chance to react. Bang! Crack! The deep thud of impact and the sharp sound of bone fracturing resonated simultaneously throughout the underground parking lot. The scarred thug was sent flying 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. His jawbone was completely deformed, blood oozing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. After effortlessly dealing with Scarface, Jiang Chuan did not pause for a moment, but instead turned directly to the nearest thug. With a perfectly executed explosive punch, he incapacitated the thug, rendering him as defenseless as a cooked shrimp lying on the ground. Jiang Chuan moved with an agility akin to that of a specter. It is essential to recognize that a champion in free fighting possesses skills that extend beyond mere brute strength. Their footwork is equally exceptional. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of impact echoed continuously as one thug after another fell to the ground. Although these ruffians may have possessed some street fighting experience, the disparity in skill was insurmountable when compared to a champion. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chuan could afford countless mistakes, for these petty thugs lacked any TKO capability. However, a single misstep on their part would be fatal. In less than 3 minutes, all 6 thugs lay groaning in pain on the ground. Some had their faces so battered they were unrecognizable, while others clutched their stomachs, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Su Qingya looked at Jiang Chuan with a bewildered expression, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She had never anticipated that the seemingly frail Jiang Chuan possessed such formidable fighting prowess. In the recent altercation, it was as if he dispatched each thug with a single punch, his strikes swift, precise, and ruthless. Each blow landed almost perfectly on the most vulnerable points of these thugs' bodies. Jiang Chuan, could it be that you are truly a champion in free fighting? Su Qingya asked, her face a mask of shock. She even felt that not even a legitimate champion in free fighting could exhibit such ferocity as Jiang Chuan had just displayed. Indeed, I told you, each of these thugs is but a mere target for my fists, Jiang Chuan replied, pride swelling within him. In truth, he was exhilarated by the unexpected prowess granted by the system's reward of champion fighting techniques. During the skirmish, he felt as though he were an embodiment of a true champion. The thugs' methods of attack and speed were utterly pathetic, posing no threat whatsoever. You truly surprised me, Su Qingya murmured, glancing at the sprawled thugs on the ground. What do you intend to do with them? Call the police, Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly. After all, these thugs are a menace to society. Let them serve time in prison. Su Qingya nodded in agreement as she began to take out her phone to report the incident. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan approached Scarface, crouching down to regard him with disdain as he awakened, painfully cradling his jaw. Speak. Who sent you? Jiang Chuan inquired calmly. Although he knew it was Huang Xingwang and Huang Ziqing, he needed their admission to serve as evidence. You'll get nothing from me, though you may be formidable. We are principled thugs. Even if you were to kill me, I would not divulge that information, Scarface retorted defiantly, his resolve apparent even in his battered state. Clearly, he was convinced that Jiang Chuan would not dare to take his life. A cooked duck that won't yield, Jiang Chuan thought, his gaze sharpening. Bang! He delivered a heavy punch to Scarface's mouth. Then, directing his gaze at the remaining thugs, he sneered, Allow me to introduce myself. I am the chairman of the Dingxing Group. I am now offering you a chance for leniency. Confess the mastermind behind this plot. Of course, if you choose not to cooperate, I have ways of uncovering the truth. At that point, I possess the means to ensure you serve a life sentence. And let me assure you, I have ample capabilities to make you vanish from this world. At these words, the thugs froze, lifting their gazes to behold the cruel smile etched on Jiang Chuan's face. An unprecedented sense of dread enveloped them, filling their hearts with a profound fear of death. Even Su Qingya felt a shiver run down her spine. Jiang Chuan's demeanor was undeniably genuine. Several of the terrified thugs immediately fell to their knees before Jiang Chuan, tears streaming down their faces as they pleaded, Please, sir. It was Huang Xingwang who instigated us. Spare our lives. Chapter 11. What? Jiang Chuan drinks water from a trash bin? Over half an hour later, Jiang Chuan, Su Qingya, and the 6 thugs were escorted to the police station by 4 officers. The thugs recounted the entire incident truthfully to the officers. Su Qingya introduced Jiang Chuan's identity to the station chief and promptly requested the apprehension of Huang Xingwang and his nephew. Meanwhile, the officers regarded Jiang Chuan with considerable respect. The chairman of a billion-dollar conglomerate was not someone they could afford to provoke. Moreover, Jiang Chuan was, after all, the victim in this situation. Before long, Huang Ziqing and Huang Xingwang were brought into the station. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan standing there unscathed, both men were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The hired thugs were notorious for their ruthlessness. How could they possibly have failed to incapacitate such a defenseless young man? Gentlemen, seeing me here unharmed, I presume you are quite disappointed, Jiang Chuan remarked with a cold smile directed at them. Jiang Chuan, you insolent pauper, do not get too complacent. You may have escaped this time, but I assure you, next time, I will make you pay dearly, Huang Ziqing spat, having completely lost his composure. A mere lowly individual who had been crushed underfoot the previous day was now standing above him, and he could not accept it. Oh, my sincere apologies. It appears you may not have another opportunity, as your future will be forever entwined with a sewing machine, Jiang Chuan retorted disdainfully. He had already met with the detectives and lawyers arranged by Su Qingya and had uncovered all of Huang Xingwang and Huang Ziqing's transgressions. The evidence was sufficient to ensure they would spend a lifetime behind bars. Do not get too smug, you brat, Huang Xingwang scoffed. While he was aware that the thugs had likely betrayed him, he remained unperturbed. Even if I admit to hiring someone to harm you, what of it? It would amount to nothing more than attempted assault, at worst, a minor administrative penalty. And even if you were to expose all my embezzlement, bribery, and tax evasion, what would you achieve? We would merely face a brief detention. Huang Xingwang was evidently aware that Jiang Chuan had thoroughly investigated their recent illegal activities within the company and was now speaking candidly, without fear. Regardless, even if all their misdeeds were revealed, it would not result in a lifetime of confinement. Indeed, you insolent brat, once I am released, I shall ensure you pay dearly, Huang Ziqing declared arrogantly, fixated on the notion of exacting revenge on Jiang Chuan. Upon hearing their audacious remarks, the officers present could no longer remain silent. They had encountered many arrogant criminals, but few had been as brazen as these two. To be in the police station and still speak so audaciously was an extraordinary display of hubris. However, Huang Xingwang's assertions held some truth. If his only offenses were as he claimed, there was little that could be done to ensure a life of servitude in prison. Observing the 2 men's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Chuan regarded them with contempt. It seems you possess little more than this meager wit, my esteemed chairman. I genuinely hope to spend an eternity operating a sewing machine. Or better yet, to be executed on the spot. I would relish the experience, Huang Xingwang boasted, a smug expression on his face. At this point, he had thrown caution to the wind, relishing the opportunity to infuriate Jiang Chuan. Such a despicable wish is unheard of. The officers were utterly exasperated. Do you wish for free peanuts? Jiang Chuan replied with a nonchalant smile. He then produced a folder and began to read from it with a grin. On August 15, 2014, which marked the Mid-Autumn Festival a decade ago, a man named Huang Xingchang was brutally murdered, and the perpetrator remains at large to this very day. If my assumptions are correct, Huang Xingwang is none other than your elder brother, Huang Zicheng's father, or rather, your uncle. Thud. Upon hearing these words, both Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng were instantly seized by terror, their legs turning to jelly as they collapsed onto the ground. Beads of sweat erupted on their foreheads, and their faces paled in an instant. Mr. Jiang, may I take a look at that document? Director Bao Chang implored, his eyes wide with urgency. He had been involved in the investigation of Huang Xingchang's case a decade prior. Yet, after 2 years of relentless pursuit, the murderer had eluded capture, leaving the case an unsolved mystery. At the time, Huang Zicheng's family had expressed their wish to cease any further inquiries, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. However, observing Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng's current demeanor, it appeared that this case bore a connection to them. Of course, Director Bao, feel free to look. Jiang Chuan handed the document over to Bao Chang. Then, casting a scornful glance at the two men seated on the floor, he remarked, TSK. Truly, the world is in decline, morals are eroding. I had thought only novels would daringly depict such tales of usurping one's sister-in-law and murdering one's own brother. Upon hearing this, Huang Xingwang was engulfed by despair. He had lost, utterly and completely, and it seemed that his wish for free peanuts was about to materialize. Director Bao, it appears we have no further business here, so I shall take my leave. With the situation essentially sealed, Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng seemed to be at their end, prompting Jiang Chuan to prepare to depart. Allow me to see you out, Mr. Jiang. Bao Chang quickly followed him. This was not merely due to Jiang Chuan's status as the chairman of the prosperous Dingxing Group. More importantly, he had assisted in unraveling this decade-old murder case. Upon reaching the door, Bao Chang expressed his gratitude. Mr. Jiang, I cannot thank you enough for this. Do come to my home sometime. I shall have my wife prepare a few dishes for us to enjoy over drinks. Certainly, as long as Brother Chang and your wife do not mind my intrusion. I would be delighted to savor your wife's culinary skills. Moreover, as you are my senior, feel free to address me as Xiao Chuan, Jiang Chuan replied, graciously accepting Bao Chang's overture of friendship. Despite the director's modest position, he was still a public servant, and Jiang Chuan saw the value in fostering this connection. All right, Xiao Chuan. Bao Chang beamed, patting Jiang Chuan's arm with satisfaction. He had encountered numerous privileged youths, each with an inflated sense of self-importance who regarded him with disdain. Yet, Jiang Chuan, as the chairman of a billion-dollar enterprise, remained humble and courteous, destined for greatness. This was the primary reason he sought to befriend Jiang Chuan. Xiao Chuan, I must return to my duties now. Here is my personal number. Call me when you have the chance. With that, Bao Chang turned to rejoin the group. Half an hour later, Su Qingya escorted Jiang Chuan to the base of his rented building. The surroundings were dismal, littered with refuse that had gone uncollected, and the air was thick with an unbearable stench. Is this truly in Lehigh City? Were it not for the sight of the towering Baidu building, I would think I had crossed into another realm, she remarked incredulously. It was hard to fathom that such a dilapidated neighborhood could exist amidst the flourishing and prosperous Lehigh City. Haha, of course, this is Lehigh City. Hard to believe, isn't it? Jiang Chuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps it's simply that you have never encountered such a scene before. Akin to those high-ranking officials who remain blissfully unaware that half of Dragon Country's population earns less than 1,000 a month. It seemed unlikely that these officials were ignorant. Rather, they were reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Hence, they concocted illusions of $1 million average annual salary to maintain their delusions. Jiang Chuan's remarks left Su Qingya astounded. She had not anticipated that a billionaire would express such sentiments. Observing her momentary daze, Jiang Chuan smiled casually. Would you care to come up for a while? Oh no. It's getting late. I should head back, Su Qingya replied, shaking her head as she regained her composure. Very well, drive safely. See you tomorrow. Jiang Chuan waved as he watched her depart before turning to ascend the stairs. Lying on his bed, Jiang Chuan felt as though everything he had experienced that day resembled a magnificent dream. Just yesterday, he had been a struggling worker with less than 10,000 in his account, occupying the lowest rungs of society. Yet now, he had transformed into the chairman of a company with a fortune of millions. While he pondered over the system's marketplace, his phone buzzed incessantly. Upon checking, he discovered he had inexplicably been added to a group chat titled, High School Class 6 Student Exchange Group. Jiang Chuan, is what they're saying true? Have you really fallen so low as to scavenge for water from a trash bin? Jiang Chuan, respond. Did you actually get taken to the police station today? Come on. Jiang Chuan, if you're in trouble, just say something in the group. We're all classmates. I'll treat you to a couple of bucks worth of Nongfu Spring. Scavenging water from a dumpster is just too low. The messages flooded in. Jiang Chuan was utterly bewildered. Scavenging for water from a trash bin? What nonsense was this? Even in his dire straits, he would not resort to such degradation, and he had no idea who was spreading such rumors. However, regarding the police station, he had indeed visited earlier that day. That's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, watch the video. A woman named Li Tingting sent a message, seemingly a high school classmate. Soon after, she shared a video in the group. In the clip, Jiang Chuan was seen skillfully retrieving half a bottle of mineral water from a trash bin and drinking it down, before the video abruptly ended. Another video depicted Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya being escorted into the precinct earlier that day. Watching the videos, Jiang Chuan realized that while the second one was indeed genuine, the first had clearly been manipulated. He had merely tossed an empty bottle into the trash after drinking. It appeared that someone was deliberately tarnishing his reputation. Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. In the past, he might have felt compelled to defend himself or retaliate in anger. But now, why should an elephant concern itself with the chatter of ants? I also heard that Jiang Chuan ended up in the station because he was devastated after his girlfriend dumped him and resorted to gambling with loan sharks, leading to his arrest. Who knows if that's true? Rumors spread like wildfire. Refuting them was a futile endeavor. In this hyper-connected society, falsehoods could wield the power to destroy lives. Damn you, Kaikuin. If you keep spreading lies about my brother, I swear I'll slap you silly. Do you know that spreading rumors is a crime? Zhang Hai and his ilk were nothing but scum. This wretched group was hardly worth my time. Chapter 12, The Brothers' Predicament. Jiang Chuan took a glance and decisively exited the group. Such elementary and middle school groups had ceased to foster genuine connections. They had devolved into instruments for gossip and boasting. Just then, his phone chimed incessantly with WeChat notifications. Upon opening it, he saw messages from his 3 closest friends from high school in their private group. Old 4, why didn't you tell me you were in trouble? You're being quite inconsiderate, aren't you? Do you look down on me? Wang Shui lamented. Zhang Hai too, you little rascal. Not a peep from you when you have issues. Do you think we're not your brothers? Duan Tao chimed in. Hurry and accept this transfer, otherwise. You're looking down on me. Each of them sent 3,000 yuan in the group chat. A warmth spread through Jiang Chuan's heart. Despite the long absence from these brothers, their concern for him was genuine. It is not the number of brothers that matters, but the depth of understanding. One is enough. He felt fortunate to have 3 such good friends. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, I'm doing just fine. No need for money. Those are just baseless rumors. Jiang Chuan quickly sent a voice message. Enough of the nonsense. Just acknowledge me as your elder brother and take the money. Wang Shui's tone was resolute. Although their opportunities to meet had diminished after graduating high school, as they were all preoccupied with their studies and lives, the bond of brotherhood remained untainted by distance. If you don't accept the money, don't call me brother. I can't accept a brother like that, Duan Tao added, his expression laced with indignation. Xiao Chuan, we are all brothers here, sharing both joys and hardships. If you continue to refuse, we might genuinely become upset. Zhang Hai quickly followed suit with a voice message. Faced with the unwavering attitudes of his 3 elder brothers, Jiang Chuan had no choice but to accept the money, knowing that their characters would interpret his refusal as disdain, leading to their displeasure. He silently vowed to provide the best life for these brothers in return. This is what brotherhood is about. Once the new year comes and we have time, we must gather properly. I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I must get back to work for now. Remember, if anything arises, let your elder brother know. We will find a way together, Wang Shui instructed. I also need to help my daughter with her homework now. Xiao Chuan, take care of yourself while you're out there, Zhang Hai added, sending a weary emoji along with his message. Xiao Chuan, you haven't returned in 2 years. Please come back this year. Uncles and aunties, as well as all of us, miss you dearly. As Jiang Chuan read the messages from his brothers, his eyes glistened with emotion. Though they were not related by blood, their camaraderie surpassed that of biological brothers. Gripping his phone tightly, he felt a surge of determination. He must repay the affection of these 3 brothers. I will return tomorrow, Jiang Chuan resolved internally. With Li Ligua handling matters at the company, he could afford to be hands-off. Whether it resulted in profit or loss mattered little to him. Just as he was preparing to sleep, his phone buzzed again, prompting him to check. Shueli? He was taken aback by the notification. Shueli had been his classmate throughout high school, and they had shared a desk for 2 years. He remembered her as a petite girl, possessing a porcelain-like cherubic face that was utterly charming. In high school, he often delighted in pinching her chubby cheeks, relishing the delightful texture. It seemed that Shueli had a fondness for him as well. After all, during their high school and college years, girls' standards for choosing partners were less pragmatic, favoring those who were handsome, academically proficient, or skilled in basketball. Jiang Chuan fit all three criteria during his school days, attracting quite a few admirers, Shueli among them. Jiang Chuan, do you remember me? She texted with a smiley face. Of course, my little chubby classmate. How could I forget? Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Since Shueli had a doll-like face, he had affectionately nicknamed her Little Chubby Girl. You still call me Little Chubby Girl? Humph. She responded with mock indignation. I'm not chubby at all anymore. You must stop calling me that. All right, Little Chubby Girl. Jiang Chuan chuckled in return. On to serious matters. I saw in the class group that you're facing some difficulties. Do you need any help? Shueli inquired earnestly. Initially, she found it hard to believe the messages in the group. Jiang Chuan was such an outstanding individual, and she had heard that he excelled in college as well. An exemplary young man like him could hardly have fallen to the depths of despair, could he? Well, I am indeed facing some challenges. But it's not as dire as it sounds. The rumors about gambling and loan sharks are entirely unfounded, Jiang Chuan replied, carefully concealing the fact that he was now worth billions. After all, revealing such information would likely lead others to think he was delusional or provoke jealousy. Moreover, it is often in times of financial struggle that one can truly discern the nature of people. Oh, that's good to hear. Shueli seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly adding, what I meant was that encountering difficulties isn't frightening. As long as you steer clear of loan sharks and gambling, everything will be fine. It was evident that she genuinely cared for him. Suddenly, Shueli seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, you should know about Wang Shuai and Zhang Hai, right? You were their closest friends in high school. What happened to them? Jiang Chuan inquired, confusion etched on his face. He had just been chatting with them, yet they had said nothing about any issues. I thought you knew. Hurry and tell me, what is going on? Are they in trouble? He pressed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Yes, Shueli nodded, not intending to conceal the truth. Wang Shuai opened a building materials company, but recently he seems to have offended someone, and his business is suffering, nearly facing bankruptcy. Due to debt issues, the bank is about to reclaim their house, and they are living in dire straits. What? At this revelation, Jiang Chuan felt a sudden pang in his chest. His elder brother was in such dire circumstances. Yet he had just sent him 3,000 yuan without mentioning a word about his troubles. That 3,000 yuan might seem trivial to Jiang Chuan now, but for his brother, it was undoubtedly a lifeline. Realizing this, Jiang Chuan felt an intense ache in his heart, as if a heavy stone had been placed upon it. What about my second brother? He quickly asked. Zhang Hai's situation is even worse. Shueli paused, a look of sympathy crossing her face. He has a 3-year-old daughter, and in June, she was diagnosed with a congenital disease. The surgery nearly depleted all their savings, and they even sold their house. I heard he borrowed money from loan sharks, and now they are constantly hounding him for repayment. Jiang Chuan felt as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Here were his brothers, mired in hardship, yet still concerned for him. The guilt weighed heavily on him, realizing he had been oblivious to their plight. It felt as though a knife was piercing his heart. Taking a deep breath, he finally replied, "Thank you for telling me this. I appreciate it." "Don't be so polite with me," she replied. "By the way, I don't have much money on hand either. But here, take this 30,000 yuan to tide you over. Don't refuse. This isn't a gift, it's a loan. Just pay me back when you become successful," Shueli insisted, fully aware of Jiang Chuan's strong pride. Jiang Chuan understood her intentions. He was genuinely surprised that beyond his 3 brothers, someone else was willing to lend him money in such a time of need. "Thank you, little chubby girl," he expressed sincerely. "Humph, if you call me little chubby girl again, I will truly be upset," Shueli playfully retorted. Then she became serious. "Jiang Chuan, despite the many difficulties and disappointments life may throw our way, we must firmly believe that there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. All right, I'm going to sleep now. You should also get some rest. Good night." "Yes, good night." After ending the video call, Jiang Chuan felt a deep concern for his elder brother and second brother's situations. However, it was getting late. He resolved to head to Jin County first thing in the morning. Chapter 13, Foreseeing the Future. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Su Qingya was deep in slumber when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the notification, she quickly woke up. It was Jiang Chuan calling. "What's the matter, Jiang Chuan? Calling so early?" Su Qingya asked, her voice still heavy with sleep. "I apologize for disturbing you at this hour," Jiang Chuan said, sounding somewhat embarrassed. "I intend to head to Jin County immediately. Could you arrange a car for me? Preferably one with a driver." He felt a bit awkward asking for such a favor, as he had never enjoyed such treatment before. "You are the chairman, so this small request is certainly no problem," she replied. "By the way, besides the car and driver, do you need anything else?" Su Qingya's melodious voice gently inquired, "Is that all?" "Thank you." After saying this, Jiang Chuan ended the call. He then tidied up briefly before heading downstairs. An hour later, a thunderous roar accompanied the powerful engine of a brand new McLaren Senna, which gracefully came to a halt before Jiang Chuan. The car exuded an aura of dominance, captivating Jiang Chuan's attention. After all, supercars are the dream vehicles of every young man. This McLaren Senna, valued at a staggering $23 million, is a rarity in the market. Such a million-dollar supercar was something Jiang Chuan had never dared to dream of before. How cool. It's no wonder that so many women flock to supercars, waiting for their owners. It seems I, too, need to indulge in one someday, Jiang Chuan mused inwardly. Even men find it hard to resist the allure of such high-end supercars, let alone those frugal young ladies. Why don't you take the wheel? Su Qingya suddenly suggested, her voice soft yet curious. Jiang Chuan, puzzled, wondered how a billionaire chairman could be so entranced by a mere 20 million sports car. "No, you drive. My skills are lacking." Jiang Chuan waved his hand in refusal. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive. Rather, he had never owned a car before. Hence, even with a license, he couldn't possibly handle such a supercar at this moment. He then stole a glance at Su Qingya, who was clad in a sleek black jumpsuit. Her delicate shoulders were exposed, and her fair neck showcased a well-defined collarbone, undeniably alluring. While it is often said that attire defines a person, Su Qingya seemed to defy this notion entirely. It felt as if she could set fashion trends even in the simplest of garments. "All right, then hop in. We should reach Jingxian in about 3 hours," she remarked, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Chuan's gaze. Once inside, she pressed the accelerator, and they sped off. By 8 in the morning, the pair had arrived in Jingxian. "Come on, let's grab breakfast," Jiang Chuan exclaimed as he took Su Qingya along for a meal. Despite the day's numerous responsibilities, one must eat to sustain oneself. Soon, they found themselves at a breakfast shop, ordering 2 baskets of soup dumplings and 2 cups of hot soy milk, totaling 30 yuan. Jingxian, the largest county in Linjiang City, spans an area of 2,000 square kilometers and has a resident population of over 1.8 million. Consequently, the cost of living here is higher than in most city-level locales. In recent years, the government has been vigorously developing and expanding Jingxian, attracting many large enterprises and companies to establish themselves here. Just as Su Qingya was about to pay, Jiang Chuan intercepted her. "Let me take care of it. How could a girl pay for breakfast?" he insisted, swiftly scanning the payment through WeChat. His actions left Su Qingya thoroughly impressed. In truth, Jiang Chuan had another motive for paying, to trigger a reward from the system. Just as the payment was confirmed, the electronic system notification chimed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You spent 30 yuan on breakfast and triggered a critical rebate, granting you 10 random opportunities to foresee the future." Upon hearing the system's synthetic voice, Jiang Chuan began to tremble with excitement. An unparalleled thrill coursed through him. If yesterday's reward of a champion-level free-fighting technique had taken him by surprise, this reward was nothing short of astonishing. To foresee the future, what an ability that defies fate. Wow, this system is incredible. Jiang Chuan felt his heart racing furiously. Such rewards transcended scientific explanation. Yet, considering the very existence of the system, it was only logical that it defied conventional understanding. "Jiang Chuan, why are you trembling? It's just breakfast, not a life-changing event," Su Qingya remarked, observing his quivering form with a look of disdain. "You're the one who's trembling. I merely recalled a joyous moment," Jiang Chuan replied somewhat irritably. He was taken aback that the usually aloof Su Qingya could express such sentiments. "What joyous moment? Care to share?" Su Qingya asked, her expression curious. For reasons unknown, being with Jiang Chuan felt refreshingly relaxed, and she found herself wanting to tease him. However, she felt entirely different when in the company of other men, often finding their presence utterly distasteful. Jiang Chuan nodded. "I just remembered that my pig at home is giving birth today." "Humph. If you don't want to share, that's fine," he added dismissively. Afterward, Jiang Chuan made a trip to the bank and emerged half an hour later, carrying 3 briefcases. Soon after, they arrived at a newly constructed residential complex. For a county-level city, it was quite expansive, comprising 30 apartment buildings. The greenery and design of the complex were notably modern, classifying it as a high-end community. Building 24, Unit 2, Apartment 901. "This is where my brother Wang Shuai lives." He mentioned it in the group chat, Jiang Chuan stated. As they were about to knock, they overheard a heated argument inside between Wang Shuai and his wife. "Wang Shuai, do you even realize how financially strained we are? You haven't paid the workers, the medical expenses for your parents are overdue, and the mortgage is due soon. Yet you gave away our child's formula money to your friends. What kind of life do you expect me to lead? If you can't handle it, then don't. All you're doing is complaining about my lack of ability. Wow. You'd forsake your family for your friends, huh? I didn't mind when you helped them before, but look at our situation now. How could you spend our child's formula money? You're pushing me and the baby to the brink." As Chu Xiaohui's voice grew increasingly distraught, she broke down in tears. Jiang Chuan listened to their argument. Feeling a deep pang of sympathy, he gently knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and Wang Shuai's face lit up with surprise and embarrassment upon seeing Jiang Chuan. "Xiao Chuan, you little rascal. Why didn't you give me a heads up about your visit? Come in. Is this your sister-in-law?" he said excitedly, playfully punching Jiang Chuan's shoulder while noticing Su Qingyao behind him. "No, big brother, this is Su Qingyao, my secretary," Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. "Haha, I get it. I get it. When there's work, the secretary is around, and when there's none, it's the same." Wang Shuai chuckled, giving Jiang Chuan an understanding look. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Chuan felt exasperated. In this day and age, speaking the truth is met with skepticism. Upon entering, Chu Xiaohui quickly turned her head, discreetly wiping her tears. With a flushed face, she smiled and said, "Oh, it's Xiao Chuan. Please, both of you take a seat. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll whip something up for you." "No, sister-in-law, we just had breakfast," Jiang Chuan quickly interjected. "It'll be ready in no time." Chu Xiaohui called out as she headed to the kitchen. "Big brother, I've missed you." Jiang Chuan thought of giving Wang Shuai a warm embrace, seeing the weariness etched on his face. "Get away. After 3 years, you've become such a softy. I'm not interested in sappy sentiments," Wang Shuai retorted with mock disdain. Despite his name being Wang Shuai, he bore little resemblance to the word handsome. With a slightly plump physique, dark skin, and a round face, it was a mystery how his wife had chosen him. "Big brother, you shouldn't have spoken that way about sister-in-law. She's a good woman who has endured so much with you. Don't let your temper drive away the one who loves you most. You'll regret it," Jiang Chuan said earnestly, glancing toward the kitchen. In today's world, women like sister-in-law were few and far between. Under such circumstances, it was evident she had no intention of seeking a divorce. Moreover, although she inwardly blamed her elder brother for giving her money, upon seeing him, she nonetheless proceeded to prepare breakfast. One might surmise that even a sister-in-law might not be able to achieve such a feat. Wang Shuai paused momentarily, casting a glance towards the kitchen, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. "I understand everything you've said, and I harbor no desire to engage in quarrels. But the plight of impoverished couples is indeed sorrowful. At times, it is extraordinarily challenging to rein in one's emotions. Elder brother, why do you never voice your struggles during difficult times? You once told us that brothers should share both blessings and hardships," Jiang Chuan remarked earnestly. He noted that his elder brother would be the first to assist when other brothers faced adversity, yet when he encountered his own trials, he bore the burden in silence, shouldering all the pressure alone. "Truth be told, it's merely that business has been poor lately. Alas, it's difficult to articulate." Wang Shuai shook his head in resignation. "What exactly transpired?" Jiang Chuan inquired, narrowing his eyes. "Do you remember Xie Feiji? Who? That overweight fellow from class 5 in high school, whose family runs a building materials company. You mean that troublemaking glutton? I can vaguely picture him now. Yes, that very individual. Not long ago, after I declined his family's offer to acquire my building materials company, he resorted to underhanded tactics, monopolizing my previous clients and suppliers." Wang Shuai's sense of helplessness deepened as he spoke, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. In this ruthless world, devoid of money, one is trampled underfoot without a chance of rising again. Disheng Group? Damn it. Jiang Chuan clenched his fist, realizing that it was his own company. He then turned to Su Qingyao and instructed, "Make a call to confirm whether the Disheng Group my elder brother mentioned is indeed ours. If so, I demand to meet with the person in charge of Jin County immediately. They must come here within 10 minutes to apologize to my brother, or else they can leave." "Understood." Su Qingyao nodded vigorously and promptly began dialing. She recognized that Jiang Chuan was genuinely furious and, thus, dared not delay. Meanwhile, Wang Shuai looked at Jiang Chuan in utter astonishment, then let out a scoff. "I say, Xiao Chuan, when did you learn to boast? I remember you used to be quite honest." After a moment of disbelief, he chuckled. "You're not going to tell me you're the general manager of Disheng Group, are you?" Shaking his head, Jiang Chuan replied, "Not the general manager. I am the chairman of Disheng Group." What did you say?" Wang Shuai stared at Jiang Chuan in shock. Could his brother have lost his senses from hunger? How could he speak such nonsense in broad daylight? And why was his sister-in-law playing along? Her acting seemed quite convincing. Could it be that Xiao Chuan hired a professional performer? At that moment, Chu Xiaohui emerged from the kitchen, carrying breakfast, several slices of bread, a few fried eggs, and 2 steaming cups of milk. "Xiao Chuan, hurry and eat. My cooking may not be the best, so please don't hold it against me," she said with a warm smile. Though not exceptionally beautiful, Chu Xiaohui exuded a gentle demeanor. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Jiang Chuan replied, nodding quickly. "You and your sister-in-law enjoy your meal first. I'll head downstairs to buy some vegetables and a bottle of wine." It's been a while since you two brothers have gathered, so I'll accompany you for a good drink later. Having said that, Chu Xiaowei prepared to leave. Despite the quarrels, she was well aware that her husband bore greater burdens than anyone else. Yet, sometimes, discord between couples was unavoidable. It was not that they wished to unleash their worst emotions upon their loved ones, but rather that at such times, only their partner could bear their tempers. It was merely a means to vent their inner pressures. Sister-in-law, please have a seat. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. But I wish to present you something to bring you joy, Jiang Chuan called out to Chu Xiaowei. Chu Xiaowei was taken aback. Just then, Jiang Chuan produced a document and handed it to them. What is this? Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei exchanged puzzled glances. Upon examining the document, their faces lit up with astonishment. Is this the contract for the mortgage settlement? Our house's mortgage? They exchanged incredulous looks before turning back to Jiang Chuan. Xiao Chuan, what on earth is going on? Wang Shuai asked, furrowing his brow. Consider this as my wedding gift to you and sister-in-law. I couldn't attend your wedding, and it has weighed heavily on my conscience. I hope you can forgive me, Jiang Chuan stated earnestly. He had longed to attend his elder brother's wedding, but that scoundrel Huang Pizzi had kept him from it, a fact that had always made him feel guilty. No, we cannot accept this. It's too extravagant. Wang Shuai immediately thrust the contract back into Jiang Chuan's hands. Their mortgage still exceeded $1 million. Such a generous gift was far too overwhelming. Elder brother, you once said that brothers share both fortunes and hardships. If you refuse this, it's as if you're denying me as your brother. I will leave right now. Jiang Chuan insisted with unwavering resolve. Wang Shuai clutched the contract tightly. Chu Xiaowei's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. This contract was invaluable to them. Just days ago, they had fretted about the possibility of the bank seizing their home due to missed payments. After a full minute of contemplation, Wang Shuai finally embraced Jiang Chuan. Good brother. Haha, after years apart, elder brother, you've become quite sentimental. Jiang Chuan replied, genuinely delighted. You little rascal, how dare you call me that? Wang Shuai's eyes glistened with tears of happiness. It had been ages since he felt such joy. Xiao Chuan, thank you. Truly thank you, Chu Xiaowei said. Her eyes reddened with emotion. She felt embarrassed by her earlier remarks. Jiang Chuan swiftly interrupted. No need to say anything, sister-in-law. I understand your struggles. He is my elder brother, and you are my dear sister-in-law. There is no need for such formality among family. His words brought tears to both Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei's eyes. By the way, elder brother, there is this as well. Jiang Chuan placed a box on the dining table. What is this? Upon seeing the locked box, they seemed to grasp its significance. Nothing much. Just a little gift for my nephew. Jiang Chuan chuckled. They hurriedly opened it, only to be rendered speechless once more. The safe contained a perfectly arranged box of 100 yuan bills. Observing the million in his left hand, Xiao Chuan, this. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei gazed at Jiang Chuan in astonishment. Let us not say anything more. It's the same old story. If you refuse, I will leave immediately. Jiang Chuan stated earnestly once again. Sigh. Xiao Chuan, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Wang Shuai exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Chuan's gesture was exceedingly generous. This sum was nothing short of a lifeline for their family. If we are brothers, there is no need to utter such words of thanks. Witnessing the expressions of his older brother and sister-in-law, Jiang Chuan felt an immense sense of accomplishment swell within him, a feeling that truly few could comprehend. Xiao Chuan, you and your brother wait here. I shall go downstairs to fetch some drinks and snacks. Today, you two brothers must enjoy yourselves. Chu Xiaowei wiped away her tears of gratitude. Yes, yes. Today let us drink to our heart's content. Wang Shuai nodded vigorously as he regained his composure. Jiang Chuan, however, shook his head with confidence, saying, no need to trouble yourself. Sister-in-law, soon, someone will come to invite us for dinner. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei exchanged bewildered glances. Ever since their company fell into debt, they had lost nearly all their friends. Even those relatives with whom they had once been close now treated them like pariahs, avoiding them as if they were carriers of a plague, fearful of being asked for money. Jiang Chuan, undeterred by their confusion, turned his gaze towards Su Qingya. Su Qingya quickly interjected, I have already inquired. Our group indeed has business dealings in real estate development and building materials in Jingxian. In truth, in such a small county, Su Qingya typically wouldn't pay it any mind, which was why she had been unaware. I see. Has the person in charge arrived yet? Jiang Chuan inquired with a calm nod. Yes, I have instructed them to arrive within 10 minutes as per your request, Su Qingya replied. Upon hearing the exchange between Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya, Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei exchanged glances, still incredulous. Even with $1 million in cash before them, they found it hard to believe that Jiang Chuan was the chairman of the Dingsheng Group. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, a knock echoed from outside. Wang Shuai hurried to open the door. Standing there were two unfamiliar middle-aged men, impeccably dressed in suits. their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, though a flicker of panic glimmered in their eyes. "Who are you?" Wang Shuai asked, perplexed. "Greetings, I am Yulin, the project manager for the Dingsheng Group in Jingxian. May I inquire if Secretary Su Qingya is inside?" The front man inquired, his face a mask of ingratiation. Yes. Please come in," Wang Shuai replied, nodding numbly. As realization dawned upon him, his eyes widened in shock. This middle-aged man was actually the project manager for the Dingsheng Group. Moreover, he referred to Su Qingya, whom Xiao Chuan brought. As Secretary Su, could it be that Xiao Chuan was indeed the chairman of the Dingsheng Group? "Secretary Su, I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Yulin said, bowing deeply upon seeing Su Qingya. The title of secretary was far superior to that of his own position as project manager. Su Qingya shot a cold glance at Yulin, evidently unimpressed by such opportunism. "There's no need for you to apologize. This is our newly appointed chairman. Chairman Jiang Chuan," she stated coldly. She did not emphasize her role as the branch's chairman, for she knew that Jiang Chuan already held a 70% stake in the Dingsheng Group. With such a majority, Jiang Chuan was effectively the president of the company. "Chairman?" Yulin gasped, panic-stricken, immediately bowing at a perfect 90 degrees, his voice dripping with respect. "Chairman, please forgive my lack of discernment. I failed to recognize you." At this moment, he trembled slightly, still bent over. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei exchanged incredulous glances, both reflecting a profound shock. Jiang Chuan cast a glance at Yulin and suddenly reprimanded. "Yulin, is it? You possess quite the audacity to terminate the collaboration with my brother." Upon hearing these words, both Yulin and his assistant felt the temperature in the room plummet, as if they had plunged into a freezing abyss. Their faces painted with confusion. Who on earth was the chairman's older brother? Chapter 15, Disturbance. "Chairman, I assure you, I truly had no idea who your older brother was. Had I known, even with 1,000 lives, I would not have dared to halt our collaboration." Yulin stammered, drenched in sweat, his body quaking uncontrollably. He had never met the chairman before today. How could he possibly know who the chairman's brother was? And how could someone of his insignificant stature have any dealings with the chairman's brother? "Humph. Have you heard of the Xiao Shuai Building Materials Company?" Jiang Chuan asked coldly. "The Xiao Shuai Building Materials Company?" Yulin strained to recall the name, which did indeed sound familiar. Yes. It was the small company they had collaborated with a few months prior, but he had delegated subsequent dealings to his brother-in-law, Zhao Bin. Could it be that the unattractive fellow who opened the door was the chairman's older brother? No wonder he seemed vaguely familiar. "It seems you have remembered. I suggest you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or else." Jiang Chuan smirked coldly, not finishing his sentence. With a thud, Yulin fell to his knees before Wang Shuai, tears streaming down his face. Brother, please forgive me. This was not my doing. I entrusted all matters regarding our collaboration to Zhao Bin. It must have been that scoundrel who caused the trouble." As an employee of the Dingsheng Group, he was acutely aware of its terrifying influence. A single word from the chairman could not only cost him his job, but could also ruin him completely. In that moment, he wished he could slap Zhao Bin for dragging him into such a predicament. "Oh, manager, you, please get up." Wang Shuai was utterly flabbergasted. In his wildest dreams, he never imagined he would find himself in a position where such a prominent figure would kneel before him, seeking forgiveness. "Brother, if you do not forgive me, I dare not rise." Yulin, with a pitiful gaze, seemed to hope to sway Wang Shuai with his pleading eyes. "All right, manager, you. I forgive you, please stand." Wang Shuai quickly nodded, his heart softening. The sudden turn of events had left him utterly stunned. Yulin, however, remained kneeling, casting a glance of distress towards Jiang Chuan. "Since my brother has permitted you to rise, then do so," Jiang Chuan stated indifferently. Observing Yulin's expression, it was evident he was genuinely oblivious to the situation. "Thank you, chairman." "Thank you, brother." Yulin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Yulin, I shall make a note of this incident. You ought to know what to do next without me reminding you, correct?" Jiang Chuan added. "I understand, chairman," Yulin replied, nodding fervently. At this moment, Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei were engulfed in a tempest of emotions. They had believed Jiang Chuan had stayed away from home due to a lack of success in the outside world. Little did they know that this young man had risen to become the chairman of a 100 billion conglomerate in just 3 short years. The shock was beyond words. Xiao Chuan has truly changed. He was just so imposing just now. Chu Xiaowei whispered to Wang Shuai. "Of course. Just look at who his brother is." Wang Shuai replied, beaming with pride. "TCH, look at you, being so smug. My brother has made it big. How could I not be proud as the older brother?" Although Xiao Chuan has changed, the bond of brotherhood between us remains unchanged. At this moment, Yulin continued to respectfully inquire, "Chairman, I have reserved a banquet at the Haitian Hotel. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence, allowing me the opportunity to rectify my mistakes and properly apologize to my elder brother." Upon receiving a call from Su Qingya, he sensed that something was amiss and hastily arranged for the banquet. All right, Jiang Chuan nodded. It also spared his sister-in-law from the trouble of cooking. Turning to his elder brother and sister-in-law, he smiled and said, "Let us go together. It would be a great opportunity for you to discuss the upcoming collaboration with Yulin." The two eagerly nodded, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of happiness that felt almost dizzying. Just this morning, they were fretting over how to survive, yet now, they had unexpectedly become millionaires, and their company seemed poised for revival. Before long, they arrived at the Haitian Hotel, a newly opened 5-star establishment boasting excellent facilities and service. Yulin had reserved the prestigious Tianzi private room, which reportedly had a booking fee and service charge exceeding 100,000. Only esteemed guests worth over 5 million could reserve such a room. "Chairman, please forgive the humble accommodations of our small county compared to the grand hotels of Linhai City and the provincial capital." Yulin bowed slightly, ingratiating himself. "Just a meal. No need to fuss. Please, have a seat," Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly, though a bittersweet sensation lingered within him. Just 2 days prior, he could not have imagined setting foot in a place like this, where the mere booking fee far surpassed what an ordinary person could afford in a lifetime. As they perused the menu, Yulin excused himself to the restroom and dialed a number. "Hello, brother-in-law, what is the matter?" Zhao Bin answered. "Zhao Bin, I order you to get to the Tianzi private room at Haitian Hotel with utmost urgency," Yulin commanded coldly. This scoundrel had nearly cost him his job, and upon returning, he intended to give this foolish man a piece of his mind. "What is going on, brother-in-law? I'm in county right now. I can't get there that quickly," Zhao Bin replied, puzzled. He couldn't fathom why his brother-in-law's tone had turned so frigid, nor could he recall what he might have done wrong. "Spare me your excuses. I command you to arrive within an hour, or I'll have you pack your things and leave. And you'll regret it when I'm done with you," Yulin said, terminating the call abruptly. Upon returning to the private room, he resumed his subservient demeanor. Soon, the dishes arrived, featuring a lavish spread of premium ingredients, including Australian lobster, abalone, and caviar, complemented by 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 bottles of Lafite red wine. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei gazed hungrily at the sumptuous feast, swallowing hard. Though they had previously enjoyed a modestly comfortable life, such indulgence was beyond their means. "To my elder brother and sister-in-law, I raise a toast. Thank you for treating me like a true brother during our high school years, and for looking after me," Jiang Chuan exclaimed, uncorking the Maotai and pouring a glass for Wang Shuai and himself. Without waiting for their response, he downed it in one go. He would have been a target of bullying had it not been for the protection of these 3 brothers, a favor he always cherished. The 3,000 yuan from yesterday felt more precious than 300 million to him. "To Xiao Chuan," Wang Shuai echoed, swallowing his drink in one gulp. The bond of brotherhood requiring little verbal affirmation. "This toast is from my sister-in-law, thanking you for pulling our family from the brink," Chu Xiaowei said, standing to raise her glass. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, she too finished her wine. She knew that without Jiang Chuan's intervention today, their family might not have endured the mounting pressures of mortgage, debts, unpaid wages, and the cost of baby formula. Jiang Chuan remained silent, lifting his glass once more in a gesture of solidarity. "Chairman, elder brother, sister-in-law, and Secretary Su, I toast to you all. Thank you for forgiving my foolishness and granting me this opportunity," Yulin said cheerfully, downing his drink. The atmosphere soon transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie, as they reminisced about their high school days and shared stories of life's trials and tribulations. However, this harmonious ambience was abruptly shattered by a commotion from outside. "Mr. Xie, you cannot enter. The Tianzi private room is occupied. Let me find you another room," a server pleaded, her voice cutting through the jovial atmosphere. Jiang Chuan paid it no mind, but Yulin's expression turned icy at the interruption. Having finally gained the chairman's forgiveness, he was incensed by this intrusion. "Get lost. Do you have any idea who I am? In the entire Jin city, who but me has the right to dine in the Tianzi private room?" A brash voice boomed, rivaling the arrogance of his own father. "Mr. Xie, you truly cannot disturb the guests inside," the server persisted. "Get lost, you unobservant lowlife. Keep it up, and I'll ensure you lose your job." With that, Xie slapped the server across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Just then, Xie, flanked by 4 bodyguards, pushed the door open. Upon entering, Xie immediately spotted Wang Shuai, the only familiar face in the room. After a moment's confusion, he burst into laughter. "Wang Shuai, you filthy peasant, how dare you come to Haitian Hotel pretending to be wealthy? Who gave you the audacity to step into my exclusive Tianzi private room?" Seeing Xie, Wang Shuai clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. This very gluttonous figure had nearly driven his company to ruin, causing his family to fracture. When enemies meet, their hatred flares. "Xie, you beast, may you rot in hell." Wang Shuai trembled with rage. "You insolent dog, you dare insult me?" It seems my previous corrections were too lenient. If I don't break your legs today, I'll no longer carry the name Xie. Xie glared at Wang Shuai, astonished that this man, who had always cowered before him, dared to speak back. At that moment, Jiang Chuan stood up and confronted Xie, his icy gaze penetrating. So you're the infamous Xie? Indeed, I am the young master of the Xie family. Who do you think you are to address me so casually? Xie replied, haughtily lifting his chin. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chuan seized a wine bottle from the table and, with all his might, brought it crashing down onto Xiefei's head. The bottle shattered, blood gushing from the gash on Xiefei's scalp. Amidst the ensuing cacophony of screams, Jiang Chuan shot a cold glance at Yulin. Yulin, make sure you beat him to a pulp. If he dies, I'll take full responsibility. Understood, Chairman. Yulin replied, nodding vigorously before signaling to his assistant. His assistant is no ordinary individual. He is a retired Special Forces soldier. After receiving his benevolence during a time of hardship, he has remained by his side ever since. Dealing with a few common adversaries is a mere trifle for him. Upon receiving the command, Assistant Han Zhan swiftly sprang into action. In less than a minute, the 4 bodyguards brought by Xie Feiji lay sprawled on the ground. Groaning in agony, Wang Shuai watched the scene before him with a mix of fear and astonishment. He could hardly believe that the younger brother they once had to protect in high school had indeed matured, exhibiting such decisiveness. At that moment, Xie Feiji was already bloodied and trembling in terror, with a pool of viscous, yellow liquid surrounding him. As the saying goes, the brash fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unafraid of death. At this instant, Xie Fei was gripped by an overwhelming dread. The person who had struck him seemed nothing short of a demon. Yet, despite his usual arrogance, he found himself unable to swallow his indignation. Even in the face of his fury, Old Four, perhaps we should let this go? This could end in tragedy. Seeing the bloodied Xie Feiji, Wang Shuai felt a deep sense of alarm. Even though Jiang Chuan was the chairman of the Dingxing Group, any loss of life would lead to significant complications. Indeed, Xiao Chuan, let it be. Do not entangle yourself in trouble over such a scoundrel. Chu Xiaowei quickly interjected. Su Qingyang merely observed coldly. Yulin trembled in fear, astonished by the ruthlessness displayed by this seemingly youthful chairman. Jiang Chuan simply smiled faintly, then crouched before Xie Feiji, yanking at his hair. Remember, today is merely a small reprimand. Should you dare to trouble my elder brother again, I will not hesitate to break your legs. Although we live in a society governed by law, the adage that wealth can command respect remains eternally relevant. You filthy country bumpkin, you are doomed. How dare you lay a hand on me? Even Jesus couldn't save you. Mark my words. If I don't eliminate you and your ilk today, I shall no longer be known as Xie Feiji. Xie Feiji erupted in a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes bulging with rage. Fearful though he was, he could not tolerate such humiliation. He immediately reached for his phone and dialed a number. Dad, I'm at the Tianhai Hotel's VIP room, and I'm about to be killed. Hurry over and bring everyone. If you come late, you won't have a son anymore. After speaking, he didn't forget to send a grotesque selfie to his father. Jiang Chuan made no effort to stop him. If it was time to settle matters, he would deal with the father as well to avoid future complications. Old Four, we should leave quickly. Xie Changquan has trained dozens of thugs. If they come, we will surely suffer, Wang Shuai urged as he stepped forward. With only 6 of them present, 2 of whom were women, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage if a fight broke out. Even if Han Zhan was formidable, he could not possibly contend with dozens of thugs. Yes, Xiao Chuan, a wise man avoids unnecessary trouble. Let's depart, Chu Xiaowei added anxiously. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, and it was Xie Feiji who was being beaten. Although this scoundrel was a despicable person, his father, Xie Changquan, was indeed a formidable figure in Jingxian. Observing the two in a state of fretful concern, Yulin suddenly spoke with confidence. Brother and sister-in-law, do not worry. Xie Changquan is nothing but trash in my eyes. As long as I, Yulin, am here, should he dare to lay a finger on the chairman, I vow to ensure he disappears from Jingxian. Though Yulin appeared as meek as a pet dog before Jiang Chuan, as the project leader of the Dingxing Group in Jingxian, he would not regard a minor boss like Xie Changquan with any seriousness. Rest assured, Chairman, in Jingxian, no one would dare to act wildly in your presence. It was clear that Yulin held a strong belief in his own capabilities. After making this statement, he took out his phone and sent a message. You have done well. Once this matter is resolved, you shall be duly rewarded, Jiang Chuan remarked nonchalantly. In this world, over 99% of relationships are maintained through mutual benefit. Hence money serves as the most effective means to win hearts. Upon hearing this, Yulin was filled with excitement, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. It seemed that today, he would turn misfortune into fortune. Meanwhile, in a villa, Xie Changquan's square face was dark with fury, as if ink might drip from it. He slammed his fist onto the desk, incredulous that someone would dare treat his son in such a manner in Jinxian. I swear I will personally crush your bones one by one, so you understand who is truly the boss in Jinxian. Chairman, all the thugs have been summoned, his secretary. Lu Ming said tremulously. Immediately head to Tianhai Hotel. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm my son will pay dearly in blood. At that moment, in the VIP room, they had already waited for over 10 minutes. The blood on CFAG's face had begun to congeal. Boom. The next second, the door to the room was forcefully flung open. A horde of bodyguards stormed in, encircling Jiang Chuan and his companions. An enraged voice followed. No one leaves this room today. Anyone who harms my son will regret being born. Dad, I'm here, save me. Hearing his father's voice felt like grasping a lifeline. And CFAG burst into tears, releasing all his grievances and fears in that moment. Kill them. If you kill them, it will be on me. No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man with a round face entered. At the sight of him, Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei instinctively displayed expressions of dread. This man was none other than CFAG's father, Jiang Chuan. Once notorious in Jinxian as a hardened thug, his reputation was fearsome. Jiang Chuan, how bold of you to bark in front of the chairman of Dingxing Group. Do you wish for your life to be cut short? As Jiang Chuan entered, Yulin's mocking voice rang out. Though he appeared obsequious before Jiang Chuan, he quickly transformed his demeanor upon facing Jiang Chuan. That voice. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Jiang Chuan's expression darkened, and a wave of fear washed over him. He turned sharply, and his confidence evaporated instantly. Brother Yu. How is it you? Jiang Chuan did not expect that the one who had assaulted his son was Yulin. This was indeed a disaster. Although he had established a decent reputation in Jinxian and knew many people, he was acutely aware of Yulin's formidable background. Not only was he backed by the billion-dollar Dingxing Group, but his methods were also exceptionally ruthless. He then cast a cold glance at the prostrate CFAG, wishing he could strangle the wretch. This little bastard has provoked the wrong person. Jiang Chuan, how dare you allow your son to provoke my elder brother and even attempt to kill us? Do you truly believe Jinxian belongs to your family? Yulin spoke again. His tone icy. He had been searching for an opportunity to demonstrate himself before the chairman, and it seemed that Jiang Chuan and his son were unwittingly providing him with that chance. This is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. Brother Yu, please do not be angry. This little wretch has offended you, and I will certainly discipline him properly. Jiang Chuan smiled obsequiously, his eyes squinted by the fat on his face. Dad, what are you doing? It was these scoundrels who beat me. Hurry up and kill these filthy bumpkins. CFAG seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation as he turned to his father, recounting his grievances. Smack. In the subsequent moment, Jiang Chuan delivered a resounding slap across CFAG's plump face, leaving the latter momentarily dazed. Silence. He barked. You insufferable wretch. Do you have any idea who you are provoking? Speak another word, and I shall strike you dead. How is it that I, a man of some intellect, have spawned such an imbecile? Can you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? He then swiftly turned to Yulin, pleading, Brother Yu, it is indeed this little beast's fault. I shall compel him to kneel and apologize to you immediately. Later, I will personally visit to express my contrition. Please, show some mercy and spare this wretched creature. Yulin cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan and replied coldly, I cannot grant such leniency. He has offended none other than the chairman of our esteemed Dingxing Group, and whether he is forgiven depends solely on our chairman's disposition. Dingxing Group's chairman? Jiang Chuan exclaimed, his face awash with shock. His gaze darted toward Jiang Chuan and Wang Shuai, both appearing to be in their 20s and far from the image of a chairman. Sensing Jiang Chuan's confusion, Yulin respectfully approached Jiang Chuan and declared, This is our chairman, Chairman Jiang. Despite the overwhelming shock coursing through him, Jiang Chuan quickly regained his composure. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Jiang Chuan. Realizing he was no match even for a project manager of Dingxing Group, let alone its chairman, he implored, Chairman Jiang, my son has acted foolishly. I beseech you to overlook his transgression. From this day forth, I, Jiang Chuan, shall be but a dog in your service. To be a dog at the side of a chairman of 100 billion group was no disgrace, but rather a privilege. Humph. Jiang Chuan scoffed. You think you are worthy to be my dog? I might let your son off the hook, but he just threatened to break my brother's legs. You will need to go over there and break one of his legs. Then I will consider sparing him. However, if you are hesitant, I can have Han Zhan assist. Chapter 17. A dog's leg broken. Chairman, this. Very well. As long as Chairman Jiang is pleased, Jiang Chuan said, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. He seized the iron rod from a thug's grip and approached CFAG with a grim expression. Dad, what are you doing? I am your own son, your beloved child. That scoundrel has beaten me to a pulp. Quickly, break his dog leg. CFAG. Terrified as his father approached wielding the steel pipe, began to sweat profusely. He had initially summoned his father to defend him, but the unfolding events were taking a dire turn. "Shut up, you useless fool. How did I end up with such a blind and inept child?" Jiang Chuan bellowed, his gaze filled with fury. "Dad, please, I am Feiji. You cannot strike Feiji." Feiji cried, retreating in terror. Jiang Chuan, undeterred, raised the iron pipe and brought it crashing down upon Feiji's left leg with a resounding thud. Crack! A piercing scream echoed through the private room, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as Feiji cried out in agony before collapsing into unconsciousness. Jiang Chuan gazed at his bloodied and broken son, his heart aching with pain. Today's events were far from concluded. Yet, when he turned to face Jiang Chuan and Yulin, the malice in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. "Chairman, brother Yu, I have broken this little beast's leg. Is that sufficient?" Yulin glanced inquiringly at Jiang Chuan, aware that he held no authority in this matter. "Enough. You may take that useless creature and leave," Jiang Chuan said, his voice devoid of emotion. "Remember, my name is Jiang Chuan. If you seek vengeance, feel free to find me anytime." Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. He had observed the resentment flickering in Jiang Chuan's eyes. This man, despite being surrounded by thugs, remained remarkably composed, even willing to break his beloved son's leg. Such restraint was not typical of an ordinary individual. He resembled a venomous serpent. If he were ever to gain power, he would undoubtedly pose a lethal threat. "Chairman, you jest. The fault lies with my little beast. I am immensely grateful that you can spare him. And how could I ever contemplate revenge against you?" Jiang Chuan's smile was disarmingly sincere, yet the grip on the iron pipe tightened. "It better be so," Jiang Chuan replied with a cold smirk. "Well then, Chairman, Mr. Yu, I shall take my leave." He ordered his subordinates to carry Feiji out of the private room. At that moment, Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei seemed still entranced by the recent events, unable to grasp the reality of Jiang Chuan, a formidable figure in Jingxian, kneeling before Jiang Chuan in supplication and personally breaking his own son's leg. It felt surreal, as though they were ensnared in a dream. After a hard swallow, Wang Shuai finally regained his senses, his face etched with concern. "Old four, you have utterly offended Jiang Chuan. That man dotes on Feiji. It is said he rarely even scolds him. You just compelled him to break his own son's leg. You should leave Jingxian immediately and take your uncle and aunt to Linhai City." Wang Shuai understood Jiang Chuan's nature, sly, cunning, and vengeful. Given his past affiliations with the underworld, one could only imagine the extent of his potential retribution. "Not a concern," Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly. "Chairman, my brother is right. Although Jiang Chuan has seemingly capitulated, I discerned a deep-seated resentment in his eyes. He will undoubtedly seek revenge. His ability to endure is evident. Such individuals are like venomous snakes, capable of launching unexpected strikes." Yulin chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Humph. Revenge can wait for another day," Jiang Chuan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Yulin. "Do you require me to instruct you on how to handle such matters?" Yulin suddenly comprehended, realizing that Jiang Chuan's fear was not of Jiang Chuan, but rather of Yulin himself. This man had the capability to deal with Jiang Chuan. "I understand, Chairman," Yulin replied, his eyes lighting up with realization. Clearing the path of hazards and obstacles for one's employer is the duty of a competent employee. "Indeed. You are astute and perceptive," Jiang Chuan remarked, patting Yulin on the shoulder. He then inquired, "What is your current salary?" "Chairman, my annual salary, including bonuses and year-end awards, amounts to approximately 1 million. Yulin responded enthusiastically, wondering if the chairman was considering a raise. "Too little," Jiang Chuan said, shaking his head slightly. He recognized Yulin's keen insight and intelligence. He was quick to grasp concepts. The manner in which he handled the previous incident was commendable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chuan continued, "From this day forth, I shall multiply your annual salary tenfold, raising it from 1 million to 10 million. 10 million was merely a trivial sum to Jiang Chuan, akin to a daily reward from the system. Gasp. At this proclamation, everyone in the private room collectively inhaled sharply, including Su Qingya, who regarded Jiang Chuan with disbelief. While 10 million might be insignificant to Jiang Chuan, it was an astronomical sum for a mere project manager in a county. Even the general manager of the coastal branch, Li Ligua, with his annual salary and bonuses combined, earns only about 5 million. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei were once again frozen in place. 10 million. This astronomical figure was something they had never even dared to contemplate. Thud. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yulin suddenly knelt before Jiang Chuan with a resounding thud, his eyes red and breath quickening, gazing at Jiang Chuan as if he were looking at his own reborn parents, overwhelmed with emotion. "Chairman, from this day forth, I, Yulin, shall be the most loyal dog by your side. If you command me to go east, I shall not dare venture west. If you send me to chase a dog, I shall not presume to catch a chicken. His words were unequivocally heartfelt, with a sincerity that could be measured at 1,000%. It is worth noting that in the entirety of Longhua, there are only about 300,000 to 400,000 people whose assets exceed 10 million, which accounts for a mere 0.25% of the national population. This meant that his income for just 1 year surpassed that of 99,975 of the population. Very well. As long as you follow my lead diligently, your loyalty will not go unrewarded. However, should you entertain any other thoughts, I advise you to think twice, Jiang Chuan continued, his tone remaining calm. To successfully win someone over, one must strike them a blow while simultaneously offering them a sweet date. Yes, I swear. My loyalty to the chairman is as boundless as the Yangtze River, ceaseless and uncontainable. Yulin quickly raised his hand to pledge. Having navigated through decades of life, he had learned a profound truth. Never cross paths with money, and especially do not antagonize the wealthy. Let us continue dining. Jiang Chuan remained unfazed by the earlier incident involving the Xie family, his appetite unaffected. This was primarily due to the lavish spread before him. He had never experienced such an opulent feast in his life. The Western dishes he had consumed the previous day were simply not to his taste, whereas the Chinese delicacies on the table were far more to his liking. The private room returned to tranquility as the group resumed their lively conversation. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Xie Chuan finally shed all pretense. His gaze turned icy and ruthless. Looking at his unconscious son, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Damn it. Today as humiliation, I, Xie Chuan, will make you pay 1,000-fold. Yulin. And that filthy dog, I will ensure your demise. They may possess greater wealth and power than he, but so what? He still had ways to make them vanish silently from Jingxian. Who cares about the chairman? Even a fierce dragon must bow down in Jingxian. Just then, 3 individuals hurriedly approached. Upon seeing them, the malice on Xie Chuan's face instantly dissipated. He quickly donned a smile and stepped forward. Manager Zhao, what brings you here? Manager Zhao was none other than Zhao Bin, who had just received a call from Yulin. After receiving the call in County, he had rushed back to Jingxian with utmost speed. Mr. Xie, did you just come from the hotel? Isn't that your son, Xie Feiji? What happened to him? Did he fall and injure his head? Zhao Bin glanced at Xie Chuan before looking at Xie Feiji, whose head was covered in blood and scabs. His face marked with confusion. Although Xie Chuan and Xie Feiji were not major figures, they were still considered local tycoons in Jingxian. Who dared to leave Xie Feiji in such a state? Indeed, Manager Zhao, that little brat inadvertently provoked Brother Yu, and thus received a lesson. Xie Chuan nodded. Is it true that you were called over by Brother Yu? Zhao Bin inquired, perplexed. Xie Chuan knew Yulin's brother-in-law, and their collaboration was quite close. So he wouldn't dare to provoke him. Alas, it's all because my useless son is blind to the situation. By the way, Manager Zhao, Brother Yu might be calling you over to hold you accountable. You'd best prepare yourself mentally, Xie Chuan advised before taking his son away. Zhao Bin entered the hotel, his face full of confusion. Upon stepping into the private room, he was met with the grim countenance of Yulin and Wang Shuai. Zhao Bin's expression turned cold, and with disdain, he exclaimed, "Filthy dog, who allowed you to sit here? Get out, or I will break your legs." He recognized Wang Shuai, the owner of Ziyashuijian Material Company, with whom he had previously engaged in business. Their collaboration had been fairly smooth until Xie Chuan offered him far too much. Slap. As soon as Zhao Bin finished speaking, a wine bottle shattered against his head. "You scoundrel, kneel before me." Yulin shouted furiously, clutching a jagged piece of the bottle. "Ah, brother-in-law, why are you hitting me?" Zhao Bin cried out, covering his head, his face etched with terror. Today his brother-in-law seemed terrifying, as if he had transformed into a different person entirely, and was even hitting him with full force. "Have you lost your mind? This is our chairman's elder brother. How dare you bark in front of him? Do you wish to court death?" Yulin's tone was chillingly cold. "Chairman?" Zhao Bin was even more bewildered. "Han Zhan, throw this fool out and break his legs while you're at it," Yulin commanded Han Zhan, standing nearby. This might be the only way to spare his foolish brother-in-law some suffering. "Yes." Han Zhan nodded and directly dragged Zhao Bin out. Zhao Bin, still in a daze, was pulled away, and soon everyone heard a painful scream. Jiang Chuan remained calm, never uttering a word. Yulin was even more decisive than he had anticipated. Just like that, Zhao Bin's legs were broken without hesitation. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei seemed utterly stunned, their expressions devoid of significant change. Chapter 18, Local Tyrant, Lie Low. An hour later, Jiang Chuan finally finished his meal. He had intended to pay the bill, but Yulin had beaten him to it. Just then, Wang Shuai's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw a message from his second brother, Zhang Hai. "What is it, big brother? Does the second brother need something?" Jiang Chuan squinted slightly and inquired. "Last night, Shueli had mentioned that the situation at Zhang Hai's home was quite dire, and his niece had fallen ill with a strange disease. He had planned to visit Zhang Hai after dinner, but now he found his brother had sent a message. Wang Shuai frowned slightly. Over the past year, Zhang Hai had rarely contacted him. Whenever he did reach out, it was usually when he had reached a dead end. It seemed this time, he must have encountered an insurmountable problem. He then opened the voice message. Big brother, could you lend me some money again? I urgently need it. Zhang Hai's voice trembled, sounding as if he were on the verge of tears. Just as Wang Shuai and Jiang Chuan were about to respond, the other party suddenly initiated a video call. Wang Shuai hurriedly accepted it. However, instead of Zhang Hai, he was greeted by a fearsome face. This man bore a nearly 20-centimeter long scar that ran from his brow to the corner of his mouth. His gaze was icy, and his demeanor was fierce, giving off a distinctly intimidating aura. You must be Zhang Hai's elder brother, right? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhong Tianhao. Your dear brother has borrowed 1 million from me. Could you come to repay it? Upon hearing this, both Jiang Chuan and Wang Shuai furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Yulin's expression shifted dramatically. This scene did not escape Jiang Chuan's notice. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Who is this Zhong Tianhao? Is he formidable?" From the expression on Yulin's face just now, it was evident that he harbored a deep apprehension towards the individual known as Zhong Tianhao. Indeed, Chairman. Yulin nodded decisively, his brow furrowing as he elucidated. This man is the chairman of Tianhao Group, having previously navigated both the underworld and legitimate arenas. Although he is now attempting to cleanse his reputation, he commands a formidable entourage of henchmen, making him the undisputed local tyrant of Jingxian. Furthermore, nearly all lending companies in Jingxian fall under his domain. His personal strength is equally terrifying. Even Han Zhan would likely falter within 2 rounds against him. Though Yulin's account was succinct, Jiang Chuan could not help but furrow his brow in concern. It seemed that this individual was indeed not to be trifled with. Su Qingya also knitted her brow, well aware that such individuals are often reckless and capable of anything. Moreover, with their formidable combat prowess, they are akin to a ticking time bomb. Intrigued, Jiang Chuan began to entertain alternative thoughts. Merely repaying the debt, 1 million was but a mere fraction for him. He could effortlessly amass 1 million in 3 hours with his eyes closed, not even accounting for the profits generated by the Dingxin Group. However, after hearing Yulin's description, he contemplated bringing Zhong Tianhao under his wing. With such overwhelming combat strength and a legion of skilled enforcers, he would undoubtedly make for an excellent subordinate. With this in mind, Jiang Chuan seized the mobile phone from Wang Shuai's grasp. He then smiled calmly and said, "Brother Hao, allow me to introduce myself. I am the 4th brother of Zhang Hai, and I can repay the debt he owes you, doubled. Are you certain?" A flicker of surprise crossed Zhong Tianhao's face in the video, quickly replaced by a frigid demeanor. "You best not be toying with me. Otherwise, not only will Zhang Hai face dire consequences, but you too shall pay the price." He regarded Jiang Chuan, who merely appeared to be a destitute student, and could not fathom how he could possess 2 million. This young man was undoubtedly attempting to deceive him, and any attempt to do so would incur a severe retribution. "Rest assured, I have no intention of deceiving you over a mere 2 million, Jiang Chuan replied. "However, I must ensure that my second brother remains unharmed." He continued, "Those who engage in predatory lending are notoriously ruthless, and I suspect my brother has suffered greatly at their hands." Zhong Tianhao focused the camera on Zhang Hai. At that moment, Zhang Hai was bound tightly to a chair, his mouth stuffed with 2 foul socks. Beside him were a woman and a small girl, both frail, their faces pale with terror, streaked with dried tears. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chuan felt a pang of anguish in his heart, instinctively clenching his fists. This sight was profoundly distressing. "Immediately release my brother and send me the account number," Jiang Chuan commanded, suppressing the fury that surged within him. Soon, a string of card numbers was sent over, and Jiang Chuan promptly transferred the funds. "Good lad, it appears I have underestimated you. I never expected a seemingly destitute individual could indeed produce 2 million. Very well, while I am not a man of virtue, I pride myself on my integrity. I keep my word. Release Zhang Hai at once," Zhong Tianhao ordered. After receiving the payment, he promptly instructed his men to untie Zhang Hai. "You, young man, have shown remarkable loyalty by spending 2 million to rescue your brother. I admire your spirit. Would you consider becoming my second in command?" Zhong Tianhao's face broke into a hearty smile. Though many labeled him a ruthless villain, he believed he excelled in matters of integrity and camaraderie. In a world rife with superficial brotherhoods, he valued true loyalty. "Not interested," Jiang Chuan replied coolly. "Very well, this matter ends here. I shall tear up Zhang Hai's IOU, and this debt will be expunged. I hope we may have opportunities to collaborate in the future." Zhong Tianhao, before Jiang Chuan's eyes, tore up Zhang Hai's debt note. "Speaking of collaboration, I currently have a business proposition that pertains to the lives of your entire family. I wonder if you might be interested? Jiang Chuan inquired with a calm smile. Just moments ago, he had utilized his foresight ability to glimpse Zhong Tianhao's impending fate. Although this ability only granted him 10 uses, its efficacy was undeniable. Are you threatening me? Zhong Tianhao's expression darkened. Do you comprehend the consequences of threatening me, Zhong Tianhao? The man who had just moments ago displayed a jovial demeanor now glared at Jiang Chuan with murderous intent. After 2 decades of navigating the underworld, he had never expected to be cornered by a mere child. Did this brat truly believe that a handful of money gave him the right to issue threats? Do not misconstrue my intention. I am not threatening you. Rather, I am endeavoring to save you. Jiang Chuan maintained his remarkably calm tone. According to his foresight, he had foreseen that Zhong Tianhao's family would soon perish in a car accident, one that was anything but accidental. Young man, while I did appreciate your loyalty moments ago, do not assume that you can act brazenly in my presence. Should you utter such words again, you will not see the dawn, Zhong Tianhao warned, his voice icy. Family was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to leverage his loved ones would not hesitate to eliminate them. Jiang Chuan glanced at his phone. Tomorrow is overcast, perhaps even rainy, and it seems the sun will not rise. Do not be too hasty to threaten me. Why don't we place a wager? If I win, you become my subordinate. If I lose, I shall grant you 10 billion. What do you say? Jiang Chuan maintained his serene smile, exuding an air of unwavering confidence that even Zhong Tianhao found perplexing. 10 billion? Are you certain? Zhong Tianhao's interest was piqued. As the chairman of Tianhao Group, he managed numerous small enterprises in Jingxian, yet his assets barely reached 1 billion. The allure of 10 billion was undeniably substantial. However, he soon regained his composure. This audacious youth might possess some wealth, perhaps a scion of a wealthy family, but he could never muster 10 billion. In Jingxian, the number of individuals capable of producing 10 billion in cash on short notice was exceedingly limited. Before he could voice his thoughts, Jiang Chuan anticipated his skepticism. Do not doubt the veracity of my statement. As the chairman of Dingxing Group, 10 billion is of little consequence to me. Dingxing Group's chairman. Zhong Tianhao was taken aback. This seemingly inexperienced youth was the head of Dingxing Group? Impossible, utterly impossible. Zhong Tianhao, do not question my chairman's capabilities with your skepticism. I can vouch for his integrity. Yulin interjected. Yulin? Zhong Tianhao's brow furrowed. While he might disregard the words of others, he would certainly trust Yulin, for he was the project manager for Dingxing Group in Jingxian and would not speak falsely. It seems I have underestimated you. The chairman of Dingxing Group is indeed a prodigious talent. Speak, what do you wish to wager? How shall we proceed? Zhong Tianhao inquired eagerly, discreetly activating his recording device. Quite simply, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, you will attend a banquet with your wife and child, correct? If you wish to avoid tragedy, do not travel in your own vehicle. Switch to another, or your entire family shall perish in that car of yours. Of course, if you wish for calamity, you may choose to disregard my warning. Jiang Chuan maintained his unwavering confidence, assured that the foresight granted by his system would not lead him astray. Zhong Tianhao scoffed. I expected a wager, but it seems I have encountered a charlatan. Prepare the 10 billion, obediently. You may attempt to flee, but Yulin, I doubt you will succeed. With that, Zhong Tianhao abruptly terminated the call. Despite his unwavering disbelief in Jiang Chuan's earlier words, an inexplicable sense of unease began to linger in his heart. The last time he felt this way, he narrowly escaped a deadly encounter with an enemy, leaving him with the scar that now marred his face. Brother Hao, the sister-in-law and the young master have arrived. It is already 2:10. Shall we set off? A subordinate suddenly entered to inquire. Let us depart. Zhong Tianhao replied with a nod. Chapter 19. Brother Jiang, you truly are a deity. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan had returned to Wang Shuai's home, where Zhang Hai had also brought his wife and daughter. Upon meeting, Zhang Hai fell to his knees before Jiang Chuan with a resounding thud. Old four, thank you. Thank you for saving our family. I truly do not know how to repay your kindness. Zhang Hai wept profusely, overwhelmed with emotion. This past year had been exceptionally arduous for him. Ever since his daughter was diagnosed with a severe illness, he had toiled incessantly, rising early and working late to earn money. Yet, in the face of exorbitant medical expenses, his efforts felt utterly futile. Eventually, he was forced to resort to borrowing from loan sharks. Had it not been for Jiang Chuan's timely intervention today, he might have met a grim fate at the hands of Zhong Tianhao, cast into the sea to be devoured by fish. If it were only his own demise, he would have accepted it, for after 18 years, one could always rise again. However, he could not bear the thought of leaving his wife and daughter as orphans in this world, vulnerable and alone. Thus, in their eyes, Jiang Chuan was nothing short of a lifesaver, a beacon of hope illuminating their darkest hour, akin to a second set of parents. Brother, please rise. What are you doing? How can a brother kneel to his younger sibling? Are you trying to shorten my life? Jiang Chuan hastily helped Zhang Hai to his feet. In that moment, he realized how much life had worn down the once charismatic and carefree man who stood before him. Zhang Hai appeared gaunt and haggard, his complexion sallow, with faint dark circles under his eyes, evidently a result of prolonged malnutrition. His wife, Li Xiuru, was no better off, her frail frame and waxen face betraying her suffering. Their little girl stood beside them, a charming child resembling a porcelain doll, though her pallor suggested a lack of vitality, likely due to hair loss from dialysis treatments. Xiao Chuan, thank you for saving us, thank you, Li Xiuru exclaimed, dropping to her knees before Jiang Chuan. After a year of despair, she had come to terms with the possibility of dying alongside Zhang Hai, taking their child with them. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? You are my brother and sister-in-law. I cannot bear this. Jiang Chuan was deeply moved, acutely aware of the gratitude emanating from both Zhang Hai and Li Xiuru. Brother, stop standing there and come help. Jiang Chuan glared at Wang Shuai, who seemed oblivious to the moment. Xiao Chuan, perhaps this will ease Brother Heir's heart, Wang Shuai remarked seriously, understanding the depth of Zhang Hai's emotions that he had just experienced himself. Ease. Come over and assist, will you? Jiang Chuan retorted, somewhat irritated. Throughout high school, these brothers had always looked out for him, treating him to meals and defending him against others. They never forgot to share their treats with their younger brother. Thus, he cherished every act of kindness they had bestowed upon him and found it unbearable to accept such grand gestures from them. It took a full 10 minutes for Zhang Hai and Li Xiuru's emotions to subside somewhat. They then quickly presented their little girl to Jiang Chuan. Old four. This is my daughter, Yining. Yining, greet your fourth uncle. He refrained from having her call Jiang Chuan uncle, believing that Jiang Chuan deserved the title of fourth uncle instead. Fourth uncle. The cherubic girl called out in a sweet, innocent voice. Though she was adorably cute, her pallor and fatigue were evident. Ah, my dear niece, Jiang Chuan said, gently caressing Zhang Yin's cheek, feeling a pang in his heart. This 4-year-old girl had endured more suffering than many would in a lifetime. Xiaoya, hurry and bow to fourth uncle, Li Xiuru urged, attempting to have Zhang Yi kneel before Jiang Chuan. Enough, sister-in-law. If you continue this way, I shall truly be upset. Did we not agree that when we are together, brothers share both fortune and adversity? Jiang Chuan said, somewhat exasperated. Fourth uncle, please do not be angry with daddy and mommy. It is all my fault. My illness has burdened them, little Yin said, tears welling in her eyes. Though merely 4 years old, she exhibited a maturity far beyond that of many 13-year-olds. Yin, do not fret. Fourth uncle is not angry. Come here, let me hold you, Jiang Chuan said with a gentle smile, lifting little Yin into his arms. She felt light, perhaps weighing only around 20 pounds, a far cry from what a child her age should weigh, causing his heart to ache. Giggle. Fourth uncle is so handsome, even more so than what daddy said. Little Yin exclaimed, her face brightening with glee as she looked at Jiang Chuan. After setting Yin down, Jiang Chuan retrieved another briefcase. Brother, sister-in-law, inside this is 1 million in cash, a gift for Yin. He opened the case, revealing a staggering amount of money. Zhang Hai and Li Xiuru were left speechless, utterly astonished at the sight of such wealth. It took Zhang Hai a full 10 seconds to gather himself and glance at Jiang Chuan, his throat tightening as he struggled to express his gratitude. Enough. Why are you mimicking brother and acting all emotional? This is a gift for Yin, not for you, Jiang Chuan asserted firmly. Come now, little brother, just accept it. I already did, and this lad had it prepared long ago, Wang Shuai chimed in, eager to support Jiang Chuan's intentions. All right, Qingya, please find a way to contact the most esteemed pediatric specialist in the country to treat Yin. Cost is no object. Speed is of the essence. Understood. Su Qingya nodded, deeply moved by the preceding scene. In truth, she had never witnessed such brotherly affection before, nor had she dared to imagine that bonds between unrelated brothers could be so profound. Though they shared no blood ties, their connection surpassed that of biological brothers. Zhang Hai and Li Xiuru attempted to kneel once more in gratitude, but Jiang Chuan swiftly prevented them. At that moment, no one could truly fathom the joy and relief swelling within Zhang Hai and his wife, having escaped the jaws of despair. As evening approached, Chu Xiaowei and Li Xiuru prepared an elaborate feast, even procuring 2 fine bottles of wine. The 4 of them raised their glasses in unison. Old four, let us forego the formalities. Our gratitude is encapsulated within this wine. With that, they downed their shots of liquor in one gulp, fully aware that no amount of words could adequately express their thanks for Jiang Chuan's life-saving intervention. Indeed, I understand, Jiang Chuan replied, mirroring their actions and draining his glass. A single phrase of understanding exchanged between the 3 brothers brought forth shared smiles. Their meal was filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. It had been far too long since Jiang Chuan had enjoyed such a blissful dining experience. Su Qingya also managed to contact the most authoritative pediatric expert in the capital, who promised to arrive in Jing County early the following morning. This once again led Jiang Chuan to reflect on the undeniable power of wealth. If one finds themselves devoid of sufficient funds, seeking the most esteemed specialists in the capital for medical attention might render them ineligible even to queue for an appointment. Just then, the shrill ring of Jiang Chuan's mobile phone pierced the air. Upon retrieving the device, he noticed an unfamiliar local number flashing on the screen. "Hello. Who is this?" Jiang Chuan inquired after answering the call. "Hey, Master Jiang, Brother Jiang, it's Xiao Hao," came a voice brimming with excitement from the other end. It was evidently Zhong Tianhao, the individual with whom he had shared a video call earlier that day. Following the call, a profound sense of unease had enveloped him, prompting him to recall Jiang Chuan's words. Ultimately, he chose not to drive his beloved vehicle to the hotel, opting instead for a different one. As fate would have it, midway through his journey, the car's braking system malfunctioned, and the accelerator uncontrollably surged. The vehicle reached a staggering speed of 250 miles per hour before colliding with a guardrail, igniting into flames. The driver and 2 companions perished in the inferno, leaving the car a mere charred shell. This harrowing incident not only filled him with dread and anger, but also reminded him of Jiang Chuan's advice. In that moment, he silently rejoiced, grateful that he had heeded Jiang Chuan's counsel, for it could have been his entire family facing such a horrific fate. In his mind, Jiang Chuan transformed into not merely a savior, but a figure of almost divine stature. "Ah, so it's Brother Zhong Tianhao. The fact that you're alive and calling me suggests you must have taken my advice. Nevertheless, I must admit I preferred your former rebellious demeanor. Do let it resurface." Jiang Chuan teased with a grin. He himself had been uncertain whether Zhong Tianhao would heed his words, as individuals of that ilk often possess an inflated sense of self-importance. Moreover, his earlier remarks had bordered on the fantastical, likely leading 80 of people to dismiss them outright. It was akin to receiving a call from someone claiming to be Qin Shi Huang, insisting that you should serve Zhao Gao, or someone purporting to be Ma Yun or Ma Huateng, inviting you to a lavish feast. In the eyes of a rational individual, such proclamations would be deemed either the ramblings of a fraud or the musings of a madman, warranting no attention. "Ahem, Brother Jiang, I was mistaken. It was my subordinates who failed to recognize your brilliance. You are nothing short of divine. From this day forth, I shall be your devoted little brother." Zhong Tianhao coughed awkwardly, his tone dripping with reverence. "Do you not suspect that I might have bribed your subordinates to tamper with your vehicle before wagering with you?" Jiang Chuan inquired with a chuckle. Logically, most individuals would entertain such thoughts. After all, people tend to place greater faith in science than in the supernatural. Initially, I did harbor such doubts. Consequently, I suspended my closest subordinates, those who had access to my vehicle, for 3 hours, extracting the truth of the matter. It was indeed one of my competitors who orchestrated this, Zhong Tianhao admitted candidly. Upon returning to the company, Jiang Chuan had been his first suspect. However, after 3 hours of amiable discourse with his subordinates, he had unearthed the reality of the situation. "You are not lacking in wit, and your honesty is commendable, Brother Jiang. As per our previous agreement, I am now your little brother." Zhong Tianhao exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm, as though he had triumphed rather than lost a bet. Indeed, he had successfully preserved his family's lives while ascending to become a subordinate of the illustrious chairman of the Ding Sheng Group. Such an arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous. Chapter 20. If you cannot play, do not engage. If you cannot drink, refrain. Wow. Incredible, fourth brother. Was that truly Zhong Tianhao on the line? Zhang Hai gazed incredulously at Jiang Chuan. In his mind, Zhong Tianhao was a fearsome figure, akin to a demon. He was astonished to hear the gentle tone of the man who had been so intimidating just moments prior. Indeed, it was he, Jiang Chuan confirmed with a nod. He too had not anticipated that the man would be so compliant. Upon learning he would become Jiang Chuan's subordinate, he had not reacted with anger, but rather exuberance. Goodness! That man is the top dog in Jing County, a person capable of commanding the winds and rains, truly unfathomable. Zhang Hai still seemed to struggle with disbelief. He then glanced at Jiang Chuan, pondering when his fourth brother had become so formidable. With just a few words, he had persuaded Zhong Tianhao to willingly become his subordinate, and the man appeared genuinely thrilled about it. "Enough with your astonishment, second brother. We need only recognize that fourth brother has transcended our understanding." Wang Shui remarked with a hearty laugh, feeling immense joy at having such an extraordinary sibling, as it promised a brighter future for them all. "All right, let us drink." Jiang Chuan filled their glasses to the brim, commencing the celebratory toast. During this time, the trio also spoke of the third brother, Duan Tao. Like Jiang Chuan, Duan Tao had chosen to pursue opportunities in a large city after graduation. Whenever they called to inquire about his well-being, he always claimed to be thriving, though they were unaware of the specifics of his endeavors. Wang Shui and Zhang Hai snapped a few photos and shared them in their group chat, tagging Duan Tao. Duan Tao, You three rascals have finally gathered. I'm envious to the point of despair. Here I am, working myself to the bone, while you're indulging in such luxury." After sending a voice message, Duan Tao vanished from the chat, presumably off to work. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Wang Shui cheerfully suggested, "Second brother, fourth brother, why don't we all stay here tonight? It has been ages since we've shared a night together. Shall we relive the past?" He chuckled mischievously, reminiscing about their dormitory days when they had no girlfriends and relished games that favored male camaraderie. Of course, those games had never escalated beyond innocent fun. It had been 7 or 8 years since they had last engaged in such activities. Get lost. I've long since outgrown that habit. Me too. Now that I think about it, I feel nauseated. Alas, men truly are fickle creatures. Meanwhile, 3 women busied themselves in the kitchen, and upon hearing the jovial laughter of the men outside, their faces illuminated with happiness. "Qingya, when did you meet Jiang Chuan?" asked sister-in-law Chu Xiaowei. Su Qingya possessed an extraordinary beauty coupled with a unique aura, an elegance and classic charm that one could only associate with a lady of noble lineage. Thus, they believed that Su Qingya and Jiang Chuan were an impeccable match. They were both striking individuals, complemented by their profound and enigmatic wealth, making them a quintessential pair. Just yesterday," Su Qingya replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Yesterday?" Both sister-in-law and second sister-in-law were taken aback. "Indeed, I'm not actually Jiang Chuan's girlfriend. I'm merely his secretary." Su Qingya smiled. For reasons unknown, she felt remarkably at ease and comfortable in the company of these strangers today. "Qingya, don't mind me for being so forward, but Jiang Chuan is truly exceptional. Just look at his handsome appearance, wealth, and talent. He values loyalty and is an exceedingly rare gem of a man. Since you are his secretary, you ought to seize the opportunity. Don't let such an outstanding young man slip through your fingers, for the chance may never come again." Chu Xiaowei remarked with a playful grin. Though her acquaintance with Su Qingya had been brief, merely 10 hours, her feminine intuition told her that Su Qingya was a kind-hearted and remarkable young woman, undoubtedly hailing from a fine family. The two were indeed very well matched. They were a pair of golden boys and girls. Absolutely. Character and loyalty are the most vital criteria for selecting a boyfriend. These are qualities you should readily perceive in Jiang Chuan. My choice of Zhang Hai was similarly influenced by his character and loyalty. Li Xueru hurriedly chimed in as well. Although she had only met Jiang Chuan a handful of times, his demeanor today indeed reflected what Zhang Hai had described. He was a brother of profound loyalty and sentiment. As a potential boyfriend or husband, he would undoubtedly be a worthy companion for a lifetime. Hearing the words of Chu Xiaowei and Li Xueru, Su Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, Jiang Chuan is exceptional and deeply values relationships. I shall ponder this matter carefully. She harbored her own concerns. While girls from ordinary families have the right to pursue and fight for their happiness, her own material life was affluent, lacking for nothing. However, her future was not wholly in her hands, burdened by numerous unavoidable circumstances. Even if she were to genuinely fall for Jiang Chuan one day, it was uncertain whether they could be together. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who could it possibly be at this late hour? Wang Shui wore a puzzled expression. Since difficulties had befallen his family, it had been ages since anyone had knocked on their door. Moreover, he struggled to recall who it might be. Wait a moment. After responding, he meandered towards the door. Upon opening it, a familiar face appeared before him, marked notably by a scar stretching from the brow to the corner of the mouth. "Brother Hao," Wang Shui instinctively exclaimed. Zhong Tianhao, the local strongman from Jingxian, possessed an imposing aura that instilled a sense of fear in those who beheld him. "And no, I wouldn't dare." Zhong Tianhao quickly smiled. Having recognized that the stout man before him was Jiang Chuan's older brother, he would never dare to assert dominance in front of an elder brother. He then sheepishly inquired, "Brother, is Jiang to go inside?" Having settled his wife and child, he rushed over to express his gratitude to Jiang Chuan. After all, Jiang Chuan had saved his family's lives today. Without his timely warning, they might have perished in the flames mere hours ago. This was a debt of gratitude that surpassed all else. Yes. Hao Ge, please come in." Wang Shui promptly nodded. Though aware that Zhong Tianhao had completely capitulated under the influence of the fourth brother, he dared not act frivolously in his presence. Zhong Tianhao swiftly entered the living room and, upon spotting Jiang Chuan, knelt before him with a thud. The calm facade he wore moments ago shattered as he began to weep profusely. "Jiang de Ge, thank you. Thank you for saving our family. You are akin to our rebirth parents. From this night onward, my life belongs to you." "Enough, Hao Ge. Since we are now brothers, there's no need for thanks. Rise." Jiang Chuan chuckled, helping Zhong Tianhao to his feet. Observing the man in tears, Jiang Chuan felt a kinship. He had heard tales of Zhong Tianhao as loyalty and honesty. But most importantly, he cherished his family deeply. A man who values his family is generally reliable. "Brother, Henceforth, you may call me Xiao Hao, Zhong Tianhao declared with fervor. Despite being 12 or 13 years Jiang Chuan senior, he understood that in society, strength, wealth, and ability dictated respect. You possess wealth, power, and capability. Thus, you are my elder brother, or even a patriarch. Without those, one could be 100 years old and still merely be a subordinate. Jiang Chuan comprehended this principle and made no demands. At that moment, Zhong Tianhao glanced sheepishly at Zhang Hai. Since you are my elder brother's second brother, you are also my second brother. I hope you won't hold my past misdeeds against me. If you feel aggrieved, you are free to punish me as you see fit. Be it through blows or insults, I shall remain silent. Though he spoke thus, it was evident that Zhong Tianhao did not regard Zhang Hai with much respect. His words were merely a concession for Jiang Chuan's sake. No, we are friends now. Let bygones be bygones. Zhang Hai replied awkwardly, shaking his head. All right, from now on, we are brothers. Xiao Hao, remember, these two are my dearest brothers. Do you understand? I understand. Jiang Deji's brothers are naturally my brothers as well. Then it is settled. Since you are here, let us share a drink. Absolutely. Zhong Tianhao responded eagerly. By the way, brother, here are 2 million. The money you transferred to me yesterday, I have now returned. That night, the four of them indulged in revelry until the early hours of the morning. After a few more drinks, Zhang Hai and Wang Shuai clearly loosened up, embracing Zhong Tianhao and calling him Old Five. Eventually, Jiang Chuan lost track of when he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was past 10 in the morning. My head aches terribly. It seems I truly drank too much last night. Jiang Chuan vigorously rubbed his temples. Following his graduation, this was the first time he had ever drunk himself into oblivion. Stepping out of his room, he found Wang Shuai and Zhang Hai sprawled on the sofa, clearly having imbibed even more than he had. Zhong Tianhao, possessing a better tolerance, had likely left after their drinking session. Jiang Chuan. There's something I'm unsure whether I should mention. Su Qingya suddenly appeared behind him, smiling. What is it? Jiang Chuan asked, massaging his temples. Don't play around. If you can't handle your liquor, don't drink, Su Qingya chided, exasperated. That rascal, after getting drunk last night, insisted on hugging me while singing my good brother 8 times. Jiang Chuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he inquired. I didn't say anything foolish, did I? You clung to your elder brother's slippers singing my good brother for half an hour and even used a soiled diaper as a face towel. You almost hugged both of your sisters-in-law while singing my good brother. What do you think? Goodness, I need to wash my face. Chapter 21. Purchasing 2 villas. After a brief freshening up, noticing that the others remained asleep, Jiang Chuan took Su Qingya and departed. It seemed they had all been thoroughly exhausted from the previous night's escapades. The recent hardships faced by his elder and second brothers had weighed heavily on them, likely depriving them of peaceful rest. With all their mental burdens suddenly lifted yesterday, they were finally able to sleep soundly. The two shared a simple breakfast, but this time, there were no unexpected rewards upon payment. Jiang Chuan, I need to return to the provincial capital for a while, Su Qingya announced after finishing her meal. Early that morning, at 8 o'clock, she had received a message from her father indicating that there were matters at home requiring her attention. Do you need me to accompany you? Jiang Chuan instinctively asked. In most novels, when a female character is called away, it often leads to some form of difficulty or forced matchmaking at home. Typically, this is when the protagonist must step in to showcase their prowess and when the female leads heart. No, it's just a minor issue, Su Qingya replied with a smile, shaking her head. All right, if anything comes up, do let me know. Within my capabilities, I will certainly assist you. Jiang Chuan did not persist in his offer. Although they had enjoyed each other's company over the past couple of days, they were still merely acquaintances. Okay, thank you in advance, Chairman, Su Qingya said with a sweet smile before becoming serious again. Should I keep this car for you? I noticed you don't seem to have a vehicle of your own. As the saying goes, sometimes you need not speak. Your vehicle will speak for you. This McLaren Senna, while not the pinnacle of supercars, was certainly respectable in Jingxian. Certainly, Su Qingya's words were quite understated. The McLaren Senna, even in the provincial capital, commands a striking presence. In a county like this, it undoubtedly ranks as the epitome of luxury sports cars. No need, Jiang Chuan replied, shaking his head. A gentleman does not covet another's beloved. Once my driving skills improve, I shall purchase one for myself. The mere notion that a hypercar worth 20 million could be offered so casually suggested that Su Qingya's background was indeed extraordinary. It was precisely as he had surmised during their first encounter. She must be the cherished offspring of a prominent family, seeking to experience life in a modest company. Very well, we shall meet again in a few days. All right, see you then. After parting ways, Jiang Chuan pondered his next steps, resolving to acquire a home. Staying at his brother's house for an extended period felt inappropriate, especially given that their 3-bedroom apartment was rather cramped, particularly with his sister-in-law around, which often proved inconvenient. Now that he had come into money, Purchasing a car and a house was merely a matter of time. After the new year, he could also bring his parents to live in the county. Upon researching online, he discovered that the property prices in Jiang Chuan had skyrocketed. When he was in high school, prices hovered around 5,000 to 6,000 per square meter, but now they had surged to nearly 20,000. This was understandable, given that Jiang Chuan had been earmarked for development as an advanced county, likely to be upgraded to a county-level city in a couple of years. Coupled with its pleasant environment and favorable climate, it was no surprise that property prices soared. After some deliberation, he decided to visit the villas at Longxi No. 1. Hailing a taxi, he arrived at the sales office half an hour later. "Jiang Chuan, is that you?" Upon entering the lobby, a familiar voice called out. Jiang Chuan turned quickly. "Shueli, I didn't know you worked here." Although he recognized her instantly, Shueli had transformed significantly since their high school days. Once slightly plump, she now possessed a curvaceous and slender figure. Her doll-like face, however, appeared largely unchanged, still retaining that irresistible, pinchable quality. This contrast between her facial features and physique instantly conjured the phrase youthful visage, ample figure in Jiang Chuan's mind. While some might find such a disparity unappealing, others were drawn to it with fervor. Those who admired the allure of certain actresses would truly grasp the temptation and value encapsulated in those 4 words. "Yes, I just got hired here a while ago. By the way, what brings you here? Surely, you're not here just to see me?" Shueli's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, enhancing her already striking appearance. "Well, sort of. I'm also looking to buy a couple of properties," Jiang Chuan replied with a grin. In truth, he had never anticipated encountering Shueli in such a setting. However, now that they had met, he felt it prudent to engage in smooth conversation, especially considering that she had lent him 30,000 yuan just the other night. Anyone willing to assist during one's low moments was undoubtedly someone worth cultivating a deeper relationship with. "What? You're planning to buy a house here?" Shueli questioned, incredulous. Hadn't Jiang Chuan been down on his luck just days ago? While he wasn't rummaging through trash for water, Longxi No. 1 was a villa district where even the smallest villas spanned 600 square meters, priced around 10 million yuan. Such luxury was beyond the means of an average individual. And Jiang Chuan was suggesting not 1, but 2. "Isn't the new year approaching? Buying 2 houses could increase my chances of success in matchmaking," he said with a cheerful smile. "Ah, I see. How about I show you around?" Shueli didn't press the issue further, sensing Jiang Chuan's strong sense of pride. Even if he couldn't afford it, she knew better than to mention it outright. After all, customers had the right to view properties. "All right, let's go." Jiang Chuan nodded. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the atmosphere. "You know, little Li, being a newcomer doesn't excuse your ignorance. We sell the highest grade villas in Jiang Chuan here. Not vegetables at a market. Surely, you don't think just anyone can afford them?" The speaker, a woman in her 30s, leaned provocatively against the counter, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Her disdainful gaze towards Jiang Chuan was palpable, dripping with contempt. Shueli furrowed her brow slightly. The woman, Ma Xiaolu, had been the top sales performer last month and was now promoted to sales supervisor. "Don't blame me for not warning you, but with your lack of discernment, you'll never sell a house. You've been here for 2 months and haven't sold a single property. If your performance remains at 0 this month, you'll be packing your things." She flicked her freshly styled hair with a smirk. Jiang Chuan shot a cold glance at her. She was superficial, yet her demeanor suggested she was used to being fawned over by customers. "Shueli, he is my friend. I'm just taking him to look around. Company policy allows clients to view model homes even if they aren't buying." Shueli replied respectfully, her expression serious. She had been working there for nearly 3 months and had yet to sell anything. The expectations placed upon her were utterly unrealistic. "Huh, rookie," Ma Xiaolu scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Jiang Chuan before adding, "You can look, but when you leave, wipe the floor clean. I don't want other customers to smell that air of poverty as soon as they walk in." At this, anger flashed in Shueli's eyes. Jiang Chuan's gaze turned icy as he retorted, "If Shueli weren't working here, I would have certainly broken your legs for such unrestrained insolence." Ma Xiaolu had intended to retaliate, but faltered under Jiang Chuan's frigid stare, the words she had prepared dying on her lips. The intensity of his gaze was enough to make her think twice about further provoking him. "Come on, Jiang Chuan, let us go see the houses." Fearing that Jiang Chuan might actually lash out at Ma Xiaolu, Shueli quickly pulled him away. As they stepped out of the sales office, Ma Xiaolu's voice echoed behind them. "Oh, boss, you're here. How did you find the house we looked at last time?" "What? Are you really going to buy it? Don't you trust me?" "Of course not. Boss, you're so wealthy. I have complete faith in you. In that case, where shall we review the contract? The model home? The office? Or the restroom?" "We've tried the model home and office twice. Let's check the restroom this time." "All right. Hurry up. I can hardly wait." "Don't rush. Let me grab a hat for your brother." Hearing the banter from the sales office, Shueli's brow knitted in concern. However, after 3 months on the job, she had grown accustomed to such antics. Ma Xiaolu, for instance, communicated with clients dozens of times a month, and during busy periods, several times a day. She couldn't quite fathom why Ma Xiaolu remained so resilient despite her incessant antics. Now I understand why you've had 0 sales in 3 months. Jiang Chuan glanced at Shueli and said with a smile. Based on his understanding of Shueli, he estimated that she would rather starve than earn money in such a manner. Therefore, if you truly possess the means to purchase a villa, do consider acquiring several more. It would be a way to assist your pitiful deskmate. Shueli looked at Jiang Chuan with a pleading expression, pouting, of course. I will wholeheartedly support my deskmate's business endeavors. What do you mean by that? I sense a double entendre in your words. Not at all. I merely meant it literally. Jiang Chuan, you rascal, stand still and clarify. Chapter 22. Do all men prefer the larger size? Before long, the two had surveyed several villas, the smallest being over 620 square meters, and the larger ones reaching around 800 square meters. In this county, such villas were considered quite prestigious. So, Jiang Chuan, were you satisfied with the villas we just viewed? Shueli inquired cheerfully. In truth, she never truly believed that Jiang Chuan would actually contemplate purchasing a villa here. It was likely just an opportunity to reconnect with her old deskmate, or perhaps merely to experience the grandeur of the villas. Too small. Jiang Chuan shook his head earnestly, a look of disappointment crossing his face. To be frank, the sizes were far too diminutive for his liking, and they were all townhouses. Was there not a standalone villa with a larger area? Although 700 to 800 square meters was substantial, and they boasted amenities like swimming pools and private parking. Such villas clearly did not match his current status and worth. Oh, Shueli was taken aback. She had expected Jiang Chuan to be quite pleased upon viewing those villas, perhaps even displaying a hint of inferiority. After all, the 800 square meter villas were priced at around 15 million. For ordinary office workers like them, who had only graduated 3 to 4 years prior, that sum was astronomical. To her astonishment, Jiang Chuan found the 800 square meter villa inadequate. Once she regained her composure, she smiled and said, indeed, there are standalone villas available. There are 2 in total, part of the Longxi No. 1 villa complex, each covering approximately 2,000 square meters. However, the prices are exorbitant. And how much does one cost? Jiang Chuan inquired nonchalantly. He currently had over 400 million in cash on his card. Excluding the funds belonging to his group, purchasing 2 villas in Jingxian would certainly be more than sufficient. Each one is priced at 40 million, Shueli replied. For someone in a county, this was prohibitively expensive, leading to very few inquiries about them. Let us go take a look. If they meet my expectations, I'll buy them both, Jiang Chuan declared with a flamboyant air. One villa could accommodate his parents and siblings, while the other could be reserved for his future marriage. Oh, all right. Shueli was momentarily stunned, but nodded once she processed his words. Since Jiang Chuan wanted to see them, they might as well go. After all, simply viewing them entailed no loss. The company had explicit regulations allowing clients to view available properties. Soon, they arrived at the 2 villas. They were indeed grand, resembling palatial estates. Wow, they are huge, Jiang Chuan exclaimed, admiring the 2 villas and then glancing at Shueli's impressive figure. The standalone villas were surrounded by walls and fences, and aside from the 3-story European-style buildings, the landscaping was lush. There was not only an underground parking lot, but also 2 or 3 pavilions and an outdoor swimming pool. Don't you men all prefer larger sizes? Shueli glanced at Jiang Chuan, her face contorted with disdain. It seemed most of the men she had encountered favored the grandiose. She wondered what the fascination was. Indeed, larger is undoubtedly more pleasurable. Don't you women also prefer larger things? Jiang Chuan replied with a cheeky grin. TCH, I hope you're referring to houses. Of course, I am referring to houses. What else could it possibly be? They quickly approached the villa's entrance. The first floor featured 2 spacious living rooms, 2 dining areas, 2 kitchens, 2 studies, and 2 bathrooms. The second floor comprised 8 bedrooms, all equipped with en-suite bathrooms. Wow, this is indeed a standalone villa. It's extravagantly magnificent. Jiang Chuan marveled inwardly. Previously, he would not have even dared to dream of purchasing such a villa, let alone have the courage to step inside for a visit. Yet now, this villa was within his grasp. Such was the confidence instilled by the system. Let us check out the 3rd floor, Shueli suggested. The 3rd floor primarily housed recreational facilities, including a private cinema, a high-tech gaming room, an indoor swimming pool, and a study. They ascended to the 3rd floor, where Shueli diligently and professionally detailed each room and its purpose. Finally, they reached the rooftop terrace, half of which was covered with solar panels to ensure the villa could continue functioning during power outages. They spent a full hour exploring. Jiang Chuan was left somewhat numb from the overwhelming opulence. He silently lamented how excessively lavish the wealthy truly were. So what do you think? Are you astonished? Shueli asked with a smile. When I first saw it, my expression mirrored yours. It was entirely reasonable. After all, They were merely in their early 20s. Coming from ordinary families, it was understandable that they had never encountered such high-end villas. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. The interior is far more luxurious than I had anticipated. If this villa is priced at 40 million, it is indeed a bargain. Jiang Chuan nodded earnestly. Villas of such caliber would likely cost several hundred million in first-tier cities. TCH, here you go again, boasting. Have you been watching too many short videos? Are you really convinced by those online influencers that the average monthly salary is $1 million? That you think 40 million is chump change? Shueli retorted, somewhat exasperated. She had noticed that since the proliferation of short videos, those around her seemed to develop unrealistic expectations. Indeed, short videos have a detrimental effect. Jiang Chuan chuckled, then asked, it seems to be mealtime. Should we go grab a bite before returning to sign the contract? Perhaps due to yesterday's excessive drinking, he had only eaten 3 buns in the morning, and hunger was beginning to strike. All right, today, I'll treat you. How could that be? We're dining together. I cannot allow a lady to pay. Of course, it will be my treat, rest assured. I can certainly afford a meal. Well, if you insist. By the way, what did you just say? Sign a contract? Originally, Jiang Chuan had intended to take Shueli to Hai Tian Hotel for a meal. However, Shueli felt that the value for money was better at a street vendor selling spicy hot pot, so they ended up entering a hot pot establishment. Yet even the spicy hot pot was not inexpensive. The two merely ordered a few vegetarian dishes and 2 bottles of soda, yet the bill amounted to 100 yuan. Jiang Chuan gallantly insisted on paying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 101 yuan, triggering a critical reward, and receiving a supercar, the Bugatti Chiron Super Sport. Due to the host's poor driving skills, the honorific title of King of the Autumn Mountain and driving skills have been granted as a bonus. Just as the WeChat payment was successfully processed, the system's electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. In the next moment, Jiang Chuan burst into an excited laugh. To my astonishment, sharing a meal with my desk mate triggered an extraordinary reward, a staggering 3.2 billion yuan Bugatti Chiron Nocturne, a supercar of unparalleled magnificence. Alongside this, I was also bestowed with the illustrious driving skills of the legendary racer from Mount Aquina. The Nocturne, a paragon of elegance and prestige among Bugattis, is a singular masterpiece. With only one existing in the entire world, rumor has it that it was acquired by an immensely enigmatic tycoon, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the conditions for obtaining this vehicle are exceedingly stringent. Mere wealth is insufficient. To purchase the Bugatti Nocturne, one must first acquiesce to 3 non-negotiable stipulations set forth by the Bugatti company. First, prior to the purchase, an exhaustive background check will be conducted. Should the individual possess any dubious associations, they will be denied even the slightest opportunity to touch the car. Second, prospective buyers must undergo an interview to ascertain whether their demeanor and presence align with the grandeur of such a top-tier automobile. Those lacking the requisite poise may find themselves unceremoniously dismissed by security. Third, once ownership is secured, the new proprietor is strictly forbidden from altering the vehicle in any manner. As the Nocturne is already the epitome of automotive perfection, any modification would be seen as an affront to its magnificence. Hence, it is abundantly clear that acquiring this world-class supercar transcends mere financial capability. Even Principal Wang would likely be left merely salivating from afar. While my heart swelled with exhilaration, I was also beset by confusion. Given the Nocturne's singularity, what could this vehicle signify for me? System, do enlighten me. What if driving this Nocturne attracts unnecessary trouble? Truth be told, I was not only puzzled but somewhat anxious, for this supercar is indeed the only one of its kind globally. With the rapid spread of information today, it would not be long before Bugatti discovered my possession, leading to potential complications. Despite my newfound wealth and the advantages afforded by the system, my financial standing pales in comparison to that of Bugatti's elite clientele. Do not fret, host. This Nocturne was fabricated overnight by the system, boasting capabilities that far surpass those of a conventional Bugatti Nocturne. Just drive it without worry. Incredible. You truly are remarkable, system. My trepidation began to dissipate. If the system assures me there is no cause for alarm, then all is well. However, I suspected the claim of an overnight creation might be somewhat exaggerated. Jiang Chuan, what has come over you? Why the sudden grin? Shueli queried with a hint of bewilderment. Just reminiscing about a delightful thought, I replied. Shall we proceed to finalize the contract? Are you serious? You really want to go? Of course. Why would I deceive you? Chapter 23, Young Sir, I wish to bear your offspring. Upon returning to the sales office, it was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Not far from the office, a striking black supercar was parked prominently. Its formidable presence was undeniable, crafted entirely from carbon fiber and designed with aerodynamics in mind. The 6 exhaust pipes at the rear exuded an aura of sheer power, resembling a black steel beast. Could this truly be the Bugatti Nocturne bestowed upon me? It was absolutely magnificent. The moment I laid eyes on the supercar, admiration radiated from my gaze. Wow, whose magnificent vehicle is this? It looks so impressive, I exclaimed, while Shueli was equally captivated, her eyes gleaming with awe. Though many young women might not possess a keen understanding of automobiles, the car's appearance clearly conveyed its exorbitant value. Indeed, would you believe me if I claimed this car is mine? I teased, to which Shueli shook her head, laughing. After all, for recent graduates like us, a few million yuan represented an astronomical sum. I doubt anyone would be willing to spend millions on a car, I mused. She then pointed to a nearby Yadea electric scooter and remarked, I think that vehicle suits you better, economical and practical. Am I so unworthy in your eyes? I feigned disappointment. Not at all. I merely perceive supercars as a distant dream for us, she replied earnestly. Well then, shall we proceed to sign the contract? I suggested, recognizing her enduring innocence, untouched by the harsh realities of life. Are you truly coming with me to sign the contract? Absolutely. Did you think I came only to share a bowl of spicy hot pot with you? Wasn't that the case? Certainly not. I have a keen interest in those two villas. Let us hurry to finalize the agreement. Before long, we returned to the sales office, where the staff had just returned from their lunch breaks. Wow, that car outside is so cool. I wonder whose wealthy offspring it belongs to. If only I could take a ride, I'd gladly offer my heart for the chance. Uffed, that SA Bugatti. I bet it costs at least 10 million. A rich boy like that wouldn't even glance at us working girls, another chimed in. Exactly. Don't get your hopes up. It's unrealistic. The other girls echoed as they resumed their duties. Hey, Shueli, why are you still showing this country bumpkin around? Have you been at it since morning? Surely you're not considering he can afford to buy? At that moment, Ma Xiaolu sauntered in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Who said Jiang Chuan can't afford it? He just expressed interest in those two villa units, and we're on our way to sign the contracts, Shueli retorted coldly, refusing to be intimidated. Despite her usual taunts, this time she would not allow Ma Xiaolu to deride Jiang Chuan, who was someone she genuinely admired. Villa units? Contracts? Huh, Shueli, are you trying to kill me with laughter? That country bumpkin buying a villa? Please, if he can afford any unit here, I'll eat my hat live on stream. Ma Xiaolu scoffed, her laughter ringing out mercilessly. The surrounding sales staff turned their gazes toward the unfolding drama, unconvinced that this seemingly ordinary young man could possibly purchase a villa. However, they refrained from mocking him outright, as they too were merely ordinary workers earning modest salaries. Shut your mouth, you hideous creature. It's people like you who inflate the market even for waste. I snapped back, irritated. You think you can buy it? You're all talk. And you, Shueli, do you know why you have no sales? It's because you're too foolish. Someone like you will never sell a house, remaining a pauper forever. Ma Xiaolu unleashed a torrent of insults upon us. Humph, Shueli scoffed. So what if I have no achievements? What if I'm just a penniless wretch? Every penny I earn is clean and honest, unlike certain individuals who can only profit from selling their bodies. Such filthy money is beneath me. I wouldn't deign to use it. Regardless, I'll be dismissed for lack of performance this month, so there's no need to endure this nonsense. Who cares about your so-called supervisor? Even if a manager were to come in, she wouldn't intimidate me. You vile creature. How dare you insult me? What gives you the right to look down on me? Ma Xiaolu instantly fumed. Although everyone was acutely aware that her achievements stemmed from dubious means, it was a silent understanding that no one dared to voice openly. To think that a no-account like her would dare to speak such words. Smack. At that moment, Jiang Chuan delivered a resounding slap, sending her sprawling. 5 distinct fingerprints immediately adorned her cheek. You dare strike me? You filthy peasant. How could you lay a hand on me? You're finished. You're dead meat. Ma Xiaolu gaped at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. She never imagined this bumpkin would actually have the audacity to hit her. Regaining her composure, Ma Xiaolu quickly retrieved her phone and dialed. How go, it's Xiaolu, the one who cosplayed as a reindeer for you. I've been assaulted in the Longxi sales department. Hurry and bring people here. After hanging up, she trembled, pointing a finger at Jiang Chuan. Just wait. You poor loser are doomed. Not even Jesus could save you now. Jiang Chuan, perhaps you should leave? Although Ma Xiaolu was despicable, she had acquainted herself with many wealthy and influential individuals. Shueli cast a worried glance at Jiang Chuan, surprised by his decisive action against Ma Xiaolu. Quickly print the contract. Don't worry about me. Jiang Chuan, unfazed, replied with a calm smile. No matter who she calls. I won't be intimidated by such trash. To be prudent, he sent a message to Zhong Tianhao, urging him to arrive as swiftly as possible, knowing that he could handle any troublemakers more efficiently than himself. Before long, Shueli returned with 2 printed contracts and a POS machine. Jiang Chuan, here are the contracts. Though she still harbored doubts about his financial capability to purchase 2 villas outright, she had no choice but to proceed. Huh, Shueli, do you really believe this bumpkin can afford a villa? You're wasting company resources printing contracts for him, Ma Xiaolu began, but before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chuan slapped her down again. Just lie there and sign the contract. He then produced a sleek black bank card. Swipe it. Oh, Shueli nodded. Still in a daze. With a gentle swipe, the machine chimed. Ding. Transaction successful. Account ending in 4065 credited with 80 million. Gasp. Instantly. The entire sales department was filled with the sound of shocked breaths, and both Shui Li and Ma Xiaolu were left in a stupor, their minds blank. Neither could fathom that Jiang Chuan truly possessed such wealth. No, it can't be. That filthy loser. How could he possibly have that much money? Ma Xiaolu stood frozen, shock giving way to a wave of regret. If only she had been the one to attend to this seemingly impoverished man from the start. Those 2 villas would have been her sale, netting her at least 2 million in commission. Damn it, that fortune had slipped right through her fingers. More importantly, it seemed that the issue was no longer just about 2 million. Anyone capable of casually spending 80 million on a property was undoubtedly among the wealthiest elite. Yet, she had offended such a top-tier tycoon with her thoughtless words. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Ma Xiaolu's face turned pale with terror. This was it. She had truly sealed her fate. Offending a tycoon of this caliber would likely mean that even Hao Gu couldn't save her now. Jiang Chuan, did the transaction really go through? Shui Li's face was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. She had never imagined that the funds would actually be approved. Seeing her expression, Jiang Chuan playfully pinched her chubby cheek and asked with a smile, does it hurt? That gesture, the strength, felt just like in high school. Shui Li's face flushed crimson, filled with embarrassment. She had never allowed any other boy to touch her cheeks in such a manner. It hurts. Ah, this is real. Upon feeling the pinch, Shui Li regained her senses, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I sold it. I sold it. She then enveloped Jiang Chuan in a bear hug, causing her ample bosom to compress and quiver in protest. Cough. Jiang Chuan nearly choked on his own saliva, while he understood her excitement. Her choice of words was far from refined. Wow, a billionaire, purchasing a villa worth 80 million without batting an eye? Did Shui Li step in dog poop on her way out? What luck! My goodness. Suddenly, that young man seems incredibly handsome. I really like him. Indeed. He's 1,000,000 times more attractive than Wu Yanzu. I admit, my envy is overflowing. The other sales staff, now regaining their composure, looked at Jiang Chuan with newfound admiration, akin to a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a delectable lamb. A few even approached him directly. Young man, I want to bear your children. If you don't mind, we can do it tonight. If you're in a hurry, we can do it right here live. Me too. I want to bear your children. Chapter 24. Zhong Tianhao calls me big brother. What are you even worth? Stop. It is well known that humans cannot bear children. Jiang Chuan chuckled and shook his head. The old adage proved true. When one possesses wealth, it suddenly seems that everyone around them becomes a good person. Thank you, Jiang Chuan. I truly never expected this. Shui Li exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Though her sentence remained unfinished, her meaning was unmistakable. Despite having accompanied Jiang Chuan on this lengthy property tour, she had never believed he could actually afford a villa. To her astonishment, he not only purchased one but 2 of the most expensive villas available. What thanks? Since you were going to buy anyway, I merely helped boost your performance, Jiang Chuan replied with a grin. The surrounding female sales staff wore expressions of envy and regret. Had they been a bit more enthusiastic upon first meeting Jiang Chuan, perhaps this windfall would have fallen to them instead. At the very least, they could have shared a portion of the bounty with Shui Li. But now, it was far too late. According to company commission policies, Shui Li would receive a 25% commission on this sale, amounting to a whopping 2 million. This was wealth they could never hope to amass in decades. Damn it, I slaved away for 2 months for an 800,000 commission from that old man, while that wretched Shui Li, who did nothing, suddenly finds herself showered with fortune. Ma Xiaolu was utterly confounded. It was incomprehensible that her efforts, 100-fold greater than Shui Li's, could yield such disparate outcomes. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached Jiang Chuan and Shui Li. Xiaoli, have you truly sold those 2 luxury villas? The gleam in his eyes was unmistakable. With an 8 million sales figure, as a manager, he stood to gain a substantial commission, and thus, his heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, Manager Wu, those 2 villas were purchased by my friend, Jiang Chuan. Shui Li nodded, still reeling from the shock. Excellent. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, Manager Wu beamed, his smile revealing more teeth than eyes. He hastily extended his hand to Jiang Chuan. Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wu Qi, the sales manager of Longxi No. 1. Anyone capable of casually spending 80 million on a villa is undoubtedly among the wealthiest of the wealthy. Even in Linghai City, he would be a prominent figure on the rich list. Wu Qi was acutely aware of this fact and understood the importance of leaving a favorable impression on such a distinguished client. Hello, Jiang Chuan replied with a perfunctory nod. harboring no fondness for such posturing. Mr. Jiang, you are now a VIP resident of Longxi No. 1 and a super VIP of Longxi Real Estate. We will do our utmost to accommodate any requests you may have, Wu Qi said, rubbing his hands together with excitement. In truth, had there been room for negotiation, the villas could have been discounted by at least 5 million. However, this client was far too extravagant, buying without a hint of bargaining, thus allowing Wu Qi to earn even more. He felt as if he had encountered a benefactor. I do indeed have a request, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Casting a cold glance at Ma Xiaolu, a chill ran down her spine. Mr. Jiang, please state your request. I will spare no effort to fulfill it, Wu Qi assured. Also casting a cold look at Ma Xiaolu, who had clearly underestimated the situation. Previously, she had bullied those who were less affluent, but this time, she might have bitten off more than she could chew. My request is simple. I want that short-sighted woman, who judges people by their appearances, to leave this place immediately. Furthermore, promote Xue Li to the position of sales supervisor, Jiang Chuan stated flatly. Absolutely, Wu Qi nodded emphatically. This was indeed a trivial matter for him as a sales manager. He then shot a cold glance at Ma Xiaolu. You, incompetent fool, pack your things and get lost. You're a nuisance here. Xiao Li, you performed exceptionally well today, and based on your sales achievements, you will now be the deputy manager of the sales department. After saying this, he turned to Jiang Chuan, seemingly seeking approval for the decision. Very well, Jiang Chuan affirmed with a nod. At that moment, however, a boisterous voice erupted from the entrance. Wu Qi, do you have the audacity to dismiss my woman? Do you think your life is secure? Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to see 5 individuals appearing at the door. Leading them was a burly young man with triangular eyes, seemingly in his early 30s, flanked by 4 bodyguards clad in black. Zhong Xiao. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wu Qi's complexion shifted dramatically. This individual was also a resident of Longxi No. 1, having purchased a small villa from Ma Xiaolu just last month. Crucially, he was the general manager of Tianhao Group and the cousin of Zhong Tianhao. It was this affiliation that made many in Jin County wary of crossing paths with him. Wow, it's Zhong Xiao. This is going to be interesting. My goodness. When did Xiao Lu manage to attract Zhong Xiao? Although the earlier wealthy man was affluent, he seemed insignificant in comparison to Zhong Xiao. Exactly. Zhong Xiao is someone who commands respect even from the powerful. I just realized that the earlier wealthy man isn't even that handsome. I must have been momentarily blind. The sales staff, like fickle reeds, quickly shifted their allegiance. Meanwhile, Xue Li and Wu Qi's expressions turned grave, for they recognized Zhong Zihua and understood the forces behind him. Who is that loser? Jiang Chuan inquired nonchalantly. The expressions of Wu Qi and Xue Li indicated that the man who had just entered was not to be trifled with. Mr. Jiang, that is Zhong Zihua, the general manager of Tianhao Group and the cousin of Chairman Zhong Tianhao, Wu Qi introduced solemnly. Oh, so he is Little Hao's brother. Why does he seem even more arrogant than Little Hao? Jiang Chuan remarked, unimpressed. Zhong Tianhao exuded an aura of a formidable leader, whereas Zhong Zihua appeared more like an uncultured thug. What, Little Hao? Are you referring to Zhong Tianhao? Wu Qi stared at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. Few dared to refer to Zhong Tianhao so casually in Jin County. At this moment, Zhong Zihua had already approached Jiang Chuan and the others with his 4 bodyguards. Wu Qi, is it you who seeks to fire Xiao Lu? Zhong Zihua's malevolent gaze bore down on Wu Qi, causing him to break into a cold sweat. While he was the sales manager of Longxi No. 1, he felt as diminutive as an ant in front of someone like Zhong Zihua. Zhong Xiao, Ma Xiaolu just offended our esteemed guest, so according to protocol, Wu Qi began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhong Zihua. Shut your foul mouth. Rules are only meant to restrain you lowly individuals. They do not apply to us. If you dare to dismiss Xiao Lu today, I will ensure you cannot survive in Jin County, perhaps even make you disappear entirely, Zhong Zihua declared with overwhelming arrogance, resembling a petty tyrant accustomed to his own entitlement. Wu Qi trembled at his words, fully aware of the truth behind them. These individuals had previously been involved in unsavory activities, and they had the audacity to follow through on their threats. Wu Qi could only cast a pleading glance at Jiang Chuan. A man capable of casually producing 80 million was not someone to provoke lightly, but he wondered if Jiang Chuan could stand against Zhong Zihua. You there? Are you the one who just struck my woman? Zhong Zihua's gaze shifted to Jiang Chuan. Indeed, that foul woman spoke out of turn and deserved the blow. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. He could easily handle the 4 men before him. Very well. You are even more arrogant than I am. It's been ages since anyone dared to speak to me like that. However, I must warn you, arrogance comes at a price, one you may not be able to bear. Zhong Zihua said, his fury transforming into a mocking smile. Is that so? I extend the same sentiment to you. I hope you can maintain your bravado when the time comes, Jiang Chuan replied, still wearing a light smile. For he had not placed any importance on this so-called Zhong Zihua. Moreover, he had already messaged Zhong Tianhao, who should be arriving shortly. Excellent. You truly have guts. I almost admire you. I hope when your tongue is severed, you can still speak so defiantly. Zhong Zihua scoffed, glancing at Jiang Chuan before turning to Ma Xiaolu. Xiaolu, repay this filthy dog tenfold for how he struck you. Certainly. Thank you. How gu? Ma Xiaolu exclaimed, rising to approach Jiang Chuan. You poor loser, filthy dog. Keep being arrogant. Her face lit up with excitement as she prepared to strike Jiang Chuan. However, before her hand could fully rise, slap. A crisp slap resonated throughout the sales department. 5 distinct fingerprints instantly adorned Ma Xiaolu's face, one side of which swelled dramatically. You wretched toad, how dare you strike me? Ma Xiaolu gazed at Jiang Chuan in sheer terror, disbelief written across her features. To her astonishment, emboldened by the support of Hao Gu, this vile toad had the audacity to strike her. You filthy wretch, scram. With that, Jiang Chuan delivered a heavy kick to Ma Xiaolu's abdomen, propelling her a distance of 5 meters. Hao Gu, annihilate this toad. Ouch, it hurts so badly. You insolent brat. How dare you strike my woman in my presence? Jiang Chuan seethed, initially intending only a mild reprimand, but now he resolved to personally shatter the boy's legs. The fury of Zhong Zihou ignited within him. To dare strike Ma Xiaolu before his eyes was tantamount to slapping his own face, an act utterly unforgivable. Smack. In the next instant, another crisp slap echoed. 5 clear imprints appeared on Zhong Zihou's face, and he staggered back 4 or 5 steps from the force of it. In that moment, the entire sales department fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the room. At this moment, a singular thought coursed through everyone's minds. How could Jiang Chuan dare? Was he courting death? Observing the stunned expressions around him, Jiang Chuan slowly remarked, You wretched creature. Even if Zhong Tianhao himself were here, he would respectfully address me as Big Brother. What, pray tell, are you? Chapter 25, The Super Rich Second Generation. Zhong Zihou was evidently taken aback by the slap, his triangular eyes wide with disbelief, staring incredulously at Jiang Chuan. How could this toad have the audacity? Aside from his elder brother, not even those older gentlemen would dare strike their own faces. Was this pretty boy a fool? Did he not realize the dire consequences of his actions? The bodyguards behind him were equally baffled, unable to fathom such an unforeseen turn of events. This is it. We're truly finished. Wu Qi, terrified, plopped down onto the ground. If there had been any chance to salvage the situation before, it was now irretrievably lost. Though he recognized that Jiang Chuan might possess some wealth, in terms of background, he could never compare to Zhong Zihou. Even if this individual were a rich second generation from Jin County, his fate today would undoubtedly be most tragic. Goodness, that lad is audacious. He actually dared to strike young Master Zhong. It's over. I can already sense the scent of death. Though this pretty boy is courageous, his impulsiveness in offending young Master Zhong could lead to nothing but his demise. The youth of today truly act recklessly for the sake of pride. A few female sales representatives, coming back to their senses, began to whisper among themselves. Jiang Chuan, you should run. Zhong Zihou has a formidable background and a heart as cold as ice. He will not let you off easily. Shueli urged Jiang Chuan to flee. Although she was unclear about Jiang Chuan's sudden wealth, she was well aware of his humble origins. Fear not. I regard such a scoundrel with utter disdain. Within 5 minutes, he will be on his knees, begging for my forgiveness. Jiang Chuan replied with unwavering confidence. Judging by the time, Zhong Tianhao should be arriving shortly. Shueli wanted to say something further, but upon witnessing Jiang Chuan's self-assured demeanor, she swallowed her words. You dare strike me? You insolent toad. Today I shall ensure your utter destruction. I will not rest until your limbs are severed. Regaining composure from his disbelief, Zhong Zihou erupted in furious shouts. What are you waiting for? Dispose of that wretched dog. At that moment, the bodyguards snapped out of their stupor, their menacing gazes fixed upon Jiang Chuan. You brat, daring to strike young Master Zhong. You are doomed. This is a path of your own making, so do not blame us for our ruthlessness. For bodyguards surged toward Jiang Chuan. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out, Stop right there. The voice was powerful, resonating with authority. The 4 bodyguards, poised to strike, froze in place, startled by the familiarity of the voice. Turning around, they were met with the visage they both recognized and feared. Tiangu. Indeed, the newcomer was Zhong Tianhao. Big brother, you finally arrived. That wretched dog not only struck my woman, but also struck me. Quickly, take care of him. Zhong Zihou shrieked in a frenzy upon seeing Zhong Tianhao enter. However, Zhong Tianhao merely cast a cold glance at him before striding purposefully towards Jiang Chuan. All eyes followed Zhong Tianhao in that instant. Big brother, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. To the astonishment and shock of the onlookers, Zhong Tianhao bowed respectfully to Jiang Chuan, his demeanor exuding utmost politeness, akin to a junior addressing an elder. Indeed, he had arrived a bit late. Had he delayed further, they might have all been lying on the ground. It's quite all right, Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly. Those 4 useless bodyguards would have found themselves sprawled on the ground like dead dogs within a minute. What is happening here? That is Chairman Zhong. Why is he showing such deference to that pretty boy? Good heavens! Could Jiang Chuan be a top-tier scion from a prominent family? If he were merely a rich second generation from Jin County, Chairman Zhong would hardly regard him with such respect. Jiang Chuan likely hailed from a wealthy lineage in the city or provincial capital. Whispers of shock rippled through the crowd. Wu Qi and Shueli, both previously trembling with fear, now stared at Jiang Chuan in utter disbelief. While they knew Jiang Chuan had acquired considerable wealth, they never anticipated he could command such respect from Zhong Tianhao. No wonder he claimed even Zhong Tianhao would call him Big Brother. Big Brother, what are you doing? Why are you bowing to that wretched dog? You are the chairman of Tianhao Group. Even the county magistrate would show you some respect. Zhong Zihou confronted Zhong Tianhao, his voice rising in indignation. Silence, you worthless fool. Slap. Zhong Tianhao retaliated with a resounding slap across Zhong Zihou's face. Can't you see the gravity of the situation? Big Brother, you struck me. You actually hit me for a mere toad. Zhong Zihou exclaimed, holding his face, astonished and enraged. His cousin had never before laid a hand on him. Even when he created monumental troubles, he would only receive a reprimand. To think today he was struck for a mere toad. At this moment, his fury reached its zenith, and his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Bang! Before Zhong Zihou could finish his sentence, Zhong Tianhao sent him sprawling to the ground with a vicious kick. Have you lost your senses? How dare you bring trouble to my elder brother? He commanded. Crawl over here and apologize to him. If he does not forgive you, I will break your legs upon your return. Zhong Tianhao's glare was icy to the core. Ever since Jiang Chuan had saved his family the previous day, he regarded him not only as a savior, but as his elder brother. He was a man who valued loyalty. Even a drop of kindness warranted a fountain of gratitude, let alone saving the lives of his family. Big Brother. Zhong Zihou attempted to protest. Smack. Another resounding slap landed on his face. The crowd collectively gasped. The atmosphere thick with tension, and not a soul dared to breathe. Shueli gazed at Jiang Chuan with eyes filled with boundless astonishment. What on earth had Jiang Chuan accomplished over the years to earn the willing reverence of a figure like Zhong Tianhao, who now affectionately referred to him as brother? At this moment, Zhong Zihua finally seemed to awaken from his stupor. A flicker of resentment and murderous intent flashed deep within his gaze as he crawled to Jiang Chuan's feet. Brother, it is my folly for not recognizing your worth. All due to that wretched woman who has offended you. I implore you, great brother, to overlook my transgressions and spare me, considering my ignorance. Although he was ostensibly admitting his fault, it was evident that his heart harbored a deep-seated unwillingness to accept defeat. Very well, I am magnanimous. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Before either of the Zhong brothers could utter a word, Jiang Chuan, with an enigmatic smile, added, I can choose to spare you. However, your brother may not be so forgiving, considering the heinous deeds you have committed, which are far beneath even the basest of creatures. A sudden realization struck Zhong Zihua, as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that this mere mutt had uncovered the truth of his actions? How else could he gaze at him with such profound significance? Zhong Tianhao, bewildered, looked at Jiang Chuan in confusion. Do you not comprehend? Jiang Chuan inquired. Zhong Tianhao shook his head. You merely uncovered your rival yesterday, but have you considered that there may be other masterminds lurking in the shadows? Have you pondered who stands to gain the most if you were to perish in an accident? Investigate thoroughly. For someone to have placed a ticking time bomb in your midst and yet still be alive is, I must say, a testament to your remarkable audacity and foolishness. In truth, Jiang Chuan had foreseen the events of yesterday and knew that Zhong Zihua was the true architect of the accident. With the entire Zhong family out of the way, the Tianhao group would be his for the taking. As Jiang Chuan's words sank in, Zhong Tianhao felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His mind buzzed with realization. His eyes reddened, bloodshot with rage. Even someone as dim-witted as he could now grasp the implications of Jiang Chuan's statement. If he had truly perished yesterday, the Tianhao group would undoubtedly fall into the hands of his treacherous cousin. This wretched beast, whom he had always treated as his closest brother, had not only plotted his demise but also sought to endanger his wife and child. Such betrayal was unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Brother, do not listen to him. You must not be deceived by this outsider. I am your cousin, your closest brother. There is absolutely no way I would collude with outsiders to harm you. You must believe me. The events of yesterday had nothing to do with me. It was all Chun Tianxiang's doing. Panicked, Zhong Zihua was now utterly frantic. He understood that family was Zhong Tianhao's Achilles heel. Touch it, and death was certain. He had thought he had escaped calamity yesterday, only to have this unknown mutt dredge it all back up. Zhong Tianhao inhaled sharply, seemingly striving to regain his composure. Upon witnessing Zhong Zihua's expression, he had already discerned that Jiang Chuan spoke the truth. "You are truly my beloved brother," he said softly, placing a hand on Zhong Zihua's shoulder. Yet the icy gaze he cast upon him was akin to that of a devil, rendering Zhong Zihua pale as death. Everyone around them wore expressions of utter confusion, oblivious to the conversation unfolding before them. Yet, their curiosity about Jiang Chuan's true identity was palpable. "Xiaohao, what do you intend to do about this?" Jiang Chuan asked sincerely. For any man, their wife and children were their most vulnerable points. "Brother, this beast has committed such atrocious acts, he shall not see the light of day again." Zhong Tianhao's voice remained calm, but the murderous intent simmering in his eyes was unmistakable. Clearly, he had resolved to eliminate Zhong Zihua. "While I do not wish to interfere with your decisions, I must remind you that we live in a society governed by law. Murder is a crime, and I do not wish to lose a brother like you," Jiang Chuan asserted with a serious demeanor, gazing into Jiang Chuan's earnest eyes. Zhong Tianhao furrowed his brow and nodded slowly. "I understand. I will go resolve this matter." With that, he departed, taking the terrified Zhong Zihua with him. At that moment, the way everyone regarded Jiang Chuan had undergone a complete transformation. Initially, when he first entered the sales department, most had viewed him with disdain and scorn. However, now they regarded him with reverence and admiration. Few in the entire Jin County could command the respect of Zhong Tianhao. Manager Wu Qi wore a delighted expression. Having anticipated that the day's events would escalate and potentially implicate him, he was astonished at how effortlessly Jiang Chuan had resolved the situation. Shui Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Jiang Chuan. She suddenly recognized that the Jiang Chuan of today was inscrutable, a far cry from the person he had been years ago. It was unfathomable that rumors in their class group had suggested he had fallen so low as to drink from a trash can. Here he was, casually spending 80 million on a villa, with Zhong Tianhao referring to him as brother. Clearly, he had not fallen from grace. He had risen to prominence. Chapter 26. Manager? You are no longer one. At this moment, Ma Xiaolu's face was ashen, terror-stricken as she gazed at Jiang Chuan. She could not fathom how a man, dressed in shabby clothes, could possibly become Zhong Tianhao's elder brother. In her heart, she cursed the deceitful scoundrels masquerading as simpletons. Beep. Congratulations to the host for spending 80 million on a property, triggering a critical reward, and acquiring 55 shares of Longting Hotel, valued at 500 billion. Just then, the system's synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Longting Hotel, wasn't he that a well-known 5-star establishment in the country? And there was one right in Jin County. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Not only had he successfully showcased his prowess today, but the system had also bestowed upon him shares worth 500 billion. This was a resounding victory. Ding ding ding. Just a minute after the electronic announcement, his phone rang. Jiang Chuan glanced at the screen to see an unfamiliar local number. He pressed the answer button. "Hello, Chairman Jiang. I am Feng Jun, the General Manager of Longting Hotel for the Jin County region. I would like to know when you would be available to visit the hotel for an inspection." The voice on the other end, presumably that of a middle-aged man, sounded exceedingly respectful. "Wow, this fellow is remarkably swift. The system just rewarded me with shares in Longting Hotel, and he is already calling," Jiang Chuan thought, astonished. He then replied nonchalantly, "I'll come by shortly." "Very well, Chairman. Would you like me to send someone to pick you up?" Feng Jun inquired respectfully. "No need. I'll drive myself." With that, Jiang Chuan ended the call. At this moment, Wu Qi, wearing a broad smile, turned to Shui Li and said, "Xiao Li, since young Master Jiang is your classmate, I will grant you half a day's leave today to accompany him and rekindle your friendship." One couldn't deny that this fellow had a keen eye. Shui Li cast a questioning glance at Jiang Chuan. Previously, her warmth and lack of decorum stemmed from her belief that he had not changed significantly. Thus, she had regarded him as merely an ordinary classmate. However, following the recent events, she now understood that Jiang Chuan was no longer the person he once was. He seemed to belong to an entirely different world. The Jiang Chuan of high school had looked down upon her. Now, he likely regarded her with even greater disdain. In that fleeting moment, a wave of despondency and self-doubt surged within. Manager Wu was indeed correct. "Let us take a stroll." Jiang Chuan discerned Shui Li's thoughts and cheerfully suggested. Hum. Shui Li nodded enthusiastically, her spirits lifted. Subsequently, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, the two exited the sales office. They then entered the Bugatti Chiron, pressing the accelerator and swiftly departing. As they reveled in the beastly roar of the engine and the exhilarating push of the supercar, Jiang Chuan was utterly enamored. It is no wonder that supercars are deemed the dreams of every young man. The thrill of riding or driving one is undeniably exquisite. "Jiang Chuan, could you please slow down?" This speed is unbearable for me. Sure thing. I'll ease up. Oh dear, the oscillation between fast and slow is even more uncomfortable. Just speed up. All right, hold on tight. I'm preparing for a vigorous sprint. At the entrance of Longting Hotel, Feng Jun had already gathered all the staff, who stood in two tense lines, awaiting the chairman's arrival. A mere 10 minutes later, the duo arrived at the parking lot. Just as they alighted, a shrill voice pierced the air. Oh my, isn't that the illustrious Shueda Banhua? They quickly turned towards the source. Spotting a heavily made-up girl intimately linking arms with a middle-aged man, their gaze now fixed upon them. Who is that hideous creature? Jiang Chuan frowned slightly, turning to Shui Li. Upon seeing the woman, Shui Li's brows furrowed. She is my university classmate, Jean Xiaoer, she replied tersely. Shui Li, back in college you were the belle of our class. How could you have such poor taste in boyfriends, settling for such a penniless loser? Jean Xiaoer's eyes scrutinized Jiang Chuan, instantly recognizing his attire as indicative of a lack of wealth. Although he was quite handsome, in the harsh reality of life, looks alone held little value. Wealth was the true king. Whether my taste is good or not is none of your concern, Shui Li retorted coldly. It was perplexing. During university, these classmates were not so detestable, yet upon entering society, they revealed themselves as utterly repugnant. Oh dear, Li, your classmate may resemble a pig, but at least she is quite filial, bringing her father out for shopping. Jiang Chuan remarked with a faint smile. Uffed, Shui Li couldn't help but chuckle. Any discerning eye could see that the oily middle-aged man was undoubtedly Jean Xiaoer's boyfriend. Jiang Chuan was clearly being intentionally provocative. You, pathetic loser, what are you saying? This is my boyfriend, Jian Chuan. Jean Xiaoer glared at Jiang Chuan, her fury palpable. The mere mention of his name had shattered her composure. My apologies. I mistook him for your father at first. Jiang Chuan continued to smile. Hee, I thought so too, Xiaoer. Have you been starved of love since childhood, hence seeking a sugar daddy to experience paternal affection? But honestly, if you're going to find one, at least choose someone a bit cleaner. This uncle is rather greasy. Shui Li immediately joined the fray. You and your entire family are the ones starved for love. Do you even know who my boyfriend is? Are you aware of his annual income? Jean Xiaoer demanded angrily. It was amusing how she had come to provoke them only to be so easily rattled. What does that have to do with us? Shui Li asked nonchalantly. I'm so infuriated. It feels as though I've thrown a punch into a pile of cotton, leaving me utterly frustrated. Humph. I'll tell you, my Jian Chuan is the department manager at Longting Hotel, earning $1 million a year. Do you comprehend the significance of $1 million? It's a hefty stack. You impoverished fools probably haven't even seen $1 million in your lives. Jean Xiaoer declared with a haughty scoff. Oh Xiaoer, be a bit more modest. I'm about to be promoted to vice president, and soon my salary will reach $2 million. Jian Chuan boasted proudly. The sensation of flaunting was truly exhilarating. Ah, so you're the department manager at Longting Hotel. Quite impressive, Jiang Chuan remarked lightly. But soon, you won't be. Fate often unfolds in the most peculiar ways. Having just become the largest shareholder of Longting Hotel, he was met with this petty challenge. You pathetic loser, what did you just say? Do you even understand the value of a department manager at Longting Hotel? Forget it. Someone like you, coming from the countryside, wouldn't grasp it anyway. Shui Li, how could you settle for such a pretentious loser? Jean Xiaoer continued her taunts. Enough, Xiaoer. Why waste your breath on these lower-class individuals? They won't comprehend anything you say. Let us go. We must introduce ourselves to our hotel's new chairman. Afterward, I'll take you to our hotel's presidential suite, where we can indulge in a bath that even the gods would envy, Jian Chuan declared smugly. All right, darling. Jean Xiaoer clung tightly to Jian Chuan's arm, her posture somewhat distorted. She then cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan and Shui Li. You filthy peasants. Even if you were sold, you'd never step foot in a presidential suite. I apologize, Jiang Chuan, for dragging you into this humiliation, Shui Li said, her face filled with remorse. It's all right. Their arrogance will soon be met with a bitter downfall, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile, striding purposefully toward the hotel entrance. From a distance, he could see attendants in uniforms lining the sides. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in a suit, appearing anxious and tense. Jin Xiao. The earlier figure was right behind him. As Jiang Chuan and Shui Li approached, Jian Chuan and Jean Xiaoer regarded them with disdain, promptly shouting, "Get lost, you pathetic loser. This is Longting Hotel, a place not meant for the likes of you. Exactly, get out of here. Security, escort these two paupers away." A security guard immediately stepped in front of Jiang Chuan and Shui Li. Feng Jun furrowed his brows slightly. Clearly realizing that Jian Chuan had a conflict with the young couple, he quickly produced 1,000 yuan and handed it to Jiang Chuan. Young man, I'm unaware of the grudge between you and Jian Chuan, but we are currently welcoming a very important dignitary. Please, for my sake, leave here for the time being. Resolve your issues privately. He feared that the presence of these two young individuals might tarnish the chairman's impression of him. Feng Jun, these two filthy peasants are clearly here to extort money. Just have security throw them out and call the police. Why bother giving them money? Jiang Chuan interjected sharply. Silence. Are you, a mere servant, instructing me on how to act? Feng Jun shot her a cold glare, dismissing her with disdain. Despite Jiang Chuan being Jiang Chuan's lover, she was of no consequence in his eyes. I wouldn't dare. My apologies, Chairman. It was my mistake. Jiang Chuan quickly retreated, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at Jiang Chuan and Shueli. Jiang Chuan, let us just go. This is the most expensive 5-star hotel in the county. Shueli said, her worry evident as she surveyed the scene. Jiang Chuan gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. As his gaze fell upon Feng Jun, it instantly turned icy. Feng Jun, you have truly disappointed me as the general manager. If you cannot manage this hotel competently, it would be wise to step aside. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Feng Jun froze in shock. You are Chairman Jiang, he exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chuan. Although I discerned the chairman's youth during our phone call, I was utterly astonished to discover he was indeed so young, practically resembling a fresh graduate. Mr. Feng, that woman is my university classmate, and that man is her impoverished boyfriend. How could he possibly be the general manager? You must be mistaken, Jiang Chuan asserted as she stepped forward once more. Shut your filthy mouth. With a swift motion, Feng Jun turned and delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Chuan's face, misaligning her newly done nose. His icy gaze then shot towards Jiang Chuan, seething at the thought of leaving such a dreadful impression on the chairman before his arrival. At this moment, he wished he could eliminate those two fools. Chairman, I sincerely apologize for my lax supervision, which has caused you distress, Feng Jun said, hastening to Jiang Chuan's side, bowing his head in respect, his body trembling slightly. After all, if the chairman was displeased, his tenure as general manager would come to an abrupt end. The crowd promptly echoed their welcome to the chairman. All right. You performed adequately just now. However, those two fools. Jiang Chuan did not finish his sentence. Feng Jun immediately cast a cold glance at Jiang Chuan and Jiang Chuan, instructing several security guards, throw these two idiots out. I hereby announce the termination of Jiang Chuan and Jiang Chuan. Chapter 27. Homeward Bound. Darling, what on earth is happening? How could that pathetic loser be the chairman of our hotel? The general manager must have made a mistake. Jiang Chuan, thrown out by the security, wore an expression of disbelief, still reeling from the earlier events. A mere loser. How could he possibly transform into the chairman? Slap. The response was a sharp slap across her face. You wretched BTCH, get lost. If it weren't for your meddling and attempts to show off, I wouldn't have lost my job. Jiang Chuan's face was a mask of fury. If it weren't for this insufferable BTCH's pretentiousness, she would still be a well-paid manager, poised for a promotion to assistant general manager. Now, all that remained were shattered dreams. The thought of wanting to strangle this wretched woman crossed her mind. I didn't know Shueli was acquainted with our chairman, and you saw how he looked. Jiang Chuan still could not comprehend the situation. Slap. Another heavy slap landed on her face, and Jiang Chuan, momentarily dazed, seemed to come to her senses. How dare you hit me? Jiang Chuan, you scoundrel. I'll fight back. Now that she had lost her job, she was nothing but a worthless middle-aged man, unworthy of her attention. Soon, this absurd scene unfolded at the hotel entrance. An extravagantly made-up woman and a greasy middle-aged man embroiled in a heated dispute, resembling two frenzied groundhogs. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan had returned to the chairman's office. Chairman, please enjoy some tea. The incident earlier was indeed a lapse in my management. I implore you to grant me an opportunity to atone, Feng Jun said, trembling as he presented the brewed tea to Jiang Chuan, fearful that any displeasure from him could lead to his dismissal. Enough, you needn't be so apprehensive. You handled the situation well. Therefore, you may retain your position as general manager, Jiang Chuan stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun's face lit up with joy, realizing that this young chairman was rather amiable. Chairman, I've arranged a welcome banquet for you in the Supreme private room. Shall we go now? Feng Jun hastily inquired. Let us go. I'm quite hungry. Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. They soon arrived at the Supreme private room, which was adorned in a resplendent manner, akin to stepping into a royal palace. The waitstaff comprised beautiful women with long legs, each towering around 175 meters. Their professional attire, complemented by black accents, was tantalizingly appealing. Shueli was utterly astonished. Although she had dined in 5-star hotels before, the grandeur of this supreme private room was beyond the imagination of ordinary patrons. Her curiosity towards Jiang Chuan intensified. Chairman, please allow me a moment to summon the kitchen for your meal, Feng Jun respectfully stated before exiting the room. Jiang Chuan, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic. I never anticipated you would be the chairman of Longting Hotel. What on earth is going on? Shueli finally voiced her curiosity. While she did not know Jiang Chuan intimately, she was aware of his background. Both of his parents were from rural origins, making it improbable for him to be a wealthy heir. It seemed more likely that his parents had concealed their wealth for decades. If he had truly achieved such success solely through 3 or 4 years of hard work, it seemed utterly implausible for him to become the chairman of Longting Hotel. Had he perhaps secured the affections of a wealthy patroness? Yes. Recently, such tales have been rampant online. Many handsome young men eschewing hard work in favor of finding affluent women to support them. Jiang Chuan's striking looks would undoubtedly attract numerous wealthy women, making this scenario quite plausible. With this thought, Shueli regarded Jiang Chuan with a peculiar gaze. Hey, what kind of look is that? You don't think I'm being supported by some rich woman, do you? Jiang Chuan immediately discerned her surprise and replied with irritation. Realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, Shueli managed an awkward smile. Rest assured, I, Jiang Chuan, am a man of integrity. I would never sell my soul. Really? You haven't sold it? Absolutely not. As their meal concluded, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Feng Jun initially intended to see Jiang Chuan off, but Jiang Chuan declined. Sometimes, being overly ostentatious is not advantageous. Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home, Jiang Chuan inquired, glancing at Shueli. I live in Jiufang Garden. Shueli replied, somewhat dejected. She had hoped that after dinner, Jiang Chuan would take her to his villa to explore the depths of their intimacy. But it seemed he had no such intentions. It was no surprise. Even in high school, she had failed to capture Jiang Chuan's attention. And now that he was a billionaire, she surely seemed even less appealing to him. After all, the discerning wealthy often sought partners of equal status. A criterion she clearly did not meet. What's wrong? Why does your expression suddenly seem troubled? Jiang Chuan asked. No, nothing's wrong. Just a bit stuffy in the room earlier. Let us go. Shueli smiled. Soon, they arrived at the parking area for luxury cars, where several tall women were posing by the vehicles, clearly awaiting the owner's arrival. Excuse me, please move aside, Jiang Chuan said calmly as he approached. Shueli understood perfectly what these women were thinking. She had seen similar scenes while scrolling through short videos, but now she realized her understanding of human nature had been overly simplistic. The road is so wide. Why must you confine yourselves to this spot? Hurry and move aside, lest you inadvertently scratch this supercar. Can you, a mere pauper, afford the damages? A few women cast disdainful glances at Jiang Chuan. Although this young man was undeniably handsome, he was certainly not their target. Their intentions were simple: to await the owner of this luxurious vehicle and indulge in a delightful encounter. Jiang Chuan remained silent. As his son produced the car key and pressed it, beep beep, the headlights of the Bugatti Chiron flickered twice. The moment the women beheld this spectacle, their pupils sparkled with excitement, and their gazes towards Jiang Chuan subtly shifted. Hey there, is this Bugatti supercar yours? Can we exchange WeChat, handsome? Could you take me for a spin in your car? I can handle some drinks tonight. The women's eyes glinted with the ferocity of predators, while Jiang Chuan transformed into a delectable lamb in their sight, as if they longed to pounce upon him. Not interested, he replied coolly, casting a cursory glance at the women before entering the car. Shueli hurriedly took her place in the passenger seat. Here is my business card. Do remember to contact me if you need anything. I'm always available. One woman rushed over to hand Jiang Chuan a small card. With a roar of the engine, the car sped away. Soon, they arrived at the Jiufang Jiyuan community, an aging neighborhood lacking the greenery and facilities of a more modern estate. Jiang Chuan, do you want to come up for a while? After disembarking, Shueli inquired, her eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't go up just yet. We can connect another time, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. He feared that if he went up tonight, he might not come back out. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Shueli's eyes, though it was fleeting. All right, drive safely then. I'll head up, she said, forcing a bittersweet smile. It seemed that any possibility between her and Jiang Chuan had vanished entirely. After all, they belonged to utterly different worlds now. The tale of Cinderella is merely a fairy tale. In reality, the princess counterpart will always be a princess, never a common girl. Watching Shueli ascend the stairs, Jiang Chuan returned to the Longting Hotel. The thought of residing alone in such a large villa felt rather solitary. Just as he lay down, his phone rang. His mother, Xiao Xiaohong, was initiating a WeChat video call. He promptly answered. Xiao Chuan, have you returned to Jingxian? She inquired eagerly. An aunt from the neighboring village said she spotted a young man resembling you today. Before Jiang Chuan could respond, Xiao Xiaohong continued. Oh yes, Mom. I just arrived in Jingxian yesterday to handle some matters before heading home. You rascal. Since you're back, why haven't you rushed home? Jiang Haitao chastised gruffly. By the way, did you come back with Qingya? Xiao Xiaohong seemed particularly concerned about whether Su Qingya had accompanied him. She held a great fondness for her future daughter-in-law. Well, we were supposed to return together, but she had to leave early due to family matters, Jiang Chuan replied with a wry smile. Oh, what a pity that is. Make sure to return quickly tomorrow. Your father and I are waiting for you, Xiao Xiaohong insisted. During their last video call, she had sensed that Xiao Chuan and Qingyao were not in a romantic relationship, not due to any inadequacy on her son's part, but because Qingyao appeared exceptionally accomplished. All right, Mom, I'll be back first thing in the morning. Is there anything you need me to bring? Jiang Chuan asked. Nothing. We lack for nothing at home. Just your return will make us happy, she replied. Understood, Mom. I'll return tomorrow morning. Chapter 28, My Wealth? Just a few hundred small goals. The next morning, longing for home, Jiang Chuan rose early, prepared himself with a quick wash, and got ready for breakfast. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by several tall waitstaff standing on either side, with General Manager Feng Jun prominently positioned in the center, a lascivious grin plastered on his face. Good morning, Chairman. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan emerge, Feng Jun and the waitstaff rose in unison to greet him. This display startled Jiang Chuan. What is the occasion? Why such a grand welcome so early in the day? He asked, bemused. Though such service was indeed pleasant, it felt rather ostentatious. Chairman, it appears your attire may not fit you well anymore, so I thought to provide you with a few new outfits, Feng Jun replied cheerily. This was primarily due to the blunder made by Jiang Chuan, who had criticized the chairman's ordinary attire, resulting in a significant error. Feng Jun aimed to prevent a repeat of such a scenario, fearing for his own position should the chairman be disrespected during a surprise inspection. You're quite thoughtful. Very well. I was just considering purchasing a few new outfits myself, Jiang Chuan nodded. He had indeed thought of buying new clothes to appear more presentable upon returning home. While he did not place much emphasis on his attire, looking sharp would help avoid ridicule from the villagers. In this contemporary society, even rural areas had lost their former simplicity, with a spirit of competition having seeped into every corner. If he were to endure mockery or disdain alone, that would be one thing. However, he could not bear to see his parents subjected to the same. Excellent. Shall we have them assist you with the change? Feng Jun asked, his grin growing wider, more audacious. Initially, he had felt a bit anxious, wary that the chairman might be fond of playing the humble fool. However, it seemed that was not the case. No need, I'll change myself. But could you refrain from grinning so lecherously? Otherwise, I might think you're coveting my good looks. Jiang Chuan shot Feng Jun an exasperated glare before taking 4 or 5 suits and returning to his room. The waitstaff giggled nearby, surprised to discover that not only was the chairman handsome, but also possessed a sense of humor. They speculated about which unfortunate soul might end up being ensnared. A few minutes later, having selected a suitable outfit that was comfortable and crafted from fine fabric, likely a high-end suit, Jiang Chuan was oblivious to the price tag. However, he trusted that Feng Jun would not provide him with anything subpar. Standing at 183 centimeters, with a well-proportioned physique, Jiang Chuan transformed into a paragon of elegance upon donning the suit. His straight posture and striking features made him resemble a protagonist straight out of a novel. Wow, he looks so handsome. The chairman is incredibly dashing. I want to bear his children. If I could spend a night with him, I would die without regrets. The waitstaff whispered amongst themselves. Chairman, you're truly magnificent. Even I, an old man, find myself a bit enamored. Feng Jun chuckled heartily. Scram. I have no interest in men, especially not greasy old men. Jiang Chuan shot Feng Jun a disdainful look. Then, recalling something, he added, Old Feng, could you lend me your car for a bit? I'm planning to head back home, but the roads there aren't too good, and my car's low chassis might not make it. 3 years ago, when I left home, many roads in the village were still unpaved. Although they have since been improved, I have heard that some sections remain quite treacherous, making it nearly impossible for a supercar with a low chassis to navigate them. Chairman, my vehicle is rather outdated. If you require a different car, I shall promptly arrange for one to be delivered from the dealership. Feng Jun seized the opportunity to showcase his initiative. The vehicle he drove was merely a Range Rover, and having been in use for 2 to 3 months, it hardly befitted the chairman's stature. Anything will suffice, so long as it has a high chassis and can traverse mountainous terrain, Jiang Chuan expressed, not placing much importance on the car itself, as he was not particularly knowledgeable in that area. Very well, please proceed to the executive lounge for your meal. I shall make the call at once. Feng Jun immediately contacted the dealership, while Jiang Chuan headed to the lounge for breakfast. After their meal, Feng Jun escorted Jiang Chuan downstairs. Upon exiting the hotel, they encountered a striking black SUV parked at the entrance. Chairman, this is the new car I have prepared for you. Do you find it to your liking? Feng Jun inquired with a beaming smile. In truth, he had reserved this vehicle a month prior, initially intending to keep it for himself. However, seizing this opportunity to present it to the chairman, he aimed to garner favor. Although the car's purchase price was a mere 4 million, Its exterior boasted a commanding presence, and both its interior and performance were exceptional. More importantly, it was a fusion of a supercar and an SUV, rivaling the aesthetics and power of a sports car, which he believed would appeal to a younger audience. Is this a Lamborghini Urus? Jiang Chuan, though not deeply versed in luxury vehicles, recognized this model from short videos he had occasionally encountered. After all, luxury cars possess an irresistible allure for every man, even with a modest monthly salary of $3,000 to $5,000. That did not diminish the temptation to admire luxury car videos. Indeed, Chairman, while this vehicle may not fully align with your esteemed status, it is the best I could procure within a short time frame. Feng Jun nodded eagerly. After all, vehicles priced over several million typically aren't available immediately and require advance reservations. It's quite impressive. I really like this car. Jiang Chuan acknowledged, then turned to Feng Jun, stating, "You managed this splendidly. Your annual salary shall be doubled henceforth." "Thank you, Chairman." Feng Jun nearly leapt with excitement upon hearing this. With his current annual salary at $6.5 million, doubling it would mean $13 million. Considering this vehicle's price of only $4 million, he felt he had struck gold. "All right. You may return to your duties. Call if you require anything," Jiang Chuan concluded, accelerating away. The vehicle was equipped with a 4.0T twin-turbocharged engine, delivering a maximum power of 471 kilowatts, achieving 100 kilometers in just 3.5 seconds. The SUV offered ample space along with the alluring aesthetics of a supercar, allowing drivers to experience the perfect amalgamation of both worlds. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Lamborghini Urus ranks among the finest high-performance SUVs globally. Wow. This power is extraordinary. Driving a luxury car is truly a different experience, Jiang Chuan remarked, relishing the comfort of the SUV, which felt even more spacious than his own vehicle. 2 hours later, Jiang Chuan arrived at Pingan Village. Along the way, he encountered no young people. The streets were mostly populated by elderly individuals basking in the sun and children at play. Although many young people had returned home for the approaching new year, most were indoors, engrossed in their phones and games, venturing out infrequently. Soon, Jiang Chuan parked the car in front of his home. Perhaps the elderly and children in the rural area had little concept of luxury cars, as no one gathered to gawk. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, he was about to push the door open when he overheard voices from inside the house. "Second brother, is Jiang Chuan not coming home this year? Look, both of our sons have been back for half a month. It has been 3 years since Jiang Chuan last visited. Could it be that he is struggling out there and feels ashamed to return?" The familiar voice belonged to his uncle, Jiang Hailing. "Elder brother, Xiao Chuan will be back shortly," Jiang Hailing's brother, Jiang Haitao, replied awkwardly. Indeed, the two sons of the elder brother had achieved considerable success, reportedly thriving in business. When they returned a few days prior, they had driven luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. "I told you long ago that college is of little use. Nowadays, there are too many graduates. In big cities, a casual toss of a brick would likely hit a university student. Years ago, I advised you to let Jiang Chuan drop out and work with his cousin, but you refused to listen. Now, I suspect Jiang Chuan is struggling to find work. Should we ask Xiao Lu to find him a position in his company? The monthly salary would certainly exceed 3,000. Jiang Hailing's boastful voice reached Jiang Chuan's ears once more. Jiang Chuan clenched his fist slightly. Years ago, when he was accepted into university, his uncle's family had been consumed with jealousy, attempting to dissuade him from attending and urging him to work alongside his cousin. It appeared they had finally seized an opportunity to mock him. "No need, elder brother. My Xiao Chuan is employed and doing quite well. Thank you for your concern," Xiao Xiaohong replied coolly. They could discern that the elder brother's visit was solely for the purpose of boasting. Just then, the door creaked open, and Jiang Chuan stepped inside. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Upon seeing his parents on the sofa, tears welled up in his eyes. They appeared visibly more haggard than 3 years prior. The video calls had not conveyed the extent of their weariness. "Xiao Chuan, it's so good to have you back." Jiang Haitao's eyes also glistened with emotion at the sight of his son. Xiao Xiaohong rushed forward and enveloped Jiang Chuan in a tight embrace. "You little rascal. I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, wiping her tears, her face a portrait of longing and distress. "It's all right, Mom. I'm back now." Jiang Chuan gently patted her back, a wave of bittersweet emotions washing over him. Jiang Haitao discreetly wiped away tears as well. "Oh, Xiao Chuan really has returned. I thought your parents were merely speaking whimsically," Jiang Hailing remarked, finally realizing the situation, and then smiled broadly. Noticing that Jiang Chuan had brought nothing with him, a smug expression crossed his face. "Xiao Chuan, after 3 years away, you haven't even brought back a gift for your parents? That simply won't do. My Xiao Lu and Xiao Bo bought a plethora of premium nutritional supplements and health products for your auntie and me." The pride and arrogance in Jiang Hailing's voice were unmistakable. Indeed, what use is a well-educated man? What does graduating from a prestigious university amount to? He was still overshadowed by his own sons. One could even argue that Jiang Chuan was not worth a fraction of his uncle's sons. Returning is the best gift for your parents. They don't need all those supplements. Xiao Xiaohong gently caressed Jiang Chuan's cheek, her expression filled with concern. Child, you've lost weight. Have you endured hardships these past 3 years? No, Mom, I haven't suffered at all. I'm doing quite well. Jiang Chuan replied with genuine joy, feeling a happiness he hadn't experienced in a long while. Indeed, being with his parents was the most fulfilling experience. What? You're doing well? Surely, you're not just trying to placate us? Your 2 cousins are now worth millions. How much are you worth now? Zhang Hailing asked with an air of sarcasm. Jiang Chuan had long been acutely aware of his uncle's character, petty, vain, and exceedingly fond of bragging. He would seethe with jealousy upon witnessing the accomplishments of other people's children, yet when his own offspring exhibited even a hint of success, his smirk would be more pronounced than that of a victorious general. Brother, my earnings have little to do with you, don't you think? Jiang Haitao interjected, his expression souring instantly. The pleasant atmosphere had been shattered, and he could hardly contain his anger. It was evident that Jiang Hailang was intent on belittling Jiang Chuan. Oh, your 2 cousins began working a decade ago, and they've only now reached $1 million in net worth? How utterly pathetic. Is it possible that such ineptitude is hereditary? Jiang Chuan retorted with a cold laugh. Respect begets respect. If one wishes to flaunt their superiority before me, they shall find no welcome here. What? Are you looking down on your 2 cousins? Do you truly understand what being worth $1 million signifies? Come, enlighten me. If you disdain $1 million, then how much do you possess? Jiang Hailing's displeasure was palpable. At the tender age of 20-something, having a net worth of $1 million in their small rural community was akin to being a top-tier magnate, and it was this very fact that fueled his arrogance. As for me, it's not much, merely a few hundred little goals, Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly. A few hundred little what? How much do you mean by that? A few hundred little goals. Ha! The realization struck Jiang Hailing, and he erupted into laughter. Should Jiang Chuan have claimed a few 100,000? There might have been a sliver of believability. However, to assert that he possessed a few hundred little goals was preposterous. This implied hundreds of billions. Even counting his own progeny, he doubted they could amass such wealth. Stop boasting, you little brat. Jiang Haitao shot a glare at Jiang Chuan. This boy had never been one to exaggerate. How had he suddenly taken to such grandiose claims? Even a few million was a staggering sum for ordinary rural folk, let alone hundreds of billions, a figure that was beyond the realm of their imagination. Father, I assure you, I'm not exaggerating. My net worth really is in the hundreds of billions, Jiang Chuan declared earnestly. So, in terms of liquid assets, I have a mere 4 billion. However, when considering my shares in Dingxing Group and Longting Hotel, the total indeed reaches several hundred billion. Ha! Jiang Chuan, are you attempting to bring your uncle to fits of laughter? Such outrageous statements. It seems the quality of university students has deteriorated. They now lie without a moment's hesitation. Is your major in college how to boast? Jiang Hailing mocked with a grin. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong exchanged awkward glances. Despite their unwavering belief in their son's excellence, they could not bring themselves to believe his words. After all, he had only graduated 3 years prior. How could he possibly have accumulated such wealth? Even if he scavenged tirelessly, he could not amass hundreds of billions in 3 years. Uncle, are you aware of a pitiable creature known as the frog at the bottom of a well? Jiang Chuan asked, half smiling. Since his earliest memories, his uncle had displayed a penchant for mocking his parents and indulging in self-aggrandizement. Any slight achievement at home was swiftly broadcasted to the world. Little brat, he is still your uncle. Don't speak so disrespectfully, Jiang Haitao urged. Regardless of the circumstances, this man was his elder brother and Jiang Chuan's uncle. It was indeed inappropriate for a junior to address an elder in such a manner. Listen, second brother, is this how your precious son, who attended university, speaks to his elders? Did your teachers instruct you to challenge your elders upon returning home? Have you not learned the basic respect due to elders? It seems your university education has been utterly wasted. Jiang Hailing's face darkened with anger. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chuan, after a few years of university, would not only learn to boast, but also become so sharp-tongued. Respect for elders is indeed paramount, yet some elders are unworthy of such respect. An elder who comes to my home to deride my father has no claim to my esteem. I refrained from expelling you out of respect for my father. Do you truly expect me to honor you? Should I kneel and prostrate myself before you, perhaps shed a few tears? Jiang Chuan inquired, each word laced with defiance. You. Well, second brother, you have indeed raised a sharp-tongued son, but what use is that? This society values wealth, understand? Boasting and challenging one's elders is hardly a skill. Jiang Hailing glared at Jiang Chuan, his voice dripping with cold disdain. Since the young man did not regard himself with any worth, It provided the perfect opportunity to humiliate him, to remind him that in the face of wealth, the so-called university education held no significance. Money? You have a point, but sadly, the combined wealth of your two useless sons pales in comparison to even a fraction of what I have, Jiang Chuan replied coolly. Brother, if you have nothing pressing, perhaps it would be best for you to return home. Jiang Chuan has just arrived and needs to rest. At this, Xiao Xiaohong interjected coldly. She did not perceive her son to be in the wrong. What right did an elder have to belittle her brother and insult her son? Indeed, brother, it would be wise for you to leave. Your son's financial success is your concern alone. It holds no relevance to me. Nor will they use their wealth to show filial piety towards me. My son's earnings, whether substantial or meager, are of no consequence to you, Jiang Haitao added icily. Jiang Hailing's countenance darkened. Today, he was determined to maintain his facade until the very end. He had no intention of leaving until he had fully played his role, even if it required divine intervention. With a mocking smile, he turned to Jiang Chuan. So, Jiang Chuan, you assert that your net worth is in the hundreds of billions, and that my son's combined wealth does not even equal a fraction of yours. Is that correct? Indeed. What is the matter with that? Before your return, my son purchased a flat in the county's finest community, Jinyu Rinjia. I believe it's a spacious unit, not too large, just about 300 square meters. I hear it cost over $1 million. And what about you? Since you are so wealthy, have you bought a home for your parents? Jiang Hailing's tone was filled with pride as he relished the thought of his son's pooling resources to buy him a house, especially one of over 300 square meters, an abode unattainable for ordinary rural folk. Upon hearing Jiang Hailing's words, Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong exchanged glances of concern. A house exceeding $1 million was indeed beyond their means. Even a down payment was out of reach. 300 square meters? That's indeed modest, Jiang Chuan replied coolly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Jiang Hailing. I assumed you were merely being modest. I had no idea it was truly that small. 300 square meters doesn't even compare to the size of our bathroom. His words were not mere posturing. It was indeed a fact. The 2,000 square meter villa he owned had a bathroom that surpassed 300 square meters. How infuriating. This insufferable brat is truly capable of driving one to madness. Jiang Hailing clenched his fists tightly. How had 3 years transformed this young man into such an infuriating conversationalist? With a fierce suppression of the fury that surged within, he demanded, since you disdain a 300 square meter house, I must inquire about the size of the abode you purchased for your parents. Today, I shall ensure that the face of this insufferable brat is thoroughly marred, so he learns to temper his arrogance in the future. It's not that grand. I merely acquired a standalone villa spanning over 2,000 square meters for my parents, and the price? A mere few tens of millions, Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly. Jiang Hailing nearly spewed blood. How could this fellow boast without a shred of restraint? Tens of millions for a villa? Why not claim he purchased the entire planet? Cough, cough, son. A little embellishment is charming, but excessive grandstanding can be detrimental. A slight show-off suffices. Jiang Haitao interjected awkwardly, clearing his throat. Jiang Chuan felt helpless. In this day and age, is honesty so hard to believe, even for one's parents? All right, if I can't outshine you today, just wait, Jiang Hailing retorted, his eyes reddening as he stumbled out. Uncle, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. You're not planning to gather reinforcements, are you? Jiang Chuan chuckled as he observed Jiang Hailing's disheveled retreat. Seeing Jiang Hailing's distressed appearance filled Jiang Chuan with immense satisfaction. He had long yearned to slap this guy's face, but previously lacked both the capital and the audacity. You little brat, just wait for me. I'll see how you manage to flaunt your bravado, Jiang Hailing threatened as he disappeared from sight. Son, you might have overdone it a bit. What if he asked you to take us to see the villa later? Jiang Haitao voiced his concerns, well aware that Jiang Chuan could never afford such a luxury. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it. It was simply beyond his financial means. Tens of millions don't just appear out of thin air. After all, Xiao Chuan, was what you said earlier true? Xiao Xiaohong inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chuan, observing her son's earlier confidence. It seemed he might not have been merely boasting. Indeed, Mom and Dad, I am truly a billionaire now, Jiang Chuan affirmed with a serious nod. Upon seeing their incredulous expressions, he promptly opened his mobile banking app, revealing a staggering series of numbers. My goodness, that is a long string. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Oh my, that is truly 400 million. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong stared at the balance, counting it a full 10 times before their faces morphed into expressions of utter shock. They had never anticipated that their son was not merely boasting, but had indeed set a monumental goal for himself. Good heavens. Son, did you really rob a bank? Jiang Haitao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by that lengthy string of digits. Father, Didn't I tell you that robbing a bank is illegal? Besides, banks might not even have that much cash on hand, Jiang Chuan replied, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Oh dear. My son has truly made something of himself, Xiao Xiaohong exclaimed, her frail figure trembling with excitement. Several billion was an astronomical figure for them, something they had never even dared to dream of encountering in their lifetime. Yes, my son is simply remarkable, a true chip off the old block. Jiang Haitao exclaimed, beaming with pride. Come here, son, let me give you a kiss, muah. He showered Jiang Chuan's cheek with affectionate pecks. So, everything you told your uncle was true? You really did buy a villa? Xiao Xiaohong, regaining her composure, asked earnestly. With several billion in his account, purchasing a villa worth tens of millions was indeed within reach. Yes, indeed. I acquired 2 standalone villas at Longxi No. 1 in the county, totaling an expenditure of 80 million. After the new year, I would like you both to move to the county to reside with me. Jiang Chuan confirmed with a solemn nod. The older generation often harbors a unique attachment to their rural roots, with many unwilling to leave the land they cherish. They find comfort and freedom in village life, surrounded by familiar faces, engaging in daily gossip and camaraderie. However, as society evolves, the number of elderly in rural areas has dwindled, with many children relocating them to urban centers or to the county for educational purposes. Consequently, the vibrancy of childhood has faded from the countryside, and the older generation's sentimental ties have lessened. Let us think it over. After all, we've grown accustomed to living here. Moving to the city might be quite an adjustment, Xiao Xiaohong remarked earnestly. Yes, we can discuss the matter of moving to the city later. For now, let us visit your second uncle's home. Jiang Haitao nodded vigorously. What? Why are we going to their house? Jiang Chuan and Xiao Xiaohong exchanged bewildered glances. To flaunt our success. Your uncle has been boasting in front of us all afternoon. Now that my son is a billionaire, I must return the favor at his house. Besides, I want to see those 2 insufferable little miscreants he calls sons, Jiang Haitao declared with a sense of entitlement. It is only fitting that brothers engage in a little friendly rivalry. Having seen his elder sibling revel in boasting at their home, it would be inappropriate for him not to reciprocate at their place. Chapter 30. Want to slap faces? I shall facilitate. Come now, those funds belong to our son. Not to you. What else with the unnecessary bravado? Xiao Xiaohong chided playfully, though her smile radiated pure joy. After all, every parent wishes for their child to thrive. And now that her son had achieved such remarkable success, it brought her immense happiness. This joy stemmed not from the prospect of sharing in their son's wealth, but from the knowledge that he would lead a more fulfilling and joyful life. That was more than enough. I was merely jesting, Jiang Haitao replied, chuckling heartily, yet the delight on his face was unmistakable. From now on, he would walk with his head held high in the village. Xiao Chuan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I remember how much you loved the shepherd's purse dumplings I made when you were little. I'll go prepare some right away. Xiao Xiaohong hurried to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jiang Haitao, brimming with excitement, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered Jiang Chuan one. Son, care for a smoke? Now that his son was a 22-year-old adult with a fortune of billions, indulging in a smoke or a drink seemed quite normal, especially since he had seen similar characters in dramas who often entertained clients. I'll pass, Dad, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile, declining the offer. Having struggled financially in recent times, he hadn't had the luxury to indulge in smoking or drinking. In high school and college, he had experimented briefly but had since quit after entering the workforce. Good choice. Smoking should be done sparingly, Jiang Haitao remarked. Yet his actions contradicted his words as he smoothly retrieved a lighter, ignited it, and took a hearty drag. The father and son engaged in conversation for quite some time. While Jiang Haitao was curious about how Jiang Chuan had amassed such wealth, he ultimately refrained from asking, trusting that his son would never engage in illicit activities. Jiang Chuan, for his part, remained silent, as he had yet to devise a suitable explanation. It was best that as few people knew about the system as possible. Even his parents, in dire circumstances, that was a truth best kept hidden. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Hailang, having suffered humiliation, could not swallow his pride and returned home, rallying his 2 sons to confront Jiang Chuan. Father, is Jiang Chuan truly so audacious now? I remember him as a mere soft persimmon in his youth, too timid to speak out even when bullied. How can he dare to address you in such a manner now? Unbelievable. Jiang Lu expressed his disbelief. In his recollection, Jiang Chuan had always exuded a delicate demeanor, handsome, yet rather weak in character. Indeed, Father, even if elder brother finds it hard to believe, I too am somewhat incredulous. We are well acquainted with Jiang Chuan's nature. He wouldn't even raise his voice when conversing with us. How could he possibly be so arrogant? Jiang Bo echoed, his face a mask of confusion and skepticism. After all, in their memories, Jiang Chuan embodied the image of an obedient boy, Essentially, someone they could easily manipulate. Do not think I am any less astonished. I, too, cannot fathom that impudent little brat has transformed into such a domineering figure. Furthermore, his boasting is unparalleled, claiming to possess a fortune of billions and that he has acquired a villa worth tens of millions. I even suspect that the harsh realities of life have driven him to madness, Jiang Hailang remarked. Billions? Huh. Does he fancy himself as Ma Yun or Ma Huadeng? Billions indeed. He graduated from university merely 3 years ago and likely has no more than a mere 10,000 in savings. If he could muster 1,000,000, I would gladly perform a handstand and eat feces right here. Jiang Lu could not contain his laughter, erupting into a fit of giggles. A fortune of billions? How audacious. Surely he must be referring to paper money. Jiang Bo chimed in, joining in the amusement. Wait a moment, second brother, look at that car. Is that a Lamborghini? Just as the trio was caught in their laughter, they suddenly noticed a brand new black SUV parked outside Jiang Chuan's residence. Indeed, that is a Lamborghini Urus, and it appears to be pristine. The base price is around 3.2 million, and with taxes, it likely exceeds 4 million. My goodness. Which wealthy individual has parked their vehicle at Jiang Chuan's doorstep? What? This car costs 4 million? Surely you jest. Not at all. I have a keen interest in luxury vehicles, and I am well acquainted with Lamborghini. The Urus, a remarkable fusion of supercar and SUV, is one of my favorites. The three, who had just been laughing heartily, found themselves momentarily stunned upon laying eyes on the Lamborghini Urus. The car's value alone surpassed the combined worth of the two brothers. Could this possibly belong to Jiang Chuan? Jiang Lu furrowed his brow, speaking in a hushed tone. If this brand new Lamborghini Urus truly belongs to him, then he may have genuinely struck it rich. Do not jest. This vehicle is worth 4 million. Neither of us could afford it. So how could Jiang Chuan? Jiang Bo shook his head, immediately dismissing the notion. True. After all, we have been navigating the complexities of society for nearly a decade. While he has only been out of school for 3 years, how could he possibly afford such a luxury? Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, unwilling to believe that the car belonged to Jiang Chuan. Enough with the baseless speculation. Let us inquire directly with Jiang Chuan. Jiang Haitao interjected, his brow furrowed. If this vehicle indeed belonged to Jiang Chuan, his own path of pretentiousness would be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Before long, the three stepped into the courtyard. Ah, uncle, you really went and summoned people. Jiang Chuan greeted as he noticed Jiang Hailang and his sons entering, an amused smirk adorning his face. Cut it out. You little brat. Did you not just claim to have purchased a villa worth tens of millions? Do you dare take us to see it? Jiang Hailang retorted coldly. He could not bring himself to believe that Jiang Chuan could afford such an extravagant residence. Jiang Chuan, it appears you have indeed struck it rich over the years. Why have you not included us, your brothers, in your newfound fortune? Jiang Lu teased, an expression of mockery on his face. Yes, indeed. We are your cousins. And having looked after you as a child, you should bring us along in your good fortune. By the way, I heard from my father that you have become a billionaire. How about lending me some money? Jiang Bo chimed in, his tone mirroring that of Jiang Hailang's. The sharp, sarcastic tones of the father and sons seemed to emerge from the same mold. Indeed, I have indeed struck it rich, but why should I include you? Associating with such worthless individuals will only hinder my financial success. Moreover, what connection do I have to lend you money? Are you my sons? Jiang Chuan replied with a faint smile. Despite being blood relatives, the relationship between the two families was far from cordial. Since he could remember, this uncle had always found ways to make his father's life difficult. As for these two cousins, they often bullied him and his siblings, leveraging their age as an advantage. Though these events occurred over a decade ago, the memories of being bullied remained etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. Thus, they were more loathsome than mere strangers. Jiang Chuan, do not get too proud. You actually think you have any right to brag? Do you truly believe yourself to be Wang Duiyu, billionaire? If you can produce 1 million, I will kneel before you with my father and sing conquer. Jiang Lu's expression darkened. The boy who once refrained from speaking back to them now seemed emboldened after 3 years of labor, speaking with a newfound audacity. Enough, brother. We are now individuals of status, unworthy of stooping to the level of this impoverished fool. Jiang Bo quickly interjected. They were now men of considerable means, with fortunes exceeding 1 million, and it was beneath them to engage with someone as destitute as Jiang Chuan. Indeed, it would be beneath us to quarrel or brawl with Jiang Chuan at this point. It would tarnish our status, Jiang Lu conceded. Hearing his son being subjected to repeated insults, Jiang Haitao could no longer remain silent. He erupted, You two little brats have no standing whatsoever. Your very identities are courtesy of me. How dare you act so arrogant? And you, Jiang Hailang, I have tolerated your behavior out of respect for our blood relation. But do you truly think I fear you? If you allow these two brats to continue humiliating my son, I will break their legs. At this declaration, Not only Jiang Hailang, but even Jiang Chuan wore expressions of shock. They had never anticipated that their usually mild-mannered father would exhibit such ferocity. The old adage rings true. The honest man is the one you should never provoke, for once angered, you will have no chance to regret your actions. Impressive, father. You have finally stepped up. For a brief moment, you were nothing short of my idol. Jiang Chuan beamed with admiration at Jiang Haitao. Of course. Do you not see who my father is? Jiang Haitao replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Hello there. You two really are formidable. However, Jiang Chuan, did you not claim to have purchased a villa for your parents? If you were so capable, why not take us to see it? I am genuinely curious to behold your tens of millions worth of villa. Jiang Hailang quickly shifted the topic, realizing he could no longer provoke Jiang Haitao. Today, he was determined to expose Jiang Chuan's deceit and leave them utterly humiliated, making it difficult for them to face the elders of Jiangdong in Pingan village in the future. Initially, I had intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, truly not wishing to engage in disputes. Jiang Chuan shook his head in resignation, then, with a resolute expression, declared, since you all seem so eager for a slap in the face, I shall oblige you. However, I must insist that you leave my home at once and refrain from disturbing my family during our meal. After uttering his words, Jiang Chuan chose to ignore the trio of Jiang Hailang and his sons. He simply could not fathom why, despite their blood ties, their relationship had devolved into such animosity. Why was Jiang Hailang so intent on humiliating his family, resorting to any means to disgrace his father and mother? This was an affront he could not tolerate. If they sought to put on airs and bring shame to his family, he would ensure they were utterly crushed, leaving them with no opportunity for redemption or pretension. Such individuals, perhaps, could only be rendered docile through such measures. Jiang Chuan, what attitude is that? Don't think I won't dare to hit you. I tell you, back when we were kids, hitting you was like swatting a fly, and it's no different now. Jiang Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage, glaring fiercely at Jiang Chuan. He never imagined that the worthless child who once trembled in his presence would now dare to speak so defiantly. Just you wait. If you have the courage, try to make a move. I will make sure you understand the consequences. Jiang Chuan scoffed derisively, his face a mask of disdain. After all, he had acquired the fighting skills of a champion, dealing with Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo. Such trifles could be dispatched with a single blow. In terms of both status and prowess, they were nothing but mere children in comparison. Jiang Lu and his brother were so enraged that they clenched their fists, wishing they could rush forward and knock Jiang Chuan's teeth out, wondering if he would still speak so boldly afterward. Enough. Let us head out. We can invite everyone from the village to come and admire the billionaire-esque grand villa. Jiang Hailang interjected, quickly restraining his sons. While he too harbored a strong desire to teach Jiang Chuan a lesson, he deemed it unwise. A mere beating would not suffice for him. The most satisfying course of action would be to expose Jiang Chuan's lies before the entire village, subjecting him to their scorn. His second brother was particularly concerned with face. Should matters escalate to that point, he would have no choice but to leave Pingan village in disgrace. From then on, he would no longer speak so boldly in Jiang Chuan's presence. Chapter 31. Dumbfounded. The slaps resounded. At this moment, Jiang Chuan's family was enjoying steaming dumplings in their room, while outside, an uninvited throng had gathered, predominantly comprised of middle-aged and elderly villagers. Oh my! I always believed that Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo would amount to something, and indeed they have. They are now millionaires. Let us not forget about us uncles and aunts. One villager remarked. Indeed, I have long said that education yields no fortune. It merely turns one into a bookish fool. Entrepreneurship is the true path for the youth. Another added. You are right. Look at those few young people from our village who attended university. They now earn a meager 2,000 or 3,000 a month, toiling like beasts of burden, and they all seem utterly dim-witted. Especially Jiang Chuan, who graduated from a prestigious university. Isn't he now just another 2,000 or 3,000 a month worker? Indeed, you cannot compare Jiang Chuan with Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo. They are worlds apart. Incomparable since childhood. Just the other day, I heard from my friend's niece's boyfriend that Jiang Chuan has been fired from his job and has sunk so low as to rummage through trash cans for water. Is that true? Jiang Chuan has fallen so far. Indeed, it is no falsehood. I have seen those 2 videos. Listening to the villagers' gossip, Jiang Hailang's lips curled into a smile that nearly reached his ears. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo beamed with pride, their smiles stretching wider than ever. Everyone. Earlier Jiang Chuan claimed he bought a villa for his parents in the county town. Let us go congratulate them. Jiang Hailang said with a sinister grin. What? A villa? Jiang Chuan must be dreaming. Surely, people like us from the countryside could never afford such a thing. Exactly. He is merely a penniless student. What a grandiose claim. If anyone in our village could buy a villa, it would have to be Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo. The surrounding villagers nodded in agreement. As Jiang Hailing noted that over half an hour had passed without Jiang Chuan opening the door, he promptly approached and knocked. He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness Jiang Chuan's family being ridiculed. Jiang Chuan, open the door. If you're so bold as to boast, then be bold enough to open the door. Are you hiding inside, unwilling to come out? Hurry and bring your uncles and aunts to see your multi-million-dollar villa. Jiang Hailing continued to knock, and everyone else watched with eager anticipation. It had been ages since the village had seen such excitement, and this spectacle was not to be missed. Moreover, Jiang Hailing had mentioned that if they all went to the county town to see Jiang Chuan's villa, there would be food provided. Who could pass up such an opportunity for entertainment and a free meal? Creak. Just then, Jiang Chuan swung open the courtyard door and coldly remarked, "What are you knocking for? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn?" Jiang Chuan showed no regard for the dignity of those around him. He understood all too well that these people were merely there to witness his family's misfortune, and thus, he felt no need to extend them any courtesy. What a disgrace. What sort of upbringing has Jiang's second son had, to be so lacking in manners? And he dares to call himself a university student. He brings shame to all university students. Indeed, after just a few years of labor, his manners have deteriorated so drastically. It's no wonder he has fallen to scavenging for food. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, eager to humiliate Jiang Chuan's family. Knowing that Jiang Hailing would reward them well for their participation, one family was impoverished to the core, while another had become millionaires. They knew precisely whom to curry favor with. Upon hearing the murmurs, Jiang Chuan coldly retorted, "Shut your filthy mouths. My manners have nothing to do with you. You are all just a bunch of old relics, yet you still wish to watch others suffer. Are you living such great lives yourselves? What right do you have to mock me?" "Exactly. My son speaks wisely. If you cannot even manage your own miserable lives, what face do you have to stand at our doorstep and chatter?" Jiang Hailing interjected sternly. The crowd gathered before them was comprised of the most bothersome individuals in the village. Those who thrived on petty gains while their own lives were in disarray, yet loved to point fingers at others. "Jiang Heir, what are you saying? Truly, like father, like son. With your manners, how could you afford a villa? If you could, I'd eat your villa." The voices around them grew louder. Naturally, this was precisely the scenario Jiang Hailing and his sons relished. "Jiang Chuan, didn't you say you'd take us to see your villa after dinner? I, your uncle, can hardly wait. Hurry and lead us so we may broaden our horizons. After all, I've lived for over 50 years and have yet to see a villa worth tens of millions." Jiang Hailing wasted no time with pleasantries. Diving straight into the main topic, he had already experienced Jiang Chuan's sharp tongue. He was a master of words. In terms of verbal sparring, they would likely struggle to outmatch Jiang Chuan, given his status as a bona fide university graduate. "Yes, didn't you say you bought a villa worth tens of millions? If you have the ability, show us. I perceive that you and your father are merely boasting. If you can procure a villa worth tens of millions, then the White House must belong to my family." Jiang Chuan's gaze swept across all present, indelibly etching their loathsome expressions into his memory. Initially, he had contemplated using his wealth to assist his village, perhaps by improving infrastructure and leading the villagers to prosperity together. However, it now seemed evident that these individuals were unworthy of his benevolence. With a cold glance at each face, he declared, "Since you wish to see my villa, let us proceed." He then turned to Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong, saying, "Mom and Dad, let us get in the car." After which, he strode over to the Lamborghini Urus, opened the door, and took his place in the driver's seat. Xiao Xiaohong hurriedly secured the door and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, settled into the back seat. "What is happening? Is that car truly Jiang Chuan's?" Jiang Lu's face instantly reflected profound shock. Just moments ago, they had been debating the ownership of this $4 million luxury vehicle, and now it was revealed to be Jiang Chuan's. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Jiang Bo's face was also one of disbelief. He had toiled for nearly a decade in society and could not afford such a luxury car. How could a worthless university graduate like Jiang Chuan possibly buy such an opulent vehicle? Is this car truly valuable? It appears rather imposing. Indeed, it seems far more impressive than Zhang Laosan's van and must surely be pricier. Nowadays, even cars priced at 50 or 60,000 have stunning designs. I wager that car is worth no more than 100,000, and it's certainly borrowed money for its purchase. A few middle-aged men began to disdainfully discuss the matter. Although they knew nothing about cars, that did not deter their pretense of knowledge. If this multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle truly belonged to Jiang Chuan, might he indeed possess a villa worth tens of millions? Jiang Hailing's expression shifted dramatically. If one could afford a car worth several million, then purchasing a villa worth tens of millions would seem plausible. If this were true, then summoning so many people to view Jiang Chuan's villa would be a severe slap in his own face. Don't worry, Dad. Many young people enjoy renting luxury cars to flaunt during the new year. In my opinion, Jiang Chuan must have rented this car to show off. Jiang Bo quickly reassured Jiang Hailing. He would sooner die than believe that Jiang Chuan, that impoverished boy, could afford a luxury car worth millions. It was undoubtedly a costly rental intended to impress during the festive days. Such individuals are merely deceiving themselves for the sake of their pathetic pride. They have seen it too often. Yes, indeed. That car is definitely rented by Jiang Chuan. Jiang Lu chimed in eagerly. Oh, so it turns out that I was almost deceived by that little brat. It appears the vehicle is merely rented. Let us follow him to view the villa and see how he manages to extricate himself from this situation. Jiang Hailing suddenly felt enlightened, his earlier gloom dissipating in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo, driving their BMW and Mercedes respectively, led a few middle-aged individuals to keep pace with Jiang Chuan. After nearly an hour, they arrived at the county town. Jiang Chuan parked the car at the entrance of the Longxi No. 1 sales department. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo followed closely behind. Is this Longxi No. 1? The largest villa district in Jingxian. I've heard the smallest villa costs around 10 million. Jiang Bo's expression shifted slightly. However, he quickly regained composure, convinced that Jiang Chuan was merely putting on a facade. Jiang Chuan, you are truly vain. To spend so much on renting a car just to show off. We are all from the same village. Why must you inflate your image? At this moment, a man in his 60s approached Jiang Chuan, coldly sneering without reservation. Renting a car? What a narrow-minded fool. Jiang Chuan replied with a hint of disdain. This group accompanying Jiang Hailing to witness the spectacle was hardly commendable. Indeed, Jiang Chuan. Uncle Wang is right. We are all from the same village. Can't we be a bit more sincere? Flaunting a luxury car is truly beneath dignity. Jiang Lu added with a mocking tone. The thought of Jiang Chuan being humiliated brought him immense joy. Just then, Wu Qi emerged with Shui Li and several female sales representatives. Welcome home, Mr. Jiang. Wu Qi and the sales team bowed respectfully to Jiang Chuan, their tone exceedingly courteous. Uncle, Auntie, it's been a long time. Shui Li then approached, elegantly greeting Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong. And you are? Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong exchanged puzzled glances at Shui Li. This young woman was strikingly beautiful, with a round, cherubic face and flawless skin. Her ample figure suggested she was well suited for motherhood. I am Shui Li, Jiang Chuan's high school classmate. I've visited your home before. Shui Li replied with a gentle smile. It had been nearly 7 or 8 years since their last meeting, so it was understandable that uncle and auntie did not recall. Ah, so you are little Li. My, how you have blossomed into such beauty. Xiao Xiaohong promptly complimented, though she still struggled to remember. Could it be? So many staff members have come to welcome Jiang Chuan. Couldn't he possibly have bought a villa here? The luxury of the community was evident, and it appeared to be an exceptionally upscale neighborhood. Could this boy truly have prospered? Upon witnessing Wu Qi and the others treating Jiang Chuan with such deference, the onlookers were equally astonished. Impossible. This little brat could never afford a villa here. Jiang Hailing felt his mind racing, despite 1,000 doubts swirling in his mind. The truth seemed undeniable. If Jiang Chuan had not purchased a villa here, why would the staff treat him with such respect? Humph. You certainly have some tricks up your sleeve, Jiang Chuan. Renting a luxury car is one thing, but now you've even enlisted actors? Come on. Where did you find these actors impersonating Longxi No. 1 staff? You must possess quite the audacity. Jiang Lu stepped forward with a mocking tone. He was well aware that Longxi No. 1 was the most prestigious villa district in all of Jingxian. A villa there would easily exceed 10 million, and its residents were invariably wealthy. Jiang Chuan cast a pitying glance at Jiang Lu, a fool still unaware of the truth. With such a simple mind, it was a wonder he had managed to earn 100,000. At that moment, Wu Qi seemed to have collected his thoughts. He addressed Jiang Lu and the others. Please do not misunderstand. We are not actors, but genuine staff of Longxi No. 1. I am Wu Qi, the sales department manager. Here is my identification. If you have any doubts, feel free to call and verify. As for Mr. Jiang Chuan, he is our most esteemed guest and the owner of 2 villas in Longxi No. 1. Gasp. Is it truly real? No way. How could Jiang Chuan possibly? Upon hearing Wu Qi's words, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Those with even a modicum of sense recognized that the people before them were not actors, but authentic sales staff. Chapter 32. Uncle, I still prefer the audacious version of you from before. Fake. This must be false. How could a worthless university student amass such wealth in just 3 years? Jiang Hailing's countenance resembled a stagnant pool of despair. Originally, he had contemplated forcefully rubbing the faces of the second child and his family into the ground. However, the unfolding events had far exceeded his control and expectations. Dad, do not worry. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. Even if Jiang Chuan worked his entire life, he could never afford a villa in this area, let alone the more expensive Villa King. These people must be actors. I refuse to believe he possesses such capabilities. I refuse to accept that he is more exceptional than us brothers. Jiang Lu shook his head vigorously, perceiving Jiang Chuan merely as a useless, impoverished student, merely an ineffectual bookworm even upon graduating from university. To entertain the notion that he could secure a job earning more than 5,000 a month was laughable. How could he possibly afford a villa worth tens of millions? Elder brother is right. Uncles and aunts, do not be misled by Jiang Chuan and these actors. They must be conspiring together in this farce. Jiang Bo quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed. Just think, that's 10 million. How could a poor student like Jiang Chuan ever earn such a sum? Old Wang also nodded in affirmation. Certainly, even if he had that much money, I would suspect he acquired it through dubious means. Listen, Xiao Chuan, it's all right to be a little poor, but we must never engage in criminal activities or speak deceitfully for the sake of boasting. The group, which had shown some wavering earlier, now appeared resolute once more. They were far more inclined to believe in Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo's ability to purchase a villa than in Jiang Chuan's financial capacity. Observing the expressions of these individuals, Wu Qi wore an incredulous expression. She then turned to Jiang Chuan and inquired, Mr. Jiang, shall I summon security to escort these people out? After all, Jiang Chuan was the most esteemed resident among them. Moreover, anyone capable of casually producing 80 million and commanding Zhong Tianhao as a subordinate surely wielded formidable influence. In stark contrast, the group before them appeared dilapidated and clearly represented a collection of rustic simpletons. Thus, it was imperative that Mr. Jiang not suffer indignities at their hands. No need. My uncles and aunts have always doubted my ability to purchase a villa here, so I wish to bring them inside to broaden their horizons, Jiang Chuan replied, shaking his head. After all, Jiang Hailang and his companions were as stubborn as mules. Let them see their own folly regarding the villa. It would be delightful if their envy consumed them. Very well, Mr. Jiang, Wu Qi acknowledged, before signaling to the 4 security guards nearby. You 4 are tasked with ensuring Mr. Jiang's safety. Understood, Manager Wu, the 4 guards replied respectfully. They had been on duty when Jiang Chuan purchased his home, and were well aware that he was their esteemed guest at Longxi No. 1. Uncles and aunts, do you not wish to glimpse my villa worth several tens of millions? I shall take you inside now. Jiang Chuan smiled at the group before producing a key card, swiping it to gain entry through the community gates. The management regulations of this community were exceptionally strict. Aside from residents, no one could enter unless accompanied by a resident. At this moment, everyone wore solemn expressions. After exchanging glances, they followed Jiang Chuan closely. Wow, is this truly a grand villa? They marveled, awestruck by its opulence, having only glimpsed such grandeur on television before now. Jiang Hailang and Xiao Xiahong wore expressions of sheer delight, surveying their surroundings as if they were Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. The others trailing behind shared their excitement. As for them, this was an unprecedented visit to such a luxurious locale. Wow, how stunning. Is this a grand villa? Do you think Jiang Chuan might truly be a resident here? Initially skeptical, they now pondered if their previous disbelief was misplaced, recalling that such prestigious villa communities were inaccessible to outsiders. Oh no, we just mocked Jiang Chuan and his family. Have we made a grave error? The whispers of the group hinted at their dawning realization. If Jiang Chuan truly possessed such wealth, their earlier disdain was a significant miscalculation that had cost them an opportunity to associate with affluence. Meanwhile, Jiang Hailang and his 2 sons gazed at the lavish villa before them, listening to the hushed conversations with expressions that had turned exceptionally grim. Although they were reluctant to accept that Jiang Chuan was indeed a resident here, the situation was undeniably shifting unfavorably. After a full 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the front of the standalone villa. The 2 villas appeared even more sumptuous and extravagant. The yard was adorned with a variety of greenery, complete with a fish pond, swimming pool, and several pavilions. Rockeries and flowing water added to the allure. Good heavens, am I not entering the palace of an ancient emperor? This place was exceedingly luxurious. If I could reside here, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life without regret. Alas, such top-tier villas are beyond our reach. We shall never reside in one of them. Indeed, merely being allowed to appreciate the villa's interior is a tremendous stroke of luck. The group murmured among themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement. To them, the villa before them resembled the palatial residences of ancient emperors. Not only was it a dream to live there, but even to glimpse its splendor was an immense privilege, far surpassing any scenic spot. Uncles and aunts, these 2 standalone villas were recently purchased by Jiang Chuan. They are the largest in our community, each spanning an impressive 256 square meters, with a price tag of 40 million each. At this moment, Shueli hurriedly began to enthusiastically introduce the property. She had keenly observed the earlier dynamics. The crowd had clearly gathered to witness Jiang Chuan's embarrassment. Hence her enthusiastic presentation was deliberately loud, ensuring that everyone present heard her clearly. Is this true, Xiao Chuan? Did you really buy these 2 villas? Jiang Hailang and Xiao Xiaohong gazed at Jiang Chuan, disbelief painted across their faces. Although they had seen the funds in Jiang Chuan's account, the sight of 2 palatial villas still felt surreal. After all, such premier villas were worlds apart from their reality. They were the kind of luxury homes that would be unattainable even after 10 lifetimes of toil. Yes, Mom and Dad, I indeed purchased these 2 villas. One for you and my younger siblings, and the other for my future marriage, Jiang Chuan affirmed, his face beaming with joy. Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces around him filled his heart with pride. The essence of returning home in glory was to bring joy to his parents and earn respect from neighbors rather than ridicule. Well done. You are truly my son. Far more capable than I. Jiang Hailang trembled with excitement, casting a smug glance at Jiang Hailang, as if to say, aren't your 2 sons impressive? Why not have them purchase such a magnificent villa for you? Xiao Chuan, is it truly you who purchased this villa? Wang Xiyu asked, his face a mask of ingratiation as he looked at Jiang Chuan. At this moment, he had completely accepted that the villas belonged to Jiang Chuan. Or could it be yours? Jiang Chuan responded coldly. The faces of those who had mocked him were etched in his memory, their odious expressions repulsive to contemplate. Thus, there was no need for courtesy when addressing such individuals. Haha, I knew it. Young Ogawa has always been remarkably intelligent since his childhood, and I knew he would undoubtedly achieve great things as he matured. Indeed, I have consistently reiterated that graduates from prestigious universities are inherently different. Ogawa stands out as the most promising young individual in our village. Ogawa, as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Now that you are thriving, you must lend a helping hand to us, your neighbors. Brother Zhang Heir, I knew you were fortunate. Ogawa has truly excelled. Brother Zhang Heir and sister-in-law, you have indeed raised a wonderful son, which leaves us in deep envy. In less than an hour, the demeanor of this group has undergone a dramatic transformation. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong wore expressions of utter disdain. Although they had previously suspected these individuals were not of good character, they had not anticipated such revolting behavior. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon them with contempt. Now, it is bewildering how they can shamelessly utter such words. The faces of Jiang Hailang and his 2 sons appeared as ghastly as raw liver, their spirits as distressed as if they had ingested excrement. Impossible, Jiang Lu mumbled in disbelief. I absolutely refuse to believe that Jiang Chuan, that good-for-nothing, could afford such a villa. You must be deceiving me. Jiang Hailang, though fond of showing off, was not a fool. He now realized that everything Jiang Chuan had previously claimed was indeed true. He had genuinely purchased a grand villa for his parents. Perhaps this fellow is truly a billionaire. After all, to casually spend 80 million on 2 villas is a financial power beyond his imagination. Brother, what do you think? Is my villa to your liking? How does it compare to your spacious apartment of over 300 square meters? Seeing Jiang Hailang's contorted expression, Jiang Haitao seized the opportunity to retaliate. Indeed, uncle. You were so insistent on seeing my villa. Now that you have, I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. By the way, would you like to see my purchase contract? I wouldn't want you spreading rumors that my villa is rented. Jiang Chuan asked with a cold smile. No need for that. Jiang Hailang forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He had initially thought this would be a chance to humiliate Jiang Chuan, but unexpectedly, it was he who faced embarrassment, and his face burned with shame. Jiang Chuan, don't get too cocky. Even if this villa is yours, what does it matter? It's just a villa worth several tens of millions. Jiang Bo, filled with shame and anger, was about to unleash a tirade when Jiang Hailang interrupted him. Silence. Indeed, Ogawa has achieved great success, and I, as your uncle, have been short-sighted and blind. I hope that, considering our familial ties, you can forgive your old uncle for his lack of foresight. At this moment, Jiang Hailang quickly came to terms with reality. Perhaps due to his advanced age, he chose to yield. Or perhaps he realized that in Jiang Chuan's eyes, they were merely a troop of clowns. If Jiang Chuan intended to suppress his 2 sons, life would become unbearable. Jiang Lu and Jiang Tao, despite their unwillingness, found themselves at a loss for words. TSK, uncle, you, once so high and mighty, now acknowledge your lack of insight? How rare indeed. However, I must say, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. Do restore it, Jiang Chuan observed coolly. What can your status do for you? If you do not regard me as your own nephew, then to me, you are nothing. If one wishes to bring humiliation upon themselves, they must be prepared for the ensuing ridicule. Chapter 33. Wealth truly allows one to act as they please. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, a flicker of resentment flashed in Jiang Hailang's eyes, quickly veiled by a facade of forced laughter. Ogawa, it is indeed true that your uncle has lacked discernment. I apologize. Nevertheless, we are family, are we not? Jiang Lu and Jiang Tao are your cousins. and blood is thicker than water. Now that you have prospered, it is only fitting that you bring your cousins along to share in the wealth. As is the tradition of our Jiang family to stand united, wouldn't you agree? Haha, what shamelessness. The onlookers exchanged disdainful glances. This man had indeed mastered the art of bending and yielding, but his audacity was astounding. How could he utter such words with a straight face? Uncle, you truly flatter me. What right do I have to lead my cousins to wealth? They are millionaires, figures I can hardly aspire to reach. Jiang Chuan responded with a cold smirk. I say, Jiang Hailang, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Mere moments ago, you were mocking your own nephew. And now you speak of family? I am embarrassed for you. Just then, Old Wang spoke up. Previously, he had thought Jiang Hailing's family was a pillar of support, and he wished to cling tightly to them. Now, he realized that Jiang Chuan was the true pillar, while Jiang Hailing's family resembled a trio of jesters. Being a clever man, he quickly understood whom he should flatter. Ogawa, I genuinely come to congratulate you, he said with a beaming smile. Yes, indeed. We all do. Ogawa, you are the pride of Pingan Village. I have always believed you were exceptionally bright, destined for greatness, and it appears my judgment was not mistaken. Wei Shufan nodded vigorously. Her brows arched in delight. Indeed, Ogawa, you surpass your two cousins by leaps and bounds. Ogawa, please take us to see your villa. In my 60 years, I have never set foot in one. Yes, just prepare a few snacks and open a couple of bottles of red wine for us. Perhaps we could even take a tour, and later, you could treat us to a meal at a 5-star hotel, considering your newfound wealth. Surely, you won't forget us elders. Right? Old Zhao echoed. What he said is correct. You are wealthy now. Treating us elders to a meal is not too much to ask. The chorus of voices filled the air, each one expressing their expectations. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong furrowed their brows in concern, yet ultimately remained silent. Directing their gaze to Jiang Chuan. Whatever decision their son made next, they would support him unconditionally. After all, the money belonged to him. And how he chose to spend it was his prerogative. Shueli also frowned, astonished by the audacity of this group. Moments ago, they had derided Jiang Chuan, and now their attitudes had flipped 180 degrees. Surely, even a Sichuan opera performer could not change their face so swiftly. Meanwhile, the expressions of Jiang Hailang and his two sons had turned pitch black. Hearing the remarks from behind only intensified the fury raging within them. Everyone awaited Jiang Chuan's response. Jiang Chuan, however, spoke coldly. Weren't you all here to mock us at my uncle's behest? What audacity, you have to expect an invitation to dinner. And what right do you possess? I allowed you to enter merely to witness my villa. I never extended an invitation for you to tour it. Now that you have received the answers you sought, you should return from whence you came. The mere thought of looking at you for another second makes me nauseated. You Jiang Chuan, do not go too far. We are, after all, from the same village. We see each other often. What do you mean by that? Wei Shufan retorted. Displeased. You don't understand? My words were meant literally. Do you not comprehend? Jiang Chuan cast a mocking glance at Wei Shufan. Just a moment ago, he and that old Wang had been the most gleeful in their ridicule. Now, it was rather ironic to remember that they were all from the same village. Jiang Haitao, does your son lack understanding, or do you as well? We were raised together in this village, yet you indulge your son in speaking to us in such a manner. I now caution you. You must immediately demand an apology from Jiang Chuan to all of us, and respectfully invite us to tour your villa, followed by a lavish meal at a fine hotel. Only then can we consider forgiving you. Otherwise, our friendship will be irreparably severed. Seeing that gentility was ineffective, Wang Xiyu resorted to direct threats. If Jiang Haitao and his son truly chose to disregard this warning, they would ensure that their lives in the village would become untenable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haitao's anger flared instantly. He was taken aback by Wang Xiyu's audacity, demanding not only that his son treat them to a meal, but also that he apologize. He retorted sharply, Wang Xiyu, who do you think you are to threaten me? Why should my son apologize or treat you to a meal? Do you believe I, Jiang Haitao, am in desperate need of your friendship? You should be cautious with your words. Just because you have a bit of money doesn't make you superior or grant you the right to act as you please. Wang Xiyu and Wei Shufan, along with the others, tore off their masks of civility and began to berate him loudly. Meanwhile, Jiang Hailang and his two sons, the very architects of this situation, merely observed the unfolding drama, showing no inclination to intervene. The more heated the argument became, the more advantageous it was for them. After living for over 60 years, haven't you yet grasped this simple truth? Allow me to elucidate it for you, Jiang Chuan said, his words deliberate and cold. In this society, wealth is power. Having money allows one to act without restraint. How dare you threaten my parents? I warn you. If I discover you attempting to intimidate them again, I will ensure that your children and relatives are forever confined within the bounds of Pingan Village. I suggest you heed my words, for the consequences would be beyond your capacity to bear. His tone was chillingly devoid of emotion, and the previously enraged crowd was suddenly rendered speechless, struck by the gravity of his declaration. Jiang Chuan was undeniably correct. In this society, wealth did indeed confer a sense of invincibility. The privileges of the affluent had become increasingly evident in recent events. The adage "the arm cannot twist the thigh" holds true across all eras, maintaining its relevance. Let us depart. They have prospered, and now look down upon us, the impoverished. Wang Xiyu said with a tinge of bitterness. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware that their initial intent had been to witness Jiang Chuan's humiliation. Having been so thoroughly slapped in the face, they recognized that they had brought this upon themselves. Big brother Jiang, you mentioned that once we reached the county town, you would generously treat us to a feast. Is that still the case? Wei Shufan turned her gaze toward Jiang Hailang, recalling his earlier promise. It was time for him to fulfill it. Dream on. I do not have the means to treat you all, Jiang Hailang replied coldly. The events that had transpired had left them too agitated to even consider dining together. The three sons of Jiang were now seething with jealousy, their faces tinged with rage. Even if a banquet of delicacies were laid before them, they would find it impossible to swallow a morsel. Why are all you Jiang family members so petty? And how can you break your word? They cried. Do you think we have no work to do at home? We came here only to be humiliated. How absurd. Your promises are as empty as air. I don't care. You must treat us today, whether you want to or not. Wei Shufan and the others began to curse and complain. After wasting a significant part of their day for a promise made by Jiang Hailang, they were unwilling to return empty-handed. Son, let us leave, Jiang Hailang said, pulling his two sons away. Each moment spent here felt increasingly unbearable. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo glared at Jiang Chuan with palpable envy, coldly stating, Jiang Chuan, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. The tables will eventually turn. Though you may currently be better off, the future is long, and who can predict what will happen? Is that so? Allow me to speak candidly. With two worthless individuals like you, you will forever remain on the eastern bank and never cross to the west. Jiang Chuan retorted, a derisive smile on his face. You, how infuriating. They seethed, realizing that not only was this brat wealthier than them, but he was also far more adept at verbal sparring. Each of his words struck like daggers, leaving them with no grounds for rebuttal. Ultimately, the three of them had no choice but to leave in disgruntled silence. Wang Xiyu, Wei Shufan, and the rest could only curse as they exited the neighborhood, begrudgingly spending a few more dollars on bus fare to return home. Jiang Chuan then led his parents back to the villa, under Shui Li's guidance. They toured the opulent structure. Luxurious. This is beyond lavish. It resembles a palace fit for royalty. After living for over 50 years, this is my first time stepping into such a grand residence. After completing their tour, Zhang Haitao was practically rubbing his hands in excitement. For a man from a humble rural background, owning a modestly sized house in the county was already a significant achievement. Most ordinary citizens toil their entire lives in agriculture without ever affording a home in the county. Yet now, they found themselves living in a villa akin to a royal palace. This house is truly magnificent, and the space is vast. There are more than 10 bedrooms alone. I might actually worry about getting lost if we live here, Xiao Xiaohong exclaimed joyfully. Initially, she had thought the extravagant villas depicted in idol dramas were exaggerated. But now it seemed that reality often surpassed fiction. Mom and Dad, let us move in after the new year. There is nothing left for us in our hometown. The people there have lost the simplicity and kindness of decades past, and having offended several individuals, I fear it would be uncomfortable for you to remain in the village. Jiang Chuan stated seriously. The older generation's desire to stay in the village stemmed primarily from familiarity. They enjoyed visiting neighbors and engaging in casual conversations. However, the rural landscape had undergone a profound transformation, affecting both lifestyle and human nature. Even if they remained in the village, there would be few opportunities for neighborly visits throughout the year. Thus, living in the countryside had become nearly indistinguishable from living in the county, with the primary difference being the relative convenience of life in the latter, regardless of whether one is venturing out to procure a few groceries or utilizing water and electricity. It is undeniably more convenient than in rural areas. Xiao Xiaohong hesitated slightly before directing her gaze towards Jiang Haitao. After all, Jiang Haitao is still the head of the household, and as his wife, it is only natural for her to heed his perspective. Indeed, residing here is quite comfortable. However, what weighs heavily on my mind are the more than 10 acres of farmland back home. Such fertile land left untended would be a lamentable waste. Jiang Haitao also bore a countenance of conflict. Perhaps having toiled throughout his life, he felt an unsettling sense of discomfort at the thought of idling away. Oh, come now. It's merely a few acres of land. Look, we have space in our courtyard as well. You are free to plant whatever you wish. Jiang Chuan interjected hastily. There is ample vacant land in these two courtyards. Plant whatever you desire. Moreover, even if we reside here, it does not mean the land back home must lie fallow. When you wish to farm, you may do so. If you prefer not to, you could always rent it out to others in the village. Indeed, uncle and aunt, Jiang Chuan is right. His diligent efforts to earn a living are solely to ensure a more comfortable life for the family. If you remain in the village, it would surely weigh on Jiang Chuan's heart. You should heed his advice. I work here, and if you find yourselves bored, I can frequently visit to keep you company. Shuai Li chimed in, eager to encourage them. A few years prior, when visiting Jiang Chuan's home, uncle and aunt treated her with exceptional kindness, which endeared them to her. All right then, let us move here after the new year. The journey is not far. When you wish to return, you can simply take a bus. Observing Jiang Chuan's resolute expression, Zhang Haitao nodded in agreement. After all, it was his son's sincere wish, and continual refusal might leave Jiang Chuan feeling dejected. Yes, yes, Jiang Chuan quickly affirmed with a smile. By the way, Xiao Chuan, do you recall your childhood friend, Xiao Rui? At this moment, Zhang Haitao suddenly inquired. You mean Dong Rui? Of course, I remember him. However, we have all been quite busy these past few years, so we haven't been in touch, and I'm not sure what he is up to now. Jiang Chuan replied, nodding. Dong Rui was from the same village, and they had shared a close bond during their childhood, having grown up together. However, he had dropped out of school during junior high, and thereafter, they lost contact. I recall that Uncle Xiang and Aunt's health has never been particularly robust. He is currently in the county town, operating a stir-fry restaurant. Over the years, Uncle Xiang and Aunt's health has deteriorated, and they have been reliant on medication. Xiao Rui has to care for the entire family, which must be quite taxing, Jiang Haitao remarked, his expression dimming at this point. Dong Xiang was several years older than him and had always been very supportive when they were younger, thus fostering a cordial relationship between their families. When Xiao Chuan attended university, they had even helped raise 10,000 yuan. Although the loan has been repaid, the kindness remains etched in his heart. Indeed, I remember Uncle Xiang and Aunt's health has never been great. Moreover, Aunt was always very kind to me, offering me sweets whenever I visited their home. Jiang Chuan nodded, his mind recalling the warm and gentle smiles of Uncle Xiang and Aunt. Xiao Chuan, when you went to university, our family was in dire straits. And Uncle Xiang immediately offered you 10,000 yuan without hesitation to support your education. This kindness is something we must always cherish in our hearts. Thus, your father and I believe that now that you are financially stable, you should extend your assistance to Uncle Xiang and Xiao Rui, Xiao Xiaohong said, her expression serious. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. While embellishing a beautiful tapestry may not leave a lasting impression, providing timely aid in times of need certainly does. The 10,000 yuan from Brother Dong was indeed a lifeline for their family. They had borrowed from relatives to muster only a few thousand, while Brother Dong had offered 10,000 outright, likely depleting his own savings. Yes, I understand your intentions, and I have always kept that kindness in mind. I will certainly repay Uncle Xiang and the others. Jiang Chuan nodded earnestly. Now that he had the means, he could not allow those who had once helped him to feel abandoned. Well, hearing you say that puts us at ease, Jiang Haitao replied with a satisfied nod. The greatest fear is that one's character may change drastically with newfound wealth. It appears that their son has not lost his essence due to money. In that case, let us head to Dong Rui's restaurant for a meal. We can also discuss how I might assist them, Jiang Chuan suggested. The four then made their way to Jiang Rui restaurant. Although Shuai Li initially felt hesitant to join, she was ultimately compelled by Wu Qi to take the day off. Jiang Rui restaurant is approximately 100 square meters in size, relatively spacious, albeit with somewhat dated decor. Come on, let us enter, they announced as they stepped into the restaurant. At that moment, a lean man approached them, his skin dark and hair streaked with gray, resembling a middle-aged man in his 40s. Welcome, Dong Rui, he began, but was suddenly overcome with disbelief and excitement upon seeing them. Jiang Chuan, uncle, aunt. What brings you here? What do you mean? Are you not happy to see me? How could I say that? I am absolutely delighted you are here. Let me escort you inside. Dong Rui happily ushered the four into a private room. Xiao Chuan, when did you return? I asked uncle and aunt a couple of days ago, and they said you might not come back this year. I just arrived in the county yesterday and visited the village today, Jiang Chuan replied. You rascal. Since you were already in the county yesterday, why didn't you come see me? Do you think you're too good for this brother? Dong Rui lightly punched Jiang Chuan's chest in a mock display of annoyance. Of course not. You are my childhood buddy. How could I possibly look down on you? Jiang Chuan quickly clarified. All right, I was just teasing you. I know you too well. Seeing Jiang Chuan's expression, Dong Rui chuckled and then said to everyone, Uncle, Aunt, please sit down and enjoy some tea. I will prepare a few signature dishes for you shortly. And you, Jiang Chuan, we haven't seen each other in over 3 years. We must drink a few glasses today, no leaving until we're intoxicated. Sure, Jiang Chuan replied with a hearty laugh. Dong Rui then exited the private room. Jiang Chuan's smile instantly faltered. Sigh. He must have endured considerable hardship over the years. At just 24, he now appeared as if he were 42, bearing the weight of life's challenges. Well, there's no need to be so melancholic. Aren't rural children without education often like this? Jiang Haitao remarked with a nonchalant attitude. Dong Rui had dropped out of school at 14, spending his years either working at construction sites or helping with the family farm. Years of exposure to the elements had naturally aged him beyond his years. Indeed. Jiang Chuan nodded, then turned to his parents. Thank you, Mom and Dad. If you hadn't insisted I pursue my education, I might have ended up like Dong Rui. Chapter 35. It's merely 300,000. How pretentious. Jiang Haitao shot a glare at Jiang Chuan. I was worried you would resent me for pushing you to study. Haha, your son is no ingrate. I need to visit the restroom. Jiang Chuan chuckled and stepped out of the private room. The restaurant's layout is quite simple, featuring 6 four-person tables at the front and 4 private rooms at the back. The kitchen is located behind the dining area, creating a compact overall arrangement. The restroom is directly across from the kitchen, as it was impossible to arrange the space any more logically given the tight layout. As Jiang Chuan passed by the kitchen, he fortuitously overheard a conversation between Dong Rui and a woman. Dong Zi, our parents' medical expenses are due imminently, and the landlord has already pressed us 4 or 5 times for the rent. Today is the final deadline. If this continues, we will truly be at our wits' end. The woman's voice was tinged with sorrow, exuding an overwhelming sense of helplessness, yet devoid of blame. In such circumstances, perhaps every woman would feel similarly powerless. I understand. Don't worry, I will find a way, Dong Rui replied solemnly. In truth, he merely sought to comfort his wife, for he was utterly devoid of solutions. Had he possessed even the slightest means, he would not feel so utterly impotent. Oh, you work so hard, my husband. I know the greatest burden falls upon you. However, aside from serving dishes and washing plates, I can offer no further assistance. The woman's voice was gentle, yet laden with guilt. Do not say such things, my dear. The happiest moment of my life has been marrying you. Rest assured, as the saying goes, when husband and wife work in unison, their strength is as strong as steel. I believe that as long as we stand united, all hardships will pass and every difficulty will be surmounted. Dong Rui proclaimed with unwavering conviction. He felt fortunate to have such a tender and understanding wife. Yet his greatest regret lay in not being able to provide her with a better life. Since their marriage, she had been subjected to the same hardships alongside him, never having adorned her with any jewelry of note, and often wearing only a few new garments throughout the year. The thought pierced his heart like a knife. Jiang Chuan, listening from outside, felt a pang of sorrow. Simultaneously, he envied Dong Rui. Their lives were indeed fraught with hardship. Yet the bond between them evoked a profound sense of admiration. As the adage goes, poverty breeds sorrow among couples, yet this did not seem universally applicable. In today's harsh reality, such women are perhaps more rare than the number of giant pandas. I believe in you, the woman's voice chimed once more. The prawns are ready. I will serve them to uncle and aunt. Jiang Chuan hastily retreated to the restroom. After more than half an hour, the dining table was adorned with an abundance of home-cooked dishes, including prawns, crabs, and various kinds of fish. Due to Jian County's proximity to the sea, seafood here is relatively inexpensive and remarkably fresh. Xiao Chuan, you and uncle, aunt, and your siblings should eat quickly. I'll cook a couple more hearty dishes. Dong Rui said cheerfully, tying on an apron. Enough of that. We are all family. There's no need for so many dishes. We want to finish them all. You and your wife sit down. Let us enjoy a good meal together. Jiang Chuan pulled Dong Rui and Fan Jin to sit down. Uncle, Aunt Xiao Chuan. It's been hard to host you. Please do not take it to heart, Fan Jin said with a warm smile. Do not say that, sister-in-law. Your words make me feel a bit embarrassed, Jiang Chuan replied awkwardly, unable to suppress a glance at Fan Jin. Though her appearance was not strikingly remarkable, she possessed a captivating charm, with large, clear eyes. Furthermore, she exuded a gentle and virtuous demeanor that could easily eclipse many modern women. All right, enjoy your meal. I'll step outside to keep an eye out for guests, Fan Jin said as she exited the private room. Uncle, Aunt, let me propose a toast to you. And to Xiao Chuan and your siblings, let us drink together. Cheers. Jiang Chuan, without pretension, raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, feeling the fiery warmth spread through his throat and belly. Just then, an unpleasant commotion erupted outside the room. Dong Rui, come out here quickly. If you don't show yourself, I'll smash your establishment. The voice was filled with arrogance, causing Jiang Chuan to furrow his brow. He turned to Dong Rui and asked, what is going on? Is there still such open gang activity in today's society? It's nothing at all. Uncle, Aunt, please continue eating. I'll go take a look outside, Dong Rui said with an awkward smile before stepping out of the room. Jiang Chuan, you should go outside too. Jiang Haitao advised worriedly. All right, Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the private room, he encountered 3 strangers. The leader was a bald man covered in tattoos. His face repulsive, reminiscent of the character from Charlotte S. Annoyance who famously exclaimed, "Are you really named Charlotte?" 2 shifty-eyed lackeys flanked him. I say, Dong Rue, do you think my words are mere wind? I told you yesterday that today is the final deadline for the rent. Where's the money? The tattooed thug glared fiercely at Dong Rue, his mouth spewing profanity. Boss Liu, I sincerely apologize. I genuinely have no money at the moment. Please grant me 2 more days. I promise to settle the rent and deliver it personally, Dong Rue pleaded, his expression grave. Grant you what? I've already given you 3 months. Do you think I'm some kind of saint? I'll tell you, if you don't pay me today, I'll not only smash your dingy restaurant, but I'll also break your legs. The thug's tone escalated in arrogance. His patience had been utterly exhausted, as Dong Rue had let the rent lapse for 3 months. Boss Liu, please, let us keep our voices down. There are customers dining in my restaurant, Dong Rue implored, his demeanor one of utter submission. At this point, he was so subservient that he would likely kneel in apology if asked. This epitomized the helplessness and despair of a man without money. I don't give a damn about your customers. I want to see the cash now. You have 10 minutes. If you can't produce the money, I'll smash your restaurant, Boss Liu declared, seating himself at the dining table and issuing his final ultimatum. Dong Rue and Fan Jin were left in a state of despair. The annual rent for this place was 40,000 yuan, yet they could barely scrape together 4,000. Hey, bald man, how much does my brother owe you? Jiang Chuan stepped forward confidently, addressing Boss Liu directly. Oh, and who might you be? Are you here to pay Dong Rue's debt? The thug cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chuan, noting his well-tailored suit, which appeared to be of considerable value. Yes, I'll cover my brother's debt. Just state the amount, Jiang Chuan replied calmly. The rent is 40,000 yuan, but since it's 3 months overdue, including the late fee, the total is 50,000. Boss Liu extended 5 fingers as he spoke. Jiang Chuan felt that this was not an unreasonable demand. While 10,000 was no small sum, it was relatively fair compared to the predatory lenders. All right, Jiang Chuan nodded, then inquired, how much is this establishment worth? Name your price, I'll buy it. He reasoned that merely paying the rent would likely lead to similar troubles in the future. So it would be wiser to purchase the restaurant outright as a gesture of gratitude for the help Dong Rue had once extended to him. Jiang Chuan, what are you saying? Hurry and get back inside to eat. I can handle this, Dong Rue exclaimed, panic evident in his voice, fully aware of Jiang Chuan's family circumstances. 50,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum for any rural family. Moreover, Jiang Chuan has only just begun his career, and it is certainly challenging to amass substantial savings in such a short time. Rest assured, I have managed to save a bit from my business ventures over the past few years. Leave this matter to me, he said reassuringly, gently patting Dong Rue's shoulder to alleviate his concerns. He then turned his gaze back to the burly man with a floral tattoo. The tattooed giant was taken aback. Are you serious, kid? I hope you're not trying to pull my leg, or I'll make you regret it. Cutting through the banter, he insisted. Just name your price. You should know that threatening me is beyond your means. Jiang Chuan's tone remained remarkably calm. He truly did not regard this small-time thug as a threat. All right, you certainly have some audacity, which suggests you must have some backing. My shop is situated in a prime location, so I'll set the price at 3 million yuan. If you can produce that amount, I'll complete all the paperwork immediately. The tattooed man nodded affirmatively. In reality, the market value of the property was only about 240,000. However, every extra cent counts, and he was certain this young man would bargain. Thus, a price of no less than 2 million would still ensure he did not incur a loss. 3 million, you say? Just scan my payment code, and I'll transfer it right now, Jiang Chuan declared, pulling out his phone to initiate the transaction. To him, 3 million was hardly a significant amount. He had earned more than that in just half a day's work. Wonderful. The tattooed man, witnessing Jiang Chuan's straightforwardness, wore a beaming smile and promptly presented his payment code. Dong Rue and Fan Jin, however, were utterly bewildered. Frankly, they did not believe Jiang Chuan could muster 3 million yuan. For an ordinary person, that was a staggering sum. Their disbelief was shattered by the crisp, synthetic sound of an electronic notification. Ding. Alipay has received 3 million yuan. The clarity of that sound left both Dong Rue and Fan Jin in stunned silence, while even the tattooed man wore a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that this young man could so casually produce such a vast sum. Goodness, are the youth of today all so affluent? Spending 3 million without so much as a blink. The tattooed man thought to himself. His 2 companions also swallowed hard. 3 million was a fortune for them as well. They were astonished that this young man made the payment without a moment's hesitation. Tattooed guy, the money has been transferred. Ensure all the paperwork is completed within the hour. If not, I will not hesitate to break your legs, just as you threatened my brother. Believe me, I possess that capability. Jiang Chuan's tone turned icy. Understood, understood. Don't worry, I'll have all the documents ready in half an hour. The tattooed man nodded vigorously. He was no fool and recognized that someone who could so easily produce 3 million was not someone to provoke. He might well be the scion of a wealthy family. Even if he could not leave a favorable impression, he certainly could not afford to offend such a person. With that, the trio vanished from the restaurant in a flash. Jiang Chuan, when did you become so wealthy? That was 3 million. Dong Rue exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, his thoughts a tumultuous sea. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chuan's family situation. Years ago, they had borrowed from every relative and friend to finance his college education. Now, just 7 years later, how had he become so affluent as to casually produce 3 million yuan? Hee. I recently made a bit of money in business, Jiang Chuan replied with a grin. Now, let us get back to our meal. Sister-in-law, why don't you join us? We'll close the shop for today. Oh, all right. Fan Jin nodded, still in a daze, struggling to comprehend the surreal turn of events. Dong Rue had mentioned that Jiang Chuan was merely a recent graduate, and they had grown up together in their childhood. Yet, judging by his recent actions, he seemed more like a wealthy heir. Merely 20 minutes later, the tattooed man returned, all smiles, carrying the complete set of documents. Here you go, big brother. This is all the paperwork for the shop. Please take a look. He respectfully handed a file to Jiang Chuan. No need to check. From this day forth, this shop is no longer your concern. You need not appear here again, understood? Jiang Chuan stated coolly as he accepted the file. Understood, understood. Is there anything else you need, big brother? The tattooed man asked eagerly, nodding repeatedly. Nothing more. You may leave, Jiang Chuan replied curtly. All right, enjoy your meal. The tattooed man and his companions swiftly departed without a trace. Jiang Chuan then handed the file to Dong Rue. Take this, from now on. This shop belongs to both of you. You need no longer worry about rent. Both men were taken aback, expressions of shock and disbelief etched on their faces. This is too much. We cannot accept it. You spent 3 million to acquire this shop. Dong Rue quickly shook his head in refusal. Indeed, Jiang Chuan. This gift is far too extravagant. We cannot possibly accept it, Fan Jin echoed, nodding in agreement. The principle of not receiving unearned rewards weighed heavily on them, and they could not accept such a generous gift. If they were to accept this 3 million yuan, they feared they might never be able to repay him. Dong Rue, sister-in-law, you are both well aware of the assistance your family provided me. Had it not been for your support, I might not have even had the opportunity to attend university, let alone earn this much money, Jiang Chuan said earnestly. I am a person who values gratitude, and I hope you do not force me into the position of being labeled ungrateful. Furthermore, if you refuse this, my parents will likely scold me mercilessly. Jiang Chuan's gaze was unwavering as he spoke. The amount of 10,000 yuan was everything to Dong Rue's family back then. Jiang Chuan was merely offering a fraction of his current capacity to assist them. Dong Rue's eyes remained fixed on Jiang Chuan, still hesitating. Are you really sure you don't want it? If you don't, I'll just tear it up and throw it in the trash, Jiang Chuan said, preparing to rip the file. Brother, I'll accept it, Dong Rue exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced Jiang Chuan tightly. Men don't shed tears easily. But this is a moment of deep emotion. All right. Two grown men embracing in public. How undignified. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am, Jiang Chuan protested, pushing Dong Rue away, sensing his excitement causing him to tremble. Sister-in-law, you mustn't tea. Dong Rue and I are brothers. So please don't feel obliged to be formal with me. Your gratitude makes me a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Chuan quickly assisted Fan Jin to her feet. At that moment, Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong emerged from their private room. They naturally witnessed the events that had just transpired and were exceedingly pleased with Jiang Chuan's actions. Zhang Haitao approached and patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride. Well done, son. You are your father's pride. Xiao Xiaohong also radiated joy, reflecting on the importance of gratitude and the fortune of having such a commendable son who had not lost his benevolent nature despite their wealth. Of course, Jiang Chuan replied with a hint of triumph. The smile on Zhang Haitao's face deepened. By the way, Uncle Xiang and Auntie are still in the hospital, right? Jiang Chuan inquired, glancing at Dong Rue. Earlier on their way, his father had filled him in on the situation concerning Dong Rue's family. Uncle Xiang and Auntie had long suffered from poor health, relying on medication to sustain themselves. This was a significant financial burden for an ordinary family. Recently, both had been admitted to the hospital, likely explaining Dong Rue's current predicament. It is well known that while hospitals are places of healing, the costs are exorbitant, far beyond what a typical family can bear, especially with two elderly patients concurrently hospitalized, which only exacerbated their financial woes. Yes, Dong Rue nodded, the excitement on his face gradually fading. The doctor had mentioned a few days prior that his father required surgery, or else the situation would become exceedingly perilous. Lacking the necessary funds, he had no choice but to postpone. Although the issue of rent was no longer a concern, they still lacked the means to afford the surgery. We haven't exchanged WeChat yet, have we? Let us add each other, Jiang Chuan suggested, pulling out his phone to connect with Dong Rui. After finishing their meal, Jiang Chuan said, "All right, we should head back now. Don't worry too much about Uncle and Auntie's health. There will be a way through the mountains when we reach them. In a couple of days, I will visit Uncle Xiang and Auntie." He patted Dong Rui on the shoulder. "Yes, thank you so much today, Jiang Chuan," Dong Rui replied earnestly, nodding heavily. He silently vowed to work harder to repay Jiang Chuan, as doing so would bring him comfort. "We're brothers, so let's not speak so formally," Jiang Chuan responded. "We have some matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. If anything arises, don't hesitate to let me know. Don't bear your burdens alone." After saying this, Jiang Chuan and his companions exited the restaurant. "Dong Rui, Jiang Chuan is truly a good person. We must find a way to express our gratitude for his life-saving kindness," Fan Jin remarked seriously. The 300,000 yuan Jiang Chuan had provided might not seem substantial to him, but it was indeed a lifesaver for them, making the sentiment of indebtedness entirely justified. "Yes, I understand." Dong Rui nodded earnestly. He would forever cherish this kindness and felt a strong obligation to repay it. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Jiang Chuan had sent him a WeChat message, which included a red envelope and a transfer notification. "What? 300,000. Dong Rui was taken aback, staring at the long line of zeros in the transfer message. At that moment, another voice message arrived, and Dong Rui hastily opened it. "Brother, the red envelope is for the meal. Don't be angry. Giving you meal money is actually helping me out. If you refuse, I'll be upset. Take this 300,000. Uncle and Auntie's health cannot be delayed. Their well-being is our top priority, so please do not decline. Consider this money as a loan. You can return it once you earn a fortune, and definitely, I'll make sure to get you drunk when we have the chance." Overwhelmed with emotion, Dong Rui wept as he stared at his phone screen for a long time. Finally, he resolutely spoke to himself. "Brother, I will always remember this kindness. Whenever you need me, Dong Rui will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." In the car, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have spent 200 yuan on a meal and triggered a critical rebate, awarding you 1 billion dragon coins." At that moment, Jiang Chuan felt a thrill of excitement, his hands trembling. Previously, when the system rewarded him with shares worth 50 billion, he had not felt such exhilaration. Truly, only cash in hand could evoke such a palpable sense of reality. "Slow down, you little rascal. I'm about to be sick," Jiang Haitao urged. Feeling the sudden jolt of the luxury vehicle, he was still getting accustomed to such a lavish ride. "All right, Mom and Dad, let us go buy a few outfits," Jiang Chuan announced, nodding as he decided to take his parents shopping. In a society that prioritizes wealth, appearance is of utmost importance. Even if one possesses billions, being poorly dressed can lead to disdain, a lesson Jiang Chuan had learned recently. He did not want his parents to feel the sting of contempt. Shueli found an excuse to exit the vehicle midway, fearing that Jiang Chuan might buy her clothes as well. If she could not repay him in kind, she would feel indebted. Soon, the three arrived at a high-end clothing store called Jiang Fashion, where they purchased 5 outfits each for his parents. Despite their protests, Jiang Chuan prevailed, and the total cost amounted to 200,000 yuan. In comparison to the custom-made garments of the wealthy, these outfits were relatively cost-effective. "Congratulations, host. You have spent 200,000, triggering a critical rebate that awards you 67 of Jiang Fashion Group's shares, valued at 2.6 billion. You are now the largest shareholder and chairman of Jiang Fashion Group." The system's electronic voice echoed in Jiang Chuan's mind just as he completed the payment. Wow. The critical rebate rate is exceptionally high today. 2 transactions, 2 critical rebates. Jiang Chuan was filled with joy. The total value of the rewards from these 2 critical rebates amounted to over 3 billion. With the system by his side, becoming a billionaire seemed remarkably simple. I remember Xiao mentioned he works at Jiang Fashion. I should pay him a visit, Jiang Chuan thought. With so much on his plate recently, he had neglected his younger siblings. However, with over half a month until the new year, there was still time to see them. After dropping his parents off at home, Jiang Chuan drove away. As he departed, he noticed a crowd gathered outside his house, including a few from neighboring villages. Their intentions were evident. Even Wang Ziyu and Wei Shufeng greeted him with smiles and brought gifts. It seemed his earlier concerns were unwarranted, despite the previous humiliation he had inflicted upon them. They showed no signs of resentment, motivated instead by self-interest. Given this situation, even if his parents resided in Ping'an village, they would likely face no trouble, and their home would be livelier than ever. Instead of returning to Jingxian, Jiang Chuan headed straight to Haidong City. His younger brother, Jiang He, was attending university there and had been working part-time at Jiang Fashion since the break. In the production workshop of Jiang Fashion, a youthful and handsome boy with bright eyes was diligently working at a sewing machine. Though he worked with utmost diligence, it was evident that his hands were somewhat inexperienced, and his manipulation of the sewing machine was rather clumsy. Just then, a corpulent man ambled over to the youth, casting a disdainful glance. "Jiang He, you've been here for nearly half a month, yet your work remains lethargic and sluggish. Are you capable of performing your duties? If not, pack your belongings and vacate the premises to make way for someone more competent." "I apologize, Team Leader Zhou. I will hasten my pace." Jiang He quickly nodded in agreement. "Are you daft? Can't you see how crooked the seams are over there? And why are the needles here misaligned? Do you understand how troublesome it is to redo a garment? If it gets sold and a customer finds fault, can you bear the responsibility? I'm too weary to scold you further. Just hurry up and leave." Zhou Xian scolded, his brow furrowed. In truth, for a temporary worker to perform at this level was already commendable. However, he could not tolerate this detestable pretty boy, who, despite being younger, was far more handsome. More importantly, he was an educated university student, which only fueled Zhou's desire to nitpick and harass him. "Team Leader Zhou, please don't dismiss me. My brother is set to return home for a blind date this year, and I wish to earn extra money to support him." Jiang He earnestly implored, his expression resolute. He understood that the majority of contemporary women had elevated standards for their partners. Purchasing a car and a house before marriage was practically a prerequisite. Additionally, an extravagant betrothal gift was undoubtedly required. With their parents financially strained and his brother having only graduated 3 years prior, it was clear he could not earn such a sum. Thus, he sought to work during the winter break, hoping to contribute, even if the earnings wouldn't suffice for a car or a house. As a younger brother, he was determined to do everything in his power to assist. "Enough of your rambling. Your brother's wedding has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, do you not comprehend that being poor and unmarried can also be a form of virtue? If your brother cannot afford to marry, then let him remain single rather than burdening some innocent girl." Zhou Xian's voice remained cold and impatient. Oh, Jiang He was indeed pitiable, enduring Zhou's incessant tirades day after day. It was remarkable that a university student could endure such treatment for so long. It was clear he was genuinely in need of money. In my opinion, university students are ill-suited for such labor. They could hardly withstand this kind of hardship and would be better off returning home to study. Indeed, this was not their rightful place. Why did Zhou Xian harbor such disdain for Jiang He? Haven't you heard? It is said that Zhou has a crush on a girl who seems to be fond of Jiang He, which explains his relentless targeting of him. What an absurd misfortune. The surrounding onlookers slowed their work, turning their attention to the scene, most expressing sympathy for Jiang He. Some even admired him, as nowadays, university students are considered quite precious and rarely stoop to working in a garment factory. Just as Jiang He was about to speak again, the factory door swung open, and 2 individuals entered, one following closely behind the other. Zhou Xian immediately turned to see a familiar face, his expression lighting up with joy. Director Yang. He then waddled over, his hefty frame jiggling with each step. Simultaneously, Jiang He spotted an extremely familiar visage, instinctively murmuring, "Brother." Indeed, the handsome youth at the forefront was none other than Jiang He's brother, Jiang Chuan. Chapter 37. Why should I care about your hardship? Who is that handsome young man at the front? So striking. Indeed, so dashing and stylish. He must be the son of a high-ranking official in the factory. Oh my. Suddenly, I want to bear that handsome man's children. It's not about wealth or looks. I simply feel we are fated to be together from a past life. Goodness. To articulate such materialistic desires so eloquently, I genuinely admire it. The young women working nearby widened their eyes in awe the moment they laid eyes on Jiang Chuan. His allure was one aspect, but the fact that he walked ahead of the factory director indicated a position of higher authority. At this moment, Zhou Xian had approached the factory director, his face adorned with a broad smile, his slitted eyes disappearing amidst the folds of his flesh. He bore the demeanor of a courtier before a monarch. "Hello, Director Yang. I am Zhou Xian, the team leader of this workshop. We warmly welcome your inspection." Yang Lu, however, did not acknowledge Zhou Xian but respectfully turned his gaze towards Jiang Chuan. This young man was the chairman of their Jia garment factory, as well as its primary shareholder. Just moments ago, the chairman had mentioned that his brother was working in the factory, which startled Yang Lu. The chairman's brother was experiencing life in the factory. He hoped nothing untoward had occurred to that young lord. Meanwhile, Jiang He stood, somewhat incredulous, before Jiang Chuan. He could hardly fathom why his brother was walking alongside the director, and even more so, leading the way. Could it be that they were friends? That seemed impossible. His brother was merely an ordinary person who had graduated not long ago. How could he possibly know the owner of Jia garment factory? "Jiang He, what are you doing? Return to your station and get back to work. Can't you see this is a conversation between leaders?" Zhou Xian shot Jiang He a cold glare. Hadn't he met the factory director before? Why was he suddenly so clueless about proper decorum? That's my. Jiang He pointed at Jiang Chuan, intending to inform them that this man was his brother. However, he was interrupted by Zhou Xian. What? You don't mean to say the director's friend is your brother, do you? Have you lost your mind? You, a penniless university student, think you can associate with the director's friends? Zhou Xian immediately berated him, unable to believe that this meek, impoverished student could possibly know someone of such stature. Moreover, judging by the other man's attire, he was clearly a wealthy heir. How could he possibly be connected to such a destitute student? Yang Lu scrutinized Jiang He closely. The young man was quite handsome, fair-skinned, and possessed strikingly clear eyes. There was a notable resemblance between him and the chairman. Suddenly, Yang Li's body stiffened, and a spark of realization illuminated his mind. It was unmistakable. This young man bore a striking resemblance to the chairman, and he was undoubtedly the brother he sought. With that thought, Yang Lu's fiery gaze fixated on Zhou Xian. Smack! In the next instant, a resounding slap landed squarely on Zhou Xian's face. Director, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Zhou Xian was left dumbfounded. Had he done anything to provoke the director? Why had he just received such a humiliating slap? Though the slap had not caused him physical pain due to the abundance of flesh on his face, the humiliation was profound. Jiang He stood in stunned silence, while the others in the workshop exchanged bewildered glances. Although Zhou Xian was usually arrogant, it seemed unlikely the director would strike without cause. Hey, have you noticed? I feel like the handsome guy next to the director bears some resemblance to Jiang He. I do sense that too. Could that handsome man be Jiang Chuan's brother? Don't be ridiculous. Such a cliché plot would be ridiculed even in a novel, let alone in reality. True enough, if Jiang He truly had such an extraordinary elder brother, he would not have found himself toiling away in this desolate place. The crowd immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. While they noted some resemblance between Jiang He and Jiang Chuan, they did not believe there could be any familial connection between the two. One was a wealthy heir, and the other a struggling student, completely disparate worlds. Zhou Xian, I never expected you, a mere group leader, to be so arrogant and to exhibit such a deplorable attitude towards your subordinates. You do not deserve to remain at Jiame Clothing Factory. I hereby declare, in my capacity as the factory director, that you are dismissed, Yang Lu stated coldly. Regardless of whether this student was indeed the chairman's brother, his actions were undeniably astute. After all, the chairman would certainly not wish to witness any bullying in the workshop. What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Jiang He looked at Jiang Chuan with confusion and asked, Brother, what are you doing here? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Jiang He's utterance caused everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at the two. No way. Could it be that the wealthy heir is truly Jiang He's brother? They thought. Oh my. It seems Jiang He is indeed a wealthy heir experiencing life firsthand. Why didn't I try to curry favor with him earlier? How infuriating. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian stood there, dumbstruck, as if the sky had fallen upon him. This impoverished college student, whom he had belittled daily, was actually acquainted with a friend of the factory director. Xiao He, you have endured much during this time. I am sorry for putting you through this. Jiang Chuan gently patted Jiang He's shoulder, his eyes filled with affection. The bond among the three siblings had always been exceptionally strong. Seeing his younger brother looking considerably thinner brought immense sorrow to his heart. No, brother, I'm not struggling. I just want to earn a bit more money so you can find me a sister-in-law soon, Jiang He replied with a joyful smile. All right, from this moment on, your days of hardship are over, Jiang Chuan said with a smile, then turned his gaze towards Yang Lu. At this point, Yang Lu quickly cleared his throat and addressed everyone. Let me introduce you all. This is Mr. Jiang Chuan, the chairman of Jiame Group, and Mr. Jiang He is the chairman's younger brother. From now on, Mr. Jiang He will be the new director of our clothing factory. Boom. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Xian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing incessantly. What kind of terrifying entity had he provoked? How could this impoverished college student suddenly transform into the chairman's younger brother? And now, he had become the new director of the factory. After having made his life difficult for the past couple of weeks, what a mess he had created. Oh my God. I thought that handsome guy was merely a friend of the director. I never imagined he was our chairman. Good heavens, our chairman is so young. Thankfully, he had not offended Jiang He. Otherwise, he would likely be following Zhou Xian out the door today. Damn, I had no idea the wealthy heir was right beside me. This is something straight out of a drama. Suddenly, Jiang He seemed incredibly handsome, and thoughts of wanting to have children with him crossed some minds. The others in the workshop collectively inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting expressions of regret. Had they forged a good relationship with Jiang He during this time, they surely would have benefited from it. However, it seemed that it was too late to say anything now. As for Jiang He, his look of shock surpassed that of anyone else. He gazed at Jiang Chuan in utter bewilderment. He even suspected that he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such an incredible stroke of luck befall him? His brother had become the chairman of Jiang Group, and now he was the new factory director? Brother, this must be a dream. Jiang He stared blankly at Jiang Chuan. Dear foolish brother, this is all real. You are not dreaming. From now on, you are the director here. As for those who have bullied you, you may handle them as you see fit. Even Yang Le, if you decide to have him dismissed. He wouldn't dare utter a word, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Now that he was the chairman of Jiang Group, not even a mere factory director could oppose him. Jiang Gu, no, Jiang director, I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have made things difficult for you. I was blind and foolish. Please, you must forgive me. I have a 90-year-old mother to care for, and a family to support. I beg you, show mercy and do not dismiss me. Please, let me off with a warning. Zhou Xian pleaded as he knelt before Jiang He, slapping his own chubby face in despair. Tears streaming down his cheeks as he sought forgiveness. Jiang He looked at the sobbing figure of Zhou Xian, the one who had tormented him, and felt a surge of resentment. After calming himself, he coldly regarded Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, gather your belongings and get out. Jiang Gu, no, Director Jiang, I was wrong. Truly wrong. I am worse than a pig or a dog. Please don't dismiss me. I have no education or skills. It was not easy for me to reach this position. If you dismiss me now, I will never find another job as good as this. Zhou Xian clung desperately to Jiang He's leg, weeping inconsolably. Do you remember what you just said to me? You said that it was hard for you, and that it had nothing to do with me. Now hurry up and leave. Jiang He recalled Zhou Xian's recent treatment of him and his words, his resolve unwavering. Zhou Fatty, get out now. Yes, it serves him right for offending the director. The director is wise and powerful. He has rid us of a great nuisance. Someone chimed in. I have long seen that the director is destined for greatness, undoubtedly a dragon among men. For Jiang He's decision. The others in the workshop cheered in agreement. Firstly, it allowed them to ingratiate themselves with the new director, and secondly, Zhou Xian was indeed a terrible person who had abused his position to make life difficult for everyone. Security, didn't you hear the new director's orders? Throw this blind fool out, Yang Lu urged, eager to leave a good impression on the chairman. Before long, 6 security guards dragged Zhou Xian out. Xiaohe, has anyone else bullied you? We can dismiss them as well. Jiang Chuan's sharp gaze scanned every face in the workshop as he spoke coldly. No, no one. Everyone else has been quite good to me. Jiang He shook his head. That is good. Let us go. Come walk with me. Jiang Chuan nodded and directly led Jiang He out of the workshop, leaving behind a crowd full of regret. Yang Lu eagerly followed suit. Brother, I am just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. I have never been a factory director and have no work experience. I might not be able to handle such a position. Jiang He said anxiously and awkwardly once they were outside the workshop. Although he had worked many odd jobs before, they had mostly been temporary. Suddenly being thrust into the role of director of such a large factory made him feel inadequate. If his mistakes were to lead to losses for the factory, he would be blamed. Do not fear. Every endeavor requires a process of familiarity and adaptation. Consider this an opportunity for growth. Moreover, it is merely a small factory. You may proceed with complete freedom. And whether it yields profit or incurs loss is of no concern whatsoever. Jiang Chuan remarked with a carefree smile. He truly did not regard this small enterprise with any seriousness. Even if it were to go bankrupt at this very moment, he would feel no tinge of regret. Indeed, Director, you may act without reservation. Yang Lu chimed in, rubbing his hands together with obsequiousness. Very well then. Observing his brother's utter indifference, Jiang He ceased to demur. Yet, a profound curiosity welled within him. How did his brother suddenly become the chairman of Jiang Group? I understand your bewilderment. When the time is right, I shall clarify all your questions. For now, let us dine together. With that, Jiang Chuan led Jiang He to a restaurant within the Intercontinental Hotel. Xiaohe, I heard from our parents that you recently had a girlfriend. How is that going? Why not bring her home this year for me to see? As they savored their meal, Jiang Chuan inquired, curiosity piqued. He had not anticipated that his younger brother had actually found success in romance. We broke up. Jiang He replied with a bitter smile, a hint of resignation in his voice. Just days prior, Yin Jinjin had ended their relationship. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. What prompted the breakup? She found me lacking in financial means. Jiang He clenched his fists, his face a mask of discontent. He had believed their bond could withstand trials. Yet it turned out that Yin Jinjin was as pragmatic as they come, discarding him over monetary concerns. Ah, I see. If that is the case, there is no need for sorrow. It simply indicates she was unworthy of you, Jiang Chuan reassured him. Indeed, when I seek a girlfriend next time, I shall ensure you vet her, Jiang He responded, a trace of relief in his smile. Since the matter had passed, it was best to let it go. There was no point in mourning what did not belong to him. After their meal, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. Xiaohe, have you obtained your driver's license? Jiang Chuan asked as they exited the hotel. He recalled that Xiaohe had mentioned preparing for the driving test, which should be a straightforward endeavor for a young person. Yes, I passed last month. Jiang He nodded affirmatively. Then, it is settled. I shall purchase you a car. As a factory director. It would be rather unseemly not to have one, Jiang Chuan declared, pulling out his phone to make a call. No need, brother. My little electric scooter is quite sufficient for now, and I only just acquired my license. I am a bit hesitant to drive. Jiang He quickly declined. Though his brother had come into wealth, he was reluctant to frivolously spend his money. Moreover, buying a car for himself seemed wasteful. Enough. This matter is decided. At that moment, Jiang Chuan had already dialed the number of Liang Renhao, the regional manager of Longting Hotel. Manager Liang. I am at the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel in Haidong City. Please have a supercar delivered within the hour. A vehicle worth millions will suffice. I have no brand preferences. Very well, that will be all. After a brief exchange, Jiang Chuan hung up, while Jiang He looked on, perplexed. Sensing a newfound strangeness in his brother. Brother, can you enlighten me on how you suddenly became so affluent? Jiang He could not contain his curiosity. After all, during his university days, Jiang Chuan had struggled to pay tuition through borrowed means. It had only been 3 years since he entered the workforce. And now he was the chairman of Jiang Group, the ease with which he could procure a multi-million-dollar supercar with a mere phone call. And the respect he commanded left Jiang He in awe of this unfamiliar, enigmatic brother. Actually 6 months ago, I invested all my savings in a lottery ticket and won 200 million. Thus, I utilized the starting capital to venture into business, and fortune smiled upon me. My enterprise took off swiftly. I only acquired Jiang Garment Factory yesterday. Jiang Chuan did not divulge the full truth, knowing that if he revealed the existence of his systematic advantages, his brother would likely disbelieve him. After all, this was a pragmatic world that favored scientific reasoning, rendering notions of systems rather illusory. Oh, I see. In that case, your luck seems rather remarkable, Jiang He replied, a look of realization dawning in his clear eyes. It appeared he had accepted Jiang Chuan's excuse, demonstrating the innocence characteristic of university students. As the two conversed, a pair of young individuals, seemingly university students, approached. The young woman was flamboyantly dressed, her makeup heavy, exuding an air of frivolity. The young man, with tousled blonde hair, appeared rebellious. Upon noticing them, Jiang He's brow furrowed instantly. This subtle shift did not escape Jiang Chuan's keen observation, leading him to quickly grasp the situation. Could it be that the garishly adorned woman was Yan Jinjin? Yes, that is indeed her. I never expected she would find another man so swiftly. Jiang He nodded, fists clenched tightly. Although he had previously resolved to move on, such a materialistic woman was not worth his anguish. Yet, seeing her hand in hand with another ignited an inexplicable fury within him. All right, since you have parted ways, there is no need for further concern. Anger is unwarranted. Jiang Chuan consoled him. Yes, Jiang He exhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. Let us depart, Jiang Chuan suggested, eager to distance them from such a woman, believing it best to sever ties swiftly and maintain a respectful distance. A mere glance at her felt like an affront to his senses. At that moment, Yan Jinjin and her flamboyant companion approached directly. Clearly, they had noticed Jiang Chuan and Jiang He. Yan Jinjin boldly stepped in front of them. Step aside. Good dogs do not block the way. Jiang Chuan cast a cold, disdainful glance at her. With a face full of contempt, Yan Jinjin addressed Jiang He. I must ask, Jiang He, do you find any amusement in your incessant pursuit? Attempting to win me back through such pathetic means will only deepen my disdain for you. Do you understand? It was evident she had deliberately come to confront him. Yan Jinjin, you discarded me only to find a partner like this? Your taste has evidently deteriorated. Jiang He retorted icily, anger radiating from him. Humph, are you merely envious? Li Xiao is the son of the deputy director of Jiang Garment Factory, a genuine rich heir, far superior to you in countless ways. Yan Jinjin linked arms with the blonde youth, her demeanor flauntingly affectionate. The son of the deputy director, is he? Quite impressive indeed. Yet, how small this world is, Jiang He replied with a cold smile. Just 3 hours prior, the title of deputy director's son might have induced feelings of inferiority, even humiliation. But now, not even the deputy director himself would dare to confront him, let alone a mere scion. Ah, so this is your worthless ex-boyfriend, Jinjin? You did say he was working at the Jiang Garment Factory, didn't you? Should I tell my father to kick him out? Li Tian'er regarded Jiang Chuan with a look of disdain. Indeed, he did go to tighten screws a few days ago, but I suspect he has already been expelled. It's inevitable. He's utterly useless. Yan Jinjin tightened her grip on Li Tian'er's arm. The little Wangzi had already been contorted from the pressure. Yan Jinjin, am I truly that inept? If so, then why do you moan so lewdly in bed? Jiang He, You worthless fool, do you have a death wish? I only raised my voice because you were choking me. Li Xiao, don't misunderstand. I have never had any relationship with this waste. Country bumpkin, kneel before me and apologize. Then lick the dust off my shoes clean, and I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, you shall regret your very existence. Jiang He's words immediately pierced through their defenses. Their eyes widened in rage, as if they wished to devour him whole. Jiang Chuan merely crossed his arms, observing with indifference. His younger brother was now an adult. Such matters should be addressed by him alone. Regret? You are hardly worthy of such power. Jiang He shook his head. Just a few hours prior, such words might have intimidated him. But now, with his brother by his side, he feared no one. You stubborn country bumpkin. You truly won to shed tears until you see the coffin. Li Tian'er's icy gaze fixed upon Jiang He. He simply could not fathom how a worthless wretch dared to speak to him in such a manner. Huh, you think you're clever, don't you? Do you have any idea how much this bag Li Xiao bought for me costs? Or the price of the car he drives? Even if you spent your entire life tightening screws, you could never afford this bag. You will always be inferior to Li Xiao, not even worth a fraction of his little toe. Yan Jinjin managed to rein in her anger at this moment, determined to crush Jiang He's pride underfoot. Jiang He shot them a cold glance, regarding them as mere clowns, then took out his phone and dialed Yang Lu's number. Oh ho, are you calling for help? How terrifying. As Jiang He began making a call, the mockery on their faces grew more pronounced. They utterly disbelieved he could summon anyone of significance. At most, he might call his parents to come and weep in their embrace. Uncle Yang, Li Gang's son, Li Tian'er, is posturing before me. Please have him dismissed immediately and investigate any illegal activities he may have committed at the factory. Leave no stone unturned. Ideally, both he and his father should end up behind bars. Jiang Chuan watched Jiang He with satisfaction. Excellent. Truly my brother's style, so reminiscent of my own. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. This waste still pretends to be something. Your Uncle Yang wouldn't be Yang Lo, would he? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my ant-sized fortune? Li Tian'er doubled over in laughter, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He had encountered many pretentious individuals, but none as adept at it as this wretch before him. Huh, you think you can get Uncle Li fired? Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, go ahead and get someone fired. Yan Jinjin was also laughing uncontrollably, though her laughter was laced with contempt and derision. She had not expected the formerly docile Jiang He to be so adept at boasting now. It seemed that after their breakup, this waste had suffered a significant blow. Otherwise, why would he be spouting nonsense in broad daylight? Enjoy your laughter while it lasts. Soon, such joy will never grace your faces again. Jiang He and Jiang Chuan regarded the pair as if they were simpletons. You arrogant country bumpkin, still pretending, are you? Just as Li Tian'er finished speaking, the phone rang suddenly. Upon seeing the caller ID, a wave of unease washed over him. He hurriedly answered, Dad, what's wrong? You little beast. What on earth have you done? The furious roar echoed through the receiver. I haven't done anything. What is going on, Dad? Please don't get angry. Li Tian'er was utterly bewildered. His father usually spoke gently, so why was he unleashing a torrent of curses upon answering the phone today? Could it be that he had learned about his stepmother's pregnancy? If so, that would be catastrophic. Have you offended our factory manager? Li Gang tried to suppress his fury as best he could. Just moments ago, he had received a call from Yang Lo, stating that his son had offended the manager and had been summarily dismissed. This revelation filled him with both fear and rage. No, I haven't seen Uncle Yang recently. How could I have offended him? Your son isn't foolish enough to anger Uncle Yang, Li Tian'er confidently assured. Thankfully, it wasn't about the stepmother. You idiot, don't you know that we changed factory managers 3 hours ago? Li Gang's anger surged. He had assumed that such significant news would have reached his useless son, yet he was completely oblivious. We changed managers? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Li Tian'er remained perplexed. Suddenly, he seemed to connect the dots, casting a disbelieving glance at Jiang He. This fool had just made a phone call and addressed the other party as Uncle Yang, even mentioning that he wanted to have his father dismissed. Could it be that this waste before him was indeed the new factory manager? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yan Jinjin had said Jiang He was a mere country bumpkin. How could he possibly have connections with the factory manager? Yet, if that weren't the case, the coincidences were too striking. He tentatively inquired, Dad, do you know the name of the new factory manager? Jiang He, Manager Jiang. A buzzing sound filled his mind as Li Tian'er collapsed to the ground. Fear etched on his face as he stared at Jiang He. It was over. How could he have been so blind as to provoke the new manager? It was all Yan Jinjin's fault. If it weren't for her, how could he have ever crossed paths with Jiang He? With this thought, Li Tian'er shot a murderous glare at Yan Jinjin. Meanwhile, Li Gang's furious voice erupted once more through the phone. You clueless fool. I don't care how you've offended the manager, but if you cannot win his forgiveness, I will personally break that troublesome leg of yours. Chapter 39. Get lost. You've already overreached. With that, Li Gang decisively ended the call. Li Tian'er, pale and trembling, realized that if it weren't for something of utmost importance, his father would never have spoken to him so harshly. Li Xiao, what's wrong? Get up from the cold ground. Don't freeze our brother. Yin Jinjin, confused, rushed to help Li Tian'er. Li Xiao was her source of financial support and her source of joy. Losing him would spell trouble. Get away, you wretched woman. You've ruined me. Li Tian'er forcefully shoved Yin Jinjin to the ground, his eyes burning with fury directed at her. If it weren't for this wretched girl, how could he have offended the new manager? Li Tian'er, how dare you push me? You professed your love for me last night, vowing to cherish me for a lifetime. Yin Jinjin gazed incredulously at Li Tian'er, momentarily disregarding her physical pain. Just yesterday, during their intimate moments, he had fervently declared his affection and promised to make her the happiest woman in the world. Yet, merely a day later, he treated her with such disdain. Truly, all men are brutes. I love you, my foot. You've utterly ruined my life. I could almost find the desire to end yours. Li Tian'er clenched his fists tightly, longing to strike this vile woman. However, at this moment, his paramount concern was to seek the factory manager's forgiveness. Otherwise, he might indeed face dire consequences upon his return, potentially ending up with broken limbs. Moreover, if the old man were to be at work, his life as a wealthy heir would swiftly come to an end. Resolving this, he crawled and knelt before Jiang He, pleading, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. I never intended to oppose you. It was this wretched woman who misled me, claiming you were nothing but a poor fool. At this juncture, Li Tian'er's earlier arrogance had dissipated, leaving him in a pitiful state, weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Chuan remained silent, leaving the matter entirely to Jiang He. Li Tian'er, if apologies were effective, the world would be at peace by now. Jiang He replied coldly. Jiang He, Jiang Xiao. I truly realize my mistake. I should not have contended for a woman with you. I will return her to you immediately. Li Tian'er continued to struggle desperately. What did you say? Do you take me for an object? I am not merchandise for you to gift to that wastrel. And aren't you the son of the deputy factory manager? Aren't you a second-generation rich kid? Why do you show such deference to that poor fool? Yin Jinjin's face was equally aflame with anger. She was not truly upset at being offered to someone else. Had it been a wealthier heir, she might have even felt gratitude toward Li Tian'er. But the fact that he intended to pass her to Jiang He, that good-for-nothing, was utterly unacceptable. Shut your foul mouth. Jiang Xiao's attention to you is a blessing you've earned through 8 lifetimes. Your family's grave must be emitting smoke for you to dare disdain him. Li Tian'er turned again to berate Yin Jinjin. Suddenly, a flatbed truck rumbled towards them and came to a halt before the group. On the truck, a brand new white Koenigsegg Jesko was revealed. Although the car was priced at around 30 million, its design and performance undoubtedly classified it among the elite supercars. Once the vehicle stopped, 7 or 8 staff members approached Jiang Chuan and Jiang He. Mr. Jiang Chuan, greetings. I am Chai Hu, the sales manager for Koenigsegg. The well-dressed young man quickly stepped forward to greet Jiang Chuan, respectfully presenting his business card with both hands. They had already seen Jiang Chuan's photo when they received the order. The client had emphasized that this Mr. Jiang Chuan was the chairman of their Longting Hotel, and that their service must be impeccable, as offending him was not an option. For such a prominent figure, even without the warning, they would not dare to provoke him. However, they were utterly astonished to discover that the chairman of Longting Hotel was so young, appearing significantly younger than themselves, a true prodigy. Hello. Jiang Chuan nodded with a smile. Chai Hu promptly produced a folder, respectfully handing it to Jiang Chuan. Mr. Jiang, this is the purchasing contract and the car keys for the Koenigsegg Jesko you just ordered. Please take a look. He added, if you have any questions, I can provide you with a thorough explanation of the vehicle. No, thank you. I am not well versed in cars, and I trust your expertise, Jiang Chuan replied, accepting the folder while maintaining a warm smile. Very well, Mr. Jiang. In that case, we shall not impose further. Should any issues arise with the vehicle, do not hesitate to call me. I will assist you promptly, Chai Hu said respectfully, his posture humble. After all, in the presence of such high-profile individuals, he was merely a lowly employee. All right, you may return. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Jiang He was mesmerized by the sight of the white supercar, his eyes nearly bulging with desire, almost drooling. Supercars were the dream vehicles of every young person, and especially one worth tens of millions, something Jiang He had never dared to imagine before. At that moment, Li Tian'er was trembling in fear. After all, he was merely driving a BMW 3 Series. To see the two before him presenting a Koenigsegg Jesko was utterly shocking. This was truly the pinnacle of luxury vehicles. His own car paled in comparison, resembling mere scrap metal. No way, absolutely impossible. How could that poor fool afford such an extravagant car? Jiang He could hardly believe his eyes. Yin Jinjin Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Having dated Jiang He for 2 years, she thought she knew him thoroughly, a complete and utter pauper, hailing from a remote rural area. She had even met his parents, who were quintessential impoverished farmers. This was precisely why she had chosen to end things with him. But now what was this situation? Little he, this car is yours to practice with. Whenever you tire of it, just let me know, and I'll get you an even better one. Jiang Chuan tossed the keys to Jiang He. The appearance of the Koenigsegg quickly drew the attention of countless passers-by, as such high-priced supercars were a rarity on the streets. Although the car did not belong to them, it was a visual feast. Thank you, brother. I will take great care of this car. Jiang He clutched the keys tightly, as though someone might snatch them away. What the hell? Which affluent family's heir are those two? They are driving a supercar worth tens of millions? Is this what a supercar looks like? Honestly, it's my first time seeing one, and it's incredibly impressive. If I could ever drive such a vehicle in my lifetime, I would feel utterly fulfilled. The car's market price was over 30 million. Ordinary folks could only dream of it. The crowd buzzed with excitement over the supercar. Jinjin was utterly dumbfounded. Although she didn't recognize the car, she had overheard the crowd mention its price of 30 million. 30 million. Even if she spent her entire life working, she could never earn that much. At this moment, regret filled her heart. No, Jiang Chuan is unexpectedly wealthy. I must secure him firmly. Jinjin's eyes were resolute, as if she had made a significant decision in that instant. She quickly got to her feet and approached Jiang He. He, I'm so sorry. It is only now that I truly realize my heart can only hold you. The one I love will forever be you. I cannot be without you. Will you forgive me? As she reached for Jiang He's hand, he forcefully rejected her. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chuan was immediately filled with revulsion. He had seen shamelessness before, but this level of audacity was a first for him. The onlookers began to murmur in disapproval. Jiang He coldly smiled. Jinjin, I must have been blind to have ever liked someone as despicable as you. However, I do thank you for allowing me to see your true, ugly self. Now, I simply wish to convey that yesterday, you ignored me. Today, you are no longer worthy of my regard. Brother, let us go? Just seeing her makes me feel nauseated. With that, Jiang He opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's position. Jiang, please take me with you. How can I live without you? Jinjin burst into tears, her sobs resonating with profound sorrow. The depth of her grief was heart-wrenching. All right, Jiang Chuan nodded, promptly taking his seat in his Bugatti Chiron and speeding away. Ahi, take me with you. How can I survive without you? Jinjin chased after the speeding car for a short distance before collapsing on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Goodness, are those two brothers? One drives a Koenigsegg and the other a Bugatti. How incredibly cool. Someone exclaimed. Damn, this world is so unfair. Sigh, being born is an art, but alas, we never mastered it. What is up with that woman? She asked, crying so pitifully. Brother, you just arrived, right? Let me enlighten you. That woman is a quintessential gold digger. She abandoned the handsome guy in the Koenigsegg and chose the one on the ground with the blonde hair. Now that she realizes he is merely a wealthy heir experiencing life, she is filled with regret. I see. Bah, such a woman deserves no sympathy. This plot is even more thrilling than a novel. If only one day I could slap my gold-digging girlfriend's face, but unfortunately, I have neither a mind nor a wealthy father. Sigh, enough of that. Your words make me want to cry. You should be grateful. I don't even have a girlfriend, and I can't even tell if the taste over there is salty or sweet. Oh no. I was so engrossed in the drama that I forgot to ask those two handsome men for their contact information. Is it too late to chase after them now? Back at the factory, Jiang He looked at Jiang Chuan with tear-filled eyes, brimming with gratitude. What's wrong? Still feeling down? Jiang Chuan asked. Didn't I tell you? Those kinds of women aren't worth it? You'll meet someone better in the future. He gently patted Jiang He's chest and smiled. Brother, thank you. Thank you for helping me preserve my dignity and for giving me courage. As he spoke, Jiang He's voice trembled with sobs. He knew that without his brother's presence today, he would have lacked the confidence to say those words. All right, since you know I'm your brother, there's no need to say such things. We're family. Do we need to express thanks? Jiang Chuan responded seriously. I understand. I want to say it again. Jiang He nodded obediently. Just then, Jiang Chuan's phone chimed with a message. Pulling it out, he saw it was a WeChat message from Su Qingya. Jiang Chuan, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to introduce you to two good friends. Of course, I have time. Where are you? I'm in Linhai City. Let us meet at the Marriott restaurant at 10 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Chapter 40, a $1 billion bet for a leg, quite worthwhile. Brother, if you have other matters, go ahead. I'll handle things at the factory, Jiang He said. Now that he had become the factory manager, and with Yang Lu assisting him, managing the factory shouldn't be too challenging. Since his brother had such trust in him, he was determined to run the factory well and earn more money. All right, Then go back and familiarize yourself with Yongluo. Remember to come home before the new year. Jiang Chuan instructed before driving off to Linhai City. The next morning, Jiang Chuan woke up early, and after a quick wash, he received a message from Su Qingya. Jiang Chuan, we've arrived at the restaurant. Hurry over. Okay. After replying, Jiang Chuan left the hotel. The weather was overcast, and rain seemed imminent. After a brief journey, he arrived at the entrance of the Marriott restaurant's VIP room. Su Qingya was already waiting at the door, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing him. Qingya, who are the friends you want to introduce to me? Jiang Chuan asked directly, aware that Su Qingya's connections were likely impressive. One is my good friend, the young lady of the Shangwan family from the provincial capital, Shangwan Ruashi, and the other is Lin Yunsu, the heir of the Bali group from the provincial capital. Su Qingya quickly replied, the heir of the Bali group? Jiang Chuan was taken aback. He had certainly heard of Bali Group, a leading enterprise in the provincial capital with a market value exceeding 200 billion. While the assets and market value were impressive, what truly made the Lin family formidable was that the elder Lin had once held high-ranking positions in the southern province's government. Although he was now retired, his eldest son had successfully ascended to a similar position. Hence, the Lin family was undoubtedly a true aristocracy in the southern province. Jiang Chuan was astonished that Su Qingya knew such significant figures. As for Shangwan Ruashi, it was the first time he had heard that name, as well as the Shangwan family from the provincial capital. However, he understood that in Longhua, there were countless wealthy and powerful individuals. The visible billionaires were nothing compared to the hidden elite families. The Shangwan family was likely one of those discreet, yet top-tier aristocracies. They might have somewhat aloof personalities. So you'll have to endure a bit. If you can befriend these two, I believe it will greatly aid your future success, Su Qingya advised earnestly. Although Jiang Chuan was the chairman of the Dingxing Group, worth billions, that wealth appeared trivial when compared to true aristocrats. I understand. Let us go in. Jiang Chuan nodded. Upon entering the private room, the first sight that greeted him was an exceptionally beautiful woman with impeccable poise, her features and figure rivaling Su Qingya's, exuding an air of regal elegance. Beside her stood a strikingly handsome young man of similar age to Jiang Chuan, radiating an air of aloofness. The two were engaged in lively conversation when they turned their attention toward Jiang Chuan's entrance. Qingya, is this the talented individual you mentioned? The woman asked, scrutinizing Jiang Chuan from head to toe. This lad is indeed handsome, but apart from that, he seems to lack any distinctive traits. Talented? Jiang Chuan was perplexed. When had he become talented? Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Chuan, chairman of the Dingxing Group, Su Qingya said with a smile. The young man across from him maintained an indifferent and proud demeanor, saying nothing, as a chairman of a billion-dollar group hardly impressed him. The woman, however, smiled lightly and said, hello, I'm Shangwan Ruashi. Shangwan Ruashi, please, have a seat. The young man, Lin Yun, said coolly, giving Jiang Chuan a brief once-over, noting he might be slightly more handsome, but certainly not wealthier. As soon as Jiang Chuan sat down, a sudden wave of pain pulsed through his head. In the next instant, two unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, clearly not his own, and within one of those memories, he saw Shangwan Ruashi and Lin Yun. Was this a spontaneous activation of a precognitive ability? Jiang Chuan pondered in astonishment. Jiang Chuan, are you all right? Seeing his pale complexion, Su Qingya quickly inquired. I'm fine. I just felt a bit unwell for a moment. Jiang Chuan shook his head. After accepting the recent memories, the throbbing sensation dissipated. Mr. Jiang, you truly are impressive. Becoming the chairman of the Dingxing Group at such a young age. I've heard from Qingya that you are quite the talented individual. Is that so? Shangwan Ruashi inquired with a subtle smile, having heard from Qingya about the remarkable young man she encountered. At the tender age of just 22, she ascended to the position of chairperson of the Prosperity Group without any external assistance, possessing an almost prophetic ability. This piqued her interest in Jiang Chuan. However, upon their first encounter, she found herself somewhat disillusioned. Beyond a hint of charm, he seemed devoid of any remarkable attributes. Can he really foresee the future? Jiang Chuan appeared taken aback, gazing at Su Qingya with a look of confusion. When had he ever become a sage capable of divination? I was present when you subdued that Zhong Tianhao, Su Qingya playfully remarked, sticking out her tongue. At that time, Jiang Chuan had no acquaintance with Zhong Tianhao, yet was able to predict the mechanical failure of his vehicle, ultimately saving his family from peril. Jiang Chuan had certainly not orchestrated that incident in advance, yet his predictions had proven uncannily accurate. It was evident that he possessed some extraordinary talent. After all, this world is replete with marvels, and there are indeed individuals who possess esoteric knowledge of arcane arts. Thus, she speculated that Jiang Chuan might very well be a disciple of one such master. In her recent investigations into Jiang Chuan, she discovered that his familial circumstances were exceedingly ordinary, perhaps even direly impoverished, with both parents being humble farmers. He was merely a laborer, having graduated only 3 years prior. It was hard to believe that someone could rise to the leadership of the Prosperity Group in such a brief span without possessing unique capabilities. I see, Jiang Chuan mused, surprised that Su Qingya had recalled that event. Indeed, he had utilized his foresight to discern the issues with Zhong Tianhao's car, which could be deemed a form of divination. Cut it out. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Lin Yun scoffed derisively. It's 2025, and Shenzhou 15 has already launched. To still cling to feudal superstitions is laughable. While he might concede that Jiang Chuan had some talent, he was entirely dismissive of the notion of superstition. Lin, Jiang Chuan is genuinely impressive. I witnessed what happened last time with my own eyes. Surely, I wouldn't deceive you, Su Qingya replied, raising an eyebrow and speaking softly. Had she not seen it herself, she too would have doubted Jiang Chuan's abilities, for this society venerates science above all. Qingya, don't take Lin's skepticism to heart. To be honest, I find it hard to believe too, Shengwan Ruoshi added, glancing at Jiang Chuan and shaking her head gently. If Jiang Chuan had possessed an ethereal demeanor, perhaps she might have entertained the thought of him knowing some feng shui principles. After all, even affluent families like theirs held some belief in such practices. However, Jiang Chuan appeared entirely ordinary, likely just a charlatan who had deceived Qingya. Observing the skepticism and disdain on their faces, Jiang Chuan calmly stated, such matters are a matter of belief. Whether you choose to believe is your freedom and right. Qingya, I have some pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not join you for dinner. Those who walk divergent paths do not seek counsel from one another. With that, Jiang Chuan rose to leave. Had these two displayed a more amiable demeanor, he might have considered assisting them. However, given their current attitudes, there was no need to divulge the visions of the future he had encountered. Stop. Who the hell gave you permission to leave? Lin Yun exploded, slamming his palm down in anger. No one had ever dared to act so arrogantly before him. How could a mere chairperson of the Prosperity Group presume to show off in front of him? Lin, what are you doing? If you don't believe Jiang Chuan, then why keep him here? Su Qingya immediately stood up, fixing her gaze on Lin Yun. Enough, Lin. Let him go if he wishes, Shengwan Ruoshi interjected. Clearly, this fellow possesses no true abilities and has been exposed as a fraud. It is only fitting that he leaves in disgrace. She turned to Su Qingya and added, Qingya, I believe you have been deceived. Perhaps the events you described were orchestrated by someone else, merely a performance for your benefit. No. I believe Jiang Chuan is not that kind of person, Su Qingya insisted, shaking her head resolutely. Jiang Chuan felt a flicker of warmth in his heart at her unwavering faith. They had known each other for only a few days, yet she placed such trust in him. Should he walk out of this room today, wouldn't he solidify his reputation as a fraud? Moreover, it was likely that Su Qingya would face ridicule in their presence thereafter. Just then, Lin Yun spoke again. Kid, I can overlook your previous insolence for Qingya's sake. However, you will perform a divination for me now. If your predictions are accurate, I shall not only let you be, but I will also reward you handsomely. Perhaps even kneel to apologize. But if you are indeed a charlatan, then I will ensure you spend a long time in prison to prevent you from harming others. Upon finishing, all three pairs of eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chuan. Turning around, he smiled and said, Lin, I'm open to divination, but my fees are rather steep. I fear you may not be able to afford them. His words left the trio momentarily speechless. In the next instant, Lin Yun burst into laughter. Huh? Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? Do you think I can't afford your fees? I'm the heir of the Lin family in the provincial capital, with assets in the billions. Shengwan Ruoshi shook her head in disappointment. It seemed this fellow was nothing more than a boastful swindler. Very well. My fee for a reading is 10 billion. If you're interested, I will perform your divination, Jiang Chuan replied, ignoring their incredulous stares. After all, he had already foreseen their near-future trajectories with his predictive abilities. 10 billion, or perhaps even 20 billion, was a lucrative opportunity not to be missed. 10 billion. You truly are asking for an outrageous sum. Fine, I accept. Lin Yun nodded without a second thought, convinced that this charlatan would never be able to claim his 10 billion. With a cold smirk, he added, if you really get it right, I'll kneel and present you with 10 billion. If you fail, I will break your legs and send you to prison. No problem, Jiang Chuan replied without hesitation. Su Qingya, however, looked anxious, tugging at Jiang Chuan's sleeve. Jiang Chuan, you should reconsider. Lin truly has that capability. She suddenly felt guilty for bringing Jiang Chuan into this predicament. Had she not invited him, this situation would not have arisen. If Jiang Chuan were to fail in his predictions, Lin Yun would undoubtedly follow through on his threats, and he had the means to do so. Why should I back down? It's 10 billion, an opportunity not to be squandered, Jiang Chuan declared confidently. Good lad, you do possess some courage. I must admit, I underestimated you earlier, Lin Yun commented, a hint of respect in his tone. But I stand by my words. If you fail to predict correctly, your legs will still be broken. Lin Yun chuckled coldly, fully convinced of his impending victory. Don't concern yourself with my legs. Now tell me, Lin, what shall I predict for you? Jiang Chuan inquired calmly. Shangwan Ruashi observed Jiang Chuan, pondering thoughtfully. Initially, she had believed him to be merely a money-grubbing charlatan. But if he were simply a fraud, why would he exhibit such confidence? Could it be that he actually possessed genuine abilities? Then let us see how my fortune unfolds. Lin Yun grinned, already envisioning the moment when he would break this fellow's legs. Yet, had this lad just covertly insulted him? Chapter 41. The prophecy comes true. Shocking the entire room. Your fortune need not be calculated. Today you shall face dire misfortune. Rather, it is the Lin family that is soon to encounter an unprecedented catastrophe. Almost simultaneously with Lin Yun's utterance, Jiang Chuan spoke in a calm tone. The vision he had foreseen moments earlier had already provided him with the answer. Although the Lin family is indeed a prestigious clan in the southern province, bolstered by a high-ranking official residing within their ranks, an impending event will utterly devastate them. It will not only cause their business to plummet, but also result in the core members of the Lin family being imprisoned, while that very official will find himself under investigation. This is the grim fate that Lin Yun, along with the entire Lin family, is destined to confront. Should I refrain from intervening, the unfolding events will transpire just as predicted. What did you say? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun's veins bulged, and he glared at Jiang Chuan with fiery eyes. You damned bastard dare to curse the Lin family? Do you realize you are courting death? His family is a conglomerate worth billions. How could they possibly face destruction? Moreover, his uncle holds the position of deputy mayor of Zhonghai, aside from a select few, who could bring about their downfall. Jiang Chuan, your words are indeed excessive. While I understand your disdain for Lin Yun, such curses are wholly inappropriate. Su Qingya interjected, a shadow of concern crossing her face. Even for an ordinary person, to be suddenly foretold of impending doom would incite fury. How much more so for Lin Yun? It appears that Jiang Chuan would not leave this place unscathed today. Jiang Chuan, are you being serious? Su Qingya raised her head to look at him. Yet, witnessing Jiang Chuan's earnest demeanor, she instinctively felt that perhaps his words held a grain of truth. For reasons unknown, she found him to be profoundly mysterious, which led her to subconsciously trust what he said. Despite the absurdity of his earlier claims, Lin Yun's wrath intensified. You are finished. Not even Buddha can save you. If I do not break your 3 legs today, I shall not be called Lin Yun. The fury etched on Lin Yun's face grew more pronounced. Never had he encountered such audacity, claiming his family would face destruction. Observing the predatory glare directed at him, Jiang Chuan maintained a faint smile. With calmness, he inquired, Lin Yun, your family possesses a jade mine in Ruishi, correct? Humph, that is common knowledge, Lin Yun scoffed. Although he yearned to break this impertinent fool's legs, he still wished to hear his final words. But do you know how the weather is in Ruishi right now? Jiang Chuan continued his questioning. I'm not a weather forecaster. How would I know the conditions in Ruishi? Lin Yun bit back, suppressing his mounting anger. He felt as if this man was toying with him. Jiang Chuan, just say what you have to say in one breath. Stop dragging it out, Su Qingya urged, fearing that Lin Yun might lose patience and summon the dozen or so bodyguards downstairs. If that were to happen, even if Jiang Chuan possessed the strength of a champion, he would indeed face dire consequences. Very well. Allow me to be forthright. Ruishi is currently experiencing torrential rain, which has persisted for 12 hours since 8 last night, leading to widespread flooding and landslides. The situation at your family's mine is even more dire, and in half an hour, there will be a significant collapse, resulting in the entrapment of hundreds of workers. Jiang Chuan's voice remained steady, yet bore an added weight of seriousness. His motive for revealing this information was not merely for Lin Yun's 10 billion, nor was it to curry favor with the Lin family. It was also because over 100 innocent workers would perish in the impending disaster. Those were more than 100 innocent lives, each tied to a grieving family. If this catastrophe were to occur, countless individuals would lose sons, husbands, and fathers. Given that he was aware of this impending tragedy, he could not remain a passive observer. After all, he was a man of flesh and blood, with a compassionate heart. Stop spouting nonsense. Our mine's safety index is exceedingly high. A collapse is utterly impossible, Lin Yun retorted, furrowing his brow. However, it was evident that doubt began to creep into his mind. Although their mine's safety record was commendable, there were always uncontrollable factors at play, especially under such relentless rainfall. Fine. If you choose not to believe me, then consider my words unspoken. However, I must inform you that there is less than half an hour until the mine collapses. If you call them immediately to halt operations and evacuate, there may still be hope for a remedy. If you delay, not even the gods can save your Lin family. Jiang Chuan's voice brimmed with confidence and resolve. Observing Lin Yun's earlier conflicted expression, he discerned that Lin Yun harbored doubts about the so-called safety index. Lin Yun's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chuan, as if searching for any hint of panic on his face. Yet the outcome was disappointing. Jiang Chuan remained composed and self-assured, revealing no signs of distress. This unwavering confidence only heightened Lin Yun's anxiety. At that moment, Shangwan Ruoshi suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Lin Yun, what Jiang Chuan said is true. Ruoshi has indeed endured 12 hours of continuous rain, and there have been numerous reports of landslides." After speaking, she looked at Jiang Chuan incredulously. Could it be that everything he said was genuine? "Ruoshi, you actually believe this nonsense? The weather can be checked in advance, and news reports can confirm landslides. This proves nothing. Perhaps he conducted his research before meeting me," Lin Yun said coldly. "Lin Xiao, do not speak so recklessly. Prior to our meeting, I had not informed Jiang Chuan that it would be you. If he had no knowledge of our meeting, how could he have anticipated investigating these matters?" Su Qingya interjected defensively. "Lin Yun, it is wiser to believe in possibilities rather than dismiss them outright. The torrential rain in Ruishi is real, and landslides are indeed occurring. Under such circumstances, the mine could very well suffer a collapse. Thus, you should confirm the situation immediately. Should Jiang Chuan's predictions come to pass, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the Lin family," Shangwan Ruoshi added, joining the plea. She understood that Lin Yun's uncle harbored ambitions for advancement. Yet if such a calamity occurred, it would not only thwart those aspirations, but potentially plunge him into an abyss from which he could never recover. Lin Yun's face reflected a tumult of hesitation and conflict. Although urgency surged within him, he felt that making a phone call now would be somewhat humiliating. After contemplating for a full 2 minutes, he finally resolved that personal pride paled in comparison to the welfare of the entire Lin family. He promptly withdrew his phone and dialed the number of the mine's supervisor. Once connected, he eagerly inquired, "Uncle Zhang, is it raining heavily in Ruishi? What is the situation at the mine?" "Young master, the rain is currently pouring down with extreme intensity. I just watched the news, and many areas are experiencing severe landslides. The situation here is also quite precarious." Zhang Xing spoke anxiously. Hearing the urgency in Uncle Zhang's voice, Lin Yun cast a complex glance at Jiang Chuan. Uncle Zhang had been working at the mine for nearly 30 years and understood the conditions better than anyone. If even he said the situation at the mine was dire, it indeed indicated a significant danger. Could it be that Jiang Chuan was telling the truth? Would the mine truly experience a collapse? The young man remained utterly composed, showing no sign of distress. Lin Yun clenched his teeth and said firmly, "Uncle Zhang, listen to me now. Immediately gather all the workers and evacuate the mine as swiftly as possible. But young master, the old master just instructed us to continue mining. Follow my orders on this matter. The safety of the workers is of utmost importance, and I will bear all consequences," Lin Yun asserted through gritted teeth. What Su Qingya had said was indeed correct. It was better to err on the side of caution. If a large-scale casualty event were to occur, it would not only devastate the Lin family, but also claim the lives of innocent workers. "Understood, young master. I will make the arrangements at once." Zhang Xing, his face filled with excitement, hung up the phone and promptly turned off his device, clearly wary of the old master calling back. While money was significant, their lives were paramount. He immediately set about gathering all workers to leave the mine as quickly as possible. In the private room, after hanging up, Lin Yun felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. His unilateral decision had overstepped his authority. If no collapse were to occur today, the ensuing losses and consequences would be beyond his capacity to endure. Jiang Chuan exhaled deeply, clearly relieved that the workers' lives had been spared. Soon, he turned his gaze to Jiang Chuan and warned, "Kid, I've acted upon your advice. If your calculations prove incorrect, I swear I will have you crippled." He paused for a moment. "And you will ensure that the Dingxing group compensates me." Su Qingya and Shangwan Ruoshi also looked at Jiang Chuan. "Lin Xiao, you better prepare a 10 billion wager. Consider what position will be most comfortable when you kneel later," Jiang Chuan said with a smile. The abilities rewarded by the system should not deceive him, right? Time slipped away, minute by minute. Half an hour later, Lin Yun's phone suddenly rang. "Dad," Lin Yun called out nervously. The roar from the other end nearly deafened him. At that moment, Jiang Chuan leisurely turned on the television in the private room. Emergency broadcast. A rare, sustained heavy rainfall has occurred in Ruishi, Tianyuan province. This rain has persisted for nearly 13 hours since 8 o'clock last night, resulting in flash floods and landslides in many areas. An urgent report states that a significant mining site in Ruishi has experienced a collapse. Fortunately, all workers were evacuated in advance, preventing any casualties. The broadcaster's voice reached the ears of the four present. Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, while Shangwan Ruoshi and Su Qingya stared at him with wide eyes, filled with shock, astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. He was right. The timing was impeccable. It had only been half an hour. Shangwan Ruoshi swallowed hard. At this moment, Her gaze towards Jiang Chuan was devoid of any condescension, replaced instead with respect and admiration. Su Qingyao was equally astounded. Although Jiang Chuan had previously demonstrated such abilities, witnessing it again sent waves of astonishment through her heart. Lin Yun, you scoundrel. You better explain yourself clearly, or when I return, I will certainly smash your head. Lin Xiaoran's voice grew increasingly louder on the other end of the line. Yet Lin Yun seemed entirely oblivious, his eyes glued to the television broadcast, his throat constricting as he murmured, Dad, I think you should watch the news first before deciding whether to smash my head. With that, he hung up the phone. At that moment, he was engulfed by a wave of dread, sweat soaking his back. If he had not heeded Jiang Chuan's advice, if he had not called Uncle Zhang, then now, over 100 miners and several supervisors would likely be buried deep underground. Over 100 lives. Such an event would undoubtedly create a national uproar. It wouldn't matter if his uncle was merely a provincial-level official. Even a ministerial-level figure would find it difficult to suppress the fallout. The fate awaiting the Lin family would indeed mirror Jiang Chuan's words, a catastrophic calamity. The elder, his father, and Lin Yun himself, as core members of the Lin family, would undoubtedly face imprisonment, and even execution would not be out of the question. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his body began to tremble violently from sheer terror. Shangguan Ruoxi and Su Qingyao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer. Especially for Shangguan Ruoxi, her feelings had shifted from extreme shock to profound appreciation for Jiang Chuan. Just moments ago, she had regarded this young man as nothing more than a handsome face. Now, he stood elevated in her mind, nearly untouchable. How about it, Lin Xiao? Does this wager mean I have won? Jiang Chuan asked with an air of calm as he observed the trembling Lin Yun. Plop. The next moment, Lin Yun, regaining his senses, unhesitatingly knelt before Jiang Chuan, tears brimming in his eyes. Brother Jiang, I was blind and reckless. Please forgive my ignorance and rashness. If it weren't for your remarkable foresight, the Lin family might have truly plunged into an endless abyss. In that instant, Lin Yun was a far cry from his earlier arrogance, utterly humbled. Lin Xiao, what is this? I'm just grateful you didn't break my legs. Jiang Chuan teased. It was evident that this young man was sincere. Just moments ago, he had been so proud, yet now he resembled a contrite neighbor's boy. Brother Jiang, please refrain from mocking me. From now on, you shall be my true brother. No, even closer than a brother. You have saved my life, Lin Yun declared, his face a mixture of embarrassment and guilt. Just moments ago, he had nearly pushed the entire Lin family toward a bottomless abyss. Now, his reverence for Jiang Chuan surged like an unending torrent. In his eyes, Jiang Chuan had transformed into a figure of almost divine greatness, adorned with a halo of celestial glory. How could I dare to take on the role of your brother, Lin Xiao? Jiang Chuan replied with a laugh. No. Brother Jiang, just call me Xiao Yun from now on. Lin Yun insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Please, forgive my earlier indiscretion. This scene left Shangguan Ruoxi utterly stunned. Usually, this Lin Xiao exuded confidence and did not even regard some elders with respect. Yet here he was, kneeling before Jiang Chuan, appearing so humble. However, it was entirely understandable. After all, Jiang Chuan's words had saved the entire Lin family, a monumental favor. Su Qingyao seemed even more excited than Jiang Chuan. So, does that wager still stand? Jiang Chuan inquired, his tone still calm. Although 10 billion was not a significant sum for him, he wished to gauge Lin Yun's integrity. Of course it stands. Lin Yun nodded vigorously. Hastily, he produced a black card and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chuan. Brother Jiang, this card contains 1.5 billion. 10 billion is from our earlier wager, and the remaining 5 billion is an apology to you. I realize that 5 billion may not be significant for someone of your stature, but I implore you to accept it as my sincerest gesture. Given that you just saved the Lin family, even offering 150 billion would scarcely be excessive. However, he acknowledged he couldn't immediately procure such a sum in cash. Very well, I shall accept the money, and your sentiment is duly noted. Rise. Jiang Chuan accepted the black card without hesitation. After all, it was a staggering sum of 1.5 billion. One would be foolish to refuse such a gift. No. If you do not acknowledge me as your little brother, I cannot stand. Lin Yun shook his head, determination etched on his face. He had just witnessed Jiang Chuan's capabilities and felt compelled to recognize him as an elder brother. At this moment, he genuinely acknowledged Jiang Chuan's worth. Following such an influential figure could only yield benefits in the future. All right then, I consent. Jiang Chuan nodded with a smile. Although Lin Yun had previously exhibited arrogance, he had paid the price for his hubris. Furthermore, having a wealthy subordinate like him would undoubtedly facilitate many endeavors in the future. Thank you, big brother. Lin Yun exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Jiang Chuan's agreement, his face brightening with a simple, earnest smile, a far cry from his earlier haughty demeanor. Just then, Lin Yun's phone rang again. It was his father. Though the words of Lin Shaoran were unclear, the pride on Lin Yun's face indicated that he had received praise. Brother, my father and grandfather just called to express their goodwill, and they even promised me a reward of 50 billion. Truth be told, the credit for this achievement belongs entirely to you, so I intend to give you the entire 50 billion. Lin Yun said, excitement radiating from him. His entire life, he had been regarded as a frivolous rich heir, contributing little to his family. Yet this time, he could unmistakably hear the gratitude in his grandfather's and father's voices. The feeling of being acknowledged by his elders was simply magnificent. In comparison, the 50 billion held little allure for him. Forget it. Since it's a reward from your grandfather and father, you should keep it. I've already accepted the wager and your heartfelt intention. Taking your money would be inappropriate. Jiang Chuan shook his head. One should not be overly greedy. Some money is acceptable to take, while other sums can instill discomfort if accepted. Very well, brother. Should you require assistance in the southern province in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I can handle anything that isn't too significant, Lin Yun expressed gratefully. In this region, there were only a handful of people he could not afford to offend. All right, I'm sure opportunities will arise. Jiang Chuan had been awaiting this very sentiment. Although he currently had a system and was not short on funds, wealth alone was insufficient in this world. One must also have connections. The Lin family was an excellent option at this juncture. I feel incredibly fortunate and elated today. Waiter, please bring out all your finest dishes and wines. I intend to celebrate with my brother until we are inebriated. Lin Yun commanded the waiter with flamboyance. He hadn't felt such joy in a long while. Jiang Chuan, earlier I feared that bringing you here was a misjudgment. It seems, however, that the outcome is favorable after all, Su Qingyao remarked softly to Jiang Chuan. The situation had nearly escalated into a discordant affair, yet it had culminated in a splendid resolution. Jiang Chuan had resolved the Lin family's crisis, and in turn, he had gained an admirable little brother in Lin Yun. Indeed, I must thank you for allowing me to profit handsomely from this endeavor. Jiang Chuan replied with a hint of mirth. There's no need for gratitude. Simply remember my kindness. Su Qingyao replied with a playful smile. Soon, the waiter presented a lavish spread of delicacies, including foie gras, steak, caviar, and an array of exquisite wines. Despite the initial discord, the meal turned out to be quite enjoyable. By the end of the dinner, Jiang Chuan felt slightly tipsy. Brother, are you full? If not, I can have them bring more. Lin Yun inquired cheerfully, the service impeccable. Enough. Now that we are satiated, let us call it a night, Jiang Chuan replied, shaking his head, sensing that another drink could lead to intoxication. He then produced his Supreme membership card and handed it to the waiter. Brother, are you looking down on me, your little brother? You've done me such a tremendous favor, and now you insist on paying for dinner? What kind of brother would I be? Lin Yun's expression soured upon seeing Jiang Chuan present the membership card. It seemed inappropriate for Jiang Chuan to foot the bill after such a significant gesture. Enough. I just made you 15 billion. Let me treat you to this meal. Jiang Chuan insisted, pushing the black card into the waiter's hands. He didn't wish to take the initiative to pay, but what if he triggered a critical rebate? Seeing Jiang Chuan's resoluteness, Lin Yun relented. However, Jiang Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment when the expected rebate did not materialize. After leaving the restaurant, he summoned a designated driver to take him home, while Su Qingyao and Lin Yun remained behind. Lin Xiao, are you satisfied with the friend I introduced you to? Su Qingyao asked, a hint of pride in her voice. Her primary objective in introducing the three was to facilitate Jiang Chuan's connections for future opportunities. A young man as talented and capable as Jiang Chuan would undoubtedly not remain confined to the small city of Linhai forever. However, without connections and a solid backing, achieving greater heights would be exceedingly challenging. As the saying goes, good wine does not fear the deep alley. Yet in today's society, good wine also fears the deep alley. Without connections and support, it is tremendously difficult for one to thrive. What surprised her most was Jiang Chuan's remarkable prowess, effortlessly transforming Lin Yun, a top-tier wealthy heir, into his loyal subordinate. Absolutely. I am beyond satisfied. You are my benefactor. However, sister-in-law, you may simply call me Xiao Yun from now on. Referring to me as Lin Xiao feels overly formal, Lin Yun said with a cheeky grin. He felt that he owed his gratitude to Su Qingyao for introducing him to Jiang Chuan. Had she not brought him to meet his elder brother, he might have been imprisoned by now, and the Lin family could have vanished from the southern province. Do not speak nonsense. Jiang Chuan and I are merely ordinary friends. If anything, I am just his secretary, Su Qingyao replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Hee, sister-in-law, I can see that my brother has taken quite a liking to you. I assure you, he is exceptionally capable. I genuinely admire his talents. With his handsome appearance and formidable skills, he is bound to attract a throng of admirers. If you do not seize this opportunity, you may find yourself regretting it. Lin Yun stated earnestly. What Lin Xiao says is correct. Qingyao, you must act quickly. The early bird catches the worm. If you have no interest in Mr. Jiang Chuan, I may just make my move, Shangwan Ruashi chimed in with a mischievous smile. I have already said that Jiang Chuan and I are just friends. If you fancy him, then go ahead and pursue. This is what you said. You must not regret it later. Since you, sister-in-law, are so indifferent, I have a younger sister at home, so I shall begin to matchmake them. What? Introducing your sister to your elder brother, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's fine, if they truly end up together. We can each refer to each other in our own way. I shall call him brother, and he shall call me brother-in-law. Wow, this is quite the game. Chapter 43, Critical Reward, Eye of Insight. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chuan arrived at the Rose community, where he currently resided. This community, arranged for him by Su Qingya, was said to be a residence specifically for the chairman, and it also belonged to the prestigious Dingxing Group. The designated driver was a young man in his 30s who, upon exiting the vehicle, wore an expression of sheer excitement. Although he had been a designated driver for 3 years, he had never driven such a luxurious supercar before. His hands had trembled while driving. As a car enthusiast, he was well aware of the value of this Bugatti La Voiture Noire, which was worth a staggering $1.2 billion. Moreover, it was rumored that only one of this model had been produced globally, purchased by a mysterious top-tier billionaire, who, to his astonishment, turned out to be from the Dragon Country. He had encountered this billionaire today. Little did he know that Jiang Chuan's Bugatti La Voiture Noire was not as he imagined. After undergoing special modifications, its value far exceeded $1.2 billion. How much is it? Jiang Chuan inquired after stepping out of the car. No. No charge is necessary. Mr. Jiang, it is my honor to be your designated driver, Shifeng replied, shaking his head respectfully, still brimming with excitement. The distance was not long, taking only about 20 minutes, and he had driven a supercar worth over $1 billion. He felt that even without payment, he had already earned a fortune by experiencing the thrill of driving such a vehicle. That won't do. I must pay you. Earning money is not easy, Jiang Chuan insisted. Shaking his head, he understood the struggles of designated drivers and did not wish to take advantage of them now that he was wealthy. Then, how about 50 yuan? Shifeng quickly suggested. This was considered the basic fare. All right, I will transfer it to you. Jiang Chuan promptly sent Shifeng 50 yuan. The distance from the Marriott restaurant to here was approximately 8 kilometers, so this seemed to be an appropriate fare. Ding. Congratulations, host, on spending 50 yuan, triggering a critical rebate and rewarding the Eye of Insight. Upon hearing the sudden mechanical synthesized voice in his mind, Jiang Chuan, who had been somewhat dazed, immediately became alert. Wow, I actually triggered a critical rebate. He had been lamenting earlier about not triggering a rebate after paying 2 million for a meal. Yet happiness awaited him here. Merely paying 50 yuan for the designated driver service had triggered a critical rebate. Moreover, this time the reward was not cash or shares, but rather the Eye of Insight. Although he was unsure of the specific use for this ability, it was undoubtedly an impressive skill. Mr. Jiang, I will take my leave now. Seeing Jiang Chuan suddenly lost in thought, Shifeng spoke. Wait, I forgot to give you a tip. Let me transfer again. Jiang Chuan, in high spirits, directly sent Shifeng a tip of 100,000 yuan. He then hurried upstairs, leaving Shifeng in a state of bewilderment. Gulp 50 yuan for the ride, and he received a tip of 100,000. Is this how the wealthy spend? Staring blankly at the transfer information on his phone, he felt it was utterly surreal. After working as a designated driver for so long, he had never received a tip from anyone. Even those driving luxury cars were often more frugal than ordinary people, sometimes arguing over a few dozen yuan. The second-generation rich man he encountered today was extravagantly generous. 100,000 yuan was equivalent to his annual salary. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you so much. Watching Jiang Chuan's departing figure, Shifeng respectfully bowed. This 100,000 yuan might be a drop in the bucket for Mr. Jiang, but for him, it was a significant fortune, enough to change his family's current predicament. At this moment, Jiang Chuan had returned to his room and eagerly began communicating with the system. System, what functions does the Eye of Insight possess? He felt that this critical reward, the Eye of Insight, must have incredibly powerful capabilities. To respond to the host, the primary function of the Eye of Insight is to allow the host to see through superficial appearances to perceive the most authentic structures, compositions, and histories. Additionally, while using this ability, the host will possess the capability of rapid reading and photographic memory. The Eye of Insight can be upgraded, unlocking more functions upon upgrading, such as predictive foresight, insight into human hearts, acute perception, and foresight into the future. Note that each use of the Eye of Insight will consume the host's mental energy. Please use it judiciously. As the system continued its explanation, Jiang Chuan's breathing began to quicken, and his body trembled with excitement, an unparalleled thrill coursing through him. From the system's introduction, it was clear that the Eye of Insight possessed extraordinarily impressive functions. Even before upgrading, It could grant him the abilities of X-ray vision and photographic memory. Such powers would make him an unbeatable player when shopping for antiques and jade in the markets. What thrilled him the most was that this skill could be upgraded, and the upgraded functions were even more formidable. Predictive foresight seemed reminiscent of the Ultra Instinct technique from the anime Dragon Ball. Furthermore, insight into human hearts would likely allow him to discern the thoughts of others. The most remarkable aspect was the ability to foresee the future. Did that not mean he now possessed the ability to predict future events? However, his current predictive ability was limited in usage. Besides the one active use earlier, he had passively used it twice today, leaving him with 7 remaining chances. But if he could upgrade the Eye of Insight, that would mean permanent foresight into the future. This ability was simply otherworldly. System. What are the requirements for upgrading the Eye of Insight? Jiang Chuan immediately inquired. To respond to the host, the Eye of Insight can be upgraded using points. Points can be obtained by converting the wealth acquired through the Eye of Insight. 100 million dragon coins can be exchanged for 1 point. And the next upgrade of the Eye of Insight requires 100 points. The system's voice soon resonated in his mind. So that is how it is. Jiang Chuan mused. 100 million dragon coins for 1 point means I need to acquire 10 billion in wealth through the Eye of Insight to facilitate the next upgrade. With such a divine ability, making money should be a breeze. A casual trip to the antique market or jade market to uncover some treasures should easily net me a few small targets. It seems a visit to the antique and jade markets is in order. Jiang Chuan made up his mind. Even for the sake of upgrading the Eye of Insight, he had to earn more money. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had returned to the Lin family. The higher-ups of the Lin family were currently gathered in the living room. Dad, I still have unfinished business over there. Why did you call me back so urgently? Lin Xiaodang asked Lin Qian, puzzled. Although he was aware that some issues had arisen at the family's mine, there had fortunately been no casualties, which was not considered a significant problem for the Lin family. Lin Qian remained silent. Only he and Lin Xiaoran were privy to the earlier events. The Lin family had managed to avoid a catastrophic disaster entirely due to the merits of Lin Yun, his exceptional grandson. Had it not been for his timely evacuation of all the workers, the Lin family would have surely plunged into an endless abyss by now. Grandfather, who are we waiting for? Lin Feng inquired, feeling a tinge of frustration as he realized that business matters at his company remained unresolved. And he had an important meeting to attend shortly. The one who was supposed to speak was Lin Xiaotong's son, Lin Feng himself, who had just been engrossed in an in-depth analysis of the structure of the character Kuan with a group of lovely women when his grandfather abruptly summoned him. This sudden interruption left him quite unsettled, especially since his grandfather had remained silent upon his arrival. As they awaited the arrival of Lin Yun, Lin Qian spoke in a calm yet authoritative manner. Despite his age showing with his white hair and frail appearance, he commanded respect without raising his voice. Thus, even though Lin Xiaodang held a significant governmental position, he appeared as submissive as a kitten in Lin Qian's presence. Lin Yun, why are we waiting for him? Everyone in the South Province knows that scoundrel is nothing but a wastrel. At this hour, he is probably lounging around some woman's navel. Lin Xiaodang expressed his discontent. If they were waiting for some influential figure, he would remain silent. But the fact that all the pivotal members of the family were waiting for that good-for-nothing made him quite uncomfortable. Even his own son, Lin Feng, had never received such preferential treatment. Indeed, grandfather, why must we wait for him? You know Lin Yun often stays out late, Lin Feng murmured quietly. Harboring his own disdain for his cousin, he was secretly relieved that Lin Yun was merely a debauched youth, for otherwise, he might have posed a threat to the Lin family's inheritance. However, that was no longer a concern, as 1/3 of the company's operations had already been entrusted to him by his grandfather. With his father serving as the deputy mayor of Zhonghai City, the family fortune would ultimately belong to him. Upon hearing the remarks from Lin Xiaodang and his son, Lin Xiaoran's face flickered with displeasure. While his son was indeed lacking, if it weren't for Lin Yun's decisive actions today, the Lin family might have faced imminent ruin. Just then, Lin Yun entered the room. Seeing the serious demeanor of everyone in the living room startled him. Grandfather, father, uncle, he greeted each of them with utmost respect. Although he was the prominent young master of the Lin family outside, within the confines of his home, he felt less significant. Lin Yun, why have you returned so late? Do you realize how long we've been waiting for you? Lin Feng's voice was icy as he spoke first. Indeed, you are becoming more and more outrageous. Lin Xiaodang added sharply. My apologies, uncle, brother. I was inspecting the situation at the mine. Lin Yun replied with a tone still imbued with respect. What? You went to the mine to check on things? What do you know about such matters? You're probably concocting excuses to evade responsibility. I know you well enough. You hardly visit the mine throughout the year, Lin Feng scoffed derisively. Silence. Lin Qian's voice boomed, cutting off Lin Feng's words. Grandfather? Lin Feng's face fell in grievance. His grandfather, who usually favored him, had suddenly turned fierce today. Had he discovered what Lin Feng had been doing with those women while studying the character Kuan? Father, what is this about? Lin Xiaodong asked, equally bewildered. The others shared in their confusion, for Lin Qian had always doted on Lin Feng, even designating him as the future heir of the Lin family. His treatment of Lin Yun, however, was markedly different, perhaps born of disappointment. Xiaoyun, come sit beside grandfather. Lin Qian commanded, disregarding the astonished looks of those present as he patted the seat next to him. Others may not comprehend, but he understood all too well that without Lin Yun today, the Lin family would be finished. Lin Yun glanced at Lin Xiaoran, then approached his grandfather with a smile and took his seat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodong and his son were left fuming, fists clenched in frustration. My dear grandson, it seems you have finally matured. You handled today's situation exceptionally well. You displayed great courage, decisiveness, and fortitude, and it is you who has saved our Lin family. I apologize for my previous indifference towards you. I hope you can forgive me, Lin Qian said sincerely, affectionately ruffling Lin Yun's hair, his smile radiant. Grandfather, I am also part of the Lin family. It was my duty to act. As for your apology, everything you have done has been for the family's sake. And I understand your intentions, Lin Yun replied, his own smile beaming. Since he could remember, his grandfather had never smiled at him like this. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind it, especially his gratitude towards Jiang Chuan, which had reached an overwhelming height. Father, what exactly has Lin Yun done? Lin Xiaodong finally could no longer contain his curiosity. Did you take the wrong medicine today, or have you become senile? Previously, such treatment was reserved for my son. Yet today it seems to have shifted to that good-for-nothing Lin Yun. This irked him greatly. You lot are a bunch of incompetents. After years of navigating the realms of politics and business, you lack even the slightest insight. If it weren't for Lin Yun's remarkable audacity in unilaterally evacuating over 100 employees from the mine, we would all be languishing in prison right now. Lin Qian's sharp gaze swept over everyone present, filled with disappointment. What? The mine suffered no casualties because Lin Yun ordered the workers to evacuate ahead of time. Lin Xiaodong's face registered shock. He had wondered why, despite the mine's massive collapse, there had been no injuries reported. It was Lin Yun who had orchestrated this. But how could he possess such resolve and judgment? Even he had failed to consider such things. Grandfather, since it was Lin Yun who made the unilateral decision, doesn't that constitute overstepping his authority? Shouldn't he be punished for disregarding family interests and making such a decision without consent? Lin Feng protested, his face filled with indignation. It seemed the earlier preferential treatment had clouded his judgment. Silence. The family's interests are predicated on the existence of the Lin family itself. If the Lin family ceases to exist, what are we discussing regarding interests here? Xiaofeng, it appears your vision is too narrow. Perhaps you are not suited to manage the company's affairs. Temporarily, I shall entrust the responsibilities to your second uncle. When you mature, you may resume your role in the company, Lin Qian reprimanded loudly. He had once thought highly of his eldest grandson, appreciating his intelligence and alignment with his own vision. However, the childishness of Lin Feng's recent remarks had disappointed him greatly. Father, grandfather, enough. It is clear to everyone present that today's success is due to Lin Yun. You may disperse now. Lin Qian waved his hand, interrupting their exchange. He then turned to Lin Yun with a look full of affection. Xiaoyun, accompany grandfather to the study. I wish to have a proper conversation with you. Chapter 44, The Shangwan Family, on the Brink of Bankruptcy. The following day, Jiang Chuan awoke at 10 in the morning. After opening his eyes, he instinctively reached for his phone to check messages, a habit he had developed. The first thing he did upon waking was to open his eyes, followed closely by a compulsion to check his phone. To his astonishment, he discovered over 50 unread messages from Lin Yun. Su Qingya had also sent him 2 messages. Jiang Chuan, have you slept yet? Are you still feeling unwell? And Jiang Chuan, are you awake? Seeing her humorous expressions, Jiang Chuan replied, I fell asleep as soon as I lay down last night. I just woke up. He then opened Lin Yun's messages. Brother, guess what? I just returned home and received an avalanche of praise from grandfather. This feeling is absolutely delightful. It's the first time I've seen him so joyous in my presence, and the first time I've received such commendation from him. He even chastised uncle and my cousin thoroughly. You cannot imagine the pallor of my uncle and cousin's faces at that moment. They resembled pig livers. It was the first time my grandfather had placed such importance on me, and I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Elder brother, are you there? Have you fallen asleep? What shall we have for breakfast tomorrow? Xiaoyun will bring it to you. Upon reading those incessant messages, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Had this lad truly not slept a wink throughout the night? At 5 in the morning, he was still inquiring whether he had managed to sleep. A normal person would surely be fast asleep at that hour. Nevertheless, it was evident that he had experienced immense joy the previous night. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan initiated a video call. Just as the ringtone sounded, the call was answered. What on earth? A giant panda? gazing at the face on his phone screen. Adorned with two prominent dark circles and an air of lethargy, Jiang Chuan thought he was conversing with a panda. It seemed this fellow was suffering from severe exhaustion. Logically, at his age, staying up all night shouldn't be an issue. One would typically wake up vibrant in the morning. Elder brother, you are finally awake. Lin Yun yawned and managed a weary smile. What in the world happened to you? Are you trying to become a national treasure? Jiang Chuan burst into laughter, realizing that this lad had indeed stayed awake the entire night. He looked akin to the character Berserk Shrimp from a silly animation. He had been praised repeatedly by grandfather and father throughout the night, unable to contain his excitement. By the way, elder brother, what would you like for breakfast? I will bring it to you right away, Lin Yun eagerly inquired. Forget it. With your ghastly appearance, I fear you might collapse at any moment. You should rest well. As for breakfast, I will manage to grab something later, Jiang Chuan replied earnestly. All right then, let us have dinner together tonight. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. Although he longed to deliver breakfast to his elder brother, he felt utterly depleted after a sleepless night. After hanging up, Jiang Chuan quickly refreshed himself before heading out to grab a few buns and some soy milk. Just then, his phone rang again. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number, though the area code was local. Hello, who am I speaking to? Jiang Chuan answered. I am Shangwan Ruashi, Mr. Jiang, do you remember me? A sweet voice resonated from the other end. Having dined together just last night, how could he forget, unless he had lost his memory? Jiang Chuan chuckled. Hey, Mr. Jiang, may I invite you out for a meal? Shangwan Ruashi asked, her tone laced with anticipation. Last night, she had witnessed Jiang Chuan's remarkable abilities firsthand. If she had previously doubted metaphysics, her faith was solidified after that evening. With a mere casual remark, he had salvaged the entire Lin family. Thus, she now sought Jiang Chuan's insights regarding the future fortunes of the Shangwan family. Naturally, such an invitation was agreeable to Jiang Chuan. He nodded decisively. As he had no particular engagements that day, a rendezvous with a stunning beauty like Shangwan Ruashi promised to be quite delightful. Moreover, her status was undoubtedly significant. Cultivating a friendship with her would surely yield benefits in the future. Great. I shall await you at the heartfelt CAF. Let us not miss each other, she concluded before hanging up the phone. Her voice betrayed her excitement. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan arrived at the heartfelt CAF as promised. Through the glass of the establishment, he soon spotted Shangwan Ruashi. However, she was accompanied by another stunning woman clad in a black tracksuit. As he stepped into the CAF, Shangwan Ruashi approached him. Mr. Jiang, you're so quick. You arrived so soon. She beamed. Are you complimenting me? Jiang Chuan replied, bemused by her words. Surely, no man relishes hearing a woman remark on his swiftness. Of course. Arriving quickly indicates your excellent driving skills and speed, Shangwan Ruashi nodded innocently. Yet, Jiang Chuan couldn't shake the feeling that her driving speed surpassed his own. Don't mind the details. Please have a seat. I brought a friend along. And I hope you don't mind, she urged, ushering Jiang Chuan to sit. He shook his head, having no objections, especially since the girl facing him was extraordinarily beautiful. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her features exquisitely refined, with bright, expressive eyes, as if meticulously sculpted. Her long, dark brown hair was tied back, and she wore a pair of black-framed glasses. Though clad in athletic wear, it did nothing to conceal her alluring figure. This girl exuded a different aura from Shangwan Ruashi. Her elegance was imbued with a strikingly heroic spirit. Jiang Chuan, this is my good friend, Jiang Xinyan. Xinyan, this is Jiang Chuan, the gentleman I mentioned. Shangwan Ruashi introduced them hastily. Had it been yesterday, she would not have regarded Jiang Chuan with such reverence. However, his performance had utterly captivated her, and in her eyes, he had truly earned the title of an extraordinary person. Hello, Jiang Chuan, Jiang Xinyan greeted politely, offering a slight nod. Her expression remained unperturbed, evidently unfazed by Jiang Chuan's presence. Shangwan Ruashi appeared somewhat awkward, recognizing that Jiang Xinyan harbored the same skepticism she had felt the day before. This was entirely understandable. After all, Jiang Chuan's impression was predominantly one of striking handsomeness, with little else to distinguish him. Miss Shangwan must have invited me here for more than just coffee. Am I correct? Please feel free to speak plainly, Jiang Chuan remarked, his demeanor steady. It was clear that anyone who could befriend Shangwan Ruashi was not an ordinary individual, so his attitude was warranted. Very well. Since Mr. Jiang is so forthright, I shall get straight to the point. I wish to seek your assistance in divining the fortunes of the Shangwan family. Moreover, I am willing to offer you a remuneration of 1 billion. Shangwan Ruashi promptly expressed her intentions. Recently, she had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease. Recalling Jiang Chuan's abilities from the previous night, she hoped he might provide insight into her situation. If her anxiety was merely a misperception, that would be the best outcome. However, what if it were a premonition? No problem, Jiang Chuan replied without hesitation. He had already foreseen certain events concerning the Shangwan family during his previous encounter with Shangwan Ruashi. Since he was privy to this information, he might as well earn from it. After all, it was a utilization of his ability to predict the future. Jiang Xinyan cast a curious glance at Jiang Chuan, then turned her gaze back to Shangwan Ruashi, puzzled. Her good friend was not typically one to indulge in superstitions, and being a graduate from a prestigious university, she should ideally uphold scientific principles. Why the sudden shift in belief? Xinyan, please don't look at me like that. Mr. Jiang's predictions are remarkably accurate. When I first met him yesterday, I, too, found it hard to believe, but he genuinely possesses talent, and you will soon see, Shangwan Ruashi asserted earnestly, sensing her friend's skepticism. Oh, is that so? If even you vouch for him, then I am indeed curious to see, Jiang Xinyan replied, her smile faint. Yet, she did not harbor high expectations of Jiang Chuan, primarily due to her initial impression, which had not been particularly favorable. In her eyes, while a man need not possess the physique of a hulking figure brimming with muscles, he should at least not appear so feeble. Such a man, she could easily overpower tenfold. Therefore, merely being an aesthetically pleasing fade offered no merit in her view. At this moment, Jiang Chuan calmly inquired, Miss Shangwan, is your family set to attend a notably significant birthday banquet the day after tomorrow? Yes, Shangwan Ruashi promptly nodded. Jiang Chuan continued, for this important event, your father has even procured a yuan blue and white vase depicting the legendary chase of Han Xian by Xiao He. Am I correct? A sharp intake of breath escaped Shangwan Ruashi's lips as she gazed at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. Although she had witnessed Jiang Chuan's capabilities the previous day, hearing this now left her utterly astonished. Just a few days prior, her father had spent a staggering 800 million to acquire that yuan blue and white vase, intended as a birthday tribute for a notable figure who cherished such porcelain. This matter was a closely guarded secret within the Shangwan family, known only to a select few, all of whom were trusted confidants of her father. There was no way this information could have leaked, let alone reached Jiang Chuan so swiftly. Do not be so astonished. If I were unaware of such matters, would not your father's expenditure of 10 billion be in vain? Jiang Chuan remarked with a faint smile. Observing the shock etched on Shangwan Ruashi's face, she quickly suppressed her astonishment and asked, while this is indeed true, what connection does it have to the fortunes of the Shangwan family? Is it that once my father presents the yuan blue and white vase, he will earn the favor of that important figure, propelling our family to new heights? This seems quite plausible. For only 3 of the yuan blue and white vases depicting Xiao He's pursuit of Han Xian remain in existence. 2 have already been displayed in museums, highlighting the immense collectible value of the last remaining piece. Indeed, there is a connection, for once you present that vase, your Shangwan family's prosperous days may very well come to an end, Jiang Chuan stated calmly. How can this be possible? What do you mean, Mr. Jiang? Shangwan Ruashi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that important figure a fervent collector of antiques? Why would the Shangwan family's fate take a turn for the worse upon relinquishing such a priceless treasure? Because the yuan blue and white vase in your possession is a counterfeit. Jiang Chuan's voice remained steady. Based on his foresight of future events, it was predicted that Shangwan Hong would present the counterfeit vase, only for it to be swiftly uncovered by that significant figure. This revelation would lead to feelings of deception and disrespect, thereby targeting the Shangwan family. Within merely 6 months, the family would face ruin, and Shangwan Hong would succumb to overwhelming guilt and remorse, ultimately leading to his demise. Jiang Chuan's words stirred a tempest within Shangwan Ruashi's heart. No, this cannot be. My father has indeed expressed concern regarding the authenticity of the vase and has consulted several esteemed masters for appraisal, all of whom confirmed it to be genuine. Realizing her disbelief, Shangwan Ruashi shook her head vigorously. They had already undergone multiple assessments, conducted by the nation's foremost experts, ensuring there was no possibility of error. If the masters assert its authenticity, then let your father investigate those masters. Examine whom they have recently interacted with. Scrutinize their financial transactions. This should not pose a challenge for your family, Jiang Chuan suggested, his tone still calm. However, Shangwan Ruashi quickly grasped the implications. If those masters had acted with ulterior motives, it would indicate that someone was indeed plotting against the Shangwan family. Mr. Jiang also understands mixed martial arts? Please hold on. I shall call my father immediately. Shangwan Ruashi wasted no time and swiftly dialed. She conveyed Jiang Chuan's revelations verbatim. Initially, Shangwan Hong was skeptical. After all, the appraisers were highly esteemed professionals he had contracted at great expense. Yet, adopting a mindset of cautious prudence, he resolved to consult additional experts for further verification. The gravity of the situation warranted utmost diligence, for if Ruashi's assertions held true, the consequences of presenting the vase could be dire indeed. After ending the call, Shangwan Ruashi tightly gripped her phone, her delicate features reflecting immense tension. This matter was of utmost importance. Should the yuan blue and white vase prove genuine, her father might well be enraged. Miss Shangwan, there is no need for such anxiety. Everything I have stated is truthful. Simply await the outcome patiently, Jiang Chuan remarked, taking a sip of his coffee with an unflappable demeanor. It was bitter, and truthfully, he found it somewhat unpalatable. Having endured many hardships in life, he preferred his coffee sweetened. Observing Jiang Chuan's calmness, Shangwan Ruoshi felt a modicum of reassurance. Jiang Xinyan, on the other hand, scrutinized Jiang Chuan with a disbelieving expression but remained silent, as the matter did not concern her. She was disinclined to mock others before the results were revealed, preferring to reserve her words for those she held no fondness for. As time ticked by, the half-hour felt interminable to Shangwan Ruoshi, akin to a century. Suddenly, her phone rang. She jolted slightly and quickly checked. It was indeed a video call from her father. Dad, what is the verdict? Is the yuan blue and white vase genuine or not? Shangwan Ruoshi asked eagerly. I have just consulted Masters Yin and Shun for another appraisal, and it has indeed been confirmed as a counterfeit. Shangwan Hong's voice bore a weighty gravity, yet a hint of relief was discernible. He felt profoundly grateful that his dear daughter had uncovered this matter. Had the vase been presented, the repercussions would have been unthinkable. Wonderful. What a relief that it has not yet been sent out. Shangwan Ruoshi exclaimed, her excitement causing her to tremble. Thank goodness she had reached out to Jiang Chuan today. Otherwise, the entire Shangwan family could have faced catastrophic consequences. When she glanced at Jiang Chuan again, her gaze had transformed entirely, filled with admiration, reverence, gratitude, and a glimmer of something distinctly different. Indeed, this situation owed much to him. Ruoshi, you are truly my most remarkable daughter. Shangwan Hong's voice trembled with pride and appreciation. Dad, I too have received guidance from an esteemed mentor. By the way, you should investigate the masters who appraised the vase. Check if they have been in contact with anyone recently, and preferably review their financial records, Shangwan Ruoshi advised, echoing Jiang Chuan's earlier suggestion. The implication was clear. The appraisers had likely been compromised, leading to a unified false assessment. The orchestrator behind this scheme clearly aimed to bring ruin upon the Shangwan family. Yes, I have already instructed my people to look into it. Those old-timers dare to engage in such treachery. I shall not let them escape unscathed. Moreover, there is that individual behind them. I must unearth him and ensure he comprehends the repercussions of offending the Shangwan family, Shangwan Hong declared with an air of utmost authority. Very well, since the matter has been clarified, please attend to your duties first. I shall remain here to keep my friend company, Shangwan Ruoshi replied. Fully aware that her father had many pressing matters to address, not only must he investigate those appraisers and the person behind them, but he must also seek a suitable gift for the esteemed individual's birthday celebration. It would be rather inappropriate to leave Jiang Chuan unattended. Is the friend you mentioned the extraordinary person who just saved our Shangwan family? Shangwan Hong inquired. Were it not for this remarkable individual's guidance, the Shangwan family would indeed be in peril. Yes, indeed. Shangwan Ruoshi nodded affirmatively. Then, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall attend to this matter. Please, do not offend that esteemed individual. Be sure to extend my heartfelt gratitude to him. Once I have resolved this issue, I will personally express my thanks. He concluded before hanging up. It was evident that someone would soon face dire consequences. After terminating the call, Shangwan Ruoshi rose and promptly knelt before Jiang Chuan, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude as her voice trembled. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you for saving our Shangwan family. You are our savior. My father has instructed me to convey his deepest appreciation, and once he has finished with his affairs, he will certainly pay you a visit to express his thanks in person. Gratitude, profound and heartfelt. There is no need for such formalities. Our relationship is one of collaboration and mutual benefit, so please rise, Jiang Chuan urged, assisting Shangwan Ruoshi to her feet. He then smiled, remarking, this 10 billion was earned with remarkable ease. More importantly, the outcome leaves me feeling quite fortunate, and the Shangwan family feels they have lost nothing at all. Is this young man truly so extraordinary? I find myself wondering if Shangwan Ruoshi is merely performing for my benefit, Jiang Xinyan observed in bewilderment. Could it be that such remarkable individuals truly exist in this world? Or is it that the limits of science are indeed intertwined with the metaphysical? Can one truly calculate with such precision? However, given Shangwan Ruoshi's recent conversation with her uncle and her current demeanor, it hardly seemed like an act. The esteemed daughter of the Shangwan family could not possibly kneel before an ordinary person. Such an act could not simply be bought. Could it be that everything that transpired was indeed real? Mr. Jiang, I will forego further expressions of gratitude. This card contains 20 billion. Aside from the 10 billion as a token of appreciation, the remaining 10 billion is a gesture from the Shangwan family. Please accept it. From now on, you shall be our most esteemed guest. The Shangwan family will spare no effort in assisting you with any needs you may have. After standing, Shangwan Ruashi respectfully extended a black card to Jiang Chuan, a preparation she had made before arriving. Very well, I shall accept it, Jiang Chuan responded without hesitation. For this was indeed 20 billion, sufficient to ensure a luxurious life for his parents and siblings. Having earned 35 billion over the past few days, he could set some aside for his parents' retirement while keeping a reserve. Seeing Jiang Chuan accept the black card, Shangwan Ruashi wore a beaming smile. Mr. Jiang, it appears I may have underestimated you earlier. I apologize for my prior disregard. At that moment, Jiang Xinyan finally spoke again. To be honest, upon entering, I truly did not think much of Jiang Chuan. However, my perspective has shifted entirely. Anyone who receives such treatment from Shangwan Ruashi is undoubtedly extraordinary. No matter, I have long grown accustomed to such disregard. Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. After 3 years post-university, he had witnessed the vicissitudes of life and endured countless disparaging glances. Thus, the earlier slight hardly fazed him. More importantly, Jiang Xinyan had not resorted to mocking him as others might do to their condescension. Mr. Jiang, shall we go out for a meal soon? You simply must agree, or I shall certainly be reprimanded upon my return, Shangwan Ruashi said with a cheerful smile, her heart brimming with joy. She was grateful to Jiang Chuan while also feeling deeply appreciative of her dear friend Su Qingya. Had it not been for Su Qingya introducing them, she could hardly fathom the dire consequences the Shangwan family might have faced in a few days. Very well then. However, please refrain from calling me Mr. Jiang in the future and do not use such formalities. We are contemporaries. Simply call me Jiang Chuan, he replied with a nod. After all, he found himself rather unoccupied at present, and dining with 2 exquisite ladies would certainly be more delightful than eating alone. Suddenly, the ringing of Jiang Xinyan's phone interrupted the moment. A match? Very well, I shall be there shortly. Jiang Xinyan hastily brushed off the call before looking apologetically at Shangwan Ruashi and Jiang Chuan. Ruashi, Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize, but I may not be able to join you for dinner. My brother has summoned me to a match at the dojo. After finally getting you out. Must you leave so soon? Shangwan Ruashi exclaimed, her face tinged with regret. If you both have an interest in martial arts and combat, you are welcome to join me for the match. Afterward, we can dine together, Jiang Xinyan suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Ruashi turned her gaze to Jiang Chuan. She had no objections, but she worried whether Jiang Chuan had the time. Then let us go together. I must admit, I am quite interested in mixed martial arts, Jiang Chuan said with a smile, for he indeed possessed skills akin to a champion-level fighter. Thus, he was eager to see if any of those individuals could challenge him. Mr. Jiang is also interested in mixed martial arts? Jiang Xinyan asked, somewhat surprised. Her initial impression of Jiang Chuan was that of a frail scholar, seemingly incapable of lifting a finger, and she had not anticipated his interest in combat sports. Before Jiang Chuan could respond, Shangwan Ruashi eagerly interjected, I forgot to mention, Xinyan, last night, Qingya informed me that Mr. Jiang is a champion-level fighter who has single-handedly taken down several thugs. After parting ways with Jiang Chuan the previous night, she had learned more about him from Su Qingya, and she was astonished to discover that the seemingly delicate Jiang Chuan was, in fact, a skilled fighter. She had simply forgotten to mention it to Jiang Xinyan. Really? Jiang Xinyan exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Chuan was, after all, the chairman of the Ding Sheng Group, a position that typically demands considerable time and attention, leaving little opportunity to study mixed martial arts. Moreover, one usually travels with bodyguards, rendering the need to learn such skills unnecessary. Indeed, Ruashi speaks the truth. I have indeed trained in mixed martial arts, and generally, I find that 3 to 5 peers cannot match my prowess. Jiang Chuan admitted candidly, nodding earnestly. Although these skills were merely a reward from the system, they were nonetheless effective. It is completely inconceivable. No, that is not what I meant. I merely find it astonishing that someone as accomplished as you, a young chairman, would still find time to practice mixed martial arts. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan regarded Jiang Chuan with newfound admiration. As someone who herself deeply appreciates traditional martial arts and mixed martial arts, learning that Jiang Chuan shared her passion naturally diminished any sense of distance between them. Isn't it wise to take advantage of youth to maintain one's health? Since Mr. Jiang is so formidable, we must engage in a friendly sparring session when time permits. I have conducted a modest exploration of traditional martial arts, free fighting, and taekwondo. Indeed, it shall certainly happen in the future. Chapter 46, a taekwondo black belt. Is that all? A feeble display. Very well. I shall settle the bill, and then we can proceed to watch the competition. Shangwan Ruashi stood up, preparing to pay. Allow me. How could I let a lady pay when dining together? Consider it an opportunity for me to shine. Jiang Chuan stopped Shangwan Ruashi and proceeded directly to the front desk to settle the bill. In truth, His motive for paying was not merely to win the favor of these two enchanting ladies. He was primarily curious to see if he could trigger a critical rebate. After all, just last night, he received a remarkable skill, the Eye of Insight, for merely paying 50 yuan for a chauffeur service. This fellow is quite the gentleman. Taking the initiative to pay, Jiang Xinyan smiled faintly, her lips curving into a charming arc. Indeed, it was also Jiang Chuan who paid last night. Shangwan Ruoshi fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Chuan. I say, Miss Shangwan, could it be that you have developed feelings for Jiang Chuan? Jiang Xinyan teased with a beaming smile. It is only natural to like someone as exceptional as Jiang Chuan. Shangwan Ruoshi did not deny it. In her eyes, Jiang Chuan truly embodied the essence of a remarkably talented young man. In his early 20s, he had already amassed a fortune of billions. If 100 billion is of little consequence to the Shangwan family, then his calculative prowess is indeed a treasure of immense value to such a prominent family. At that moment, Jiang Chuan completed the transaction. Almost simultaneously, the electronic synthesized voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 258 yuan, triggering a critical rebate and rewarding physique enhancement. Note, the physique enhancement will double the host's personal physical attributes, including strength, speed, reaction time, vision, hearing, perception, and endurance, among others. Upon hearing the system's electronic voice, Jiang Chuan immediately felt invigorated. He lightly clenched his fist, sensing a significant increase in his physical strength. Even his hearing, vision, and sense of smell underwent a profound transformation at that moment. Wow, to think a critical hit could yield such an enhancement to my physique. Today feels like Qin Shi Huang enjoying Sichuan pepper, truly a stroke of luck. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. In less than an hour, he not only earned 20 billion but also triggered a critical rebate. However, 258 yuan for 3 cups of bitter coffee is indeed rather steep. Once he subdued his excitement, the trio exited the CAF. Mr. Jiang, why not ride in my car? Shangwan Ruoshi pointed to a nearby pink Maybach Accelero and inquired. This vehicle, valued at 52 million, though not on par with his own Knight's Whisper, is certainly a top-tier luxury car. No need. You ladies lead the way. I will drive my own car. Jiang Chuan shook his head. It wasn't he that the Maybach was uncomfortable. Rather, he had some reservations about the driving skills of these young women. What if, by mistake, they confused the accelerator with the brake? That would leave him quite flabbergasted. Very well then. Shangwan Ruoshi, not wishing to press the matter further, guided Jiang Xinyan into the vehicle. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Just as they parked, a tall, handsome young man eagerly approached Jiang Xinyan and Shangwan Ruoshi. Xinyan, you finally arrived. I have waited here for you for quite some time. This individual, in his 20s, exuded a rugged charm, yet upon seeing Jiang Xinyan, he revealed his true nature as an ardent admirer. Qin Wu, why were you waiting for me? From now on, you can simply call me Jiang Xinyan. There's no need for such formality. Our relationship is not of that nature yet. Jiang Xinyan cast a disdainful glance at Qin Wu, her tone frosty. Xinyan, how could you not know my feelings? I genuinely like you very much. A day without seeing you leaves me longing for tea and food. Look at me, I've lost weight recently. Given my devotion, please agree to be my girlfriend. As Qin Wu finished speaking, a beautiful bouquet of roses mysteriously appeared in his hand, and he knelt on one knee, his expression earnest. Goodness, is this fellow a magician? Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He truly hadn't noticed where that bouquet had come from. His name is Qin Wu, the third son of the Qin family from the Magic City, and he is Jiang Xinyan's most devoted admirer. To my knowledge, this marks his 338th confession. Shangwan Ruoshi quietly provided this background. Wow, to think he is such a loyal admirer. However, as the saying goes, a devoted admirer often ends up with nothing. Jiang Chuan looked at Qin Wu with a hint of sympathy. This lad is quite handsome and hails from a well-to-do family. I would estimate that there are at least 1,000 girls pursuing him, yet he chooses to play the role of the pitiful admirer. Indeed, this may very well be what they say about the unattainable always being in turmoil. Shangwan Ruoshi remarked with a gentle smile. As their conversation concluded, Qin Wu spoke again. Xinyan, you see, I am not only physically fit, but also financially secure, so I can satisfy you both materially and physically. Moreover, I promise that if you agree to be my girlfriend, I will not stray more than twice a week. Goodness, how reckless. I thought he was merely a pitiful admirer. Yet he turns out to be a worldly one. Jiang Chuan was at a loss for words. No wonder Jiang Xinyan is unimpressed. Any girl of even slight discernment would likely dismiss such a fickle-hearted man. Moreover, Jiang Xinyan certainly does not lack financial resources. I'm sorry, Qin Wu, but I truly have no feelings for you. Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brows, her tone remaining icy. No worries, Xinyan, my feelings are enough. And as the old saying goes, time nurtures affection, right? Qin Wu chuckled like a naive fool. I could never have feelings for you. We are simply not compatible. Jiang Xinyan's expression conveyed an even stronger sense of disdain. While Qin Wu indeed appeared sincere, she felt not the slightest inclination towards him. What incompatibility is there? I can change. Qin Wu clearly refused to give up. I dislike men who cannot bear children, so please do not pursue me any further. Jiang Xinyan responded helplessly. Encountering such a tenacious suitor can sometimes be quite exasperating, as this fellow, regardless of how many times he is rejected, returns the next day like a persistent adhesive. Upon hearing this, the crowd around them could not help but burst into laughter. Is this not clear enough? What proper man would be expected to bear children? Qin Wu was momentarily rendered speechless. Moreover, I already have a boyfriend. Jiang Xinyan added, and then, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she cast a glance at Jiang Chuan. Qin Wu's attention instantly shifted to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, wearing an expression of resignation, wondered if he had been unwittingly cast as a shield. Why did this feel like a scene from a cliché novel? This fellow? How could he possibly compare to me? He looks so frail that I could defeat 10 of him with a single punch. Qin Wu wore a face of disdain and disbelief. If Jiang Xinyan were to choose a boyfriend, he must be stronger than myself. This lad looks utterly defenseless. And Jiang Xinyan has never shown an affinity for such weak men. Indeed, I suddenly find myself drawn to articulate, persuasive, and perceptive gentlemen. Is that not acceptable? Jiang Xinyan nodded affirmatively. Listen, both of you, do whatever you wish, but do not involve me. Jiang Chuan spoke with a hint of indifference. Observing the increasingly unsettling gaze of Qin Wu, he had no desire to be entangled with such a flirtatious rich heir. It was not out of fear, but rather a realization that he had nothing to gain from this encounter, rendering it entirely unnecessary. Apologies. Jiang Xinyan's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words. Yet, she acknowledged that her actions had indeed been misguided. Young man, whether or not you are Xinyan's boyfriend, I challenge you to a duel. Are you brave enough to accept my challenge? I will certainly break your legs within 2 rounds. Qin Wu pointed angrily at Jiang Chuan, issuing his challenge. Are you out of your mind, or lacking in common sense? I have already stated that I have no connection with Jiang Xinyan. Why challenge me? Jiang Chuan felt utterly perplexed. This fellow appeared quite dashing, yet seemed to struggle with basic comprehension. It was evident to anyone not lacking in wit that Jiang Xinyan intended to use him as a shield. I don't care. Today, I will bring you down to demonstrate my formidable prowess to Xinyan. As a true man, just say whether you dare to accept the challenge. Qin Wu seemed resolute, determined to make a grand impression before Jiang Xinyan. Qin Wu, cease this unreasonable ruckus. I was merely jesting earlier. Mr. Jiang and I are just friends. Jiang Xinyan glared at Qin Wu with disdain. Then, with a remorseful glance towards Jiang Chuan, she reflected on her earlier intentions to dissuade Qin Wu, which inadvertently drew Jiang Chuan into this predicament. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall agree to exchange a few blows. However, such a fight seems rather dull. How about we raise the stakes? Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he smiled. Opportunities to earn money should not be overlooked. And this dim-witted heir could be a lucrative target. Stakes? What do you propose? But I must warn you, a novice like you could never be my match. Therefore, whatever we wager, you are bound to lose. Qin Wu declared confidently. Let us wager 500 million. If I lose, I will pay you 500 million. And if you lose, you shall pay me 500 million. What do you say? Jiang Chuan's smile radiated as he envisioned the wealth beckoning him. With his championship-level fighting skills and the enhanced physique he had just acquired, even the world's top champions would stand no chance against him. Thus, Qin Wu was destined to lose. TCH, that wager is too modest. Let us sweeten the deal. In addition to the 500 million, you must also wager your legs. How does that sound? Qin Wu appeared to exude even more confidence than Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, do not gamble with him. Qin Wu is a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and has undergone training in mixed martial arts. He also weighs more than you, making this an unfair contest. Shangguan Ruoshi hastily shook Jiang Chuan's arm, her voice laced with concern. Although she recognized Jiang Chuan's prowess, the weight disparity rendered his extensive combat skills less advantageous. Qin Wu, cease this unruly behavior. If you continue, you shall leave this place. Jiang Xinyan's expression was aflame with anger, feeling deep remorse towards Jiang Chuan. Young man, are you afraid to wager? I can offer you a chance to concede. Simply crawl beneath my legs, and we shall end this matter, Qin Wu boasted, spreading his legs arrogantly as he glared at Jiang Chuan. Enough chatter, let us commence. Jiang Chuan replied coolly. Well, you have some spirit. I am beginning to admire you. It takes guts to act tough even when defeat is certain. Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them arrived at a ring where the match would take place. The fight was to be conducted without gloves, They only wore headgear and shin guards, as Qin Wu insisted that gloves would hinder his performance. Ruashi, what do you think Jiang Chuan's chances are? Jiang Xianyan asked, her gaze filled with apprehension as she watched the ring, noting the stark contrast in their physiques. Jiang Chuan appeared rather frail, while Qin Wu was a mass of muscle. I cannot say. I have never witnessed Jiang Chuan in combat with those ruffians. However, Xianyan, you have gone too far by dragging Jiang Chuan into such perilous circumstances, regardless of the outcome. This is detrimental to him. Shangwan Ruashi expressed her displeasure openly. I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate this outcome, Jiang Xianyan replied, her remorse evident as she looked at Jiang Chuan, hoping fervently that he would emerge unscathed from this bout. At that moment, the referee signaled for the match to begin. Young man, I promised I would knock you out within 2 rounds. Qin Wu grinned confidently. Jiang Chuan remained silent, simply gesturing for him to stop talking and to attack. Arrogant brat. Prepare to be taken down. Qin Wu's expression shifted, and his body lunged toward Jiang Chuan. The speed of this opponent was indeed remarkable. As he closed the distance of 3 meters, he leaped into the air, executing an ornate downward kick. Jiang Chuan, however, effortlessly evaded the attack by retreating a mere 2 steps. In the following instant, he lunged forward like a cheetah, delivering a precise uppercut that struck Qin Wu squarely under the chin. Bang! The sound of their collision resonated, the uppercut landing with tremendous force. Gasp! Qin Wu's vision darkened as he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. The referee immediately shielded Qin Wu with his body, crossing his arms and signaling the end of the match. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the prowess of a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo? Pathetically fragile. Jiang Chuan remarked with a hint of disinterest, shaking his head. He then leaped off the ring, vaulting over the ropes. Shangwan Ruashi and Jiang Xianyan stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief, wide enough to swallow a couple of fried dough sticks and 2 marinated eggs. Xianyan, did Jiang Chuan truly win? Am I hallucinating? Shangwan Ruashi rubbed her eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend the scene before her. She had just witnessed Jiang Chuan effortlessly defeat the 6th-degree black belt, Qin Wu, with a single punch, achieving a knockout through sheer dominance. No, you are not hallucinating. Jiang Chuan genuinely won, and it was with just 1 punch. Jiang Xianyan swallowed hard, her voice filled with incredulity. She was well aware of Qin Wu's capabilities, recognizing him as a formidable opponent among his peers. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would succumb without even enduring a single blow from Jiang Chuan. Is Jiang Chuan truly that powerful? At that moment, Jiang Xianyan felt her blood begin to surge, her fighting spirit igniting within her. Do you think it was merely a fluke? Shangwan Ruashi still appeared incredulous. Not a fluke. It was a complete display of overwhelming strength. Jiang Chuan's punch was executed with precision in terms of speed, force, and angle. He is incredibly strong, so much so that even I may not stand a chance against him. Jiang Xianyan shook her head emphatically, her eyes glimmering with newfound admiration for Jiang Chuan, her evaluation of him soaring to new heights. At that moment, Jiang Chuan approached them, calmly removing his headgear and shin guards. Jiang Chuan, you are astonishing. I want to give you something, Shangwan Ruashi exclaimed, her face brimming with delight. But her words were cut short by Jiang Chuan's jest. What? Do you wish to bear my offspring? He teased with a smile. Humans cannot give birth to monkeys. She declared, unreservedly. I have laid my cards on the table. I wish to bear your child. Shangwan Ruashi's beautiful eyes sparkled like bright stars. Well, you are, after all, the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family. Could we perhaps exercise a modicum of restraint? Jiang Chuan felt a flush creeping up his cheeks. The mere thought of the steps involved in procreation was indeed a bit thrilling. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions and hope you can forgive my rashness. Jiang Xinyan said, having regained her composure, her face adorned with an expression of regret as she gazed at Jiang Chuan. Despite Jiang Chuan's victory, her previous conduct had certainly been inappropriate. Regardless, you have assisted me in winning 500 million. Let us consider this matter closed. But I hope such incidents do not recur. Jiang Chuan asserted with a serious expression, for being used as a pawn had left him somewhat unsettled. Agreed. I swear such a thing will not happen again. Jiang Xinyan nodded fervently. At that moment, Qin Wu began to regain consciousness with the help of the referee and 2 medics. His face flushed crimson as he staggered towards the ring, stopping only when he reached Jiang Chuan. I lost. You are indeed more skilled than I, and far more suited for Jiang Xinyan. With those words, Qin Wu deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly despondent. Jiang Chuan was taken aback by the straightforwardness of his concession. It seemed he was indeed capable of accepting defeat. This shifted Jiang Chuan's perception of Qin Wu slightly, as few of the affluent second generation are known for their integrity, especially towards those of lesser status. I have stated that Jiang Xinyan and I share no relationship. You are free to pursue her. Jiang Chuan spoke calmly. However, our wager cannot be nullified. It was undeniable that Jiang Xinyan was exceptionally beautiful, with an exquisite demeanor, but he was not the type to be easily swayed by feminine allure. I understand. I am willing to accept my loss. This card contains 300 million. That is all I possess at the moment. I will deliver the remaining 200 million to you tomorrow. As for my legs, feel free to break them. Qin Wu looked at his legs with a pitiful expression, lamenting their plight. Enough. I have no interest in your legs, but I shall accept this 300 million. Jiang Chuan took the bank card without hesitation. As for breaking Qin Wu's legs, he dared not entertain the thought. Given that this fellow was a second-generation rich kid from the Magic City, his family's influence must be formidable. If he were to truly injure Qin Wu, his own life would be at stake. Jiang Xinyan and Shangwan Ruoshi regarded Jiang Chuan with admiration, while Qin Wu expressed gratitude. Jiang Chuan, thank you. You are truly impressive. I respect your strength and resolve. Tomorrow, I will bring over 1 billion. Consider the excess as payment for my legs. After saying this, Qin Wu cast one last glance at Jiang Xinyan before dejectedly turning away. The three then resumed watching various boxing and martial arts matches, but perhaps due to the mediocrity of the competitors, Jiang Chuan found himself rather bored. At 4 in the afternoon, Shangwan Ruoshi brought Jiang Chuan back to the Rose community. Jiang Chuan, thank you for today. Should the Shangwan family ever be of assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will certainly oblige as long as it is feasible. Shangwan Ruoshi expressed her heartfelt appreciation. Certainly, I believe opportunities will arise. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Now that we are at your doorstep, are you truly not considering the matter of having a child? Shangwan Ruoshi said with a mischievous glint in her eye. Well, I am indifferent. Perhaps we should go in and... Jiang Chuan scratched his head. With a girl so bold in her words, he felt it would be cowardly to retreat. Are you suggesting we sit down, or... Either is fine. Never mind, I was merely jesting. After watching Shangwan Ruoshi depart, Jiang Chuan returned to his room. Earning 33 billion in one day felt astonishingly effortless. Lying on his bed, he couldn't help but reflect on how, just a week ago, 33,000 had seemed an astronomical sum to him. Yet today, he had amassed 33 billion in a single day. For an ordinary family, that amount would likely take generations to accumulate. In the Magic City, at the Qin Group's office, a young man resembling Qin Wu sat at his desk with a grim expression. What did you say? My useless brother lost 500 million to someone else? And nearly had his legs broken? The young man's demeanor was icy, his gaze piercing. Yes, young master. I have investigated that young man. His name is Jiang Chuan. He hails from a remote village in Linhai City and was previously an unknown young man. However, inexplicably, a few days ago, he acquired the Dingxin Group and has since been closely associated with Lin Yun of the Lin family and Shangwan Ruoshi of the Shangwan family. Today, he also got involved with Jiang Xinyan. And you know how the third young master has always held affection for her, so today's event stemmed from her. A middle-aged man in a suit explained respectfully. Interesting. A country bumpkin from a remote village dares to offend the Qin family. Although my useless brother may lack merit, he is not someone a mere peasant can provoke. This is a slap in the face to our family. Immediately send Shadow to eliminate that brat. Qin Wen toyed with a teacup in his hand, his voice frigid as ice. For many years, even in this Magic City, few dare to cross paths with the Qin family. Now, a mere bumpkin from the depths of obscurity thinks he can lay hands on a member of the Qin family. He must pay with his life. However, young master, that fellow is the chairman of the Dingxin Group and associates with the Shangwan, Lin, and Su families. Eliminating him directly may invite unnecessary trouble, the middle-aged man cautioned, furrowing his brow. Merely a bunch of clowns. There is nothing to fear. If I so desire, the Lin and Shangwan families could go bankrupt within a month. Qin Wen scoffed, brimming with confidence. This confidence stemmed from the power of his family. The Lin family relied solely on Lin Qian and the current deputy mayor. With a single word from him, they would be brought to their knees in submission. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded. It was clear that the young master's approach was even more ruthless than that of the elders. Wait, what about Jiang Xinyan? Since this incident arose from her, she too must pay a price. Qin Wen smirked coldly. Just as Jiang Chuan had awakened from his nap, Lin Yun called him. What is the matter, Xiaoyan? Is there something you need? Big brother, my grandfather wishes to meet with you to personally express his gratitude for saving his life. I wonder if you are available? Lin Yun asked excitedly. After recounting the entire situation to his grandfather the previous night, the elder had expressed a desire to meet Jiang Chuan, but a crucial meeting had delayed their encounter. Old Master Lin wishes to see me? Of course, I am available. I will come over shortly. Jiang Chuan did not decline. Although Old Master Lin had retired years ago, his connections and influence remained potent. Meeting such a figure would undoubtedly benefit Jiang Chuan's future endeavors, especially in establishing a stronger foothold in the South Province. By 6 in the evening, Jiang Chuan arrived in Zhonghai City. As the capital city of the Southern Province, Zhonghai City indeed boasts a far superior development compared to Linhai City. At the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Yun had long been eagerly anticipating the arrival of Jiang Chuan. Upon spotting Jiang Chuan's vehicle approaching, his face instantly illuminated with boundless excitement. He hurriedly ran over to open the door for Jiang Chuan, resembling not so much the young master of the Lin family, but rather a dutiful doorman. "Welcome, big brother." Lin Yun beamed with joy. "Xiao Yun, you are still a young master of the Lin family. It wouldn't be proper for others to see you like this," Jiang Chuan remarked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "What is wrong with that? Isn't it only natural for me to open the door for my big brother? Besides, aside from opening the door for grandfather, this is the first time I've done so for anyone else." Lin Yun chuckled. "Then I must admit, I'm rather flattered." Jiang Chuan replied with a grin. "Come on, big brother, grandfather and the others are waiting for us in the living room." All right. The Lin estate was an expansive manor. Upon entering through the grand gates, one was treated to a visual feast at every turn, all exuding an air of nobility and opulence. It took a full 10 minutes to reach the Lin family's living room. Acquiring such a vast estate in Zhonghai City would undoubtedly cost at least several billion. In the living room, 6 individuals were present. The venerable patriarch Lin Xian, flanked by 2 middle-aged men, followed by Lin Yun's father, Lin Shaoran, and Lin Xiaodang with his son. "Grandfather, father, uncle, this is Mr. Jiang Chuan, as I mentioned to you, my big brother," Lin Yun proudly introduced as they entered. "Quite impressive indeed. He carries himself with grace and charm." Lin Xian was the first to speak, his face alight with satisfaction as he regarded Jiang Chuan. "Greetings, Lin Patriarch." Jiang Chuan responded humbly, fully aware that this man had once been a formidable figure in Zhonghai City, and despite nearing 80, his authority remained undiminished. Haha. Sit down quickly. From now on, you are as good as family here at the Lin residence. Do not feel constrained. I see that you and Xiao Yun are of similar age, and since he considers you his big brother, if you don't mind, you may call me grandfather as well," Lin Xian said with a warm smile, fully cognizant that without Jiang Chuan's assistance, the Lin family might have been consigned to history. Thus, he held this younger generation in high regard, feeling genuine gratitude and acknowledgement. "I am honored, Lin grandfather," Jiang Chuan replied, not wishing to appear overly formal. After all, Lin Xian, at his advanced age, certainly deserved to be addressed as grandfather. "Splendid. Your demeanor is commendable, neither arrogant nor impatient. With you as a companion, Xiao Yun is certainly fortunate," Lin Xian remarked, rubbing his hands together in delight, as if the wrinkles on his face had momentarily diminished. Conversely, Lin Xiaodang and Lin Feng wore expressions of profound discontent. Ever since the events of the previous night, they had noticed Lin Xian's demeanor towards them had grown noticeably cold. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, who had always been overlooked, had inexplicably become the old man's favorite, which left them feeling quite uncomfortable. And then there was Jiang Chuan, whose very presence seemed irksome. Were it not for this unsophisticated meddler, Lin Yun, the useless one, would never have garnered such admiration from the elder. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, their gazes towards Jiang Chuan became increasingly venomous. Lin Xian appeared to sense their hostile glances, and the warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. "Everyone, listen closely. From today onward, Xiao Chuan is our most esteemed guest. Anyone who dares to offend him will face my wrath," he declared, his words causing Lin Xiaodang and Lin Feng's faces to darken even further. Jiang Chuan felt a stirring in his heart. In the past, while watching short dramas and reading novels, he had often perceived wealthy individuals as emotionally detached, indifferent to the so-called debts of gratitude. Some even flung a sum of money at their benefactors, treating them as mere beggars. Yet, the reality before him seemed to diverge from those tales. At least Lin Xian stood apart from the cold-hearted heads of families depicted in fiction. "Xiao Chuan, Xiao Yun, come with me to the study. I wish to have a private chat with you both," Lin Xian said, leading Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun away while Lin Shaoran busied himself elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodang and his son wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, their faces resembling ink. Upon entering the study, Lin Xian turned to Jiang Chuan and bowed deeply, his expression filled with utmost respect. "Mr. Jiang Chuan, I cannot express enough gratitude for your timely assistance in saving my family. This debt of gratitude is beyond my ability to repay." This gesture startled both Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun. "Grandfather Lin, what are you doing? Such a grand gesture is too much for me to accept." Jiang Chuan quickly helped Lin Xian back to his feet. It felt overwhelming for an elderly man of his age to perform such a bow. "Mr. Jiang, you have rescued my family from ruin. This gratitude is monumental, and you are wholly deserving of it," Lin Xian asserted solemnly. In his eyes, Jiang Chuan was no longer an insignificant child, but rather a savior who had plucked them from the brink of disaster. To bow in homage was not excessive, though his advanced age made such an act physically taxing. Grandfather Lin, that incident is now behind us. Let us not dwell on it any longer, Jiang Chuan urged, reflecting his character of reciprocity when others showed him respect. He returned it tenfold. Take this card. It is a token of my appreciation, Lin Qian said, producing a black card and preparing to hand it to Jiang Chuan. Grandfather, I cannot accept this card. Xiao Yun has already given me money, Jiang Chuan replied, his expression serious. If you continue to be so courteous, I will take my leave. Not greedy or easily swayed by wealth. You are the most outstanding peer I have encountered. Xiao Yun is fortunate to have you as his older brother, Lin Qian remarked, increasingly pleased with Jiang Chuan. If my two grandsons could emulate even half of your qualities, I would have no regrets in life. Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Jiang Chuan replied, since you have stated so, I shall not take the card. However, you may consider me as one of your own grandchildren henceforth, and should you encounter any troubles in the future, I shall exert every effort to assist you. Lin Qian declared earnestly. Thank you, Lin grandfather, Jiang Chuan responded with a respectful gesture. The three continued to converse extensively. Yet Lin Qian refrained from inquiring about any personal matters concerning Jiang Chuan, which made their discussion all the more pleasant for him, as he harbored secrets he wished to keep hidden from prying eyes. Xiao Chuan, tomorrow, the Lin family will host a jewelry exhibition, and there will be some entertaining segments. You must make time to attend, Lin Qian said, his eyes twinkling with excitement. The Lin family had long been engaged in the jewelry business, so they periodically organized jewelry exhibitions and auctions. Indeed, big brother, tomorrow's jewelry exhibition will be quite lively, and there will even be segments for bidding on raw stones. With your mysterious abilities, you must attend. You might just find a hidden gem. Moreover, each exhibition and auction gathers business tycoons from various industries, making it an excellent opportunity to network with the affluent, Lin Yun added, his face radiating enthusiasm. All right, I find myself rather free, Jiang Chuan readily agreed. Truth be told, he held little interest in jade and gemstones, having never delved deeply into such matters. However, now I possess the eye of insight, a skill that can indeed be upgraded. Perhaps at tomorrow's jewelry exhibition, I might truly leverage the eye of insight to uncover hidden treasures. At that time, I could also accumulate more points to enhance my ability. Excellent. I have faith that with your prowess, Xiao Chuan, you shall undoubtedly shine at the exhibition tomorrow. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Qian felt an aura of profound mystery and strength emanating from Jiang Chuan. It was precisely this sensation that led him to hold Jiang Chuan in such high regard. As for jade and emeralds, I must confess my ignorance, so I shall merely observe the spectacle tomorrow. Jiang Chuan smiled modestly. After chatting for over an hour, the trio proceeded to dine. Following their meal, Lin Qian arranged a guest room for Jiang Chuan. Lin Yun, on the other hand, trailed closely behind Jiang Chuan like a devoted shadow. Xiao Yun, could you fetch me some books on emeralds and jades? I wish to delve into the subject a bit. Previously, I had not ventured into this realm, but with the eye of insight now at my disposal, it is indeed time for a thorough review. Certainly. I shall retrieve them immediately. Lin Yun nodded eagerly. Their home was replete with such literature, and before long, Lin Yun returned with a dozen hefty tomes, all ancient texts. Big brother, I brought quite a few. You need only skim through them. Lin Yun chuckled mischievously. All right, you may return to your tasks. Jiang Chuan nodded. Without the eye of insight, such a towering stack of books would indeed be daunting, likely taking a month to peruse thoroughly, and even then, retaining the knowledge would be a challenge. However, with the eye of insight, I should be able to absorb a significant portion of the information in just one evening. All right. Should you require anything, simply call for me. With that, Lin Yun exited the room. Jiang Chuan casually selected a book on raw jade and began to read. As his thoughts surged, a flicker of dark violet light flashed within his pupils. Instantly, the contents of the book began to infiltrate his mind like a swarm of tadpoles. And within mere seconds, he had devoured an entire page, the information firmly etched into his memory. Turning to the next page, after approximately an hour, Jiang Chuan felt that his pace was still insufficient. He then took out 2 books and began to flip through them rapidly, resembling a machine devoid of emotion. It was not until 4 hours later that he had completed all the readings. The knowledge contained within the tomes was now almost entirely imprinted in his mind. Yet, Jiang Chuan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His eyes were heavy and bloodshot, and the fatigue coursing through his body was unlike that of an exhausting work shift. It felt as though he had been thoroughly drained. Jiang Chuan understood that this was the consequence of overusing the eye of insight, leading to a severe depletion of his mental energy. Phew, time to rest well. I hope for a fruitful day tomorrow. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Lin Yun began his wake-up service. Big brother, are you awake? Big brother. It's time to rise. Big brother, do you require my assistance in dressing? His voice was laced with an exaggerated sweetness. Creak. The door swung open, and Jiang Chuan emerged, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Perhaps due to the previous day's mental exertion, he felt particularly sluggish today. What's the matter, big brother? Did you overindulge last night? Lin Yun chuckled, observing Jiang Chuan's lackluster demeanor. No, I aspire to be a national treasure myself. Jiang Chuan replied dismissively with a casual smile. The two then shared a simple breakfast before heading to the exhibition center. Lin Xian and Lin Shaoran had to arrive early to make arrangements and preparations, so they had departed around 4 in the morning. Lin Xiaoding generally did not involve himself in the family business, hence his absence. By the time the two arrived, the exhibition was already bustling with attendees, including numerous vendors, most of whom had come to sell raw stones. Big brother, why not use your ability to foresee the future and see which stone might yield jade? Lin Yun inquired cheerfully. In truth, he was not in need of money, but the allure of these raw stones was irresistible. Akin to the thrill of playing cards or mahjong, addictive and solely focused on enjoyment, regardless of winning or losing. Do you really believe I am some sort of deity, capable of predicting everything? Jiang Chuan shot Lin Yun an exasperated glance before earnestly examining the raw stones. Most of the stones featured at this exhibition had been meticulously selected. Thus their prices were elevated. Some were no larger than a fist, yet bore a price tag of 300,000. The cheapest were still around 100,000. The stones here were not something just anyone could afford. After all, the gambling stone industry is one where a single gamble can lead to destitution or fortune. And the phrases heaven and hell in a single cut are not mere sayings, but rather truths validated by countless experiences. Haha, just a jest, big brother. Feel free to enjoy yourself today, as all expenses will be on me, young Master Lin. Lin Yun proclaimed grandly, as even if he were to purchase all the raw stones, it would not pose a challenge for him. Enough. I acknowledge your wealth, but I am not lacking in funds either. Jiang Chuan replied with a hint of irritation, knowing he had earned nearly 5 billion over the past couple of days. The two then wandered over to the jade jewelry counter, where most of the pieces were exorbitantly priced. Some pairs of bracelets were valued at over 10 million. Moreover, these emeralds were not even the top-tier imperial green variety. Jiang Chuan found it difficult to comprehend the jade market. To the average person, these were merely aesthetically pleasing stones. Yet they commanded prices in the millions and even billions. Furthermore, the better quality emeralds were often priced without a market. Oh, isn't that the second young master of the Lin family, here to join the festivities? Just as they were meandering, a mocking voice echoed from behind. Lin Yun frowned, turning to face the speaker. Han Fei, what on earth are you doing here? Han Fei, the heir of the Hungtong Group in Zhonghai, was also engaged in the jade business, but his family also dealt in hotels and real estate. Additionally, Han Fei's maternal grandfather was a retired provincial leader, and his uncle was the current mayor of Zhonghai. Much like Lin Xiaodang, Han Fei's uncle aspired to ascend further, creating an undercurrent of fierce competition between the two families. This rivalry had historically strained the Jiang family's relations with the Lin family. Furthermore, Han Fei and Lin Yun were like fire and water, always clashing upon meeting. Lin Yun discreetly relayed this information to Jiang Chuan. I'm obviously here to have some fun. What? Is your Lin family too timid to engage in business with me? Han Fei replied haughtily. Of course, we're interested, but you'd best behave and not stir up trouble here. Lin Yun warned. Rest assured, I am genuinely here for leisure. By the way, Lin Xiao, how about we gamble another round? Consider it an opportunity for you to seek revenge. What do you say? Han Fei appeared to have come prepared, a self-satisfied grin plastered across his face. This scoundrel. Lin Yun clenched his fists tightly. He had lost to Han Fei in a previous race, which had subjected him to ridicule for quite some time, especially since he had lost his beloved Bugatti to him. The mere thought ignited a furious fire within him. Do you dare? This time, let us raise the stakes. Certainly. If the esteemed second son of the Lin family is too timid to play, then let us consider it as if I never spoke. Han Fei continued to provoke. Lin Yun felt a surge of frustration, yet he dared not gamble. The primary reason being that after his last defeat, he not only lost his most cherished supercar, but also received a severe reprimand from his grandfather. Losing to Han Fei was not merely a personal matter, it impacted the reputation of the Jiang family, and the resulting gossip would be far from pleasant. Thus, observing this fellow's preparedness, he was indeed hesitant to take the risk. Xiao Yun, challenge him to a bet. Since he has offered you the chance for revenge, how could you possibly let it slip away? Jiang Chuan interjected, gazing at the arrogant Han Fei. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yun was currently his subordinate. As the elder brother, how could he stand idly by while his little brother was subjected to such humiliation? All right, big brother. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Lin Yun immediately nodded with excitement. Since his elder brother had permitted him to gamble, victory seemed assured. Fine. I shall engage with you. Today, I will reclaim all that I lost, with interest included. Just don't go home crying to your mother afterward. Lin Yun declared with newfound confidence, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Han Fei. Heh, is that so? I believe you are merely indulging in fanciful dreams. You think you can defeat me? This time, I will ensure you are left with nothing. Han Fei crossed his arms, his expression oozing with confidence. To facilitate a resounding defeat of the Lin family today, he had enlisted the help of a top-tier expert from the jade industry. With that expert on his side, he was certain to bring disgrace upon the Lin family. Wow, are these two young masters about to wager again? I heard that in their last race, Lin Yun not only lost his beloved supercar, but also 5 million to Han Fei. Sigh. Although Han Fei is also a scion of the affluent, he possesses far more cunning than Lin Yun. It seems Lin Yun is destined to lose once more. Indeed. However, if Lin Yun were to lose to Han Fei on his home turf today, the embarrassment would be monumental. It wouldn't just be Lin Yun suffering disgrace. The entire Lin family would be stripped of its dignity. As the crowd gathered, their expressions revealed a mixture of anticipation and sympathy towards Lin Yun. Countless times had these two wealthy heirs wagered, with Lin Yun typically emerging from these encounters in a pitiful state. This time, it seemed unlikely to be any different. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lin Yun's expression darkened considerably. The truth of their words weighed heavily on him. He had gambled against Han Fei numerous times, with victorious moments being exceedingly rare. Yet, the sight of Han Fei's smug demeanor ignited an uncontrollable ire within him. Nonetheless, with Jiang Guo at his side today, his chances of winning were undoubtedly bolstered. Speak, Han Fei, how do you wish to wager today? Lin Yun inquired coldly. Quite simple. There are plenty of raw stones here. Are there not? Let us each select one and see whose stone holds greater value. Han Fei replied, his expression calculated and confident. Very well, what shall the stakes be? Lin Yun nodded without hesitation. 5 million. And let us throw in that Bugatti you lost to me last time. However, if you lose, you will need to pay me an additional sum equivalent to the value of that Bugatti on top of the 5 million. Han Fei's expression was one of assured triumph. Very well. Today, I will ensure you leave with nothing. Lin Yun retorted with a cold laugh. Meanwhile, in a small private room on the second floor, Lin Xian and Lin Shaoran closely observed the unfolding events in the hall below. Just then, the butler, Gao Zhan, entered with a respectful demeanor. Master, young Master Lin Yun is preparing to gamble with Han Fei again. Moreover, I just saw Han Fei entering with Old Shi. However, after entering, Old Shi went elsewhere. I suspect Han Fei is plotting against young Master Lin Yun. The butler reported. Old Shi? Upon hearing this name, Lin Shaoran's expression shifted. Shi Hong, the renowned expert in the jade industry, possessed exceptional appraisal skills and a stellar reputation. It appeared that Han Fei had indeed come prepared, even enlisting Old Shi's assistance. Lin Xian maintained a calm expression as he gazed downstairs. Though his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Chuan, there was an elusive aura surrounding this young man, rendering him inscrutable. Master, should I intervene to stop young Master Lin Yun? Gao Zhan suggested once more. If we do not intervene promptly, it is likely that young Master will suffer a severe defeat today. Losing a mere 10 to 20 million may not be a significant concern, but if he were to suffer such humiliation on the Lin family's territory, it would be intolerable. Do not interfere. Lin Xian shook his head lightly. A subtle smile graced his face. I am quite curious to witness the capabilities of this Jiang Chuan. Let us hope he does not disappoint. Yes, Master. Gao Zhan nodded quickly, turning his attention back to the hall below. It seemed that the master held considerable faith in the young man named Jiang Chuan. In the hall, the crowd murmured. Is that not Shi Hong? Indeed, I had the privilege of meeting Old Shi once not long ago. It is unmistakably him. How could he attend this exhibition? Was he invited by the Lin family? Did you not see Old Shi walking towards Han Fei? Clearly, he was not invited by the Lin family. Could it be that Old Shi is Han Fei's trump card? If that is the case, this wager holds no suspense whatsoever. Amidst the astonished whispers of the crowd, an elderly man with a youthful visage approached Han Fei. A more arrogant smile spread across Han Fei's face, while Lin Yun's countenance darkened significantly. Clenching his fists tightly, he was seething with rage. He finally grasped the situation. Han Fei had indeed come prepared, even managing to bring Old Shi out of retirement. Damn it! Han Fei has tricked me once again. And that Shi Hong, didn't he announce his retirement from the industry? The more Lin Yun pondered, the angrier he became. However, the wager had already been laid down. Backing out now would only further disgrace the Lin family. The shame of such an event would surely provoke his grandfather to take drastic measures. Who is that old man? Why does everyone regard him with such fervor? Jiang Chuan queried, puzzled. Having previously had no exposure to the jade gambling industry, he was unaware of the man's significance. Yet, from the expressions of those around him, it was evident that the elderly gentleman possessed remarkable skills and held a prestigious standing in the industry. Big brother, that old man is Shi Hong, the foremost appraisal expert in the jade industry of the southern province. Last year, he appraised a piece of ice jade weighing 3 kilograms. Though I am reluctant to admit it, his jade appraisal skills are indeed formidable, arguably the most discerning in the entire southern province. Lin Yun elaborated, his brow furrowed with concern. Had he known that Han Fei had enlisted Shi Hong, he would have never agreed to the wager, regardless of Han Fei's provocations. Oh, Jiang Chuan merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. He cared not for the old man's identity or prowess. Even if the old man possessed unparalleled discernment, it could not possibly surpass the capabilities of his insightful eye. Big brother, what does your response signify? Do you possess confidence? Lin Yun observed Jiang Chuan's calm demeanor, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Having almost been swayed by Shi Hong's reputation, he was reminded that his elder brother was indeed a person of extraordinary foresight and acumen. The insignificant Shi Hong, in the presence of the elder brother, is likely no more than a triviality. Thus, the elder brother's composed demeanor at this moment is entirely understandable. Indeed, he exudes confidence. Rest assured, today, even if you wish to lose, it would be impossible, as I assert. Jiang Chuan spoke with a sense of assuredness. There exists a distinction between strength and sheer abnormality. At that moment, Shi Hong had already approached Han Fei. Shi Lao, I entrust today's matters to you. Han Fei greeted Shi Hong with an obsequious smile. Shi Hong merely nodded with indifference, clearly regarding the young master of the Han family with disdain. In truth, he had no intention of attending such a promotional event. But the Han family had offered him an irresistible deal, one that he could not refuse. The four had now arrived at the counter displaying the raw stones. Shi Hong cast a dismissive glance at Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun, his eyes brimming with contempt. Engaging with these two juniors was beneath his dignity, and he could hardly muster any interest. A crowd had already gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Han Fei, on the other hand, gazed at Lin Yun with a smug expression, as if the outcome of the wager was already sealed. Brother, which piece of raw stone shall we select? Lin Yun disregarded Han Fei's arrogance and earnestly turned to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan did not respond verbally. Instead, a flicker of dark purple light flashed across his pupils. This gleam was ephemeral, imperceptible to anyone present. Even the most advanced capturing devices could not detect it. Upon activating his insightful eye, Jiang Chuan began to scrutinize each piece of raw stone meticulously. The moment his gaze met the surface of the stones, they appeared to decay rapidly, as if eroded. Shortly thereafter, streaks of green manifested before his eyes. The internal structure was vividly revealed to Jiang Chuan. It exhibited green hues, albeit dull in color, with a rough texture and insufficient purity. After 4 hours of study the previous night, Jiang Chuan had acquired a rudimentary understanding of raw stones. He soon directed his attention to the second piece. Although the number 15 stone was priced at 300,000, it revealed no signs of green. It was not until he examined the 8th stone that a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Upon a cursory review of all the materials, he discerned that none compared to this one. Xiao Yun, it is this piece. Jiang Chuan pointed decisively at a raw stone roughly the size of a volleyball. Through the abilities of his insightful eye, he had fully comprehended the internal structure of this stone. Its color was pure and uniform, with a grade at least on par with high ice, and its water content was commendably superior. Lin Yun, without a trace of doubt or hesitation, nodded resolutely. Although this raw stone was valued at only 160,000, his faith in Jiang Chuan's capabilities was unwavering. Given Jiang Chuan's confident selection, this piece must possess extraordinary attributes. Ha ha ha, who is this brat? Is he here for a jest? He dares to choose a mere 160,000 raw stone. I heard this stone was excavated from a new pit, and the chances of it yielding green are exceedingly slim. It seems Lin Yun is destined to lose again. Goodness, could this fellow be the master hired by Lin Yun? Master, are you trying to make me laugh to death? If he is a master, then I must be a supermaster. To choose such an unremarkable stone, if it yields jade, I shall devour it whole. Alas, it appears that young Master Lin is about to lose his trousers once more. Indeed, that 160,000 is likely to go down the drain. The crowd began to murmur derisively. Even those who were novices could discern that this stone was utterly unremarkable. Moreover, the vendor had set the price so low, indicating that it would hardly yield anything of value. After all, these merchants were astute and possessed a deeper understanding of raw stones than many players. Shi Hong cast a glance at Jiang Chuan, then shook his head with a cold smile. It seemed that the current generation of youth truly lacked discernment. Lin Yun, is this brat your hired strategist? Did you bring him here to make me laugh? Han Fei could not contain his laughter. With such rubbish material, he wouldn't even accept it if offered for free. Now they dared to wager with this worthless stone. Close your mouth and refrain from spewing nonsense. Hurry and make your selection. Lin Yun retorted sharply. Very well, very well. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Sure Lao. I now entrust the next steps to you. Han Fei, uninterested in further arguing with Lin Yun, anticipated the moment when Lin Yun would regret his choice. All right. Shi Hung nodded indifferently and then approached a stone the size of a bowl. On the second floor, Lin Shaoran and Gao Zhan wore expressions of concern. They possessed a more profound understanding of raw stones and did not hold high hopes for the piece Jiang Chuan had chosen. The chances of it yielding a profit were exceedingly slim, practically non-existent. Enough. Just relax. I have faith in Xiao Chun, Lin Qian said, his expression considerably calmer. Observing Jiang Chuan's demeanor, full of confidence and composure, he sensed that this confidence was genuine, not a facade. Chapter 50, A Frenzy, the billion-dollar jadeite. Lin Yun, hurry and cut it. I can hardly wait to witness your expression in the upcoming spectacle, Han Fei taunted once more after they had selected their raw stone. The stone they had chosen was valued at a staggering 2.8 million, and it was sourced from an old pit. According to Shi Lao's assessment, this material had a high likelihood of yielding glass-grade jadeite. Young Master Han, since you were so confident in your material, why don't you go ahead and cut it first? I too am curious to see what wonders you shall unveil, Jiang Chuan remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Lin Yun's furious expression. He had already employed his insightful eye to examine the stone chosen by Han Fei and his companions. While it was decent, it paled in comparison to the one he had selected. Very well, if you wish to see, then prepare your eyes to witness. Han Fei did not decline, his anticipation palpable. He then turned to Shi Hung with utmost respect. Shi Lao, I beseech your expertise. Shi Hung nodded with an air of indifference and began the cutting process himself. Typically, only novices would allow staff to cut their stones. Seasoned players would invariably perform the task themselves. This is akin to purchasing a scratch-off lottery ticket. If someone else scratches it for you, even if you unveil a winning number, the joy would be diminished by at least half. Before long, the raw stone had been sliced into a corner. The cut surface gleamed like ice, translucent and smooth, revealing a deep blue hue speckled with dense white dots. Wow, this is old blue water snowflake cotton. It's flipping. This is a significant increase. Truly, Shi Lao. The first piece has already revealed such high-quality snowflake, old blue water. The price will multiply at least tenfold. This is my first encounter with such high-quality snowflake, old blue water. Indeed, 1S elder is still 1S elder. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Old blue water is already rare. Snowflake old blue water is even more so. At this moment, the pride on Han Fei's face became more pronounced. They had secured an overwhelming advantage in this round. The 2.8 million price tag had already yielded a substantial return with such a sizable piece of snowflake old blue water. Most importantly, they were about to deliver a resounding slap to the Lin family's face, which was what thrilled him the most. At this moment, several onlookers began to step forward, eager to purchase the jadeite. However, they were politely rebuffed by Han Fei and Xie, for this particular piece held significant meaning for them. Moreover, they were not in dire need of an additional 2 to 3 million. Lin Yun's expression became gravely serious once more. As the young master of the Lin family, he possessed a profound understanding of jade and jadeite. Indeed, such exquisite high-quality plum blossom old blue water was exceedingly rare. Do not be anxious. Ours is even better, Jiang Chuan remarked confidently, observing Lin Yun's growing tension. Indeed, I trust my elder brother, Lin Yun affirmed with a resolute nod upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words. However, the surrounding crowd regarded Jiang Chuan with disdain. TSK. At such a critical juncture, this fellow remains so composed. His ability to feign indifference is truly remarkable. How dare he look down upon the plum blossom old blue water? This lad exhibits a touch of arrogance. Since you speak so grandly, quickly unveil your chosen material and let us witness your prowess. Exactly. If you're capable, produce an imperial green. Imperial green? Huh. With that piece of rubble, merely seeing a hint of green would already be quite impressive. Indeed, imperial green, dream on. In slumber, anything is possible. Even Shi Hung furrowed his brow upon hearing Jiang Chuan's self-assured remarks. He cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Chuan and said, Young man, since you hold my stone in such low regard, why not showcase your own for all to see? It would be enlightening for this old fellow to witness the discerning eyes of the youth and whether they can match your confidence. Though his words were somewhat courteous, the underlying contempt was unmistakable. Very well, since both young Master Han and old Shi wish to see my stone, I shall oblige, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile, handing his selected rough stone to the staff. Although he had mastered most theoretical knowledge regarding rough stones, he lacked experience in cutting. Thus, it was best to leave such specialized tasks to the professionals. Please cut here, Jiang Chuan instructed, marking a line on the rough stone. The staff, Recognizing the significance of the occasion, this was the Lin family's venue, and this young man was a friend of Lin Yun, were keen to avoid offending him. They began cutting with practiced skill, swiftly producing a corner piece following Jiang Chuan's marked line. Goodness, it's green. It's actually green. The hue was remarkably pure, indicative of high quality. I've never encountered jadeite of such caliber. By heavens, this material is set to soar in value. The color and quality are reminiscent of imperial green. Wait, while the color and texture are indeed superb, it isn't entirely pure imperial green. It appears to lie between Zhengyang green and imperial green. Nevertheless, jadeite of this quality commands a significant price. In an instant, the crowd erupted into excitement. Although it was merely a glimpse of green, the color and quality were simply exquisite. Should it exhibit even a touch more green, it would represent the epitome of pure imperial green. A sizable piece of glassy imperial green would undoubtedly command a staggering price. No way. How could such a worthless rough stone reveal such quality? Han Fei was momentarily dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. A mere 160,000 for that piece of rubble could not possibly yield jadeite of such high quality. Even if it held merely a fraction of this quality, its price would rival that of his earlier plum blossom old blue water. At this juncture, the staff recovered from their shock and turned their gaze to Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun, inquiring whether they wished to continue cutting. With green already visible, and it being so close to imperial green, another cut could potentially double the stone's value. However, should the next cut reveal no green, its worth would drastically diminish. Brother, I defer entirely to your judgment. If you say cut, we shall continue. If not, we shall refrain, Lin Yun proclaimed, his face alight with excitement. In his eyes, Jiang Chuan appeared almost divine. Young brother, Lin Xiao, do not proceed with further cuts. I am willing to offer 30 million for this piece. Just then, a somewhat portly man in a suit, clutching a briefcase under his arm, stepped forward with a beaming smile. 30 million? You jest. I'll offer 35 million. I'll bid 40 million. Lin Xiao, please let this piece be mine. Enough with the bidding. I'll offer 50 million. At this point, several elegantly dressed wealthy individuals surged forward, each with expressions brimming with excitement. This single face of jadeite was sufficient to craft a bracelet, with the leftover material capable of producing smaller pendants. A price of 50 million was hardly excessive, and this was merely a conservative estimate. Should more green emerge, the value would be unfathomable. Lin Yun gazed at Jiang Chuan, excitement radiating from his visage. The 50 million price tag was already substantial, and without a doubt, he had emerged victorious in this wager. Yet, at this moment, his resolve wavered. Not for sale. Master, please continue to cut. Let us slice once more. Jiang Chuan firmly rejected all offers, for he knew that the jadeite's value far surpassed 50 million. The onlookers wore expressions of concern. Should the next cut result in a failure, the value would diminish significantly. Very well. The staff, suppressing their own exhilaration, began cutting once more. The anticipation was palpable, akin to being granted the exhilarating opportunity to drive a luxury sports car for the first time. Every eye was fixated on the cutting machine. Before long, another piece was sliced away. This side, too, exhibited a uniform green hue, devoid of any flaws, with green visible on both sides. There was an 80% certainty that this was a remarkably rare piece of top-tier jadeite. The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes glued to the jadeite, saliva nearly spilling from their mouths. Brother, this is truly extraordinary. Young man, I must apologize for my earlier ignorance. I am Wang Defa, the chairman of Hengyu Group. Please, I implore you to sell it to me. I am willing to offer 100 million. I'll bid 110 million. Enough of this. I'll offer 150 million. A new round of bidding commenced swiftly, everyone's eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shi Heng and Han Fei had long been forgotten by the crowd. While the previous plum blossom old blue water was commendable, it paled in comparison to Jiang Chuan's selection. Ahem. At that moment, Shi Heng awkwardly pushed his way through the crowd, clearing his throat. He eventually directed his gaze toward Jiang Chuan. Young brother, I must admit my earlier oversight. I did not anticipate your discerning eye to be so exceptional. I wish to extend my sincere apologies. After speaking, he cast a greedy glance at the jadeite. This did not escape Jiang Chuan's notice. It was evident that this old fellow had taken a liking to the rough stone. Jiang Chuan smirked inwardly, awaiting Shi Heng's next words. As anticipated, Shi Heng soon continued. Young brother, I am quite enamored with this piece of jadeite. If you would part with it, I am willing to offer 200 million. His Shi Lao is actually willing to spend 200 million to acquire this jadeite. Well, since Shi Lao has made a move, we shall refrain from further bidding. The crowd, displaying a sense of understanding, ceased to raise their offers. The price has soared beyond 200 million, far exceeding the budget of most individuals. Furthermore, Shi Heng has already made his intentions known, should they continue to lower the price. It would be an affront to his dignity. To navigate the jade industry, offending Shi Hong would be an unwise move. I apologize, Master Shi. This piece of jade is only for those fated to possess it, and you happen to not be one of them. Jiang Chuan shook his head decisively. This old fellow had previously regarded him with disdain. Moreover, he was not in need of that 200 million. Additionally, the intrinsic value of this jade was undoubtedly not less than 200 million. If it were to be sold, it would naturally be to someone who pleased his eye. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Shi Hong's expression darkened, clouds of discontent gathering. He did not expect that anyone in the jade circles of the southern province would dare to disregard his face. After all, he had already offered a staggering 200 million. Young man, I understand that the youth are often headstrong, but remember, having more friends opens more pathways. I hope you will reconsider this matter with due caution. Shi Hong's tone had evidently shifted from earlier, now tinged with an unmistakable hint of threat. Haha. Master Shi is indeed correct. Having more friends does indeed open more avenues. However, with more paths, one can easily lose their way, don't you think? Jiang Chuan's demeanor remained calm, his voice unwavering. He was not intimidated by threats. Offending Shi Hong merely meant he could no longer navigate the jade circles. But he had no intention of lingering in that realm for long, especially with his insightful eye, which rendered him immune to Shi Hong's influence. TSK. This lad is remarkably audacious. To so bluntly reject the venerable Shi. Just because of a stroke of luck, he dares to act so arrogantly. Such a person will hardly amount to anything. Indeed, such youthful arrogance is destined to lead nowhere. Yet, is it truly wrong for him to refuse to sell his own possessions? Precisely. He merely wishes to retain his belongings. What does that have to do with arrogance? Although Shi Hong is indeed quite reputable, it does not mean that everyone revolves around him. The crowd around them buzzed with varied opinions on the matter. Mr. Jiang, may I purchase this piece of jade from you? I am willing to offer 1 billion. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated from behind. Jiang Chuan turned to see a stunningly beautiful face. Chapter 51. Beware of the Qin family. In that fleeting moment, nearly every gaze turned towards the breathtaking woman. 8 words flashed in their minds. Silken stockings encase perfection, even deities cannot save. Just those 2 shapely, elegant legs could captivate for years. Jiang Chuan, however, regarded the woman before him with curiosity, as he had no recollection of her. Brother, this is Miss Xin Na from the Magic City. At that moment, Lin Yan interjected, his own eyes reflecting surprise. He had not anticipated that someone from the Shun family would appear at the exhibition. Oh, Jiang Chuan replied, offering a slight nod. He had no concept of the prominent families from the Magic City, having never had the opportunity to engage with them before. Miss Shun, greetings. I am Han Fei of the Han family. At this juncture, Han Fei promptly approached Xin Na, greeting her with an ingratiating smile. Xin Na, however, completely disregarded him. Her gaze fixated on Jiang Chuan. She had been observing him for several minutes, and her feminine intuition suggested that Jiang Chuan possessed a discerning eye. Despite his youth, he exuded a remarkable composure, far surpassing the typical scions of noble families. Wow, so she is the eldest daughter of the Shun family from the Magic City. Is that impressive? Absolutely. The Shin family is not a household that can be compared to the Lin or Han families. The influential figures from the Magic City rarely visit Zhonghai. I wonder what brings them here today. As the crowd speculated, Shi Hong also took the opportunity to greet her. Hello, Miss Shun. I am the venerable Shi Hong. In his estimation, his renown in the Zhonghai jade industry should have made him a recognized figure even among the influential families of the Magic City. Oh, Xin Na replied politely with a slight nod, not uttering another word, instead turning her attention back to Jiang Chuan. Then, a charming smile graced her lips. Mr. Jiang, is my offer unsatisfactory? Her voice was soft, like a celestial melody. No, Miss Shen, your price is somewhat excessive. Jiang Chuan responded with a smile. This piece of jade is indeed valuable, but it is worth at most 500 million. A precious gem like this should be evident to someone of your stature within the Shin family. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. They would not squander money without reason. There must be ulterior motives at play. Haha, I merely wish to befriend Mr. Jiang. Xin Na continued with her smile. Someone who could inspire an assassination attempt by a scion of the Qin family must possess considerable abilities. Very well. Since Miss Shun is so forthright, I shall agree. This jade is now yours. Jiang Chuan did not hesitate, directly handing over the piece of jade, while he did not particularly need the money. Upgrading his insightful eye required at least 100 points, equivalent to 10 billion dragon currency. The 10 billion before him was merely 1/10 of what he needed. Mr. Jiang, how forthright. Xin Na beamed, then turned to her companion. Wushuang, please pay him. The attendant, Shun Wushuang, promptly presented Jiang Chuan with a black card. Mr. Jiang, may I borrow you for a private conversation? Xin Na suggested. Certainly, Jiang Chuan nodded, sensing that Shun Na had something to discuss with him. The two quickly moved aside. Lin Yun looked at Jiang Chuan with envy and admiration. Wow, my brother is forever my brother. He can effortlessly attract someone as beautiful as Shun Na. One must realize that women of such high status are beyond our wildest dreams. Unexpectedly, Shin Na wished to befriend his brother. Meanwhile, Han Fei and Shi Heng's expressions darkened to their utmost limits. They had just attempted to greet Shin Na, only to be ignored. As she turned her warm smile towards Jiang Chuan. Are you telling me that a top jade mogul and a scion of a prestigious family cannot compete with a mere provincial bumpkin? Han, stop staring. A toad like you has no right to dream of swan meat. Better fulfill our previous wager. Lin Yun gleefully regarded Han Fei. His heart swelled with delight at the moment. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Han Fei suddenly recalled their agreement, feeling a sinking sensation. 700 million was no small sum for him. He could hardly believe he had lost such a substantial amount in mere minutes. But should he fail to pay, the Han family's reputation would suffer irreparable damage. What? Young Master Han is not wealthy? Lin Yun taunted. If you lack funds, you can kneel and call me grandfather 3 times. And I shall waive the 700 million. Lin Yun strutted, brimming with self-importance. Humph, don't spout nonsense. Do you think I lack 700 million? Han Fei gritted his teeth, hastily scribbling a check for 700 million. Yet, inside, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. While 700 million might not be substantial for the Han family as a whole, for him personally, it was an exorbitant sum. For several months to come, he might find himself devoid of pocket money. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, Han Xiao is rather affluent. Shall we wager once more? This time, let us elevate the stakes to a staggering 70 million. Should I lose, you may take this check. If you falter, you shall hand me 70 million. Lin Yun waved the check tantalizingly in front of Han Fei, then, with a face full of provocation, inquired. In a mere span of minutes, the two seemed to have flawlessly exchanged roles. Damn that scoundrel. Is it not merely a single victory? How could he indulge in such hubris? Han Fei was incensed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. His malevolent gaze then shifted to Shi Heng, for he was indeed unsatisfied with his defeat today. He desperately wished to reclaim his losses. However, that rascal Jiang Chuan appeared to possess an extraordinary eye and remarkable fortune. Han Xiao, from my observations, that Jiang Chuan merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. When he selected the material earlier, he merely glanced at it a few times without even employing a bright flashlight. I suspect he cannot discern raw stones at all. He simply picked a piece at random, and it was sheer luck that led him to stumble upon a gem. If we were to gamble again, I am confident I possess a 99% chance of winning against him, Shi Heng remarked, his face a mask of disbelief at his earlier defeat. Losing to a mere lad in his early 20s was a bitter pill to swallow, especially given the arrogant demeanor of that youth, which made him yearn to deliver a resounding slap to his face, teaching him the lesson that experience trumps youthful bravado. Shi Lao, do you truly mean it? If we gamble once more, do you genuinely believe you can triumph over that scoundrel? Han Fei squinted, scrutinizing Shi Heng. The earlier incident had sown seeds of doubt in his mind regarding Shi Heng's reliability. Yet, this fellow now radiated confidence. Was it possible that Lin Yun and Jiang Chuan had indeed triumphed merely by chance? Indeed, based on my previous observations, Jiang Chuan cannot select raw stones. He did not even touch them, relying solely on luck. That last time was merely a fortunate fluke, and I refuse to believe one can maintain such luck indefinitely. Shi Heng asserted with unwavering confidence, almost convincing himself in the process. Very well, if that is the case, let us wager again. I shall reclaim all I have lost. With Shi Heng's confidence bolstering his own, Han Fei promptly agreed to the rematch. Meanwhile, in a relatively secluded corner, Miss Shun, please feel free to speak your mind, Jiang Chuan said, regarding the woman before him, Shin Na, with a voice that was neither servile nor overbearing. This woman, in her mid-20s, possessed a complexion as smooth as cream, skin as pale as snow, a graceful figure, and an exquisite demeanor, rivaling the likes of Shangwan Ruoshi and Su Qingya. Very well. In light of Mr. Zhang's candor, I shall be forthright as well. Soon, our family will be hosting an auction, and we are currently in need of a show-stopping treasure. I have heard that the Lin family's exhibition will also feature an auction segment. There is a raw stone that has a high probability of yielding glass-type imperial jade. Therefore, I would like to request Mr. Zhang's assistance in evaluating it. Of course, should Mr. Jiang win the bid, I would be willing to purchase it at a premium. Shin Na stated with utmost seriousness. Her woman's intuition suggested that this young man was far from ordinary, particularly after witnessing his prowess during the stone gambling segment, which only solidified her instincts to seek his acquaintance. Miss Shun, you have misunderstood. I merely accompanied a good friend to join in the festivities. I possess little expertise in stone gambling, Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Mr. Jiang is far too modest. The piece you randomly selected earlier yielded such exquisite jade. Surely, you must have some knowledge. Shen Na maintained her enchanting smile. That was merely a stroke of good fortune. Ah, but luck and audacity are also facets of strength. She countered. Very well. If you are willing to assist me in acquiring that raw stone, and if the price you offer is satisfactory, I shall certainly prioritize your bid. Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. In truth, Jiang Chuan was unaware of the details Shen Na had just shared. Lin Yun and Lin Qian had not divulged this information to him. If indeed the auction featured glass-type Imperial Jade, it would be an exceptional opportunity to capitalize on. Thank you in advance, Mr. Jiang. However, I have one last warning for you. Shen Na paused, her expression suddenly turning grave. Please, speak. Miss Shun, Jiang Chuan prompted. Be cautious of the Qin family during this period. With that, Shen Na vanished into the crowd. The Qin family? The one from Modu? Could this be related to Qin Wu's affair? Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow, mentally noting her words. Chapter 52. The Price of Exceptional Red Face Sword. Time swiftly passed to 10 o'clock in the morning, marking the commencement of the auction. Brother, I just had another wager with Han Fei. This time, it was to see whose selected material holds greater value, Lin Yun said, sidling up to Jiang Chuan with a broad grin. The mere thought of Han Fei's previous expression, akin to that of someone who had just consumed excrement, filled him with joy. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a distorted expression on that fellow's face. Are you not satisfied with your 700 million? Jiang Chuan chuckled. However, as long as he was present, Han Fei and Shi Hong were destined only to be met with humiliation. 700 million holds little allure for me. My primary desire is to see Han Fei get thoroughly embarrassed. Lin Yun's laughter grew heartier. At this moment, they had been engaged in the auction for an hour. Such is the nature of stone gambling. One moment could elevate you to heaven, the next could plunge you into despair. Some revel in joy, while others wallow in sorrow. Now, only 4 raw stones remained for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now auctioning Lot 31. This stone has been evaluated by several master appraisers and holds a significant probability of yielding glass-type jade. The starting bid is 2 million, with increments of 100,000. The auction begins now. As the auctioneer's voice faded, the crowd erupted in a flurry of bids. 2 million. 250,000. I bid 3 million. I bid 4 million. In mere minutes, the price had soared to 10 million. After all, this stone had been appraised by several master-level experts, making it a likely candidate for glass-type jade. Lin Yun glanced at Jiang Chuan. Brother, how does this stone fare? Should we place a bid? The urgency in their bidding was palpable, especially since they had refrained from bidding on the previous stones. Jiang Chuan subtly shook his head. He had already inspected this stone. While it could indeed yield jade, its color and quality were mediocre, with numerous fissures. 10 million was already excessive. He then cast a glance at Shi Hong and Han Fei, who seemed to regard this stone with eager anticipation, suggesting they held a favorable opinion of it. A cunning glimmer flickered in his eyes. Xiaoyan, would you like to pull a fast one on Han Fei and Shi Hong? Jiang Chuan suddenly asked, his expression mischievous. Absolutely. I would love to. How do we proceed? Lin Yun inquired immediately. An opportunity to dupe Han Fei was one he could not afford to miss. Ideally, it would strip the fellow of even his undergarments. Then let us bid, starting at 20 million. Halt at 60 million. Remember, keep your performance natural. Jiang Chuan whispered instructions to Lin Yun. Brother, I understand. Just watch me. Lin Yun replied with a cunning smile, then straightened his expression and raised his hand, declaring, I bid 20 million. Jiang Chuan, in an effort to align with the proceedings, fixed his gaze intently upon the raw stone. Goodness, Lin Xiao has bid 20 million. Could it be that this stone truly possesses the potential to unveil glass-grade jade? It is conceivable, for the young man beside Lin Xiao seems to possess considerable skill. 20 million. Should this indeed yield glass-grade jade, I would still hesitate to take the risk. I shall withdraw. As Lin Yun raised the price to 20 million, the surrounding onlookers also began to retreat. After all, 20 million surpassed their financial limits. Furthermore, if the stone failed to reveal glass-grade jade, it would likely drive them to despair. As for Lin Yun, having effortlessly secured 70 million just moments prior, the sum of 20 million appeared rather trivial to him. Sure. Shall we place a bid? Han Fei inquired anxiously, observing Shi Hong. Having just lost 70 million, he felt the weight of a second loss would leave him utterly destitute. Shi Hong's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Jiang Chuan. Resolutely, he declared, let us proceed. He too had a favorable impression of the stone, and it was evident that Jiang Chuan shared this sentiment, indicating their mutual discernment. Thus, the stone's potential performance would undoubtedly be exceptional. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Excellent. Han Fei nodded eagerly, raising his hand. 30 million. He then cast a challenging glance at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's expression morphed into one of indignation. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand once more. 40 million. His demeanor clearly signified an unwavering determination to possess the stone. 50 million, Han Fei declared nonchalantly, a smug expression adorning his face. 60 million, Lin Yun retaliated, his fury intensifying. 70 million. Han Fei continued to escalate the bidding. However, after his last bid, Lin Yun refrained from responding, instead regarding him with a mocking gaze. What is happening? Why is that scoundrel not countering? Just moments ago, he appeared furious. How could he suddenly wear such a cheerful expression? Observing the smile on Lin Yun's face, Han Fei was struck by an ominous premonition. At that moment, Shi Heng's gaze shifted back to Jiang Chuan, only to find that Jiang Chuan had already diverted his attention from the stone, wearing a light-hearted smile directed at him. Damn those two little rascals, they were just playing us. Shi Heng finally grasped the situation, unleashing a torrent of curses. Those bastards have gone too far. I could just kill them. Han Fei was equally incensed. Moments ago, witnessing Lin Yun's fury had given him a sense of satisfaction, only to realize that Lin Yun had been setting a trap for him all along. Wow, Han Xiao truly is generous, effortlessly tossing around 70 million, Lin Yun taunted. The mention of 70 million caused Han Fei to falter. All right, Han Xiao, let us not stoop to their level. We should focus on cutting the stone. If this stone turns out to be glass grade and fully green, not only will we recover our investment, but we could easily make a fortune, Shi Heng, now composed, remarked. Despite the earlier deception by the two rascals, his years of experience in stone gambling led him to believe that the stone would not perform poorly. Even if it were not fully green glass grade, recouping his investment seemed a feasible prospect. Very well. Han Fei suppressed his rising anger and nodded. The cutting process commenced. As the blade sliced through, Shi Heng froze in disbelief, his face turning ashen. He nearly collapsed to the ground. This is a disaster. Gazing at the cotton-like patterns within the cut, he realized that all was lost. 70 million had gone down the drain. While the stone's quality was decent and its colors somewhat pleasing, the intricate patterns rendered any hope of salvage futile. Not even a bracelet could be produced. Perhaps a few worthless accessories at best. Witnessing this scene, Han Fei felt a surge of rage, his vision blurring as he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers could only express their astonishment. Is this truly the so-called master of gem appraisal? With a single cut resulting in a 70 million loss. I feel I could easily claim the title of master myself. It seems this so-called master sure is merely a name without substance. How shocking. Han Xiao has fainted from the shock. Losing 140 million in just an hour would surely leave anyone in such a state. No, you've miscalculated. It's not merely 140 million. He lost 70 million previously, spent another 70 million on this wretched stone, and owes Lin Xiao 70 million, totaling 210 million. Such a sum, even the Han family would feel the sting. The crowd regarded Han Fei with a mixture of pity and disbelief. Today, he truly encountered insurmountable misfortune. Upon returning, it was likely that the young master of the Han family would face severe repercussions. Meanwhile, in the private room on the second floor, Lin Qian and Lin Shaoran were filled with excitement, not solely for the profits they might reap, but for Jiang Chuan's remarkable prowess. This lad is indeed a blessing for our Lin family, Lin Qian exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, he is exceptionally skilled, Lin Shaoran echoed, equally elated. Without Jiang Chuan's assistance, they would not have enjoyed such favorable circumstances. The auction continued, and soon it was time for raw stone number 32. Jiang Chuan successfully secured it for 50 million. Following Han Fei's earlier misstep, most participants hesitated to raise their bids, fearing that Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun might ensnare them once more. The remaining two pieces were acquired entirely by Shen Na, as she had received prior information that the glass-grade Imperial Green was among the 34th lot. She had come specifically for that purpose. Brother, it seems Shen Na is here solely for the 34th piece. I wonder how it will perform, Lin Yun quietly asked. This particular stone was quite small, merely slightly larger than a palm. Should it yield glass-grade Imperial Jade, it would indeed be invaluable. Yet, if its quality fell short, it would likely yield little profit. Moderate. It is neither superior nor inferior. Its value may not surpass that of the piece previously purchased from us, Jiang Chuan replied calmly. He had previously utilized his insightful eye to scrutinize the stone, determining it was not glass grade but rather high ice grade, and not Imperial Green, but Emerald Green. The grade of Emerald Green is slightly inferior to that of Imperial Green. Before long, the two raw stones were cut entirely. The 33rd stone barely recouped its cost. While the 34th stone, which Shen Na had high hopes for, confirmed Jiang Chuan's earlier assessment. It was not the glass grade she had anticipated, but rather high ice grade Emerald Green. Missed this. Shen Wushuang's expression instantly darkened. Shen Na, too, appeared resigned. However, the stone gambling industry is inherently unpredictable. Even the most advanced instruments cannot ascertain the internal structure. Thus, it is fundamentally a game of chance. Even stones that appear promising may deceive, let alone those that are completely opaque. Alas, although this stone is quite decent, it lacks the qualification to be the centerpiece of the auction, Shen Na sighed. Then turned her gaze towards Jiang Chuan. I wonder how the last raw stone, number 32, will perform? At that moment, not only she, but everyone's attention was fixed upon Jiang Chuan. This was the final raw stone, and Jiang Chuan's performance today had indeed been remarkable. They wondered if he would misjudge this time. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Chuan handed the raw stone over to the cutting staff. Master, please come over here. Let us make a cut on each side, Jiang Chuan instructed the staff, as the anticipation built up. The piece he was about to unveil would undoubtedly astonish everyone present, creating a significant stir throughout the entire jade industry. Amidst the cacophony of the cutting machine, all eyes remained fixated on the rough stone. As a corner fell away, it revealed not green, but a vibrant red, a hue so striking it appeared as though it had been steeped in blood, devoid of any impurities. My heavens! Red, this is red agate, and not just any, but the finest quality, exclaimed one onlooker. Such vivid red agate. I have never encountered anything like it in my life. It is exquisite, and the cut surface is so smooth, it seems to exhibit at least high-grade ice quality. No, it looks even more like glass quality. What extraordinary fortune. This was not just a rise in value. It was an outright explosion of worth. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone inhaled sharply, their faces alight with electrifying excitement. Premium red agate is something many in attendance had never laid eyes upon in their lifetime, especially one so pure and free of impurities. The color, reminiscent of blood, seemed to symbolize its immense value. In the world of jade gambling, a saying prevails: 10,000 emeralds are easily obtained, but one red agate is hard to find. This epitomizes the rarity of such high-quality red agate. In a small room on the second floor, Lin Xian, whose demeanor had initially been calm, was now visibly shaken, his hunched form trembling in disbelief. The expression on his face was one of utter incredulity. To think he was witnessing the exceedingly rare red agate. Could this Jiang Chuan truly possess the ability to foresee the future? Lin Xian struggled to compose his excitement, yet his body continued to quiver uncontrollably. If one or two lucky finds could be attributed to chance, then 3 in succession could only suggest an unimaginable capability. This is a windfall. We have struck it rich. This piece of prime red agate alone is worth at least 1 billion. Lin Xiaoran's face, too, was alight with exhilaration. Though this red agate belonged to Jiang Chuan, it served as the finest advertisement for their Lin family's jade business. It was tantamount to proclaiming to the world that their mines could yield such invaluable red agate. The emergence of this piece was undoubtedly more effective than spending billions on promotion. My goodness, Mr. Jiang Chuan has actually unearthed red agate, and it appears to be of glass quality. His luck is truly beyond belief. In the grand hall below, Shun Wushuang was equally filled with excitement and astonishment. Initially, she had thought discovering a piece of glass-quality imperial green would be remarkable. Little did she know she would witness this exquisite red agate today. Such jade is exceptionally rare. Most on the market is either fabricated or of inferior quality. Genuine, high-grade red agate like this had not graced the world in decades. Goodness! Lin Xiao's friend possesses extraordinary fortune, uncovering such magnificent jade 3 times in a row. Surely you do not naively believe this is mere luck? That individual possesses genuine prowess. Indeed, one's luck could not consistently soar to such heights. Jiang Chuan's abilities were inscrutable. If it were simply luck, why do we not share in such fortune? The crowd around them was filled with envy and jealousy, engaged in fervent discussions. Those fortunate enough to attend this exhibition naturally possessed a clear understanding and profound knowledge of jade and jadeite. They were acutely aware of the value of red agate, knowing that the price of premium red agate far exceeds that of imperial green jadeite of comparable quality. This stems from the origins of red agate. The red hue in jadeite is not naturally occurring but results from the jadeite undergoing differentiation and transportation, becoming imbued with iron minerals, thus classified as a deep color. Due to this post-formation infusion, most red agate colors are found only on the surface of the rough stone, often referred to as red skin or red mist. Moreover, variations in the degree of infusion result in a spectrum of red shades, from light to deep. In the jade market, most red jadeite appears in brownish red or dark red shades, lacking vibrancy and presenting a dull overall appearance. Generally, such jadeite exhibits relatively poor quality in terms of texture and water quality, leading to lower prices. The pinnacle of red jadeite is the coxcomb red, which is the finest among red agates, boasting full texture and water quality. Thus, it remains exceedingly scarce and commands a high price. The red jadeite unveiled by Jiang Chuan clearly belonged to the ceoromance de la ceoromance. In terms of both texture and water quality, its quality was exceptionally high. With a color as vivid as blood, even surpassing that of coxcomb red, its value was incalculable. Many refrained from estimating its worth, recognizing its immense significance to jade enthusiasts. Bro, no need for words. You're simply amazing. At that moment, Lin Yun gazed at Jiang Chuan with admiration and envy, realizing that his elder brother exceeded his expectations. Just lucky. That's all. Jiang Chuan remained composed. After all, he had already discerned the internal structure and color of the rough stone, making him mentally prepared and thus not overly exhilarated. Brother Jiang, I am Liang, the general manager of Huaxing Shimao Company. Would you consider selling me this piece of red agate? I am willing to offer 2 billion. If you find this price unreasonable, we can certainly negotiate further. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit approached Jiang Chuan, his face aglow with excitement. This piece of red jadeite was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever seen, with unparalleled purity and quality. Even ordinary jadeite could not compare, let alone the rare red jadeite. Before Jiang Chuan could respond, Shen Na suddenly squeezed forward, declaring, Mr. Jiang Chuan, please reserve this red agate for me. I am willing to pay 2 billion for it. In her eyes, this prime red agate could undoubtedly become the centerpiece of their next gathering, and she was determined to acquire it. Upon hearing Shen Na's offer, Liang's expression immediately dimmed. He simply could not afford 2 billion. Especially when the bidding came from the Shun family of Modu. This made him even less inclined to compete. After all, while this red jadeite was indeed precious, there was no need to provoke the Shin family over it. Jiang Chuan contemplated for a moment. Utilizing his insightful eye, he had already examined the internal structure of the jadeite. There were no impurities whatsoever. It was entirely premium red agate. Thus, its price could easily reach 5 billion. And if auctioned, it might fetch even more. Miss Shun, considering the information you previously provided, how about I sell you this jadeite for 5 billion? Jiang Chuan stated nonchalantly. This jadeite was undoubtedly worth 5 billion. In fact, selling it for that amount would still be a loss. The question now was whether Shen Na possessed the audacity to meet the price. If she was unwilling to increase her offer by 500 million, then so be it. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, both Shen Na and Shen Wushuang frowned slightly, feeling that Jiang Chuan was perhaps attempting to raise the stakes. Miss, this fellow clearly knows we are in search of a remarkable treasure, hence his audacious demand. Although this exquisite jadeite is indeed worth a fortune, 20 billion is already a substantial sum, and yet he insists on 25 billion. Shen Wushuang lowered her voice as she spoke, the fleeting fondness she had felt for Jiang Chuan dissipating in an instant. Very well, if it's 25 billion, so be it. After all, as long as it becomes the highlight of the auction, I believe it will fetch that price. Shen Na could only shake her head in resignation. They were indeed in dire need of this exceptional red jade, and 5 billion was not an exorbitant amount for her. Selling this magnificent red jade at the auction would surely yield profit. The question was merely how much. All right, since Mr. Jiang has quoted 25 billion, let us finalize the deal. Shen Na made her decision without hesitation, promptly issuing a check to Jiang Chuan. She then took the red jade and prepared to leave. Miss Shun, please hold on. Jiang Chuan suddenly called out to Shen Na from behind. What is it, Mr. Jiang? Is there something else? Shen Na turned back, puzzled. Could it be that he thought her payment was too swift and now wished to raise the price? However, judging by Jiang Chuan's demeanor, he did not seem like the type to engage in such antics. Miss Shun, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to convey that the value of this jadeite far exceeds 25 billion, so your expenditure is not in vain. Upon your return, you may wish to have it appraised, and you shall discover its true worth, Jiang Chuan said with a smile. The red jade, apart from its exterior beauty, harbors mysteries within. It remains to be seen whether Shen Na and the individuals accompanying her can uncover its hidden wonders. If they fail to do so, it would merely reflect their lack of discernment. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Jiang. Until we meet again, Shen Na nodded, then turned to leave with Shen Wushuang. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the exhibition came to a close. Jiang Chuan, utilizing his perceptive eye, managed to seize a few overlooked treasures, though he only earned 30 million in total. This paled in comparison to his previous acquisitions. Meanwhile, Shen Na and Shen Wushuang had returned to the bustling metropolis. Master Dong, this is the exquisite red jade I brought from Zhonghai. Could you assist me in appraising its value? Shen Na cautiously presented the jade. Before her stood an elderly man with a head of white hair, exuding an ethereal aura. Master Dong nodded, then produced a magnifying glass to examine the jade intently. The outer layer of the red jade had been entirely removed. After a minute or two, a look of profound astonishment spread across Master Dong's face. Miss, you have undoubtedly been deceived by that Jiang fellow. Despite his seemingly respectable appearance, he is nothing but a brazen opportunist. Shen Wushuang interjected, her disdain for Jiang Chuan palpable, especially regarding his unscrupulous pricing tactics. Enough, Wu Shuang, do not disturb Master Dong, Shen Na whispered, feeling a twinge of disappointment in Jiang Chuan's earlier conduct. Young lady, your previous statement is gravely mistaken. That Jiang Chuan is not a mere opportunist. He has discerned the true value of this red jade, Master Dong remarked, furrowing his brow. Master Dong, does this red jade possess any unique qualities? Shen Na inquired. Oh, by the way, as we were leaving the exhibition, Jiang Chuan mentioned that this red jade's value surpasses 25 billion and advised me to have it appraised. He spoke with utmost certainty. Little Na, what the young man said is entirely accurate. You have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The value of this exquisite red jade far exceeds 25 billion, Master Dong exclaimed. His excitement palpable. Master Dong, does this red jade possess any extraordinary characteristics? Shen Na and Shun Wushuang exchanged puzzled glances, having seen nothing particularly remarkable on their journey home. First, draw all the curtains. You shall soon witness the extraordinary nature of this red jade, Master Dong instructed. The two women nodded in agreement and quickly closed all the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Master Dong then retrieved his phone, switching on the flashlight to illuminate the red jade. Wow, this red jade contains a small grass-like pattern. How marvelous. At that moment, all three of them noticed a deeper colored grass-like design at the very center of the jade. The grass appeared incredibly lifelike. Master Dong, what is the meaning of this? Shen Na was witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time. Generally, the jade she had encountered lacked such features. This is known as spirit jade, and it is the second such piece I have encountered in my lifetime. The last one I saw was 15 years ago, and it was a top-tier imperial green jadeite that sold for $42.6 billion at auction to a foreign tycoon, Master Dong said, his hands trembling with excitement. He never imagined he would encounter spirit jade again in his lifetime, and especially not a premier red jade. $42.6 billion? Shen Na and Shun Wushuang gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape, their minds swirling with astonishment. Thus, a piece of spirit imperial green jade had sold for nearly 30 billion 15 years ago. Consequently, this exquisite red jade must be worth even more. Indeed, this red jade, in terms of its quality and clarity, does not fall short of that imperial green jade. Therefore, a conservative estimate would be 50 billion, Master Dong declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 54. It is said that boys all favor the color pink. 50 billion? The shock experienced by Shun Na and Shen Wushuang was beyond words. They had initially thought Jiang Chuan was being unreasonable, but little did they know the true worth of the exquisite red jade was so immense. Moreover, 50 billion was merely a conservative estimate. If it were to be auctioned off and encountered a collector particularly fond of jadeite, the price could very well double. This was a monumental profit. Little Na, do you have that young man's contact information? I would very much like to get to know him. For someone so young to possess such discerning taste, I find him utterly delightful, Master Dong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In this day and age, few young people understand jadeite, and even fewer can recognize spirit jade. Many likely have never even heard of the term spirit jade. I am terribly sorry, Master Dong. I forgot to ask him for his contact information. However, rest assured, we will have another opportunity to meet, and I will certainly introduce you, Shen Na replied, her face alight with enthusiasm. She could hardly wait to show this exquisite red jade to her grandfather. Very well, Master Dong nodded. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan had returned to his residence. The next morning, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, yet Jiang Chuan answered without hesitation. Brother Jiang, it's Qin Wu. A familiar voice resonated from the other end. The very individual Jiang Chuan had bested with a single punch the previous day. What is it? Jiang Chuan inquired nonchalantly, recalling Shun Na's warning to be cautious of the Qin family. Previously, I had no connections with the Qin family. The only interaction I had was defeating Qin Wu yesterday. However, judging by the way this young man addressed me and his tone, he seemed far from angry. Brother Jiang, where are you now? I am ready to deliver the billion I promised you yesterday. Qin Wu's tone remained exceedingly respectful. All right, meet me at the heartfelt CAF. I shall await your arrival there. With that, Jiang Chuan ended the call, his mind swirling with confusion. If Qin Wu intended to confront me, he wouldn't have called. He could have easily mobilized the resources of the Qin family. Yet, he chose to invite me out. Could it be a ruse to lure me into a trap? Despite such thoughts, Jiang Chuan felt no fear. As long as they did not bring a dozen or more individuals, escaping would be an effortless task. After all, his speed and endurance far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Unless faced with a top-tier expert, he would have little difficulty evading capture. Before long, Jiang Chuan arrived at the heartfelt CAF, shortly followed by Qin Wu, who entered alone without any bodyguards. Brother Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan, he greeted him with remarkable enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the arrogant young man from yesterday. Just call me Jiang Chuan, please. I cannot bear the title of brother. Jiang Chuan replied with a faint smile. In Qin Wu's eyes, he perceived only fervor and sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. It appeared he was genuinely not there to cause trouble. Hee, Brother Jiang. You are so formidable. You truly deserve the title. Moreover, I heard about your astonishing feats at the Lin family's stone gambling event. It was simply breathtaking. Qin Wu beamed with joy. After taking a seat, he produced a bank card. Brother Jiang, here is the 10 billion I promised. Jiang Chuan accepted the card without hesitation. As it was rightfully his, won through fair means. Qin Xiao, you must have more than this to discuss? Jiang Chuan inquired calmly. Hee, Brother Jiang. You truly possess keen insight. However, please refrain from calling me Qin Xiao in the future. It sounds too distant. From now on, I shall call you brother. And you may call me Xiao Wu. Qin Wu's laughter was as innocent as a child's, leaving Jiang Chuan momentarily speechless. Could it be that Shen Na had relayed false information? This boy's face revealed no traces of cunning. Jiang Chuan remained silent, aware that Qin Wu had more to say. Brother Jiang, I lost 13 billion to you this time, draining my allowance for the year. After hearing of your miraculous exploits at the exhibition yesterday, I resolved to become your apprentice. However, if I called you master, it would imply you are quite old, so I prefer to learn from you as my elder brother. Qin Wu continued, his head held high, seemingly envisioning a splendid future. Jiang Chuan observed Qin Wu, his demeanor reminiscent of a child, naïve, and perhaps a touch foolish. As a scion of the prestigious Qin family, it was bewildering how they had nurtured such a simpleton. This further convinced him that Qin Wu would likely not pose a threat. If Shen Na's intelligence was accurate, it suggested that the one intending to act against him might be someone else from the Qin family. Brother, could you please say something? Noticing Jiang Chuan's silence, Qin Wu grew anxious. Do you truly wish to learn from me? Jiang Chuan asked, fixing his gaze upon Qin Wu. Of course. I not only want to learn the art of stone gambling, but I also wish to study martial arts under you. Qin Wu affirmed with unwavering determination. Very well. If that is your wish, I shall accept. Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. Although Qin Wu was somewhat simple-minded, he was still a young master of the Qin family. Having someone like him by his side would surely mitigate future ridicule and minor inconveniences in the bustling metropolis. Thank you, brother. Let us begin at once. My eagerness is insatiable. Qin Wu exclaimed impatiently. Hold on. Do you think mastering a skill can be achieved in a day? Take your time, Jiang Chuan replied, exasperated by the boy's simplicity. By the way, Xiao Wu, are the members of your family aware of your defeat yesterday? Jiang Chuan cautiously inquired, attempting to discern who might be plotting against him. Yes, they are aware, but I did not inform them. My elder brother scolded me yesterday, claiming I brought shame upon the Qin family. He can be quite overbearing. Losing and winning are part of the game, and I couldn't care less. Yet, he seems to take it to heart. Qin Wu replied nonchalantly, recalling the reprimand from his brother with displeasure. Your elder brother? Jiang Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. If that were the case, the one likely intent on confronting him was Qin Wu's elder brother. The tone of his earlier remarks indicated he was quite concerned about the family's reputation, perhaps feeling that Jiang Chuan's victory over Qin Wu had tarnished their honor. Indeed, my elder brother's name is Qin Wen. True to his name, he is rather tedious in all his endeavors. He loves to lecture me. And if he were not my brother, I would have certainly punched him countless times. Qin Wu expressed his disdain for his elder brother, whose personality was evidently incompatible with his own. This boy is refreshingly candid, Jiang Chuan remarked. You should head home for now, when opportunities to earn arise. I will certainly reach out to you. As for martial arts, I possess merely innate strength. I do not truly understand any formal techniques. All right. I shall take my leave then, brother. Qin Wu nodded eagerly and prepared to depart, for he did not fancy the company of clingy male friends, unless they were beautiful women. Of course, just as Jiang Chuan was about to leave, a call from Shangwan Ruashi came through. Jiang Chuan, congratulations on your remarkable earnings yesterday. Your performance at the Lin family's exhibition has made you quite the celebrity in Zhonghai. As soon as the call connected, Shangwan Ruashi congratulated him. It was merely a stroke of good fortune, as I happened to cut a fine stone, Jiang Chuan replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. I wish you wouldn't be so modest in my presence. While others may be unaware of your talents, both Lin Yun and I are well aware of your true capabilities. Shangwan Ruashi replied, her tone somewhat exasperated. This individual was truly someone capable of predicting the future. Thus, his success in gambling stones was undoubtedly due to genuine skill rather than mere luck. Enough of the flattery. Just speak plainly, Jiang Chuan stated candidly. Actually, there is indeed a matter for which I seek your assistance. The piece of yuan blue and white porcelain my father prepared for that esteemed person is a counterfeit. The birthday of that distinguished individual is fast approaching, yet I cannot find a suitable piece of blue and white porcelain in such a short time. Therefore, I would like to request your help. If you can assist the Shangwan family in this endeavor, I promise to express my gratitude appropriately, Shangwan Ruoshi said somewhat bashfully. After all, they were merely friends, and Jiang Chuan had already lent them a hand once before. Asking for his assistance again was indeed a bit difficult to articulate. However, they had yet to find a better candidate, so they had no choice but to turn to Jiang Chuan once more. Oh, if I truly help your Shangwan family resolve this issue, how do you intend to thank me? Jiang Chuan inquired with genuine interest. I shall offer myself in return. If that is agreeable, Shangwan Ruoshi replied without a moment's hesitation. Very well, let us make it a pact. I will help you resolve this matter. And you shall accompany me to meet my parents during the new year, Jiang Chuan continued. My parents have insisted that I bring a girlfriend home this year. Previously, I had my sights set on Su Qingya, but she seems rather occupied of late. Shangwan Ruoshi, with her physique, beauty, and background rivaling that of Su Qingya, is certainly a commendable alternative. Agreed. Shangwan Ruoshi responded decisively. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Chuan, following Shangwan Ruoshi's instructions, arrived at the largest antique street in Zhonghai. This antique street boasts a history of several hundred years and is renowned in the southern province, even gaining acclaim in the Jiangnan region. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, a continuous flow of antique enthusiasts from both the local area and distant lands. Jiang Chuan, over here. Upon spotting him, Shangwan Ruoshi hurriedly waved her hand. Jiang Chuan turned his gaze, noting that today she was not adorned in a dress, but rather clad in a form-fitting pink tracksuit. The outfit accentuated her exquisite figure flawlessly. She also wore a pink cap, lending her an air of playful charm rather than overt seduction. In recent days, she had consulted several of her friends to ascertain the preferences of boys regarding girls. Taking into account their opinions, she ultimately chose this ensemble. Having heard that 99% of boys favor the color pink. How do I look in this outfit today? Shangwan Ruoshi exclaimed as she approached Jiang Chuan, twirling playfully. Her friends had assured her that boys were particularly fond of this shade. She, having never been in a romantic relationship, could only rely on her friends' experiences to guide her choice of attire. Quite nice, Jiang Chuan nodded. Indeed, her outfit exuded an innocent, neighborly charm, lacking the aloofness typically associated with a spoiled heiress. Thank you for the compliment. Now, let us go. I shall introduce you to my father, Shangwan Ruoshi said, unabashedly linking her arm with Jiang Chuan's, regardless of any hesitation on his part. Sometimes, a girl must take the initiative, otherwise, such a splendid young man might slip away through the hands of others. Having been raised in a business-oriented environment, she understood that many opportunities in life require one to pursue them actively, whether it be for things or individuals they cherish. A moment's inattention could lead to loss. Jiang Chuan made no objection. After all, he was currently unattached. Moreover, the faint, delightful fragrance emanating from Shangwan Ruoshi was quite pleasant. Jiang Chuan. Just as they were about to depart, a voice filled with surprise pierced the air. Jiang Chuan frowned slightly, turning to see a familiar yet detestable face. Lin Xiyu. Indeed, the woman who had just called out to him was Lin Xiyu, a close friend of his ex-girlfriend, Wu Mengmeng. It was evident that Wu Mengmeng had undergone a drastic transformation over the years, evolving from an innocent college student into a thoroughly materialistic woman. A change strongly influenced by her association with Lin Xiyu. What? Could this possibly be your ex-girlfriend? Shangwan Ruoshi asked, casting a glance at Lin Xiyu, her tone tinged with jealousy. The woman before them possessed an average appearance and exuded an air of arrogance. However, Jiang Chuan's gaze had altered upon glancing at her, causing Shangwan Ruoshi's keen intuition to suggest an inexplicable connection between them. How could that be? Do I possess such poor taste? Jiang Chuan replied with a dismissive shake of his head. Jiang Chuan, what do you mean by that? You, a mere lowly peasant, dare to look down upon me? Lin Xiyu retorted, her face flushed with anger. She had never regarded such impoverished individuals with any respect and was taken aback by his audacity to make such a claim. Is it surprising that I look down on you? Does your family not own a mirror? Surely you can afford to take a good look at yourself. Jiang Chuan's tone remained remarkably calm. You filthy dog. You worthless pauper. Lin Xiyu exclaimed, her fury escalating. She then cast an envious glance at Shangwan Ruoshi, her eyes reflecting malice. The girl beside Jiang Chuan was indeed far more beautiful and possessed a more refined demeanor, a fact Lin Xiyu was loath to admit. Shall I give her a couple of slaps? Her words are unbearable, Shangwan Ruoshi said, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light. She had not encountered such an arrogant and ignorant woman in quite some time. It was astonishing that even someone as remarkable as Jiang Chuan could be reduced to a mere poor wretch in her eyes. Who are they? The two girls beside Lin Xiyu inquired. That is just Jiang Chuan, the pathetic ex-boyfriend of Meng Meng, Lin Xiyu said with a mocking tone. I finally understand why you were so bold before. Jiang Chuan, breaking up with Meng Meng and even daring to insult her. Turns out you've latched onto some rich woman. A man like you, living off a woman's wealth, dares to look down on me. Observing the girl beside Jiang Chuan, Lin Xiu concluded that she must be a wealthy heiress. It was no wonder Jiang Chuan had previously been so brazen, having broken up with Wu Mengmeng and even dared to call her foolish. Jiang Chuan remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Lin Xiu. In the past, such words might have incited anger within him, but now, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, even amusement. After all, both Wu Mengmeng and Lin Xiu belonged to a world that was no longer his own. It was hardly worth his time to be upset over such trivial matters. Oh, it's him. I recall you saying he was a devoted sycophant to Mengmeng, attending to her every need. Who would have thought he would turn out to be such a scoundrel, changing his demeanor entirely after securing a wealthy partner? Lin Xiu's companions instantly joined in the ridicule. Wait, let me call Mengmeng, Lin Xiu declared, promptly dialing Wu Mengmeng's number. Just a moment ago, they arrived together. But Mengmeng and her boyfriend wandered off to other places. Now encountering Jiang Chuan, it is only natural for them to wish for Mengmeng to meet her useless boyfriend, seizing the opportunity to mock him thoroughly. Ideally, they would relish the chance to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to this scoundrel. Jiang Chuan, can you endure this? With such a sharp tongue, I truly wish to strike them. At this moment, Shangwan Ruoshi's gaze turned icy. Under normal circumstances, she would hardly pay attention to such clowns. However, their scornful jibes aimed at Jiang Chuan began to fray her composure. It is futile to retaliate against such individuals. It would only tarnish your hands. Jiang Chuan remarked calmly. Before long, Wu Mengmeng was entwining her arm intimately with a young man, swaying as they approached. The moment she caught sight of Jiang Chuan, her expression darkened instantly, quickly morphing into one of smugness. Her current boyfriend is quite remarkable, the young master of the Huanyu Group in Zhonghai City. A bona fide super-rich second-generation heir. Jiang Chuan, a mere country bumpkin, could toil his entire life and still not measure up to a toenail of young Master Zheng. The pair soon arrived before Jiang Chuan and Shangwan Ruoshi. Oh, Mengmeng, is this the so-called useless ex-boyfriend you mentioned? He does possess a modicum of charm. Zheng Kai sneered, his gaze filled with disdain as it swept over Jiang Chuan. However, when he turned his attention to Shangwan Ruoshi, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. This girl eclipsed Wu Mengmeng in every aspect, beauty, figure, and poise, all completely overshadowing her. Indeed, this is the pathetic loser, looking somewhat presentable. But how could he possibly have a wealthy mistress? Wu Mengmeng echoed with contempt, regarding Jiang Chuan. I must say, Jiang Chuan, you've truly hit rock bottom since leaving me. Have you resorted to leeching off wealthy women now? I recall you used to have some backbone. How have you become so abjectly weak? She held her head high, resembling an arrogant hen. Ah, Mengmeng, since parting ways with me, it seems your standards have significantly declined. As you've now taken a liking to such lowly creatures, Jiang Chuan replied with a faint smile. Having long since stopped caring, he felt no anger, his heart remaining utterly unperturbed. Pitiful loser, what did you say? Do you look down on me, the young master? Zheng Kai's face turned crimson with rage upon hearing Jiang Chuan's mockery. He never anticipated that this soft-spoken country bumpkin would dare to scorn him. In all of Zhonghai, few young men would speak to him in such a manner. Do you even know who my boyfriend is? He is Zheng Kai, the young master of the Huanyu Group. You, a mere loser, are not even worthy to compare to a single strand of hair on his body. With just one word from young Master Zheng, you wouldn't survive in the entire southern province, Wu Mengmeng boasted, tightening her grip around Zheng Kai's arm, as if to crush her own two fruits in excitement. Jiang Chuan, I suggest you promptly kneel and apologize to young Master Zheng and Mengmeng. Perhaps they might spare your wretched life, she continued. Indeed, a mere loser even dares to compete with young Master Zheng for a woman, utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Mengmeng is truly fortunate to have left such a pathetic scoundrel. Lin Xiu and the other two girls chorused in agreement. Such flattery filled Zheng Kai with satisfaction. Relishing the adulation. Loser, kneel now and apologize to me and young Master Zheng, and perhaps I shall let the matter slide. Otherwise, I will ensure you find no refuge in the southern province, Wu Mengmeng declared, her lips curling in delight. Hey, you deaf mutt, can't you hear Mengmeng? Kneel and apologize to me, then crawl through my legs, and I might let you off today, Zheng Kai proclaimed arrogantly, parting his legs wide. Yet, Jiang Chuan's demeanor remained unperturbed. However, Shangwan Ruoshi could no longer contain herself, her face darkening ominously. She promptly took out her phone and sent a voice message. Uncle Zhou, bring a few people to the antique street. There are a few noisy dogs here. Make sure to silence them, she instructed, her gaze fixed on the group as if they were mere corpses. In Zhonghai City, she was acquainted with many prominent figures and top-tier young masters, none of whom included the scum before her. Thus, eliminating them posed no concern. Well, such bravado. A young lady truly believes herself to be a grand dame. Does she? Wu Mingming and Lin Xiu taunted, their expressions challenging. Even if this woman were a true heiress, she was likely just a socialite from a club. With young Master Zheng present, they had no fear. Hey, you filthy mutt, my patience has its limits. This is your final chance. Kneel and apologize to me. Then crawl through my legs, and I will overlook this matter. Otherwise, I will not only ensure you cannot survive in the southern province, but I will also break your legs, Zheng Kai asserted, his patience evidently waning. Just as his words fell, an angry voice resounded from a distance. I would like to see which dog dares to demand my brother kneel. The moment the voice echoed, everyone turned to see Lin Yun approaching, flanked by 4 bodyguards, his face brimming with fury. Upon seeing Lin Yun, Shangwan Ruashi breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Lin. Zheng Kai's expression morphed into one of confusion and terror. He recognized Lin Yun, a notorious playboy in Zhonghai, a genuine heir of a prestigious family. Even 10 of him could not compare to Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun stood before the crowd. Young Master, what a fortunate surprise to find you here. The once arrogant Zheng Kai, upon seeing Lin Yun, immediately transformed into a loyal lapdog, bowing deeply. However, Lin Yun ignored him and walked straight up to Jiang Chuan. I apologize, brother, I'm late. I hope I haven't caused you any distress. No worries. What brings you to the antique street? Jiang Chuan inquired with a shake of his head. Lin Yun had never expressed an interest in antiques. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. I texted, but received no reply. It was only after inquiring with Miss Shangwan that I discovered you were with her, so I came over, Lin Yun answered with a cheerful smile. I see. Jiang Chuan nodded. My brother, I'm sorry for the trouble you endured. I will handle the upcoming matters. I assure you it will be to your satisfaction, Lin Yun declared, his demeanor shifting as a cold glint sparked in his eyes. Humph. You, garbage, think you can demand my brother kneel for an apology? You wish to break my brother's legs? His tone turned frigid, glaring at Zheng Kai as though he were already a lifeless corpse. How dare this mere waste expect my brother to kneel? Today, if I do not leave this scoundrel in ruins, I shall write my name backward. Zheng Kai felt as though the sky was collapsing. How could this country bumpkin be the elder brother of the notorious playboy Lin Yun? Wu Mingming and Lin Xiu had just claimed these losers were Mengming's ex-boyfriends, poor as church mice, without a penny to their names, nor any background or connections. How was it that Lin Yun now referred to him as brother? In his presence, there was an air of utmost reverence and humility. Lin Yun was not someone he could provoke. Even if his father were to arrive, he would still be compelled to address Lin Yun as Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Are you certain you've mistaken the person? This Jiang Chuan is merely my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, a destitute, pitiable wretch. Zheng Kai hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow and began to clarify. It must be that Lin Yun had recognized him incorrectly due to their resemblance. Smack. The response came in the form of a resounding slap across his face. You insolent fool. How could I mistake my elder brother, Lin Yun? Would you confuse your own father? The force of the slap left Zheng Kai dazed. Young Master Zheng. Who is this audacious individual that dares to act so brazenly in your presence? Lin Xiu interjected, recognizing that since this fellow was Jiang Chuan's brother, he too was likely a penniless scoundrel. Wu Mingming chimed in. Indeed, who is this wretched creature? How dare he assault you? You must call for assistance to intervene. She vigorously shook Zheng Kai's arm, and then turned her gaze toward Lin Yun and Jiang Chuan. You two filthy peasants dare to attack my husband? You are finished. Not even a divine being could save you today? Just as Wu Mengming's words hung in the air, a chilling voice emerged from behind. Oh really? I am quite curious to see which fool dares to trouble my elder brother Jiang in this Zhonghai. The crowd turned to witness a tall, handsome young man striding forward with an icy demeanor. Qin Wu. Jiang Chuan, when did you become acquainted with young Master Qin? And he dares to call you elder brother Jiang? Both Shangwan Ruashi and Lin Yun displayed astonishment upon seeing Qin Wu. Although both their families were leading powers in Zhonghai, they paled in comparison to the Qin family from Modu. The fact that this young master from the Qin family referred to Jiang Chuan as elder brother Jiang was indeed hard to believe, especially for Shangwan Ruashi, who distinctly recalled that just yesterday, Jiang Chuan had defeated Qin Wu with a single punch, and their relationship had not been particularly amicable. How could such a drastic change transpire within a mere day? She felt her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. This lad suddenly sought me out, tearfully insisting on being my subordinate, and I reluctantly acquiesced. Jiang Chuan chuckled helplessly. Qin Wu, young Master Qin. Zheng Kai's face turned ashen upon seeing Qin Wu, as if his soul had been siphoned away. He had encountered Qin Wu at a fighting competition the previous year and was well aware of his status as a top-tier young master from Modu. Now, with Qin Wu addressing Jiang Chuan as elder brother Jiang, it was clear that Jiang Chuan was far from the impoverished wretch Wu Mengming had described, but rather a formidable figure. The realization of having previously boasted that Jiang Chuan should kneel and beg for his forgiveness sent cold sweat streaming down Zheng Kai's forehead. Another scoundrel? Do you think numbers matter? Wu Mingming scornfully glared at Jiang Chuan. To her, these individuals were mere actors he had hired, pretending to be affluent young masters. Zheng Kai's scalp prickled in response to her words. This wretched woman seeks to ruin me. Indeed, they do seem to be putting on quite the act. Come now. If you have the audacity, try to touch a single hair on my head. Lin Xiu cast a derisive glance at Qin Wu, then pointed to her own face. Convinced that these scoundrels would not dare lay a finger on her. Should they even attempt to harm me, I would ensure they regret it for a lifetime. Alas, these two fools cannot see the gravity of the situation, Zheng Kai lamented, feeling utterly powerless. Just then, before he could finish his thought, Qin Wu delivered a powerful slap, sending Lin Xiu flying 5 meters away. He held nothing back, and as she hit the ground, her face swelled instantly, several teeth knocked out. Get lost. Such an outrageous demand, I have never encountered in my life, Qin Wu coldly remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Lin Xiu before spitting on the ground. You insolent wretch. You dared to strike Xiu. You are finished. You will spend your life behind bars. The two girls beside Lin Xiu immediately began to scold Qin Wu sternly. Smack. Qin Wu promptly delivered another slap, sending them both tumbling beside Lin Xiu. Rendered motionless and neatly aligned. It was only then that Qin Wu approached Jiang Chuan, the malice on his face dissipating, replaced by a goofy smile. Elder brother Jiang, are you satisfied with my method of handling the situation? Very much so. It was quite violent and effective. Jiang Chuan nodded in approval. This lad indeed possesses martial prowess. When it's time to act, he doesn't hesitate, Lin Yun remarked with admiration. Young Master Qin, I suspect you have a propensity for violence. What if that slap had killed her? Lin Yun asked, gazing at Qin Wu with a hint of awe. Let her die? Such a wretched woman is a waste of air. Half alive, she wastes money. Her demise is justifiable. Besides, everyone heard her request for me to strike her. I merely fulfilled her wish, Qin Wu replied nonchalantly. Impressive. Lin Yun gave a thumbs up. Truly, the young master of the Qin family from Modu possesses remarkable resolve. Jiang Chuan, elder brother Jiang, I was wrong. I failed to see your worth and have sinned gravely. I implore your mercy. Spare me as if I were but a passing gas. Zheng Kai, realizing the shift in power dynamics, began to plead in a panic. Smack. Qin Wu swiftly approached, delivering a slap that sent Zheng Kai sprawling to the ground. You garbage, do you even deserve to stand and speak with my elder brother? Kneel properly, or I will make you wish you were never born. Zheng Kai, possessing a decent tolerance for pain, quickly regained his composure after the slap and crawled on his knees before Jiang Chuan. Mr. Jiang, elder brother Jiang, please forgive me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Whether it was the pain from the slap or sheer terror, Zheng Kai began to weep uncontrollably. Bang. However, Lin Yun kicked him away. You scoundrel, do you even have the right to address my elder brother as a brother? Zheng Kai crawled back over. Grandfather Jiang, two esteemed gentlemen, I was wrong. Please spare me. His appearance was utterly pitiful, evoking both sympathy and disdain. Yet, those who are pitiable often possess their own faults. As the crowd around them grew, whispers of confusion and curiosity filled the air, their gazes fixed on Jiang Chuan. The fact that Lin Yun and Qin Wu willingly chose to become his subordinates left a profound impression on the onlookers, suggesting that this young man's identity was anything but ordinary. Jiang Chuan, perhaps it is best to let this matter rest, spoke Shangwan Ruashi, as the crowd around them continued to swell, potentially leading to unfavorable repercussions. After all, the individuals before them had already received their due punishment, and she harbored some concern that Qin Wu, in a moment of carelessness, might inflict grave harm upon someone. Should that occur, with the protection of the Qin family, he would undoubtedly evade any consequences. Conversely, Jiang Chuan's current status paled in comparison to that of Qin Wu, placing him at risk of considerable trouble. Very well. Let us depart. Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement, wishing to avoid escalating the situation further. If the authorities were to arrive, it would complicate matters significantly. And he was well aware of the adage regarding drawing attention to oneself. Jiang Chuan, please wait a moment. I've just realized that I have always harbored feelings for you. My heart can accommodate no one else, came a voice from behind. Get lost, Jiang Chuan retorted, before leading his companions away. Brother, I just looked into that Zheng Kai. His family also runs a company and has dealings with the Lin family. However, I've already informed my father to cease all collaboration with them, Lin Yun remarked. Did your father agree? Jiang Chuan inquired. Of course. I briefly recounted the earlier events, and if my father dared to object, my grandfather would surely intervene. Lin Yun replied with a hint of mischief. Wow. Your filial piety is truly formidable, Jiang Chuan exclaimed. I also discovered that my family has some business ties with the Zheng family, but we have now completely terminated our cooperation. Thanks. Soon, they arrived at an antique shop named Jubao Pavilion. Inside, several middle-aged men were engaged in lively conversation. Upon noticing Shangwan Ruashi and Jiang Chuan's entrance, one of the men promptly approached, greeting them with enthusiasm. "You must be Mr. Jiang Chuan," he exclaimed, warmly shaking Jiang Chuan's hand with a demeanor filled with reverence. As if addressing an elder, this individual recognized Jiang Chuan as a savior of the Shangwan family, and thus, it was imperative to uphold proper etiquette in his presence. Had he truly succeeded in reclaiming that piece of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain for the birthday celebration, only to have it exposed, the Shangwan family's business would have plummeted, leaving them vulnerable to their hidden adversaries, who would have swiftly swallowed them whole. "Jiang Chuan, this is my father," Shangwan Ruashi quickly introduced. "Greetings, Mr. Shangwan," Jiang Chuan responded politely, acknowledging their newfound friendship. "Oh, no need for such formality. You and Ruashi are of similar ages. If you don't mind, you can simply call me uncle. If it weren't for our age difference, I would even consider forming a brotherly bond with you," Shangwan Hong jested, his humor evident. Yet Jiang Chuan could see the genuine excitement and gratitude in his eyes. "Haha," Lin Yun chuckled, adding, "That won't do, Uncle Shangwan. If you and my brother become sworn brothers, then I would have to call Jiang Chuan uncle as well, and that would surely complicate matters. What's the worry? We can simply refer to each other by our own names." Shangwan Hong laughed, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. "Who is this young man? The head of the Shangwan family is treating him with such warmth and even considering brotherhood," pondered the other middle-aged men, astonished by the scene. It was well known that Shangwan Hong held a prominent position in Zhonghai City, and to witness him treating a junior with such courtesy was unprecedented. Even Lin Yun's grandfather, Lin Qian, had not received such treatment. In fact, when Jiang Chuan and his group entered, Shangwan Hong had already noticed Qin Wu, feeling both surprised and puzzled as to why Jiang Chuan was associated with him. Qin Wu was a scion of a prestigious family in Modu, known for his reckless behavior and poor temperament. It seemed that Jiang Chuan possessed not only a discerning eye, but also a unique charm. Soon, they were escorted to a private room. "Xiao Chuan, I cannot express enough gratitude for the information you provided us previously. It has been a tremendous boon for the entire Shangwan family. If you ever require assistance or have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. Anything within my capability, I shall provide without hesitation," Shangwan Hong said respectfully, bowing slightly to Jiang Chuan. He understood better than anyone the dire fate that awaited the Shangwan family had Jiang Chuan not intervened days prior. "Uncle Shangwan, you are too kind. I was compensated for my assistance, so there is no need for such formality," Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Although he had utilized his foresight abilities to save both the Lin and Shangwan families twice, he felt well rewarded by their responses. "Brother Jiang, what on earth did you do to elicit such gratitude from the head of the Shangwan family?" Qin Wu asked, his face displaying confusion. Despite the Shangwan family's stature falling short of the Qin families, they were still a leading enterprise in Zhonghai City. It was remarkable that a family would treat a young man with such respect. It must have been a significant favor. Just a few trivial matters." Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. While the events were minor in his eyes, they were indeed a life-saving grace for the Shangwan family. "By the way, Uncle Shangwan, I mentioned to Ruashi last time that you should investigate the individuals behind those appraisers. Have you made any progress?" Jiang Chuan could not help but inquire. Utilizing his foresight abilities, he was aware that the appraisers were mere pawns in a larger scheme aimed at plunging the Shangwan family into despair, orchestrated by someone within their own ranks. "Yes, I have thoroughly investigated everything. I have already begun addressing the issue," Shangwan Hong nodded, but did not divulge all the details. After all, the mastermind behind the scheme was one of their own, and family secrets should not be aired, especially in the presence of outsiders like Lin Yun and Qin Wu. "Very well," Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. If the mastermind was not exposed, such incidents would undoubtedly recur, and he could not be relied upon to assist the Shangwan family every time they faced adversity. "Xiao Chuan, I actually called you here today with another request. I hope Ruashi has mentioned it to you," Shangwan Hong began, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. Feeling indebted to Jiang Chuan for aiding the Shangwan family, he was hesitant to impose further, yet he found himself without alternatives. It was proving difficult to find a substitute for the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, and he could only seek Jiang Chuan's assistance, hoping he might be able to help. "Yes, she did mention it. It's a small matter," Jiang Chuan nodded. Now that he possessed the eye of insight, aiding in the selection of an antique would be a straightforward task. He wondered if there were any treasures worth over 100 million in this antique street. "Dear nephew, I can offer the highest price for whatever you choose today," Shangwan Hong exclaimed eagerly. "All right, let us step outside and have a look." With that, the group exited the private room. Jiang Chuan perused the antique shop for an extended period, yet he failed to uncover anything of significant value. The most precious item was an ancient painting valued at over 8 million, but such a piece was evidently insufficient to satisfy Shang Wanhong's demands. Subsequently, the group made their way to the antique street, hoping to stumble upon hidden treasures. Most of the vendors there were cunning and astute, possessing a discerning eye. Thus, the chances of finding a genuine bargain were exceedingly slim. However, with the eye of insight at his disposal, Jiang Chuan remained buoyantly confident. As time swiftly elapsed, Lin Yun and Qin Wu grew bored and decided to depart. At that moment, Jiang Chuan arrived at a small stall where several scrolls and porcelain vases were displayed. However, the surfaces of these vases were riddled with bubbles, and their glaze was uneven, clearly indicating they were the dregs of the dregs. There were also a few vases with smooth, refined glazes that appeared exquisite. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan's attention remained fixated on the tallest vase among them. Jiang Chuan, do you see anything of value here? Shangwan Ruashi inquired softly as she noticed him pausing and examining the items intently. Nothing of worth. Just taking a casual look. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile, preparing to take his leave. Wait a moment, young brother. Fate has brought us together. Take a look at these paintings. Genuine masterpieces by Tang Bohu, and these blue and white porcelain pieces, authentic Yuan dynasty wares. I can offer you a discount, seeing as you seem to have an eye for quality. The vendor had noticed Jiang Chuan's earlier gaze and was determined not to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. This young man appeared inexperienced in antiques, dressed extravagantly, and possessing striking good looks and a distinguished demeanor, certainly a wealthy heir from an illustrious family. Such Navi rich kids were the easiest to deceive. Come now, vendor. You can't be serious. Your porcelain is so poorly crafted. How can you dare to claim it's Yuan blue and white? It's astonishing how you can lie without even blinking. Shangwan Ruashi retorted with irritation. Although it was common for the stall owners on the antique street to exaggerate, this was taking it too far. Claiming authentic works of Tang Bohu and genuine Yuan blue and white. Why not assert that the item resembling a chamber pot was a glass cup used by the Queen Mother of the West? Ah, young brother, this girl knows nothing. Your discerning eye is commendable. Look at these blue and white pieces, the quality, the uneven glaze, all testament to the extraordinary craftsmanship. This unique design embodies the ancient pursuit of artistic excellence. The vendor continued his boastful tirade, though even he began to falter under the weight of his own fabrications. In truth, these items were merely pieces he had acquired for a pittance days prior. That vase seems particularly unique. It does resemble Yuan blue and white. Jiang Chuan exclaimed as he crouched down to examine the most unattractive porcelain vase. Young brother, you have an excellent eye. I knew it was Yuan blue and white. You truly are my kindred spirit. The vendor's eyes sparkled with excitement, confirming his initial assumption that this young man was indeed a Navi rich heir, making it simpler to swindle him than to deceive a pig. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Ruashi exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. At that moment, some players nearby were drawn to the commotion. Hey, young man, do you really consider that Yuan blue and white? Do you even understand antiques? If you don't, stop making a fool of yourself. Someone scoffed, though they recognized it was against etiquette to intervene. They couldn't help but express their disdain for what appeared to be a foolish youth. I may not understand, but I have plenty of money to waste. What business is it of yours? Jiang Chuan retorted coolly. Exactly. Young brother is right. You should just keep quiet. Don't you know the rules of the antique street? The vendor glared at the man who had spoken up, causing him to instantly recoil in fear. After all, he was well aware that most vendors here were not to be trifled with. Forget them, vendor. How much for this vase? Jiang Chuan inquired nonchalantly. The vendor's smile broadened. Young brother, you seem like a person of discernment. I'll offer you a friendly price of 500,000. The vendor's eyes squinted with delight. Don't be absurd. This worthless piece couldn't possibly be worth 500,000. Jiang Chuan exclaimed. Don't believe him, Jiang Chuan. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about antiques can see that vase is nothing but trash, even if it has some age. The craftsmanship is far too poor to be worth much. Shangwan Ruashi interjected hastily. Silence, Ruashi. Do not disturb your cousin's decision, Shangwan Hong admonished her sternly. Since Jiang Chuan chose to trust the vendor, the power of decision lay solely with him. After all, 500,000 was merely a drop in the bucket for them. Jiang Chuan did not turn back, but regarded the vendor with a mocking expression. Tell me, vendor, do you take me for a fool? Do you genuinely believe I would consider this Yuan blue and white? If you continue to make such outrageous demands, I shall take my leave. With a cold smile. He had already utilized the eye of insight to thoroughly examine the porcelain before him. This vase was far more than it appeared, concealing remarkable value beneath its unassuming exterior. Even at 500,000, it would yield a substantial profit. One could say this vase was an extraordinary find. Wait, young brother, don't be so hasty. Business is about negotiation. I presented my price, and you can counter with your budget, the vendor implored as he rushed to intercept Jiang Chuan. Realizing he could not afford to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away, Well, you make a fair point, vendor. If that is the case, then I shall commence the bargaining. Jiang Chuan concurred, nodding thoughtfully. After all, negotiation was the essence of commerce, and it was entirely normal for sellers to propose a price and buyers to haggle. After stroking his chin and pondering for a moment, he declared, "Then let us settle on 120. This declaration left the surrounding onlookers utterly astounded. They had heard of haggling, but this was an outrageous slash. A 500,000 item being offered at 160. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing the vase did indeed appear to be worthless, and a price of 160 was not entirely unreasonable. The vendor's face fell, realizing his initial assumption that this wealthy heir was an easy mark was misguided. He had hoped to extract at least a few tens of thousands from him, but this young man had driven the price down so drastically. You see, young brother, I meant for you to negotiate, not to slash my throat. You've cut me to the quick." The vendor lamented, nearly in tears. While the young man may not have been adept at discerning antiques, his haggling skills clearly stemmed from years spent learning from his grandmother in the marketplace. "How about this? You give me 30,000, and the vase is yours. Just help me take a small loss," the vendor proposed. Realizing that negotiating with this young man would be quite a challenge, he then proceeded to offer a price that was practically a steal. In a startling turn of events, the price plummeted from 500,000 to merely 30,000, solidifying the surrounding crowd's conviction that the so-called antique before them was nothing more than a worthless trinket. 280 is the maximum I can offer, Jiang Chuan stated with remarkable candor. Observing the proprietor's earlier demeanor, it was evident that he was utterly oblivious to the true worth of the porcelain vase before him. Thus, the price of 280 seemed entirely negotiable. "Very well. Consider it a gesture of friendship. 280 it is." The owner reluctantly acquiesced, fearing that Jiang Chuan might reconsider and he would end up with nothing at all. After all, the shop had seen no sales throughout the day, and the vase had languished unsold for several days, attracting not even a single inquiry regarding its price. Moreover, the owner had originally procured the vase for a mere 20 yuan. Selling it for 280 was, in fact, a modest profit. In just a few days, it could be considered a remarkable gain. The owner was surprisingly agreeable, and Jiang Chuan smiled as he handed over the 280 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the antique for 280 yuan, triggering a critical rebate and rewarding the ability of acupoint striking. At the instant the transaction was completed, an electronic synthesizer resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Chuan was filled with exhilaration. He had not anticipated triggering a critical reward, and rather than monetary gain, he had been bestowed with the remarkable skill of acupoint striking, an ability seldom found in the realm of reality, typically confined to the pages of martial arts dramas and novels. To think he now possessed such an extraordinary capability was nothing short of exhilarating. Today had proven to be a fortuitous day, as he had not only seized an unexpected opportunity, but also triggered a critical rebate from the system. At that moment, the atmosphere around him became abuzz with chatter. This kid really is Navi. He splurged 280 yuan on such a worthless item. Even if it were given to me for free, I wouldn't accept it. The crowd continued to mock him. Does he really believe he can find a treasure in such a place? If he is looking for bargains, he should at least choose something decent. That vase looks like trash, worth at most a mere 20 yuan. I doubt it's even worth that much. As the murmurs of the onlookers grew louder, it became evident that the transaction between the owner and Jiang Chuan was irrevocable. The antique market operated on the principle of once the money is exchanged, the item is sold. Thus, any subsequent regrets would be futile. Unperturbed by the crowd's derision, Jiang Chuan remained unfazed. After all, there were plenty of self-proclaimed connoisseurs in society, eager to criticize others from their limited perspectives, unaware that they themselves were the ones lacking in insight. "Xiao Chuan, shall we continue our exploration?" asked Sheng Wanhong, breaking the silence. Although the vase had indeed appeared rather ordinary, spending 280 yuan was still acceptable. "Yes, we can head back now," Jiang Chuan replied, nodding. He held a strong confidence in his insightful eye. According to its observations, the vase contained hidden treasures. In truth, it concealed a genuine piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. Sheng Wanhong nodded in agreement, having great faith in Jiang Chuan's abilities. After all, Jiang Chuan had previously identified a counterfeit piece of yuan blue and white porcelain that depicted the legendary chase of Han Xian by Xiao He without having ever seen it before. Such discernment was not common among the average individual. Just as the three were preparing to depart, three individuals approached them. Leading the way was an elderly gentleman with a youthful visage and a warm smile. Accompanying him were a man and a woman, both exuding an air of sophistication, likely from prominent families. Despite his advanced age, the old man moved with remarkable agility, swiftly approaching Jiang Chuan and his companions. "I am Yan Wenqing. Might I have a look at that porcelain vase in your possession, young man?" the elderly gentleman inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the vase. Before Jiang Chuan could respond, astonished murmurs erupted from the crowd. Goodness! It's Yan Wenqing, the esteemed master appraiser of antiques in the metropolis. Why is he here in such a small place like Zhonghai? They speculated. It seems he is quite interested in that young man's vase. Could it possibly be genuine yuan blue and white? Don't be ridiculous. If that were truly yuan blue and white, I'd stand on my head and eat dung right here. Someone exclaimed. It seems Master Yin is eager to teach that short-sighted young man a lesson. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Yan Wenqing's expression shifted. At that moment, Shangwan Hong respectfully interjected. I am Shangwan Hong, head of the Shangwan family. It is an honor to meet you, Master Yin. He bowed deeply, demonstrating profound respect. I am Shangwan Ruoshi, pleased to meet you, Grandfather Yin. Shangwan Ruoshi stepped forward, eager to greet the esteemed figure as a cherished member of the Shangwan family. Ah, Yan Wenqing replied casually, his attention still fixed on Jiang Chuan and the vase. Xiao Chuan, let me properly introduce you. This is Master Yan Wenqing, an esteemed appraiser from the metropolis. Shangwan Hong hastily introduced Jiang Chuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Master Yan, Jiang Chuan offered a brief greeting. Although such figures were rarely encountered, there was no need to leave a poor impression. Impressive. For someone so young to possess such discernment and courage, you are quite remarkable. Yan Wenqing nodded at Jiang Chuan. He then inquired, may I examine the vase? Of course. However, please handle it with care. It is a true national treasure, Jiang Chuan cautioned. Based on the insights from his insightful eye, the yuan blue and white porcelain within the vase could have fetched a staggering 2.3 billion yuan a decade ago. With the passage of time, its value had undoubtedly soared beyond that figure. After all, the adage in times of chaos, gold is valued. In times of prosperity, antiques are treasured held true. The better the living conditions, the more valuable the antiques. Huh, is this fellow trying to make me laugh? National treasure level antiques? This boy is truly delusional. The crowd erupted in laughter, clearly mocking Jiang Chuan's ignorance. Jiang Chuan remained composed, unaffected by their derision. After all, there was little merit in engaging with such narrow-minded individuals. Yan Wenqing frowned at the raucous laughter. Casting a disdainful glance at the boisterous crowd, his expression conveyed displeasure. Master Yan, if the noise is bothersome, we can continue our discussion inside the shop, suggested the woman behind him. She was strikingly beautiful, her demeanor elegant. But her aloofness left Jiang Chuan unimpressed. In contrast, he preferred the company of Shangwan Ruoshi and Su Qingya. No need. This is the perfect opportunity for these individuals to witness how foolish their earlier mockery was. Yan Wenqing shook his head. At that moment, he carefully accepted the porcelain vase, treating it as delicately as one would a newborn. After a minute of examination, excitement and joy lit up his eyes. He turned to Jiang Chuan with fervor, asking, young brother, do you perceive the significance of this vase? Indeed, it holds profound secrets within, Jiang Chuan affirmed, nodding slightly and uttering those simple words. If he had not discerned its value, he would never have invested in such an ostensibly useless porcelain vase. Ah, what a perceptive young man you are. It is truly astonishing to witness such discernment in someone of your tender years, Yan Wenqing remarked, his admiration for Jiang Chuan evident in his gaze. Subsequently, amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, he produced a small hammer and decisively shattered the porcelain vase. He then addressed those surrounding him, a group of unlearned, narrow-minded individuals. Yet you still dare to call yourselves players. Now, open your eyes and observe closely. As the vase lay in ruins, shards cascaded down, and expressions of awe began to spread among the onlookers. Is this truly Yuan Qingwa? My goodness, the quality and patterns are simply impeccable. This is a stroke of fortune. That young lad has struck gold today. Indeed, given the patterns and quality, even from the Qing dynasty, it could fetch a staggering price. Let us not be too hard on ourselves. After all, the exterior still concealed a porcelain vase. Who could have known what lay within? One voice chimed in. I dare say that lad merely had an extraordinary stroke of luck, another concluded. Chapter 59, The Threat of Death. The very individuals who had previously derided Jiang Chuan now wore expressions of envy and jealousy upon discovering the extraordinary Yuan Qingwa hidden within the shattered remains. As seasoned antique enthusiasts, they were acutely aware of the immense value of such a piece. Before long, the dust and grime adorning the Yuan Qingwa were nearly all cleared away, revealing its true splendor. Is that not the Yuan Qingwa from Guguzi? I beheld an identical piece at an auction a decade ago, which fetched a mind-boggling 2.3 billion. Good heavens! If it commanded such a price 10 years ago, surely now it must be worth at least 500 million. 500 million? You underestimate Yuan Qingwa. If this antique were to be auctioned today, it could easily reach a valuation of 1 billion. My word, who is this young man, and what extraordinary luck he possesses? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply as they realized that an item previously purchased for merely 200 yuan was now worth billions. It was akin to stumbling upon a treasure of unimaginable significance. You, young man, possess a truly remarkable eye. Should such an item grace my stall, I doubt even I would have taken notice, Yan Wenqing remarked, his admiration for Jiang Chuan unabated. The rarity of discerning young talent had diminished. Yet this youth seemed to possess an acuity surpassing his own. While others might dismiss Jiang Chuan's earlier remarks about the hidden wonders within the vase as mere luck, Yan Wenqing perceived it differently. Jiang Chuan's ability to articulate the phrase inner secrets indicated that he was aware of the vase's hidden value long before making the purchase. Old Yan, you flatter me. I merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, Jiang Chuan modestly replied. Cease your false modesty. Such an object cannot merely be acquired through luck. If it were purely luck, you would not have uttered the phrase inner secrets. Yan Wenqing chuckled, increasingly fond of the young man. A desire to take him under his wing began to form, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that the young man's discernment surpassed his own. In the realm of antiques, true masters are those who teach. At that moment, Shengwan Hong was trembling with excitement. He had initially thought Jiang Chuan was merely toying with the vase, but he now realized that the young man had discerned its extraordinary nature long ago. Meanwhile, the stall owner's eyes were reddened with regret, nearly overwhelmed by remorse. Young man, our meeting today is fate. Would you consider selling this jar to me? I purchased it from you for 280 yuan. I will offer you 8 million now. In just a few minutes, you would have earned 1,000-fold profit. What do you say? Suppressing his urge to despair, the stall owner quickly adopted a smiling demeanor. As an antique street vendor, he was acutely aware of the Yuan Qinggua's true worth. I say, owner, do you truly believe this young man to be a fool? You think you can acquire this Yuan Qinggua for under 500 million? Indeed, we thought the young man was a simpleton, but it appears we are the jesters here. Young man, I am Wang Defa, chairman of DeLong Enterprises. I have a profound passion for collecting antiques. I shall offer you 3 billion for the Yuan Qinggua. Young man, I will bid 2 billion for this Yuan Qinggua. I too am an avid collector. I offer 4 billion. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, all recognizing the immense value of the Yuan Qinggua. Even if they acquired it for 4 billion, they knew they could resell it at auction for a higher price, potentially earning tens of millions in profit, a substantial sum for any of them. Amidst the tumult, Shengwan Hong cast a nervous glance at Jiang Chuan. This item was crucial for him, and he worried that if someone offered a higher price, Jiang Chuan might relinquish it. But he could not influence Jiang Chuan's decision. It was entirely up to the young man. Young man, I too am intrigued by this Yuan Qinggua. I will offer you 8 billion. How about letting me acquire it? Yan Wenqing clearly cherished the piece and smiled as he made his offer. 8 billion was a generous price, one that might not be surpassed at auction. However, for someone who deeply appreciated and studied antiques, acquiring such a pristine specimen of Gaguzi's Yuan Qinggua for that price was indeed worthwhile. First, I must thank old Yin and everyone for your kind offers, but this Yuan Qinggua has already found its owner, so I must apologize, Jiang Chuan expressed, casting an apologetic glance toward Yan Wenqing. After all, he had already promised to assist Shengwan Hong. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Shengwan Hong's tension transformed into exhilaration. Jiang Chuan turned to him and smiled. Uncle Shengwan, this Yuan Qinggua belongs to you. As for how much you wish to offer, feel free to decide. In truth, even if he were to gift the Yuan Qinggua, he would not suffer a loss, having already triggered a critical bonus. Good heavens, an 8 billion Yuan Qinggua, and you would simply give it away? Who is this young man? The crowd was astonished. 8 billion was a sum few would casually part with. Thank you, dear nephew, Shengwan Hong exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. After regaining his composure, he quickly added, however, I cannot allow you to incur a loss. Since old Yin has valued this Yuan Qinggua at 8 billion, I shall offer you 10 billion. Shengwan Hong understood better than anyone that while this Yuan Qinggua might hold a price for others, for him, it was an invaluable treasure, pivotal to the future of the Shengwan family. At this moment, he truly wished to kneel before Jiang Chuan in gratitude. Naturally, Jiang Chuan would not refuse such an offer. After all, it was a sum of 1 billion, an opportunity too good to pass up. Moreover, this wealth could aid in upgrading his insightful eye. Jiang Chuan, thank you. To express my gratitude, may I invite you to dinner for dumplings tonight? Shengwan Ruoshi cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Chuan, lowering her voice as she spoke. No, dumplings are too small. I prefer buns, Jiang Chuan replied decisively, shaking his head. But dumplings have their own wrappers, right? She countered. What is so appealing about the wrapper? I enjoy the filling, he retorted. Humph, you are such a steadfast man, Shengwan Ruoshi said playfully. Yan Wenqing reluctantly handed over the valuable blue and white porcelain to Shengwan Hong, then turned his fervent gaze towards Jiang Chuan. Little brother, may we exchange contact information? If you ever come across something as extraordinary, Please do let me have a look. His keen intuition told him that this young man was not merely discerning, but perhaps harbored numerous secrets. No problem, Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. Yen, being from the magical city, and judging from what others had said, was likely a renowned appraisal expert. His expertise might indeed prove useful in the future. As the crowd began to disperse, only the vendor remained, consumed with regret to the point of near fainting. Selling the blue and white porcelain worth $1 billion for merely 280 was a grievous error. He had thought he had made a profit at the time. Oh, how infuriating. I feel as though I won't sleep well for a month. The vendor lamented, clutching a genuine painting by Tang Bohu, gnawing at it in frustration. Come on, Lao Lu, let bygones be bygones. Even if you drive yourself to despair, that blue and white porcelain won't end up in your hands, another vendor consoled him. Besides, with your eyesight, even if it were here, wouldn't it just be a piece of junk? And wasn't he that a mere $20 you spent acquiring it from someone else? Regardless, you still made over 200. That is something to celebrate. At that moment, another nearby vendor began to offer comfort as well. If such a situation had occurred to him, he too would not have taken it so lightly. However, since the event had transpired, wallowing in despair would be futile. One must learn to self-soothe and perhaps even deceive oneself to find a bit more happiness. While you make some valid points, I am still so furious. The vendor bit down even harder. This feeling is simply unbearable. All right, spare yourself the gnawing. What if that painting truly is a genuine piece by Tang Bohu? If you were to damage it, you'd likely be driven to despair. The fellow vendor warned again. Upon hearing this, the vendor suddenly calmed down. If that were the case, something he had previously deemed unbelievable now held a shred of credibility. After all, the broken jar had concealed a blue and white porcelain worth $1 billion, so it was plausible that the painting was indeed authentic. As evening descended, after a light meal, Jiang Chuan returned to the Rose community. Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Ruoshi had warmly invited him to visit their family, but he had politely declined. Just as he reached his doorstep, an unsettling sensation surged within him, causing his entire body to shiver. It felt as though a venomous snake had locked its gaze upon him, an icy dread coursing from his soles to the crown of his head. What was happening? Why was such a feeling suddenly overwhelming him? This inexplicable sensation left Jiang Chuan perplexed. Chapter 60, The Beautiful Female Assassin? Straight to the point. Jiang Chuan stood in a daze for a moment. Had he just experienced an illusion? A look of confusion crossed his face. The unsettling feeling dissipated abruptly. Yet now beads of cold sweat adorned his brow. He immediately scanned the corridor with caution, detecting no abnormalities. Listening intently, he heard no footsteps. Upon inspecting his door lock, he found no signs of tampering, which eased his tension. It appeared that his earlier discomfort was merely an illusion. Or perhaps the excessive use of his insightful eye had drained his mental fortitude, leading to such a false sense of unease. Having set aside his wariness, Jiang Chuan opened the door. All he desired was a good night's sleep to recover his mental energy. Yet, the moment he turned the doorknob, that cold dread and unsettling sensation surged back, this time even more intense. His heart skipped a beat, a wave of life-threatening urgency enveloping him. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on, revealing an extraordinarily alluring woman standing at his bedside, dressed in leather attire that accentuated her perfect figure. She emanated a fierce aura of menace, her icy gaze fixed upon Jiang Chuan. As he sensed her lethal intent, he felt as though death itself had set its sights on him. His instincts screamed that this woman was extraordinarily formidable. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Jiang Chuan managed to suppress his fear, his voice cold as ice. His intuition told him that she was undoubtedly a top-notch assassin, for the aura she exuded was characteristic of someone who had taken lives. At that moment, the woman spoke. I am here to escort you to the afterlife. Do not entertain thoughts of prolonging your existence or attempting to flee. Such actions will only bring you greater suffering. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the next second, a shimmering dart appeared in her hand, though it was merely a small projectile. Jiang Chuan felt as if he were being targeted by a sniper rifle. There was no doubt he could not contend with this woman. Even possessing champion-level combat skills and a reinforced physique would be of no use against someone of her caliber. Wait, may I speak a few words? If my ensuing words fail to sway your decision, you may act freely, Jiang Chuan quickly interjected, striving for a chance to negotiate. He gripped the key in his right hand tightly, while activating his foresight ability to predict the woman's future actions. I will grant you 10 seconds. If your words cannot alter my resolve, you shall meet your demise, she replied, her tone as chilling as a requiem from the depths of hell. The dart in her hand glinted ominously. 5, 4, 3. The woman began her countdown. How much is your employer paying you? I will offer you 10 times that amount, Jiang Chuan blurted out. After all, for most assassins, the motivation was financial. A higher price would surely tempt her. However, As the words left his lips, he saw no flicker of emotion in her gaze. An icy chill gripped his heart. This woman was clearly not here merely for monetary gain. I'm sorry. Your answer does not satisfy me, so you must die? At the moment the words escaped her lips, she flicked her wrist, sending the dart hurtling toward Jiang Chuan with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously reaching him. He barely managed to evade with a swift motion. The dart grazed Jiang Chuan's cheek, leaving a shallow cut, and fresh blood flowed down the wound. If not for his body having been strengthened, with his speed and agility greatly enhanced, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge this dart at all. At the same moment he dodged the dart, Jiang Chuan forcefully flung the key in his hand. Dodged it. Seeing Jiang Chuan actually evade her dart, the female assassin's face instantly showed an expression of utter surprise. Her darts were known for being 100% accurate. Rarely had anyone ever forced her to use a second dart. Yet the young man before her, who had no martial arts background whatsoever, had actually avoided it. Smack! Just as her heart was shaken, Jiang Chuan's key struck the upper part of her chest. At the instant her body was jolted, she suddenly felt she could not move at all. What is happening? Why can't my body move? Feeling her body completely out of control, the female assassin's face was instantly filled with panic. In her entire life, this was the first time she had encountered something so strange. Her body was actually completely immobilized. Could it be that the man in front of her had hit her acupuncture point? But that sort of thing only exists in movies or TV dramas. How could someone in reality possibly know such techniques? Huff huff, that was really close. Just a few centimeters away, and I might have met the king of hell. At this moment, Jiang Chuan was also drenched in cold sweat. His heart was thumping wildly. If not for his quick reflexes, he might already have been a corpse by now. When he turned to look at the female assassin again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. If he hadn't gone to the antique shop with Shangwan Ruashi today, he might never have gained this acupuncture skill. And without this ability today, he would likely already be lying here as a cold body. Thinking this, Jiang Chuan took step after step toward the female assassin, cold light flickering in his eyes. He wanted to kill this assassin. But if he were to do it in his own room, the matter would cause a huge stir. After all, killing someone was an extremely serious affair. The assassin's eyes were filled with terror. She racked her brains, but couldn't understand why this seemingly harmless young man had such fast reflexes just now. And not only had he dodged her dart, he had even managed to immobilize her. You'd better let me go, otherwise. The assassin's eyes turned cold, just as she was about to threaten Jiang Chuan. Slap! The next second, Jiang Chuan's palm landed hard across her face. Damn! You really don't seem to get the situation. You're still so arrogant, daring to threaten me? Do you believe I want to kill you right here, right now? Jiang Chuan said coldly. The assassin was stunned by the slap. Her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Jiang Chuan complicatedly. This brat had almost been killed by her just now, yet he actually dared to strike her? Could it be he really didn't know she was an assassin? Did he have a death wish? Speak. What is your name? Who sent you to kill me? Jiang Chuan asked coldly. In fact, just moments ago, he had already used his ability to foresee the future and learned everything about this female assassin. This woman's name was Phantom, and the one who had sent her to assassinate him was none other than Qin, one of the Qin family, the elder brother of Qin Wu. Bah! If you have the guts, just kill me. Even if you kill me, you'll never get any answers from my mouth. Phantom glared coldly at Jiang Chuan, her eyes as though she were the victim here instead. Slap! Another heavy slap came from Jiang Chuan. Humph! I like people with a backbone like you. I really want to see how long you can keep it up. Jiang Chuan said indifferently. To him, a woman like this wasn't even considered a woman. A killer who could end others' lives for profit was no different from a butcher. Bah! Phantom spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, glaring at Jiang Chuan with even deeper malice. Good. Your bones are indeed tougher than I expected. Jiang Chuan sneered coldly. Jiang Chuan's sneer deepened. Rip! In the next instant, he suddenly tore apart Phantom's leather jacket, not to humiliate her, but to strip away her sense of invincibility. What are you doing? Phantom's face paled for the first time. The calm, cold assassin's mask cracked, replaced by panic. What am I doing? Jiang Chuan's voice was like ice. I'm breaking you. To deal with someone like you, there's no need to talk about honor or rules. His words were calm, but each syllable pressed down on her like a mountain. Phantom's body trembled. Her limbs still wouldn't respond. She wanted to curse, to spit blood in his face. But the strange immobilization held her like iron chains. I'll kill you, I swear. I'll kill you, she rasped, her eyes flashing with ferocity. Though her voice betrayed fear, Jiang Chuan leaned closer, his gaze sharp as blades. Humph. Even if I let you go, you'd still come back to kill me. Since that's the case, why should I show mercy? Phantom's breathing quickened. The assassin who had always been in control now felt true despair creeping into her chest. Jiang Chuan slammed his hand on the wall beside her, the sound echoing like thunder. Talk. Who else is involved? How many of you are coming after me? Phantom's teeth clenched so hard blood seeped from her lips. You'll never know, not from me. Slap. Jiang Chuan struck her again, his expression ice cold. Then let us see how long that stubborn mouth of yours can last.